So he went down, smiling skeptically and muttering the final word in human wisdom, perhaps. Instead of the darkness that he had expected to find in a dense, fetid atmosphere, Dante saw a gentle glow that was dispersed into bluish daylight. Air and light not only came through the opening that he had just made, but also through fissures in the rocks that were invisible from the surface. Through them could be seen the blue of the sky and the shivering branches of green oak trees against it, with beneath them a tangled mass of brambles. After spending a few seconds in this cave, where the air was warm rather than dank and sweet-smelling rather than stale, bearing the same relationship to the temperature of the island as the blue light did to the sun, Dantes could see into the furthest depths of the cavern, his eyesight, as we have previously mentioned, being accustomed to darkness. The walls were of granite, spangled and faceted so that they sparkled like diamonds. Alas! Edmund thought, smiling. These must be the treasures that the cardinal left behind him. The good abbé, when he saw these sparkling walls, was no doubt confirmed in his high hopes. But Dantes recalled the exact words of the will, which he knew by heart. In the furthest angle of the second opening, it said. He had only reached the first cavern, now he must look for the entrance to the second. He sought to get his bearings. The second cavern should naturally extend towards the center of the island. He looked closely at the base of the rocks and tapped on the wall in which, he thought, the opening ought to be, having been disguised for reasons of security. The pickaxe rang for a moment against the rock, sending back a flat sound, the solidity of which brought sweat to Dante's brow. Finally, the persistent miner thought that one section of the granite wall answered his inquiry with a rounder and deeper echo. He studied it with care and, with the instinct of a prisoner, recognized what someone else might have missed, that there must be an opening here. However, to avoid wasted effort, having, like Cesare Borgia, learned the value of time, he tapped the other walls with his pick, tried the ground with the butt of his gun and cleared the sand in some suspicious places, until, finding nothing, he came back to the section of wall that had given this encouraging sound. He struck it again, with greater force. Then he perceived something odd, which was that as he struck it a sort of outer coating, like the plaster that is put on walls before painting a fresco, was breaking off and falling in flakes, to reveal a whitish soft stone, like an ordinary building stone. The opening in the rocks had been closed with a different type of stone and this plaster had been spread over it, then painted to imitate the color and luster of granite. Dante struck the surface with the sharp end of the pick and it sank about an inch into the wall. This was the point at which he should dig. Because of a mysterious property of the human organism, the more Dante should have been reassured by this mounting proof that Faria had not been mistaken, the more his heart gave way to doubt and even to discouragement. This new experiment, which should have given him renewed strength, took away the little that remained. The pickaxe dropped towards the ground, almost slipping out of his hands. He put it down, wiped his brow and went back into the daylight, telling himself that this was because he wanted to make sure that no one was spying on him, but in reality because he needed air, feeling as though he were about to faint. The island was deserted and the sun, at its zenith, seemed to be gazing down with its fiery eye. In the distance, little fishing boats spread their wings over a sea of sapphire blue. Dantes had eaten nothing so far, but he could not think of wasting time on food at such a moment. He took a swig of rum and went back into the cavern with renewed vigor. The pick that had seemed so heavy had become light again and he raised it like a feather and eagerly returned to work. After a few blows he noticed that the stones were not cemented but simply laid one on top of the other and covered with the plaster that we mentioned. He inserted the point of the pick into the gap between them, put his weight on the handle and was overjoyed to see the stone fall down at his feet. After that, he only had to pull each stone towards him with the head of the pickaxe and, one by one, they fell down beside the first. He could have got through as soon as the gap was opened, but by a few minutes' delay he put off certainty and clung to hope. Finally, after a last moment of hesitation, Dantes went from the first cavern into the second. It was lower, darker, and more frightening than the first. The air, which only came through the opening he had just made, had the musty smell that he had been surprised not to find in the first cavern. Before entering, he allowed the outside airtime to freshen this dead atmosphere. On the left of the opening was a deep, dark corner, though, as we have said, there was no such thing as darkness for Dante's eyes. He peered into the second cavern. It was as empty as the first. The treasure, if there was one, was buried in this dark corner. The agonizing moment had come. There were 2 feet of soil to dig. That was all that remained to him between the summit of happiness and the depth of despair. He went over to the corner and, as if driven by a sudden resolve, attacked the soil boldly. At the 5th or 6th stroke of the pick, iron rang against iron. Never had a funereal tolling or resounding death knell produced such an effect on the person who heard it. If Dantes had found nothing, he would undoubtedly not have gone any wider. He dug again in the same place and met with the same resistance, but not the same sound. "It's a wooden casket, bound in iron," he said. At that moment a shadow passed swiftly across the daylight. Dantes dropped the pick, grasped his gun, returned through the hole and hurried out into the light. A wild goat had leapt above the main entrance to the caverns and was grazing a few yards away. It was a good opportunity to make sure of his dinner, but Dantes was afraid that the gunshot would attract someone's attention. He thought for a moment, then cut a branch from a resinous tree, went to light it at the still smoking fire where the smugglers had cooked their dinner, and returned with this torch. He did not want to miss a single detail of what he was about to see. He brought the torch down to the rough hole that he had started to make and confirmed that he had not been wrong. His blows had landed alternately on iron and wood. He planted the torch in the ground and resumed his work. Rapidly he uncovered an area about 3 feet long by 2 feet wide and could see an oak chest bound in wrought iron. In the center of the lid, on a silver plate that the earth had not tarnished, shone the arms of the Spada family, a sword lying vertically across an oval shield, that being the shape of Italian shields, with a cardinal's hat above it. Dantes recognized it at once. Faria had often drawn it for him. Now there could be no further doubt. This was the treasure. No one would have taken such precautions to hide an empty box in this place. In a moment he had cleared all round the casket and revealed by turns the lock in the middle, between 2 padlocks, and the handles at each end. The whole was worked and engraved in the manner of the time, when art made the basest metals precious. Dantes took the casket by its handles and tried to lift it. It was impossible. He tried to open it. The lock and the padlocks were shut and these faithful guards did not seem to want to give up their treasure. Finally he put the head of the pickaxe between the box and its lid, and pressed down on the handle. The lid groaned, then broke apart. A wide gap opened in the boards, making the iron bindings unnecessary. They too fell off, though with their tenacious fingers still grasping fragments of the boards. The box was open. Dantes felt faint. He took his gun, loaded it and placed it beside him. At first he shut his eyes, as children do when they want to count more stars in the shimmering darkness of their imagination than they can in a still light sky. Then he opened them and was dazzled. The casket was divided into 3 compartments. In the first were gold ecus, gleaming with wild radiance. In the second were unpolished ingots, neatly stacked, with nothing of gold about them, except the weight and worth of gold. Finally, in the third compartment, half full, Edmund plunged his hand into fistfuls of diamonds, pearls and rubies, then let them fall in a shimmering fountain which gave off the sound of hailstones on a windowpane. After touching, feeling and plunging his trembling hands into the gold and precious stones, Edmund got up and ran through the caves with the wild exultation of a man on the brink of madness. He leapt on to a rock from which he could see the sea, but saw nothing. He was alone, entirely alone, with this incalculable, unimagined, fabulous wealth, and it belonged to him. But was he asleep or awake? Was he inside a dream or grappling with reality? He needed to see his gold again, but he felt that he would not at that moment have the strength to bear the sight of it a second time. For a short while he clasped the top of his head with his hands, as if to hold in his reason. Then he set off across the island, not only running away from the beaten track — there are no beaten tracks on Monte Cristo — but altogether aimlessly, scaring the mountain goats and the seabirds by his cries and gesticulations. Then, by a roundabout route, he came back, still doubting, plunged through the first and second caverns, and found himself confronted by this mine of gold and diamonds. This time he fell to his knees, convulsively clasping both hands to his beating heart and muttering a prayer that God alone could understand. At length he felt calmer, and yet happier, because it was only from then on that he started to believe in his happiness. Then he began to count his fortune. There were 1,000 gold ingots, each of 2 or 3 pounds. Next to these, he piled 25,000 gold écus, each worth perhaps 24 francs in today's money, each bearing the head of Pope Alexander VI or his predecessors, and he observed that the compartment was only half empty. Finally, he measured 10 times the capacity of his joined hands in pearls, precious stones and diamonds, many of which were in settings made by the finest goldsmiths of the time, giving them great additional value on top of their intrinsic worth. He saw the sun go down and daylight fade little by little. He was afraid that someone would surprise him if he stayed in the cave, so he came out holding his gun. His supper was a piece of ship's biscuit and a few mouthfuls of wine. Then he replaced the stone and lay down on it, sleeping for a few hours with his body covering the entrance to the cave. This night was both terrible and delicious, a night such as this man of powerful feelings had experienced only once or twice before in his life. XXV. The Stranger. Day broke. Dantes had been waiting for it for a long time. At the sun's first rays, he got up and, as he had done on the previous day, climbed to the highest point on the island to look around. As before, everything was deserted. Edmund went down, lifted the rock, filled his pockets with precious stones and replaced the boards and the iron bindings of the casket as best he could. Then he covered it with earth, which he trampled down and scattered with sand, to make the newly turned soil look similar to the rest. He went out of the cave, replaced the entrance, piled stones of various sizes around it, put earth into the gaps, planted myrtle and heather in them, and watered these new plants to make them seem well established. Finally, he covered the traces of his footprints around the spot and waited impatiently for the return of his companions. There was no sense now in spending his time looking at this gold and these diamonds, and staying on Monte Cristo like a dragon guarding a useless treasure. He must return to life and take his place among men and in society, with the rank, influence, and power that are bestowed in this world by wealth, that first and greatest of forces that a human being can control. The smugglers returned on the 6th day. From afar, Dantes recognized the Genomaly by its cut and its gait. It was limping into port like a wounded Philoctetes. When his companions stepped ashore, Dantes told them that he was considerably better, though he continued to complain. Then in turn he listened to the smugglers' tales. They had certainly been successful, but hardly had the cargo been offloaded than they learned that a brig of the excise from Toulon had just left harbor and was heading in their direction. They took flight at once, regretting that Dantes, who knew how to get so much greater speed out of the vessel, was not there to guide them. The following boat soon came into view, but they managed to escape under cover of night and by rounding the Cap course. In short, the voyage had not been unsuccessful, and everyone, particularly Jacopo, expressed regret that Dantes had not been with them, so that he could have his share of the profits they had brought back, a share which amounted to 50 piastres. Edmund remained impassive. He did not even smile when they emphasized how much he would have benefited by leaving the island, and, since the Genomaly had called at Monte Cristo only to pick him up, he embarked the same evening and went with the boat to Leghorn. There he went to visit a Jew and sold 4 of his smallest diamonds for 5,000 francs apiece. The Jew might have inquired how a mere seaman came into possession of such things, but he was careful not to ask. He was making 1,000 francs on each diamond. The next day Dantes bought a new boat which he gave to Jacopo, together with 100 piastres so that he could engage a crew, all on condition that Jacopo went to Marseille and asked for news of an old man called Louis Dantes, living in the Allice de Mailhan, and a young woman from the Catalan village, named Mercedes. Now it was Jacopo's turn to think he was dreaming. Edmund told him that he had become a sailor on an impulse, because his family would not give him money to support himself, but that on arriving in Leghorn he had received a bequest from an uncle who had made him his sole heir. This story seemed plausible enough, in view of Dante's superior upbringing, and Jacopo did not for a moment doubt that his former comrade had told him the truth. In addition, since Edmund's contract of service with the Gendarmerie had ended, he said farewell to the master, who at first tried to dissuade him but, having learnt the same story as Jacopo about the inheritance, abandoned hope of overcoming his former employee's resolve. The next day Jacopo set sail for Marseille. He was to pick Edmund up on Monte Cristo. The same day Dantes himself left without saying where he was going, bidding farewell to the crew of the Gendarmerie with a splendid present and to the master with the promise that he would hear from him again one day. Dantes was going to Genoa. He arrived at the moment when they were testing a little yacht ordered by an Englishman who, having heard it said that the Genoese were the best boat builders in the Mediterranean, had decided to have a yacht built there. He had settled on a price of 40,000 francs, Dantes offered 60, on condition that the boat was delivered to him that same day. The Englishman had gone on a trip to Switzerland while the boat was being completed. He was not due to return for 3 weeks or a month, so the boat builder reckoned he would have time to start building another. Dantes took him to a Jewish banker, who led them behind his shop and counted out 60,000 francs for the boat builder. The latter offered Dantes his services to find a crew, but Dantes thanked him and said that he was used to sailing by himself and that the only thing he wanted was for the man to build him, in the cabin behind the bed, a secret cupboard with 3 hidden compartments in it. He gave the measurements for the compartments, and they were completed by the following day. 2 hours later Dantes sailed out of Genoa, followed by the stares of a crowd of inquisitive onlookers who wanted to see this Spanish gentleman who was in the habit of sailing on his own. He succeeded brilliantly, with the help of the rudder, and without needing to leave it, he put his boat through its paces, so that it seemed like an intelligent being, ready to obey the slightest command. Silently, Dantes agreed that the Genoese deserved their reputation as the finest boat builders in the world. The crowd looked after the little ship until it was out of sight, then fell to discussing where it was going. Some said Corsica, others Elba. There were those ready to bet that he was heading for Spain, but some argued just as warmly that he was en route for Africa. No one thought to mention the island of Monte Cristo. Dantes was bound for Monte Cristo. He reached the island around the end of the second day. The ship handled superbly and he had covered the distance in 35 hours. He recognized every inch of the coast and, instead of making for the usual port, he dropped anchor in the little creek. The island was deserted. No one appeared to have landed there since Dantes was last there. He went to his treasure. Everything was just as he had left it. By the next day his huge fortune had been transported onto the yacht and shut up in the 3 secret compartments of the hidden cupboard. He waited another week. During this time, he sailed his yacht around the island, studying it as a horseman studies his mount. By the end he knew all its qualities and its defects and had promised himself to enhance the former and remedy the latter. On the 8th day he saw a little ship sailing at full speed towards the island, and recognized Jacopo's vessel. He made a signal, Jacopo replied, and 2 hours later the ship had drawn alongside the yacht. There was bad news in reply to both Edmund's questions. Old Dantes was dead, Mercedes had vanished. Edmund's face remained impassive as he listened to this information, but he immediately disembarked, not allowing anyone to follow him. 2 hours later he returned. 2 men from Jacopo's vessel joined him on his yacht to help him sail it and he gave orders to make for Marseille. He was not surprised at the death of his father, but what had become of Mercedes? Edmund had not been able to give detailed enough instructions to another party without divulging his secret. In any event, there was further information that he wanted to obtain and for which he could rely only on himself. His mirror had informed him in Leghorn that he ran no danger of being recognized and, moreover, he now had at his disposal every means to disguise himself. So one morning the yacht, followed by the little ship, sailed proudly into the port of Marseille and stopped directly in front of the place from which, on that fatal evening, they had set sail for the Château d'If. Dantès shuddered a little at the sight of a gendarme being rowed out towards him. But, with the perfect self-assurance that he had acquired, he handed over an English passport which he had bought in Leghorn. With this foreign document, far more highly respected in France than our own, he had no difficulty in landing. The first person he saw when he set foot on the Cannebière was a sailor who had served under him on the Pharaon, as if placed there to reassure Dantès as to the changes which had taken place in him. He went straight up to the man and asked him a number of questions, to which he replied without the slightest hint in his words or his expression that he recalled ever having seen the man who was talking to him. Dantès gave the sailor a coin to thank him for the information, only to hear the man running after him a moment later. He turned around. "Excuse me, monsieur," the sailor said. "You must have made a mistake. You doubtless thought you were giving me 40 sous, but in reality this is a double Napoleon, one." "Yes, indeed, my friend," said Dantès, "I was mistaken, but as your honesty deserves a reward, here is a second coin which I beg you to accept, and drink to my health with your friends." The sailor looked at Edmond in such astonishment that he did not even consider thanking him, but watched him walk away, saying, "Here's some nabob straight off the boat from India." Dantès carried on, but every step he took brought some new emotion to his heart. All his childhood memories, those memories that are never effaced, but remain ever present in one's thoughts, lay here, rising up from each street corner, in every square and at every crossroads. When he reached the end of the Rue de Noailles and saw the Alice de Mailhan, he felt his knees give way and nearly fell under the wheels of a carriage. At last he reached the house in which he had lived with his father. The Aristoloques and the nasturtiums had vanished from the attic roof where the old man's hands used once to trellis them so carefully. He leant against a tree and stayed for a while, thinking and looking up at the top floor of the mean little house. Finally he went across to the door, stepped inside and asked if there was no lodging vacant. Even though it was occupied, he insisted on going to visit the one on the 5th floor, until finally the concierge agreed to go up and ask the people living in it whether a stranger could take a look at their 2 rooms. The little lodging was inhabited by a young man and woman who had been married only a week. When he saw this young couple, Dantès gave a deep sigh. As it happened, there was nothing to remind Dantès of his father's apartment. The wallpaper had changed and all the old furniture, Edmond's childhood friends, which he recalled in every detail, had disappeared. Only the walls were the same. He turned towards the bed, which the new tenants had kept in the same place. Involuntarily his eyes filled with tears. This was where the old man must have expired with his son's name on his lips. The young couple looked in astonishment at this stern-faced man down whose otherwise impassive cheeks 2 large tears were falling. But as every sorrow inspires some awe, they did not question the stranger, but stepped back to let him weep at his ease. When he left, they went with him to the door and told him that he could come back whenever he wished, there would always be a welcome in their humble abode. Reaching the floor below, Edmond paused in front of another door and asked if the tailor, Catullus, lived there. But the concierge told him that the person he mentioned had failed in business and now kept a little inn on the Bellegarde road in Beaucaire. Dantès went down to the street, asked for the address of the owner of the house in the Alice de Mailhan, went to visit him and was announced as Lord Wilmore, which was the name and title on his passport. He bought the house for 25,000 francs, which was at least 10,000 more than it was worth, but if it had stood at 500,000, Dantès would have bought it for that. The same day, the young couple on the 5th floor were informed by the notary who had drawn up the contract that the new owner was offering them any apartment in the house, at no additional rent, provided they would let him have the 2 rooms that they then occupied. These strange events preoccupied all the regulars in the Aulice de Mailhan for more than a week and were the subject of 1,000 conjectures, none of which proved correct. But what muddled everyone and confused every mind was that, on the same evening, the same man who had been seen going into the house in the Aulice de Mailhan was observed walking in the little Catalan village and going into a poor fisherman's house, where he stayed for more than an hour asking for news of several people who were either dead or who had vanished more than 15 or 16 years earlier. Next day, the people among whom he had made these inquiries received a present of a brand new Catalan boat, with 2 seine nets and a trawl net. The good people would have liked to thank the generous inquirer, but he had been seen, after leaving them, giving orders to a sailor, mounting a horse and leaving Marseille through the Porte d'Aix. XXVI. At the sign of the Pont du Gard. Those who have walked across the south of France, as I have done, may have noticed an inn, situated between Bellegarde and Beaucaire, roughly halfway between the village and the town, though rather closer to Beaucaire than to Bellegarde, outside which hangs a crude painting of the Pont du Gard on a metal plate which creaks at the slightest breath of wind. This little inn, lying parallel to the course of the Rhône, is situated on the left side of the road with its back to the river. It has what in Languedoc is described as a garden, that is to say that the side opposite the one through which travelers enter overlooks an enclosure in which a few stunted olive trees lurk beside some wild figs, their leaves silvered with dust. Between them, the only vegetables that grow here are some heads of garlic, some peppers and some shallots. Finally, in one corner, like a forgotten sentry, a tall umbrella pine rises in melancholy fashion on its pliable trunk, while its crest, fanned out, blisters under 30 degrees of sunshine. All these trees, large or small, are naturally bent in the direction of the Mistral, one of the 3 scourges of Provence, the 2 others, as you may or may not know, being the river Durance and Parliament. Here and there in the surrounding plain, which is like a great lake of dust, stand a few stalks of wheat that the farmers hereabouts must surely grow out of mere curiosity. There is a cicada perched on every one of these stalks which pursues any traveler who has strayed into this wilderness with its high-pitched, monotonous call. For perhaps the last 7 or 8 years this little inn had been kept by a man and woman whose only staff were a chambermaid called Trinette and a stable-boy answering to the name of Paquot. In fact, these 2 assistants had amply sufficed for the task, since a canal between Beaucaire and Aigues-Mortes had ensured the victory of water over road haulage, and barges had taken the place of the stagecoach. As if to torment still further the unfortunate innkeeper, who was ruined by it, the canal ran between the Rhône, which supplied it with water, and the road, which it drained of traffic, only some 100 yards from the inn which we have just briefly, but accurately, described. The innkeeper was a man of 40 to 45, tall, dry, nervous, a typical southerner with his deep-set, shining eyes, his hooked nose and his teeth as white as those of some beast of prey. Though his hair had felt the first breath of age, it could not make up its mind to go gray, like the beard that he wore following the line of his jaw. It was thick, curly and spattered with just a few strands of white. His complexion, naturally swarthy, was covered by yet a new layer of brown from the habit he had adopted of standing from morning to night on the threshold of his door to see if some customer might not arrive, either on foot or by carriage. His expectations were almost invariably disappointed, but he stood there still, with no protection against the burning heat of the sun other than a red handkerchief knotted about his head, like a Spanish mule driver. This man was our old acquaintance, Gaspard Cadaris. His wife, in contrast, whose maiden name had been Madeleine Radel, was pale, thin and sickly. She came from the region around Alès and had preserved some traces of the traditional beauty of the women of that area, while seeing her features slowly deteriorate, ravaged by one of those persistent fevers which are so common among the peoples who live near the ponds of Aigues-Mortes and the swamps of the Camargue. In consequence, she spent most of her time seated, shivering, in her room on the first floor, either stretched out in an armchair or leaning against her bed, while her husband kept his customary watch at the door. He was all the more happy to spend his time there, since whenever he found himself in the same room as his better, or certainly bitter, half, she would harass him with unending lamentations on her fate, to which her husband would normally only respond with these philosophical words, quiet, la carconti. It's God's will. The nickname derived from the fact that Madeleine Radel had been born in the village of La Carconte, between Ceylon and Lambesc. So, in accordance with local custom, by which people are almost always given a nickname in place of their names, her husband had substituted this for Madeleine, which was probably too soft and pleasant sounding for his rough tongue. However, it should not be thought that the innkeeper, despite this pretense of resignation to the decrees of fate, was not acutely sensible of the poverty to which he had been reduced by the confounded Beaucaire Canal, or that he was proof against the endless complaints that his wife heaped on him. Like all Southerners, he was moderate, needing little for himself, but vain when it came to external matters, so, in the days of his prosperity, he would not let a parade or a procession of the Tarasque one go past without appearing in it, La Carconte at his side. He would be dressed in the picturesque costume of a man from the Midi, somewhere between Catalan and Andalusian dress, while she would have on the delightful attire of the women of Alls, suggestive of Greece and Arabia. Little by little, however, watch chains, necklaces, gaudy belts, embroidered blouses, velvet jackets, elegantly trimmed stockings, multicolored gaiters and silver-buckled shoes had vanished, until Gaspard Cadaris could no longer appear in his former splendor, so, on his own behalf and that of his wife, he gave up all these worldly exhibitions, though he felt a bitter pang when the happy sounds of some celebration would reach this miserable inn, which he kept much more to have a roof over his head than as a business proposition. As was his custom, Cadaris had spent part of the morning standing at the door, turning his sad eyes from a little bare patch of grass where some hens were pecking, to each end of the empty road which extended southwards in one direction, northwards in the other. Suddenly his wife's sour voice called him away from his post. He went inside, grumbling, and up to the first floor, while leaving the door wide open as if to persuade travelers not to forget him as they went by. When Cadaris turned back into the house, the main road down which, as we said, he had been looking, was as empty and lonely as a desert under the midday sun. White and endless, it ran between two lines of slender trees, and it was quite reasonable to suppose that no traveler who was free to choose any other hour of the day would wish to venture into this awful Sahara. However, if he had remained at his post, Cadaris would have seen, defying probability, a horse and rider approaching from Bellegarde with that frank and friendly manner which suggests the best possible understanding between the horseman and his mount. The horse was a gelding which ambled pleasantly along. On its back was a priest, dressed in black and wearing a three-cornered hat, despite the blistering heat of the sun which was now at its zenith. The pair proceeded at a very sensible trot. When they reached the door, they stopped. It would have been difficult to decide whether it was the horse that stopped the man or the man who stopped the horse. In any event, the rider dismounted and, leading the horse by its bridle, attached it to the knob of a dilapidated shutter that was hanging by a single hinge. The priest then went across to the door, wiping his dripping brow with a red cotton handkerchief, and knocked 3 times with the iron tip of his cane. A large black dog immediately got up and took a few steps forward, barking and baring its sharp white teeth. This show of hostility only demonstrated how unused it was to receiving company. At once, the wooden stairway running along the wall shook with a heavy tread. The landlord of the mean lodging-house at whose door the priest was standing was coming down, bent over and walking backwards. "Here I am," Cadaris said in astonishment. "Here I am. Be quiet, Margotin. Don't worry, monsieur, he barks but he doesn't bite. Would you like some wine? How hot it is. It's a right little strumpet of a day. Oh. I beg your pardon," he said, when he saw what kind of traveler this was. "I didn't know whom I had the honor to serve. What can I get you? What would you like, Monsieur l'Abbé? I am at your command." The priest looked at the man for 2 or 3 seconds with unusual concentration, even appearing to want to draw the innkeeper's attention to himself. Then, since the other's face expressed nothing but surprise at not having an answer to his question, the newcomer decided it was time to put an end to the delay and said, with a very heavy Italian accent, "Aren't you Monsieur Cadaris?" "Yes, sir," the innkeeper said, perhaps even more surprised by the question than he had been by the silence which preceded it. "I am indeed. Gaspard Cataris, at your service. Gaspard Cataris. Yes, I think that is the name. Did you once live in the Alice de Mailhan, on the 4th floor? That is correct. Where you exercised the profession of tailor? Yes, but the profession went downhill. It's so hot in that damned Marseille that I honestly believe in the end people there won't dress at all. But talking of heat, wouldn't you like to take some refreshment, Monsieur l'Abbé? Certainly, bring me a bottle of your best wine, then we can carry on the conversation where we left off, if you would be so good. However you like, Monsieur l'Abbé, said Cataris. And, not wishing to miss this opportunity of selling one of the last bottles of Cahors wine that remained to him, he hastened to lift a trapdoor in the boards of the same ground floor room which served as both dining room and kitchen. When he reappeared, 5 minutes later, he found the abbé sitting on a stool, with his elbow on a long table, while Margoton's scrawny neck rested on his thigh and the dog was looking at him with a languid eye, apparently having made his peace with this unusual traveler when he understood that, contrary to custom, he was going to partake of refreshment. Are you alone? The abbé asked his host, who put a bottle and glass in front of him. My God, yes. Or almost, Monsieur l'Abbé. I have my wife who can't help me at all, because she's always ill, poor Carconte. Ah, you are married? The priest said, with some interest, looking around as if assessing the meager value of the couple's poor furniture. You are thinking that I'm not rich, eh, Monsieur l'Abbé? Cataris said with a sigh. What do you expect? It is not enough to be honest to prosper in this world. The abbé stared hard at him. Yes, honest. That I can boast of, monsieur, the innkeeper said, returning his stare with one hand on his heart and nodding his head. And, nowadays, not everyone can say as much. So much the better, if what you boast of is true, said the abbé. Because I am convinced that, sooner or later, a righteous man is rewarded and a wicked one punished. You're a man of the cloth, Monsieur l'Abbé, said Cataris with a bitter look, and it's your job to say that. But everyone is free to disbelieve what you claim. You are wrong to say that, monsieur, said the abbé, for I myself may well be, in your own case, the proof of what I am saying. How do you mean? Asked Cataris in astonishment. I mean that I must first of all ensure that you are the person I think you are. What proof can I give you? Did you in 1814 or 1815 know a sailor called Dantes? Dantes. Yes, I knew poor Edmund. I certainly knew him, he was one of my best friends. Cataris exclaimed, his face turning deep purple, while the abbé's clear, confident eyes seemed to dilate and embrace every detail of the man opposite him. Yes, I do believe he was called Edmund. He certainly was. I should know, if anyone, Edmund was his name as sure as my name is Gaspard Cataris. But what happened to him, monsieur, to poor Edmund? The innkeeper continued. Did you know him? Is he still alive? Is he free? Is he happy? He died a prisoner, more forlorn and despondent than the convicts who wear their shackles in the penal colony in Toulon. The redness which had first swept over Cataris' face was replaced by a deathly pallor. He turned aside and the abbé saw him wipe away a tear with a corner of the red handkerchief that he wore to cover his head. The poor boy. Cataris muttered. Well, that just goes to show what I was saying, Monsieur l'Abbé, the good Lord is only good to the wicked. Ah, he went on, with the exaggerated language usual to Southerners, the world is going from bad to worse. If only the sky would rain gunpowder for 2 days and fire for an hour, and we could have done with it all. You seem to have been sincerely attached to the young man, monsieur, said the abbé. I was indeed, said Cataris, though I have to confess that for a moment I did envy him his good fortune. Since then, I swear, on the honor of a Cataris, I truly pitied him his terrible fate. There was a moment's silence, during which the abbé continued to direct a penetrating gaze at the innkeeper's changing expression. "And did you know him, this poor lad?" Catarus went on. "I was called to his deathbed to offer him the last rites of the church," the abbé replied. "And how did he die?" Catarus asked, in a barely audible voice. "Of prison itself. How else do you die in prison when you are 30 years old?" Catarus wiped the sweat off his streaming brow. "What is odd in all this," the abbé said, "is that Dantes, on his deathbed, as he kissed the feet of the crucifix, always swore to me that he did not know the true reason for his imprisonment." That's true," Catarus muttered. "There was no way he could know." "No, Monsieur l'Abbé, the poor young man was not lying. And it was for that reason that he asked me to find out the truth about this misfortune, on which he was himself unable to shed any light, and to rehabilitate his name, if it had been blackened in any way." The abbé's gaze became increasingly fixed on the almost grim look that spread over Catarus' face. "A rich Englishman," he continued, "his companion in misfortune, was released from prison at the Second Restoration too and owned a diamond of considerable worth. When he was ill, Dantes had cared for him like a brother and, when he left prison, he wanted to give some token of his gratitude by leaving Dantes this diamond. Instead of using it to bribe his jailers, who might in any case have taken it and afterwards betrayed him, he kept it preciously in the hope that he might be released. If he was, the sale of this single diamond would ensure his fortune." "So, you are saying," Catarus asked, his eyes lighting up, "that this was a very valuable stone?" "Everything is relative," the abbé answered. "Very valuable to Edmond, its worth was estimated at 50,000 francs. 50,000 francs! Catarus exclaimed. "It must have been as big as a walnut." "Not quite," said the abbé. "But you can judge for yourself, because I have it with me." Catarus seemed to be looking straight through the abbé's clothes for the object. The abbé took a small black shagreen box out of his pocket, opened it and displayed before Catarus' astonished eyes the shining jewel set on a finely wrought ring. "This is worth 50,000 francs?" "Without the setting, which is itself quite valuable," said the abbé. And he closed the box and returned the diamond to his pocket, though it continued to shine in Catarus' head. "But how did you come into possession of this diamond, Monsieur l'Abbé?" he asked. "Did Edmond make you his heir?" "No, but the executor of his will. I had 3 good friends and a fiancée," he told me. "I am sure that all 4 of them must feel my loss bitterly. One of those good friends was called Catarus." Catarus shuddered. "The other," the abbé went on, appearing not to notice Catarus' reaction, "was called Danglars. And the third," he added, "even though he was my rival, also loved me." A diabolical smile passed over Catarus' face and he made as if to interrupt the speaker. "Wait," said the abbé, "let me finish. Then, if you have any remarks to make, you can do so later. The third, even though he was my rival, also loved me. He was called Fernand. As for my fiancée, her name was, I don't remember the fiancée's name," said the abbé. "Mercedes," said Catarus. "Mercedes. That's it," the abbé agreed, suppressing a sigh. "Well," said Catarus. "Give me a jug of water," said the abbé. Catarus hastened to do as he was asked. The abbé poured himself some water and took a few sips. "Now, where were we?" he asked, putting down the glass. "The fiancée was called Mercedes." "That's right. You will go to Marseille, it's still Dantes speaking, you understand?" "Absolutely. You will sell this diamond, divide the proceeds into 5 and share them among these good friends, the only creatures on earth who ever loved me." "Why 5 shares?" said Catarus. "You mentioned only 4 people." "Because the 5th is dead," or so they tell me. The fifth was Dante's father. Alas, yes, said Catullus, torn between conflicting feelings. Alas, yes, poor man. He died. I learned this in Marseille, the abbé replied, making an effort to appear unconcerned. But the event took place so long ago that I could learn nothing further about it. Do you happen to know anything about the man's end? Who could know better than I, said Catullus. I lived right next door to him. Heaven help us! It was hardly a year after his son's disappearance that the old man died. What did he die of? The doctors called it gastroenteritis, I think. Those who knew him said he died of grief. But I almost saw him die, myself, I would say that he died. Catullus paused. Died of what? The priest repeated, anxiously. To tell the truth, of starvation. Starvation, cried the abbé, leaping up from his stool. Starvation. The lowest creature does not die of starvation. Even a dog roaming the streets may find a pitying hand to throw at a crust of bread. Yet you say this man, Christian, died of hunger in the midst of other men who also call themselves Christians. Impossible. It's impossible. I only know what I know, Catullus said. And you are wrong, said a voice from the staircase. What has it to do with you? The two men turned and saw La Carconte's sickly features staring through the banisters. She had dragged herself down to the foot of the staircase and was listening to their conversation, sitting on the stair with her head on her knees. And what has it to do with you, wife? Asked Catullus. The gentleman wants some information. It's only polite to give it to him. Yes, and it's only common sense to refuse. Who says what his purpose is in making you talk, you idiot? An excellent purpose, madam, I promise you, said the abbé. Your husband has nothing to fear, as long as he answers me frankly. Ha! Nothing to fear. They always start with fine promises, then afterwards tell you that you have nothing to fear, then, off they go, without keeping their word, and one fine morning misfortune comes to poor people, without them knowing where it comes from. Have no fear, my good woman, no misfortune will come to you from me, I guarantee it. La Carconte muttered a few inaudible words, let her head fall back on her knees and continued to shiver feverishly, leaving her husband free to continue the conversation, but seated in such a way that she would not miss a word. Meanwhile the abbé had taken a few more sips of water and recovered his composure. But, he went on, was this poor old man so totally abandoned by everyone that he could die in such a manner? Ah, monsieur, said Catullus, it's not that either Mercedes the Catalan or Monsieur Morel abandoned him, but the poor old man had taken a profound antipathy to Fernand, the very person, he added, smiling ironically, that Dantes told you was one of his friends. He was not, asked the abbé. Gaspard, the woman muttered from the top of the stairs. Mind what you say. Catullus made an impatient gesture and, with no other reply to the woman who had interrupted him, told the abbé, can anyone be the friend of a man whose wife he covets? Dantes, who had a heart of gold, called all those people his friends. Poor Edmund! After all, it is better that he knew nothing, he would have found it too hard to forgive them on his deathbed. Whatever anyone says, Catullus concluded, with a kind of rough poetry in his speech, I am still more afraid of a dead man's curse than of a living man's hatred. Idiot, said La Carconte. Do you know what Fernand did to harm Dantes, then? Asked the abbé. Indeed I do. Tell me. Gaspard, you can do as you wish, you are the master here, said his wife. But if you take my advice, you'll say nothing. This time, I think you may be right, woman, said Catullus. So, you don't want to tell me, the abbé continued. What is the use? If the lad was alive and if he came to me to tell him, once and for all, who were his friends and who his enemies, then I might do it. But he is dead and gone, so you say, he can feel hatred no longer, nor can he take revenge. Let's draw the blind on all this. So, you want me to give these people, who you tell me are unworthy and false friends, a gift that was meant to reward their fidelity? That's true, you're right, said Chatteris. In any case, what would poor Edmund's bequest be to them now? A drop of water in the ocean. Apart from which, those people could crush you with a flick of the hand, said his wife. What do you mean? Have they become rich and powerful then? Don't you know what happened to them? No. Tell me. Chatteris seemed to reflect for a short time. Then he said, no, in fact the story is too long. You are quite at liberty to keep it to yourself, the abbé said, with an air of the most profound indifference. If so, I shall respect any reservations you may have. Indeed, you are showing yourself to be a truly generous man, so let's say no more about it. The duty that I have to carry out is a mere formality. I shall sell the diamond. He took it out of his pocket, opened the box and displayed the shining stone before Chatteris' eyes. Come and see it, wife, the innkeeper said, his voice breaking. A diamond, said La Carconte, getting up and walking quite resolutely down the stairs. What is this diamond then? Didn't you hear? It's a diamond that the boy left us, first of all to his father, then to his 3 friends, Fernand, Danglars and myself, and to his wife Mercedes. It's worth 50,000 francs. Ah! What a lovely thing, she exclaimed. So, 1/5 of the amount belongs to us? Chatteris asked. Yes, monsieur. Plus Dante's father's share, which I feel I have the right to divide among the 4 of you. But why among 4? Asked La Carconte. Because the 4 of you were Edmund's friends. Traitors are not friends, the woman muttered grimly. Yes, just so, said Chatteris. I was only saying as much. It's almost blasphemy, almost sacrilegious to reward treachery, or even crime. That's what you wanted, the abbé continued calmly, putting the diamond back into his cassock pocket. Now, give me the address of Edmund's friends, so that I can carry out his last wishes. Sweat was pouring down Chatteris' forehead. He saw the abbé get up and go towards the door, as if to make sure that his horse was waiting, before coming back. Chatteris and his wife exchanged an indescribable look. The diamond would belong to us alone, Chatteris said. Do you think so? His wife replied. A man of the cloth would not try to deceive us. As you wish. I am having nothing to do with it. She returned, shivering, to the staircase. Her teeth were chattering, despite the burning heat of the day. On the top step she paused and said, Think about it, Gaspard. I've made up my mind, said Chatteris. La Carconte went back to her room with a sigh. The ceiling creaked under her feet until she reached her armchair and let herself fall heavily into it. What have you decided to do? Asked the abbé. To tell you everything. Quite honestly, I think that's best, said the priest. Not that I want to know anything that you want to hide from me, but if you can help me to distribute the bequest in accordance with the wishes of the departed, that will be best. I hope so, Chatteris replied, his cheeks flushed with greed and expectation. I am listening, said the abbé. One moment, said Chatteris. We might be interrupted at the most interesting point, which would be a pity. In any case, it's better that no one knows you have been here. He went across to the door of the inn and closed it, putting the bolt across it as an extra precaution. Meanwhile the abbé had chosen a place from which he could listen in comfort. He was sitting in a corner, in such a way as to be in shadow, while the light fell full on the face of whoever was opposite him. His head bowed, his hands folded, or, rather, clasped together, he prepared to give all his attention to the story. Catullus drew up a stool and sat down opposite the abbé. "Remember, I'm not forcing you," said the quavering voice of La Carconte, as if she had observed the setting of this scene through the floor of the room above. "Agreed, agreed," said Catullus. "Say no more about it. I take full responsibility." And he began his tale. XXVII. Catullus' story. "Before we start, monsieur," said Catullus, "I must beg you to promise me one thing." "Which is?" "Which is that, if you should ever make any use of the information I am about to give you, no one should ever know that it came from me, because the men I am about to speak of are rich and powerful. If they were merely to touch me with the tip of a finger, they would shatter me like glass." "Have no fear, my friend," said the abbé. "I am a priest and confessions die in my heart. Remember that we have no other purpose than to carry out the wishes of our friend in a proper manner, so speak frankly, but without animosity, tell the truth, and the whole truth. I do not know and probably never shall know the people about whom you are to speak. In any case, I am Italian and not French. I belong to God and not to men. I am going to return to my monastery, having left it only to carry out the last wishes of a dying man." This positive promise seemed to reassure Catullus slightly. "Well, in that case," he said, "I want to tell you the truth. I might even say, I am obliged to tell you about those whom poor Edmund considered his sincere and devoted friends." "Let us start with his father, if you would," the abbé said. "Edmund spoke a great deal to me about the old man, to whom he was most deeply attached." "It is a sad story," said Catullus, shaking his head. "You probably know how it started." "Yes, Edmund told me what happened up to the moment of his arrest, in a little cabaret near Marseille." "La Reserve." "Good Lord, yes. I can see the whole thing as if it were yesterday." "Was the occasion not his betrothal feast?" "Yes, a meal that started in merriment and ended in sorrow. A police commissioner came in, followed by 4 soldiers, and Dantes was arrested." "From this point onwards I know nothing," said the priest. "Dantes himself only knew whatever concerned him directly, because he never again saw any of the 5 people I mentioned to you or heard any news of them. Well, once Dantes had been taken into custody, Monsieur Morel went to discover what had happened to him, and the news was not good. The old man went back home alone, wept as he folded up his best suit, spent the rest of the day pacing backwards and forwards in his room and did not go to bed that night. I was living directly below and I could hear him walking around from dusk till dawn. I must tell you that I did not sleep, either, because the poor father's grief was so painful to me that each of his steps crashed against my heart as if he had really stamped his foot on my chest. The next day, Mercedes came to Marseille to beg Monsieur de Villefort's protection. She obtained nothing from him, but at the same time she went to see the old man. When she found him so sad and depressed, and learned that he had not been to bed that night or eaten since the day before, she wanted him to go with her so that she could take care of him, but the old man would never agree to it. No, he used to say, I shall never leave the house, because I am the person that my poor child loves above everything, and, if he comes out of prison, I am the one he will come to see first. What would he say if I was not there, waiting for him? I could hear all this from the landing, because I would have liked Mercedes to persuade the old man to go with her. I could not get a moment's rest with his footsteps resounding day after day above my head. But did you not go up to console the old man yourself? The priest asked. Ah, monsieur, said Catullus, you can only console those who wish to be consoled, and he didn't. In any case, I don't know why, but it seemed to me that he felt some disgust at the sight of me. Even so, one night when I could hear him sobbing, I could bear it no longer, so I went up. When I reached the door, he had stopped sobbing and was praying. I can't tell you, monsieur, what eloquent words and what heart-rending pleas he found for his prayer. It was more than piety, it was more than grief. I'm no pious hypocrite myself, and I don't like the Jesuits, and that day I thought, it's as well, after all, that I am alone and the good Lord never gave me any children, because if I was a father and I felt the same sorrow as that poor old man, I wouldn't be able to find all the words that he had for the good Lord, either in my memory or in my heart, so I would go straight away and throw myself into the sea, to avoid suffering any longer. Unhappy father, the priest muttered. Day by day, he lived more alone and more isolated. Often, Monsieur Morel and Mercedes came to see him, but his door was shut and, even though I was quite sure he was at home, he would not answer. One day when, exceptionally, he had invited Mercedes in and the poor girl, who was in despair herself, was trying to comfort him, he told her, believe me, my dear, he's dead. Instead of us waiting for him, he is waiting for us. I am happy to think that, being older than you, I shall be the first to see him again. However good-hearted one is, you understand, one eventually stops seeing people who depress you, so in the end old Dantes was all alone. From time to time, from then on, I would see only strangers going up to his room, then coming down again with some packet under their coats. I soon guessed what the packets were. He was gradually selling everything he had in order to stay alive. Finally he came to the end of his miserable possessions. He owed 3 lots of rent and the landlord threatened to evict him. He begged for another week, which he was allowed. I know all this because the landlord would come in to see me after leaving him. The first 3 days, I heard him walking around as usual, then on the 4th the sound stopped. I ventured to go up. The door was locked, but through the keyhole I could see him, looking so pale and haggard that I thought he must be really ill, so I sent for Monsieur Morel and went to see Mercedes. They both hurried round. Monsieur Morel brought a doctor who diagnosed gastroenteritis and prescribed a diet. I was there, monsieur, and I shall never forget the old man's smile when he heard that prescription. From then on, he opened his door. He had an excuse for not eating, since the doctor had put him on a diet. The abbé gave a sort of groan. You are interested in this story, I think, monsieur, said Cataris. Yes, the abbé replied. It is touching. Mercedes came back. She found him so changed that once more she wanted to take him to her home. This was also Monsieur Morel's advice, and he wanted to take him there by force, but the old man protested so loudly that they were afraid. Mercedes remained at his bedside and Monsieur Morel went away, indicating to the Catalan that he was leaving a purse on the mantelpiece. But, with the doctor's prescription to back him up, the old man refused to take anything. Finally, after 9 days of despair and abstinence, he died, cursing those who were the cause of his misfortune and telling Mercedes, if ever you see my Edmund again, tell him that I died with a blessing for him. The abbé got up, walked twice round the room and brought a trembling hand up to his dry throat. And you think that he died? Of starvation, monsieur, of starvation, said Cataris. I swear it, as surely as I am standing here. Convulsively the abbé seized the glass of water which was still half full, emptied it at a draught and sat down, red-eyed and pale-cheeked. You must admit that was dreadful misfortune, he said hoarsely. All the more so as God had nothing to do with it, and men alone were responsible. So tell me about these men, said the abbé, then he added, in a tone that was almost threatening, but remember that you promised to tell me everything. Who were these men who killed the son with despair and the father with hunger? 2 who were jealous of him, one for love, the other for ambition, Fernand and Danglars. So, how did this jealousy manifest itself? They denounced Edmund as a Bonapartist agent. Which of them denounced him? Who was the real guilty party? Both of them, monsieur. One wrote the letter, the other sent it. And where was the letter written? At La Réserve itself, the day before the wedding. That's it, the abbé muttered. Oh, Faria, Faria. How well you could read the hearts of men and the ways of the world. I beg your pardon, monsieur? Nothing, continue. It was Danglars who wrote the denunciation with his left hand, so that the writing would not be recognized, and it was Fernand who sent it. But, the abbé exclaimed suddenly, you were there. Me, said Catullus in astonishment. Who told you that? The abbé saw that he had gone too far. No one did, he said. But, to know all these details, you must have witnessed the events. It's true, Catullus said, his voice choking. I was there. And you did nothing to stop this outrage? Then you are an accomplice. Monsieur, said Catullus, they had both made me drink until I was almost senseless. Everything was blurred. I protested as much as a man can in such a state, but they assured me it was a joke they were playing and that nothing would come of it. The next day, monsieur. You saw plainly that something did come of it, the next day, but still you said nothing. Yet you were there when he was arrested. Yes, I was there and I wanted to speak out, to tell everything, but Danglars stopped me. Suppose that, by chance, he is guilty, he said. Suppose he really did stop off at Elba and has a letter to deliver to the Bonapartist committee in Paris, well then, if they find the letter on him, anyone who has spoken out in his favor will be suspected of complicity. I was afraid of getting mixed up in politics as they were then, I admit it. I said nothing, which was cowardly, I agree, but not a crime. I understand, you stood idly by, nothing more. Yes, monsieur, said Catullus, and I regret it every day of my life. I often ask God to forgive me, I swear, all the more so since this deed, the only act I have ever committed that weighs seriously on my conscience, is no doubt the cause of my present adversity. I am paying for a moment of selfishness, as I always say to La Carconte whenever she complains, quiet, woman, it's God's will dot. And Catullus bowed his head with every sign of genuine remorse. Very well, monsieur, said the abbé. You have been honest. Such a frank confession deserves forgiveness. Unfortunately, Catullus said, Edmond is dead and he never forgave me. But he did not know. Perhaps he does know now, they say that the dead know everything. There was a moment of silence. The abbé had risen and was walking around, deep in thought. Then he returned and sat down in his place. You spoke to me 2 or 3 times of one Monsieur Morel, he said. Who is this man? The owner of the Pharaon, Dante's employer. What part did he play in this sad business? The part of an honest, brave, and feeling man, monsieur. He interceded 20 times on Edmond's behalf. When the emperor returned, he wrote, begged and threatened, so much so that at the Second Restoration he was persecuted as a Bonapartist. 10 times, as I told you, he came to fetch old Dantes and take him to his own house, and the day before he died, or was it the day before that? As I told you already, he left a purse on the mantelpiece which served to pay the old man's debts and the expenses of his funeral, so the old fellow could at least die as he had lived, harming no one. I still have the purse, myself, a large one, in red crochet. Is Monsieur Morel still alive? Yes, Catullus replied. In that case, said the abbé, he must be a man blessed by God, he must be rich and happy. Catullus smiled bitterly. Yes, happy, he said, as I am. Monsieur Morel is unhappy, the abbé exclaimed. He is on the brink of destitution, monsieur, worse still, of dishonor. Why? That's how it is, Catullus continued. After 25 years of work, after acquiring the most honorable place among the merchants of Marseille, Monsieur Morel is utterly ruined. He has lost 5 vessels in the past 2 years, suffered 3 terrible bankruptcies and has nothing to hope for, except that same ship, the Pharaon that poor Dantes commanded, which is on its way from India with a cargo of cochineal and indigo. If that fails, as the others did, he is lost. Does this unfortunate man have a wife and children? Asked the abbé. Yes, he has a wife who has behaved like a saint through all this, and he has a daughter who was going to marry a man whom she loved, but now his family will not allow him to marry a ruined woman. He also has a son, a lieutenant in the army. But, as you will appreciate, this only increases the poor man's suffering, instead of easing it. If he was by himself, he would blow out his brains and that would be an end to it. This is appalling, the priest muttered. That's how God rewards virtue, monsieur, said Catharus. Look at me, I have never done a wicked deed, apart from the one I told you about, and I live in poverty. After watching my poor wife die of fever, unable to do anything for her, I shall die of starvation myself, as old Dantes did, while Fernand and Danglars are rolling in gold. How did this come about? Because everything turned out well for them, while everything turned out ill for honest people like myself. What has happened to Danglars? He is the most guilty, the instigator of it all, is that not so? What happened to him? He left Marseille and, on Monsieur Morel's recommendation, because Morel knew nothing of his crime, he went as accounts clerk to a Spanish banker. During the war in Spain he obtained a contract for supplying part of the French army and made a fortune. With this, he gambled on the exchange and tripled or quadrupled his fortune. He married his banker's daughter and, when she died, married a widow, Madame de Nargonne, daughter of Monsieur Servius, the present king's chamberlain, who enjoys support from the highest quarter. He became a millionaire, and they made him a baron, so that he is now Baron Danglars, with a private residence in the Rue du Mont Blanc, 10 horses in his stable, 6 lackeys in his antechamber and I don't know how many millions in his coffers. Ah, the abbé said, in an odd voice. And is he happy? That, no one can tell. The secret of happiness and misery is between 4 walls, walls have ears, but not tongues. If you can be happy with a great fortune, then Danglars is happy. And Fernand? Fernand is another story, too. But how could a poor Catalan fisherman, with no possessions and no education, make his fortune? I have to admit that is beyond me. And beyond everyone else. There must be some strange secret in his life that no one knows about. But by what visible means did he climb to his great fortune, or his high position? Both, monsieur. Both. He has both fortune and position. This is some wild yarn you are spinning. It may indeed seem so, but listen and you will understand. A few days before Bonaparte's return, Fernand was called up to the army. The Bourbons would have left him quietly in the Catalan village, but Napoleon came back and there was a general muster of troops, so Fernand had to go. I, too, had to leave, but as I was older than Fernand and had just married my poor wife, I was merely assigned to the coastal watch. Fernand was called up for active service, went to the frontier with his regiment and took part in the Battle of Ligny. The night after the battle, he was on orderly duty at the door of the general, who was secretly in contact with the enemy. That very night, this general was planning to go over to the English. He invited Fernand to accompany him. Fernand agreed, abandoned his post and followed the general. Something that would have had him court-martialed if Napoleon had stayed on the throne was an asset for him with the Bourbons. He came back to France with a sub-lieutenant's stripes, and as he remained a protégé of the general, who was much in favor, he was made captain in 1823, at the time of the war in Spain that is, at the very moment when Danglars was making his first investments. Fernand was a Spaniard, so he was sent to Madrid to report on the mood among his countrymen. He looked up Danglars, got in contact with him, promised his general support from the royalists in the capital and the provinces, received promises in his turn, entered into agreements, guided his regiment by tracks that he alone knew through gorges under royalist guard, and in short rendered such services in this short campaign that after the capture of the Trocadero too he was appointed colonel and awarded the cross of an officer of the Legion of Honor, together with the title of count. Fate, fate, muttered the abbé. Yes, but listen, that is not all. When the war ended in Spain, Fernand's career seemed to be threatened by the lengthy peace that was about to break out in Europe. Only Greece had risen against Turkey and begun its war for independence. All eyes were on Athens. It was fashionable to feel sympathy for the Greeks and to support their cause. The French government, while not openly taking sides, as you know, turned a blind eye to some active supporters. Fernand asked for permission to go and serve in Greece, which he obtained, while still remaining subject to the discipline of the army. Some time later it was learned that the Count of Monte Cristo, that was his title, had entered the service of Ali Pasha III with the rank of general instructor. As you know, Ali Pasha was killed, but before his death he rewarded Fernand for his services by leaving him a considerable amount of money. With it, Fernand returned to France and his rank of lieutenant general was confirmed. So, today, the abbé asked. So today, Catullus continued, he has a magnificent private residence in Paris, at number 27, Rue du Helder. The abbé opened his mouth to say something but hesitated for a moment, then, making an effort to control his feelings, he asked, and Mercedes? They tell me she disappeared? Disappeared, said Catullus. Yes, like the sun disappears, to rise more glorious the following day. So did she also make her fortune? The abbé asked, with an ironic smile. As we speak, Mercedes is one of the greatest ladies in Paris, said Catullus. Carry on, said the abbé. I feel as though I were listening to the account of some dream. But I have seen enough extraordinary things myself not to be so much amazed by what you are telling me. At first Mercedes was in despair at the cruel fate that had taken Edmond away from her. I have told you about her efforts to persuade Monsieur de Villefort and her devotion to Dante's father. In the midst of her despair, she suffered another blow. With Fernand's departure, she knew nothing of Fernand's guilt and considered him as her brother. With him gone, she was alone. 3 months went by, which she spent weeping. She had no news of Edmond and none of Fernand, nothing to turn to, in fact, but the spectacle of an old man dying of grief. One evening, having spent the whole day as she was accustomed to, seated at the crossing of the 2 roads between Marseille and the Catalan village, she returned home feeling more desolate than ever. Neither her lover nor her friend was coming down one or the other of the roads and she had no news of either of them. Suddenly, she thought she heard a familiar footstep. She turned around anxiously, the door opened and she saw Fernand appear in his sub-lieutenant's uniform. This was not even half of her sorrow relieved, but at least part of her past life had returned. She grasped Fernand's hands with a warmth that he mistook for love, though it was only joy at no longer being alone in the world, at finally seeing a friend after long hours of sadness and solitude. Then, it is true, she had never hated Fernand, it was just that she had never loved him, that's all. Her heart belonged to another, but this other was absent, he had vanished, perhaps he was dead. At this last thought, Mercedes burst into tears and wrung her hands in grief, but the notion, which she formerly used to reject when it was suggested to her by someone else, now came spontaneously to her mind. In any case, old Dantes was constantly telling her, our Edmond is dead, because otherwise he would come back to us. The old man died, as I told you. If he had lived, then perhaps Mercedes would never have married another, because he would have been there to reproach her with her infidelity. Fernand knew that. When he learned of the old man's death, he came back. By this time he was a lieutenant. On his earlier visit he had not said a word about love to Mercedes, but now he reminded her that he loved her. Mercedes asked him for 6 more months, so that she could wait for Edmond and mourn him. In effect, the abbé said with a bitter smile, that made 18 months in all. What more could any lover ask of his beloved? And he muttered the English poet's words, frailty, thy name is woman, 4. 6 months later, Catullus went on, the wedding took place at the Église des Écoles. The same church as the one in which she was to marry Edmond, the priest murmured. Only the bridegroom was different. So Mercedes married, Catullus continued. She appeared to everyone calm but, even so, nearly fainted as she walked past La Reserve where, 18 months earlier, she had celebrated her betrothal to the man whom she would have recognized that she still loved if she had dared search the bottom of her heart. Fernand was happier, but no more at ease, for I saw him at that time and he was constantly afraid that Edmond would return. He immediately set about taking his wife and himself abroad. There were too many dangers and too many memories for him to remain in Les Catalans. A week after the wedding, they left. And did you see Mercedes again? Asked the priest. Yes, at the time of the war in Spain, in Perpignan, where Fernand had left her. She was occupied in those days in educating her son. The abbé shuddered and asked, her son? Yes, Catullus replied. Little Albert. But if she was educating this child, said the abbé, did she have any education herself? I thought that Edmond told me she was a simple fisherman's daughter, beautiful but untutored. Ha, said Catullus. Did he know so little of his own fiancée? Mercedes could have been queen, monsieur, if the crown was only reserved for the most lovely and most intelligent heads. Her fortune was already growing and she grew with it. She learned to draw, she studied music, she learned everything. In any case, between ourselves, I think she only did all this to take her mind off it, to forget. She put all those things into her head to crush what she had in her heart. But now we must tell the truth, he went on. No doubt her wealth and honors consoled her. She is rich, she is a countess, and yet. He paused. And yet, said the abbé. And yet I am sure that she is not happy, said Catullus. What makes you think that? Well, when I fell on misfortune myself, I thought that my former friends might help me. I called on Danglars, who would not even receive me. I went to Fernand, and he sent his valet to give me 100 francs. So you did not see either of them? No, but Madame de Morcerf did see me. How was that? As I was leaving, a purse fell at my feet. There were 25 louis in it. I looked up quickly and saw Mercedes closing the shutter. And Monsieur de Villefort? Asked the abbé. Oh, he was never my friend, I didn't know him. I had no reason to ask him for help. But do you know what became of him, and what part he played in Edmond's misfortune? No. All I know is that, some time after having him arrested, he married Mademoiselle de Saint-Méran and shortly afterwards left Marseille. No doubt fortune smiled on him as it did on the others, no doubt he is as rich as Danglars and as highly thought of as Fernand. Only I have remained poor, as you see, destitute and forgotten by God. You are wrong there, my friend, said the abbé. God may sometimes appear to forget, when his justice is resting, but the time always comes when he remembers, and here is the proof. At this, he took the diamond from his pocket and gave it to Catullus, saying, Take this, my friend. Take this diamond, it is yours. What? All mine? Catullus exclaimed. Ah, monsieur, you are not teasing me, surely? This diamond was to be divided among his friends. Edmond had only one friend, so there is no need to divide it. Take the jewel and sell it. It is worth 50,000 francs, as I told you, and I hope that this sum will be enough to rescue you from poverty. Monsieur, Catullus said, nervously holding out one hand, while the other wiped the sweat that was beading on his brow. Oh, monsieur, do not jest with a man's happiness and despair. I know what happiness is, and what is despair, and I never jest with feelings. Take it, but in return. Catullus' hand had already touched the diamond, but he drew it back. The abbé smiled. In return, he continued, give me that red silk purse which Monsieur Morel left on old Dante's mantelpiece, which you told me was still in your possession. Increasingly astonished, Catullus went over to a large oak cupboard, opened it and gave the abbé a long purse of faded red silk, bound with 2 copper rings that had once been gilded. The abbé took it and in exchange gave Catarus the diamond. "You are a man of God, monsieur," cried Catarus. "Because no one knew that Edmund had given you this diamond and you could have kept it." "Yes, indeed," the abbé murmured to himself. "And likely enough that is what you would have done yourself." He got up and took his hat and gloves. "Everything that you told me is quite true, isn't it? I can believe every word?" "Look here, Monsieur l'Abbé," said Catarus. "Here in the corner of this wall is a crucifix of consecrated wood. Here, on this sideboard, is my wife's New Testament. Open it and I will swear to you on it, with my hand extended towards the crucifix. I will swear by my immortal soul, by my Christian faith, that I have told you everything just as it was and as the recording angel will whisper it into God's ear on the day of judgment." "Very good," said the abbé, convinced by his tone that Catarus was telling the truth. "Very good. Let the money benefit you. Farewell, I am going to withdraw far from the haunts of men who do so much ill to one another." Escaping with difficulty from Catarus' expressions of thanks, he went over and himself drew back the bolt on the door, went out, remounted his horse, waved for the last time to the innkeeper, who was pouring out incoherent farewells, and set off in the direction from which he had come. When Catarus turned around, he found La Carconte behind him, paler and more unsteady than ever. "Is it true, what I heard?" she asked. "What?" "That he has given us the diamond for ourselves alone," said Catarus, almost mad with joy. "Yes. Nothing could be truer. Here it is." The woman looked at it for a moment, then muttered, "Suppose it is a fake?" Catarus went pale and swayed on his feet. "A fake," he mumbled. "A fake? Why would this man give me a fake diamond?" "To learn your secrets without paying for them, idiot." For a time Catarus was stunned by the awfulness of this possibility. Then he said, "Ah, we shall soon know." And he took his hat and placed it on the red handkerchief knotted around his head. "How?" "The fair is at Beaucaire, there are jewelers from Paris there. I'll show them the diamond. Look after the house, woman. I'll be back in 2 hours." And he ran out of the house, taking the opposite road from the one down which the stranger had just ridden. 50,000 francs, murmured La Carconte, when she was alone. "That is a lot of money, but it's not a fortune." Atenei. The prison register. The day after the one on which the scene we have just described took place on the road between Bellegarde and Beaucaire, a man of between 30 and 32 years of age, dressed in a cornflower blue frock coat, nankeen trousers, and a white waistcoat, whose manner and accent both proclaimed him to be British, presented himself at the house of the mayor of Marseille. "Monsieur," he said, "I am the head clerk of the house of Thomson and French, of Rome. For the past 10 years we have had dealings with Morel and Son of Marseille. We have some 100,000 francs invested in the business, and we are somewhat uneasy, since the company is said to be on the brink of ruin. I have therefore arrived directly from Rome to ask you for information about its affairs." "I do indeed know, monsieur," the mayor replied, "that for the past 4 or 5 years Monsieur Morel seems to have been dogged by misfortune. He lost 4 or 5 ships in succession and suffered from 3 or 4 bankruptcies. But, even though I myself am his creditor for around 10,000 francs, it is not appropriate for me to give you any information about his financial affairs. Ask me, as mayor, what I think of Monsieur Morel and I shall tell you that he is a man who was honest to the point of inflexibility and that he has up to now fulfilled all his responsibilities with the utmost nicety. That is all I can tell you, monsieur. If you wish to know anything further, you must ask Monsieur de Beauville, Inspector of Prisons, residing at number 15, Rue des Noailles. I believe he has 200,000 francs invested in Monsieur Morel's firm, and, if there is really anything to be feared, as the amount is far greater than mine, you will probably find him better informed than I am about the matter." The Englishman appeared to appreciate the delicacy of this reply. He bowed and left, making his way towards the street in question with that stride which is peculiar to the natives of Great Britain. M. de Boville was in his study. Seeing him, the Englishman started, as if with surprise, suggesting that this was not the first time they had met. As for M. de Boville, he was so desperate that it was obvious that his mind, entirely taken up with its immediate concerns, had no room left for either his memory or his imagination to wander back into the past. The Englishman, with the phlegm characteristic of his race, asked him more or less the same question and in the same terms as he had just put to the mayor of Marseille. "Alas, monsieur!" M. de Boville exclaimed. "Your fears are unfortunately quite justified, and you see before you a desperate man. I had 200,000 francs invested in the house of Morel. That money was my daughter's dowry. She was to be married in a fortnight. It was to be reimbursed, the first 100,000 on the 15th of this month, the remainder on the 15th of next month. I advised Monsieur Morel that I wished to have the money paid in due time, and now he has just been here, monsieur, barely half an hour ago, to tell me that if his ship the Pharaon does not return between now and the 15th, he will be unable to reimburse me." "But this sounds very like procrastination," said the Englishman. "Why not rather say that it sounds like bankruptcy?" M. de Boville cried in despair. The Englishman seemed to reflect for a moment, then said, "So you are anxious about the repayment of this debt?" "More than that, I consider it lost." "Very well, I shall buy it from you." "You?" "Yes, indeed." "But at a huge discount, I don't doubt?" "No, for 200,000 francs. Our company," the Englishman said with a laugh, "does not do that kind of business." "And how will you pay?" "In cash." The Englishman took a sheaf of banknotes out of his pocket, probably amounting to twice the sum that M. de Boville was afraid of losing. A look of joy suffused M. de Boville's face, but he made an effort and said, "I must warn you, monsieur, that in all probability you will not recover 6% of the amount." "That does not concern me," the Englishman replied. "It concerns the house of Thomson and French. I am only acting for them. Perhaps they wish to hasten the ruin of a rival firm. All that I do know, monsieur, is that I am prepared to give you this sum in exchange for the transfer of the debt. All I shall want is a brokerage fee." "What, monsieur? This is too scrupulous!" M. de Boville exclaimed. "There is usually a commission of 1.5%. Do you want 2? Or 3? Do you want 5%? Or more? Tell me." "Monsieur," said the Englishman with a laugh, "I am like my firm, which does not do that kind of business. No, my fee is of quite a different kind." "Tell me." "I am listening." "You are the inspector of prisons?" "I have been for 14 years. "You hold the registers of admissions and discharges?" "Naturally." "And notes concerning the prisoners are attached to these registers?" "There is a dossier on each prisoner." "Well, monsieur, I was brought up in Rome by a poor devil of an abbé who suddenly disappeared. I later learned that he was held in the Château d'If. I should like to have some information about his death." "What was his name?" "Abbé Faria." "Oh, yes. I remember very well." M. de Boville said. "He was mad." "So it was said." "Oh, there's no doubt about it." "Quite probably. What was the nature of his madness?" "He claimed to have knowledge of some huge treasure and would offer vast sums to the government if it would set him free." "The poor devil! And he died?" "Yes, monsieur, some 5 or 6 months ago, last February." You have an excellent memory, monsieur, to remember the date so precisely. I recall it because something strange happened at the same time as the poor man's death. Can you tell me what that was? The Englishman asked, with a look of curiosity that a close observer would have been surprised to see on his normally impassive features. Why, yes, I can. The abbé's cell was some 45 or 50 feet approximately from that of a former Bonapartist agent, one of those who did most to assist in the usurper's return in 1815, a very resolute and dangerous fellow. Indeed, said the Englishman. Yes, said M. de Beauville. I even had occasion to see the man in 1816 or 1817, and you could only enter his cell with a squad of soldiers. The man made a deep impression on me. I shall never forget his face. The Englishman gave a hint of a smile. So you say that the two cells, he continued, were about 50 feet apart, but it seems that this Edmond Dantès, this dangerous man, was called Edmond Dantès. Yes, monsieur, it appears that this Edmond Dantès had obtained some tools, or made them for himself, because they found a passageway through which the two prisoners used to communicate. The passage was no doubt made with a view to escape? Precisely. But, unfortunately for the prisoners, Abbé Faria had a seizure and died. I understand. That must have put an end to the plans for escape. As far as the dead man was concerned, yes, M. de Beauville replied. But not for the one who was left alive. On the contrary, this Dantès saw the means to hasten his escape. No doubt he thought that prisoners who die in the Château d'If are buried in an ordinary cemetery. He moved the dead man into his own cell, took his place in the shroud into which he had been sewn, and waited for the body to be buried. That was a risky plan, arguing some courage, the Englishman said. Ah, as I told you, monsieur, he was a very dangerous fellow, but, fortunately, he himself relieved the government of any fears it may have had on his account. How was that? What? Don't you understand? No. The Château d'If has no cemetery. The dead are simply thrown into the sea after a 36-pound cannonball has been tied to their legs. Which means, said the Englishman, as if he was finding it hard to follow. Well, of course they attached the weight to his legs and threw him into the sea. Really, the Englishman exclaimed. Yes, monsieur, the inspector went on. You can just imagine the fugitive's amazement when he felt himself falling from the top of the cliff. I should like to have seen his face at that moment. It would have been difficult. No matter, said M. de Beauville, in much better humor, now that he was certain of recovering his 200,000 francs. No matter. I can still imagine it. And he burst out laughing. So can I, said the Englishman, starting to laugh in his turn, but in the way that the English laugh, through clenched teeth. I suppose that means, he went on, being the first to regain his composure, that he was drowned. Yes. Well and truly. With the result that the prison governor got rid of the maniac and the madman simultaneously? Just as you say. I imagine some sort of report was drawn up about it? Yes, certainly, a death certificate. You understand, Dante's relatives, if he has any, might wish to know for certain whether he was alive or dead. And now they can rest assured if they have anything to inherit from him. He is definitely dead? Oh, heavens, yes, no doubt about it. They will have a certificate whenever they want. So be it, said the Englishman. But to return to the registers, indeed. This story distracted us. Forgive me. For what? For the story? Not at all, it intrigued me. It is intriguing. So, monsieur, you want to see everything concerning your poor abbé. He was as mild as a lamb. I should very much like to. Come into my study and I shall show it to you. They both went into M. de Beauville's study, where everything was perfectly in order, each register at its number, each dossier in its box. The inspector asked the Englishman to sit down in the armchair and put in front of him the register and dossier relating to the Château d'If, allowing him to peruse it at his leisure, while he sat in a corner and read the newspaper. The Englishman had no difficulty finding the dossier concerning Abbé Faria, but it appeared that he had been greatly interested in the story that M. de Beauville had told him because, after studying these first papers, he continued to peruse the file until he came to the bundle concerning Edmond Dantès. Here, he found everything in its place, the denunciation, the interrogation, M. Morel's petition and M. de Villefort's annotation. He quietly folded the denunciation and put it in his pocket, read the interrogation and observed that it did not mention the name of Noirtier, and read through the petition dated April 10, 1815, in which Morel, following the advice of the deputy prosecutor, had exaggerated the services rendered by Dantès to the imperial cause, with the best of intentions, since Napoleon was then still on the throne, all of which was confirmed by Villefort's signature. At this, he understood everything. Under the Second Restoration, this petition to Napoleon, which Villefort had kept, became a deadly weapon in the hands of the royal prosecutor. Thus he was not surprised, continuing through the register, to find these sentences bracketed together opposite his name. Edmond Dantès, fanatical Bonapartist, played an active part in the return from Elba. To be kept in solitary confinement, under the closest supervision. Beneath these lines, in different handwriting, he read, in view of the above note, no action. However, by comparing the writing in the brackets with that on the certificate under M. Morel's petition, he felt certain that both were in the same hand, and that the hand was Villefort's. As for the note appended to the note, the Englishman realized that it must have been placed there by an inspector who had taken a passing interest in Dantès' case, but who would have been unable to take any further steps in his favor because of the information that we have just quoted. As we mentioned, the inspector had placed himself some distance away and was reading Le Drapeau Blanc, so as not to inconvenience Abbé Faria's former pupil. This is why he did not see the Englishman fold and pocket the denunciation that Danglars had written in the arbor at La Réserve, which bore the stamp of the Marseille post office for the evening collection at 6 o'clock on February 27. We have to admit, on the other hand, that, even if he had seen this, he attached too little importance to this scrap of paper and too much to his 200,000 francs to protest at what the Englishman was doing, however improper it might be. "Thank you," the latter said, slamming the register shut. "I have what I need. Now I must keep my side of the bargain. Prepare a transfer of the money you are owed, in which you acknowledge that you have received the full sum, and I shall count it out." He got up so that M. de Beauville could take his place at the desk, where he sat down and proceeded, as quickly and simply as possible, to draw up the necessary paper, while the Englishman was counting the banknotes onto the edge of the filing cabinet. 6. Morel and Company. Someone who had known the interior of the house of Morel a few years earlier, and who had then returned to Marseille at the period now reached by our narrative, would have found it much changed. In place of that relaxed atmosphere of life and good cheer that seems to be, so to speak, exhaled by a firm enjoying prosperity, in place of the happy faces looking out of the windows and the busy clerks hurrying down the corridors with pens behind their ears, in place of the courtyard full of boxes, resounding to the shouts and laughter of the delivery men, in place of all this, from the moment he came in, he would have found an indefinable air of sadness and death. The corridor was empty, the courtyard deserted, and, of all the many employees who had once crowded into the offices, only two remained. The first was a young man, aged about 23 or 24, named Emmanuel Herbault, who was in love with M. Morel's daughter and had stayed with the firm despite his relatives' efforts to extricate him, while the other was an old cashier, one-eyed, nicknamed Cockles by the young people who had once populated this vast, busy hive which was now almost uninhabited, a label that had now so completely and utterly replaced any previous ones, that in all probability he would not even have turned around if someone were to have called him by his true name. Cockles had remained in M. Morrel's service, and the good man's situation had changed in a rather unusual way. He had simultaneously risen to the rank of cashier and fallen to that of a house servant. He was still the same Cockles for all that, kind, patient and devoted, but immovable when it came to arithmetic, the only point on which he would have challenged the whole world, even M. Morrel, knowing nothing beyond his Pythagorean tables, but having these at his fingertips, whichever way one chose to turn them or however one tried to lure him into error. In the midst of the general depression that had settled over the firm of Morrel & Son, Cockles was the only one who had remained impassive. There should be no mistake, this impassivity was not due to any lack of feeling, but on the contrary to an unshakable faith. We have mentioned that the host of clerks and employees who owed their livelihood to the shipowner's firm had gradually deserted the office and the shop, like the rats which, so they say, gradually leave a ship when it has been preordained by fate to perish at sea, with the result that these self-interested guests have entirely abandoned it by the time it sets sail. Cockles had watched all of them depart without even thinking to inquire into the cause of their departure. Everything for Cockles came down to a matter of numbers, and, in the 20 years that he had worked for Morrel's, he had always seen payments go through without hindrance and with such regularity that he could no more accept an end to that regularity or a suspension of those payments, than a miller whose wheel is turned by the waters of a plentiful stream would accept that the same stream might cease to flow. Indeed, nothing so far had threatened Cockles' confidence. The previous month's payments had gone through with absolute punctuality. Cockles had noted an error of 70 centimes which M. Morrel had made to his own detriment and, the same day, brought the excess 14 sous to M. Morrel, who took them with a melancholy smile and dropped them into an almost empty drawer, saying, "Cockles, Cockles, you are a jewel among cashiers." So Cockles left, more or less satisfied. Praise from M. Morrel, himself a jewel among the best men in Marseille, did more for Cockles' self-esteem than a bonus of 50 écus. However, since achieving this victory over the end-of-month payments, M. Morrel had suffered some moments of agony. It had meant mustering all his resources. Fearful that the rumor concerning his difficulties might spread through the town if he was seen to be turning to such extremities, he had traveled in person to the fair at Beaucaire to sell some jewelry belonging to his wife and daughter, and part of his silver. As a result of this sacrifice, the reputation of the house of Morrel had been spared the slightest hint of a stain, but the cash-box was totally empty. With its usual egoism, all credit had slipped away, terrified by the rumors. The truth was that if he was to meet the 100,000 francs which he would owe M. de Beauville on the 15th of the present month, and the second 100,000 francs which would fall due on the 15th of the month following, M. Morrel's only hope lay in the return of the Pharaon, which had certainly set sail, as they knew from another ship which had weighed anchor at the same time and which had come safely to port. But this ship, coming, like the Pharaon, from Calcutta, had arrived a fortnight earlier, while there was as yet no news of the Pharaon. This is how things stood when, the day after concluding the important business we have described with M. de Beauville, the agent of the firm of Thomson and French, of Rome, announced himself on his arrival at Morrel & Son. He was received by Emmanuel. The young man shied away from any unfamiliar face, because each new one meant a new creditor who had come to demand something from the shipowner, and he wished to spare his employer the unpleasantness of this visit, so he questioned the stranger. But the latter declared that he had nothing to say to M. Emmanuel, he wished to speak to M. Morrel in person. With a sigh, Emmanuel called Cockles. Cockles appeared, and the young man asked him to take the stranger to see M. Morrel. Cockles went ahead, the stranger following. On the staircase they passed a beautiful girl of between 16 and 17, who looked uneasily at the stranger. The latter noticed the look, though it was lost on Cockles. "Monsieur Morrel is in his study, Mademoiselle Julie?" he asked. "Yes, at least I think he is," the girl replied, hesitating. "Cockles, you go first and see, and if my father is there," announced the gentleman. "There is no point in announcing me, mademoiselle," the Englishman replied. Monsieur Morel does not know my name. This good man has only to let him know that I am the head clerk of Messrs. Thomson and French, of Rome, with whom your father's firm does business. The girl paled and carried on down the stairs, while Cockles and the stranger continued on their way up. She went into the office where Emmanuel was sitting, and Cockles, using a key that had been entrusted to him and which warned the boss of some important arrival, opened a door in a corner of the second-floor landing, showed the stranger into an antechamber, opened a second door, which he then closed behind him and, after momentarily leaving the emissary of Thomson and French on his own, reappeared and signaled to him to enter. The Englishman did so, to find M. Morel sitting at a table, paling at the awful columns of figures in the register that recorded his debts. Seeing the foreigner, he closed the register, rose and drew up a chair. Then, when the other man was seated, he sat down. 14 years had profoundly changed the merchant who, 36 years old at the beginning of this story, was now about to reach 50. His hair was gray, his forehead was lined with anxious furrows, and his look, which had once been so firm and confident, had become vague and irresolute, as if it were constantly trying to avoid having to settle on a single idea or a single person. The Englishman looked at him with curiosity and obvious interest. "Monsieur," said Morel, apparently made still more uneasy by this appraisal, "you wish to speak to me?" "Yes, monsieur." "You know on whose behalf I am here?" "The firm of Thomson and French, or so my cashier says." "He informed you correctly, monsieur. The firm of Thomson and French had some 300,000 or 400,000 francs to pay in France in the course of this month and the following, so, knowing your reputation for scrupulous punctuality, it collected all the bills that it could find with your signature and requested me to cash these bills successively as they came up for payment and to make use of the funds." Morel gave a deep sigh and drew a hand across a forehead covered in sweat. "So, monsieur," he said, "you have bills of exchange signed by me?" "Yes, monsieur, for some considerable amount." "For how much?" Morel asked, in what he hoped was a confident voice. "Well, first of all," the Englishman said, taking a sheaf of papers out of his pocket, "here is a transfer of 200,000 francs made out to the benefit of our firm by Monsieur de Beauville, Inspector of Prisons." "Do you acknowledge owing this amount to Monsieur de Beauville?" "Yes, I do. It was an investment that he made in my company, some 5 years ago, at 4.5%. To be repaid. Half on the 15th of this month, half on the 15th of next month." "That's right. Then I have here 32,000 francs, for the end of this month. These are bills which you have signed and which have been made out to our order by third parties." "I accept that," said Morel, blushing with shame at the thought that for the first time in his life he might be unable to honor his signature. "Is that all?" "No, monsieur. In addition, I have these bills, due at the end of next month, assigned to us by the firms of Pascal and Wilde and Turner of Marseille, about 55,000 francs. In all, 287,500 francs. Poor Morel's suffering as all this was being counted out is impossible to describe. 287,500 francs, he repeated mechanically. "Yes, monsieur," the Englishman replied. "Then, after a moment's silence, I cannot conceal from you, Monsieur Morel, that even allowing for your probity, which until now has been beyond reproach, the general rumor in Marseille is that you will not be able to meet your debts." At this almost brutally direct approach, the color drained horribly from Morel's face. "Monsieur," he said, "so far, and it is now more than 24 years since I took over this firm from my father, who had himself managed it for 35 years, so far, not a single bill signed by Morel and Son has been presented at our counter and gone unpaid." "Yes, I know that," said the Englishman. "But, as one man of honor to another, tell me honestly, will you be able to pay these as promptly?" Morel shuddered and looked at the man opposite him with more confidence than he had shown so far. "A question which is asked with such frankness," he said, "deserves an equally frank answer. Yes, monsieur, I shall pay if, as I hope, my ship arrives safely to port, because its arrival will restore to me the credit that has been lost to me because of a succession of accidents. But if, by misfortune, the Pharaon, which I am counting on as my last resource, were to fail me. Tears came to the poor ship owner's eyes. Well, if this last resource were to fail. Well, monsieur, it is hard to say it, but I am already used to misfortune and I must learn to be used to shame. I believe that I should be obliged to withhold payment. Have you no friends who could help you in these circumstances? Morel smiled sadly and said, in business, monsieur, as you very well know, one has no friends, only associates. That is true, the Englishman muttered. So you have only one hope left? Only one. Your last? My last. So that if this hope fails, I am lost, monsieur, completely lost. As I was on my way to see you, a ship was coming into port. I know. A young man who has remained loyal to me in my misfortune spends part of his time at a lookout on the top floor of the house, hoping to be able to be the first to bring me good news. He told me of this ship's arrival. But it is not yours? No, it is a ship from Bordeaux, the Gironda, also coming from India, but not mine. Perhaps it encountered the Pharaon and will bring you news. I must admit, monsieur, that I am almost as fearful of receiving news of my vessel as of remaining in this uncertainty. At least uncertainty means the continuation of hope. And M. Morel added glumly, this delay is not natural. The Pharaon left Calcutta on February the 5th. It should have been here more than a month ago. What is that? The foreigner said, straining his ears. What is the meaning of that noise? My God! Oh, my God! Morel exclaimed, becoming pale. What is it now? There was a considerable noise on the staircase, comings and goings, even a cry of distress. Morel got up to open the door, but his strength failed and he slipped back into his chair. The two men remained facing one another, Morel shaking uncontrollably, the foreigner studying him with a look of profound pity. The noise had ceased, but Morel still appeared to be waiting for something. The noise had a cause and must in turn produce some effect. The foreigner thought he could hear the footsteps of several people coming up the stairs and stopping on the landing. A key turned in the first door and it creaked on its hinges. Only two people have the key to that door, Morel muttered, Cockles and Julie. At that moment, the second door opened and the young girl appeared, pale, her cheeks bathed in tears. Morel got up, trembling, and leant against the arm of his chair, because he could not stand up. He wanted to ask a question, but his voice failed him. Oh, father, the girl said, clasping her hands. Forgive your child who was the bringer of bad news. The color drained from Morel's cheeks and Julie threw herself into his arms. Father! Father, she cried. Have courage. The Pharaon is lost, he asked in a strangled voice. The girl did not reply, but nodded her head, still pressing it against his chest. And the crew? Morel asked. Safe, said the girl, saved by the ship from Bordeaux that has just come into port. Morel raised both hands heavenwards with a sublime look of resignation and gratitude. Thank you, Lord, he said. At least you have smitten me alone. Phlegmatic though the Englishman was, a tear rose to his eye. Come in, said Morel. I suppose you are all there at the door. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken these words than Madame Morel came in, sobbing, followed by Emmanuel. Behind them, in the antechamber, could be seen the rough features of 7 or 8 half-naked sailors. At the sight of these men, the Englishman started. He took a step as if to approach them, then thought better of it and stepped back into the darkest, most distant corner of the study. Madame Morel went and sat down in the armchair, taking one of her husband's hands in her own, while Julie remained clinging to his breast. Emmanuel had stayed halfway across the room and seemed to link the Morel family group to the sailors at the door. "How did it happen?" Morel asked. "Come here, Penelon," said the young man, "and tell us." An old sailor, tanned by the equatorial sun, stepped forward, twisting the remains of a hat between his hands. "Good day, Monsieur Morel," he said, as if he had left Marseille only the day before and had returned from Aix or Toulon. "Good day, my friend," the shipowner said, unable to suppress a smile, even through his tears. "But where is your captain?" "As far as the captain is concerned, Monsieur Morel, he stayed behind, ill, in Palma. But, God willing, it was nothing and you will see him home in a few days, as fit as you or I." "That's good. Now speak up, Penelon," said M. Morel. Penelon switched his quid of tobacco from the right cheek to the left, put his hand in front of his mouth, turned around and spat a long jet of blackish saliva into the antechamber, then stepped forward and, swaying on his hips, began. "Well now, Monsieur Morel, we were near enough between Cape Blanc and Cape Boyador in sailing before a nice south-southeaster after having been well and truly becalmed for a week, when Captain Gommard came over to me. I should mention I was at the wheel, and said, 'Penelon, old boy, what do you think of them there clouds gathering on the horizon?' And I'll be blowed if I wasn't looking at them myself." "What do I think of them, Captain?" "What I think is they're coming up a bit faster than they need to and they're a bit darker than well-meaning clouds have any right to be." "I'm thinking the same myself," said the captain, "and I'm going to take some precautions. We are carrying too much sail for the wind that's coming. Hey, there! Bring in the royal and furl the flying jib." It was not before time. Hardly had the order been carried out than we had the wind on our heels and the ship was listing. "Fair enough," said the captain. "We're still carrying too much sail. Furl the mainsail." 5 minutes later, the mainsail was furled and we had only the foresail, the topsails and the topgallants. "So, tell me, old Penelon," said the captain. "Why are you shaking your head?" "Because, in your place, I still wouldn't be running ahead like that." "I think you're right, old man," he said. "There's a puff of wind coming." "If that's how you like to put it, Captain," I said. "Anyone who bought what's down there at the price of a puff would make on the bargain. It's an out-and-out storm, if I've ever seen one. By which I mean you could see the wind coming like you can see the dust rising in Montredon Point 1. Luckily this storm was up against a man who knew it. "Double reef the topsails," the captain yelled. "Let go the bowlines, to take in the topsails and weigh the yards." "That was not enough in those waters," said the Englishman. "I should have reefed in 4 times and got rid of the foresail." Everyone started at the unexpected sound of this firm, sonorous voice. Penelon shaded his eyes with his hand and looked at the person who was so confidently directing his captain's maneuver. "We did better than that, monsieur," the old sailor said, with some respect, "because we struck the mizzen and turned into the wind to run before the storm. 10 minutes later, we struck the main topsails and went on with bare masts." "The ship was rather old to risk doing that," the Englishman said. "Yes, it was indeed. That's what did for us. After 12 hours of being tossed this way and that, as if the devil was on our tail, we sprang a leak. Penelon, the captain told me, I think we're going under, old chap. Give me the wheel and go down into the hold." I gave him the wheel and went below. There was already 3 feet of water. I came back up, shouting, "All hands to the pump! To the pump!" But it was already too late. We all set to it, but I think the more we put out, the more there was coming in. "Damn it!" I said after we'd struggled for 4 hours. "Since we're sinking, let's sink, you only die once." Is that how you set an example, Master Penelon? Said the captain. Well, just you wait there. And he went to fetch a pair of pistols from his cabin. The first man who leaves the pump, said he, I'll blow his brains out. That was well done, said the Englishman. Nothing inspires a man like a solid argument, the sailor went on, and all the more so as meanwhile the weather had lightened and the wind had fallen. But, for all that, the water kept on rising, not much, perhaps 2 inches an hour, but it did rise. You see, 2 inches an hour may seem like nothing, but in 12 hours it's not an inch short of 24, and 24 inches are 2 feet. Those 2 feet, added to the 3 we had already, makes 5. And when a ship has 5 feet of water in it, it's fit to be called dropsical. Come on, then, said the captain. That's enough. Monsieur Morel will have nothing to reproach us for, we've done what we could to save the ship, now we must try to save the men. To the boats, boys, and look sharp about it. Listen, Monsieur Morel, Penelon continued. We love the Pharaon, but, much as a sailor may love his ship, he loves his hide better. So we didn't wait to be asked twice, especially as the ship itself was groaning as if to say, be off with you, be off with you. And it was telling the truth, the poor old Pharaon, because you could feel it literally going down under our feet. So in a trice the boat was in the sea and all 8 of us were in the boat. The captain came down last, or, rather, he didn't come down, because he didn't want to leave the ship. I had to seize him myself and throw him after our shipmates, before jumping in myself. It was not too soon. Just after I jumped, the deck burst with a noise which you would have thought was a volley from a 48-gun man-of-war. 10 minutes later, it dipped its bows, then its stern, then started to roll over like a dog chasing its own tail. And finally, hi-ho, boys! Brew! Down she went, no more Pharaon. As for us, we were 3 days with nothing to eat or drink, and we'd even started to talk about drawing lots to see which of us would be food for the rest, when we saw the Gironda. We signaled to her, she saw us, made for where we were, put down her boat and picked us up. That's how it happened, Monsieur Morel, on my word. On the word of a sailor. Isn't that true, you others? A general murmur of assent showed that the storyteller had unanimous support for the truth of the basic facts and the picturesque embroidery of the details. Very well, my friends, said M. Morel, you are fine men, and I already knew that no one was responsible for the misfortune that has befallen me other than my own fate. It's God's will and not the fault of men. Let us bow to his will. Now, how much pay are you owed? Oh, no. Let's not talk about that, Monsieur Morel. On the contrary, let's, said the shipowner with a melancholy smile. In that case, we are owed 3 months, said Penelon. Cockles, pay 200 francs to each of these good men. At any other time, my friends, he went on, I should have added, and give each of them 200 francs bonus. But times are bad, and the little money that remains is not mine to give. So accept my regrets, and don't hold it against me. Penelon grimaced with emotion, turned to his companions, said a few words to them and turned back. As far as that's concerned, Monsieur Morel, he said, shifting his quid of tobacco to the other side of his mouth and sending a second jet of saliva into the antechamber to balance the first, as far as that's concerned. What's concerned? The money, well? Well, Monsieur Morel, my comrades say that for the moment they will have enough with 50 francs each, and they can wait for the rest. My dear friends, exclaimed M. Morel, deeply moved. Thank you, you are all the best of men. But take it. Take it, and if you find a good owner to sail with, join him, you are free. This last remark produced a startling effect on the worthy seamen. They looked at one another aghast. Penelon, as if winded by a blow, almost swallowed his quid, luckily he put a hand to his throat in time. What, Monsieur Morel, he said in a strangled voice. What? You are dismissing us. Are you displeased with us? No, my children, not at all, said the shipowner. I am not displeased, quite the opposite. I am not dismissing you. But what do you expect? I have no more ships, I have no further need of seamen. What do you mean, you have no more ships, said Penelon. Well, have some more built. We'll wait. Thank God, we know what it is to ride out a spell of bad weather. I have no money left to build ships, Penelon, the shipowner replied, smiling sadly. I can't accept your offer, generous as it is. Well, if you have no money, don't pay us. We'll just do what the poor old Pharaoh did, we'll keep our sails furled. Enough, my dear friends, enough! Morel exclaimed, stifled with emotion. Go, I beg you. We shall meet again in better times. You go with them, Emmanuel, and see that my wishes are carried out. At least this is not farewell forever, is it, Monsieur Morel, said Penelon. No, my friends, at least, I hope not. Goodbye then. He signaled to Cockles, who took the lead, the sailors followed the cashier and Emmanuel followed the sailors. Now, the shipowner said to his wife and daughter, please leave us alone for a moment. I have to talk to this gentleman. He nodded towards the representative of Thomson and French, who had remained motionless throughout this scene, standing in his corner and intervening only with the few words we mentioned. The two women looked at the stranger, whom they had entirely forgotten, and left the room, but as she went the girl addressed a sublime look of supplication to him, to which he replied with a smile that any disinterested observer would have been astonished to see flowering on that icy face. The two men were left alone. Well, monsieur, said Morel, slumping down into a chair. You saw and heard everything, so there is nothing for me to say. What I saw, monsieur, said the Englishman, is that you have suffered a further misfortune, as undeserved as the rest, and this has confirmed me in my desire to oblige you. Oh, monsieur, said Morel. Let us see, said the foreigner. I am one of your principal creditors, am I not? You are certainly the one whose bills fall due in the shortest time. Would you like a stay before paying me? A space of time might save my honor and so my life. How long do you need? Morel hesitated. 2 months, he said. Good. I shall give you 3. But do you think that the house of Thomson and French? Have no fear, monsieur, I take full responsibility. Today is June the 5th. Yes. Well, reassign all these bills to September the 5th. On that day at 11 in the morning, the clock showed precisely 11 as he spoke, I shall present myself here. I shall be waiting for you, monsieur, said Morel. And you shall be paid, or I shall be dead. The last words were spoken so softly that the other man could not hear them. The bills were renewed, the old ones torn up, and at least the poor shipowner found himself with 3 months to muster his last resources. The Englishman accepted his thanks with the sang-froid peculiar to his nation and took his leave of Morel, who accompanied him with his blessings as far as the door. On the staircase he met Julie. The girl was pretending to go down, but in fact had been waiting for him. Oh, monsieur, she said, clasping her hands. Mademoiselle, the foreigner said. One day you will receive a letter signed by Sinbad the sailor. Do precisely as this letter tells you, however strange its instructions may seem. Yes, monsieur, Julie said. Do you promise me this? I promise. Very well. Farewell, mademoiselle. Stay always as good and virtuous as you are now, and I truly believe God will reward you by giving you Emmanuel as a husband. Julie gave a little cry, blushed as red as a cherry and clasped the banister to stop herself falling. The stranger went on his way, with a wave of farewell. In the courtyard he met Penelon, who was holding a roll of 100 francs in each hand, apparently undecided whether to take them with him. "Come with me, friend," the stranger said. "We must talk." XXX. September the 5th. The stay granted by the representative of Thomson and French, just when M. Morel least expected it, seemed to the poor shipowner like one of those changes of fortune which tell a man that fate has at last tired of hounding him. The same day, he told his daughter, his wife and Emmanuel what had happened, and a modicum of hope, if not peace of mind, descended on the family. But unfortunately Morel did not only have to deal with Thomson and French, who appeared so well disposed towards him. As he himself said, in business one has associates, but no friends. When he thought seriously about it, he could not even understand the generosity of Messrs. Thomson and French. The only explanation he could find was that the firm had made the following self-interested calculation: it is better to support a man who owes us nearly 300,000 francs, and have the money at the end of 3 months, than to precipitate his ruin and have only 6 or 8% of the original sum. Unfortunately, whether through hatred or blindness, not all M. Morel's associates thought in that way, some even thought the opposite. The bills that Morel had signed were consequently presented at the till with scrupulous punctuality, but, thanks to the time that had been allowed them by the Englishman, were paid on the nail by Cockles. The latter consequently went on in his state of fateful indifference. Only M. Morel could appreciate, with horror, that if he had had to reimburse the 50,000 francs to de Beauville on the 15th and, on the 30th, the 32,500 francs of bills for which, as for his debt to the inspector of prisons, he had obtained a stay, he would have been a lost man that very month. The conclusion in business circles in Marseille was that Morel would not be able to ride out the succession of disasters that were befalling him. There was consequently great astonishment at seeing him pay his debts at the end of the month with his habitual promptitude. However, this was not enough to restore confidence, and there was unanimous agreement that the end of the following month would see the unfortunate man bankrupt. The month passed in extraordinary efforts on Morel's part to muster all his resources. At one time his paper, whatever the term on it, had been accepted with confidence and even sought out. Morel tried to issue some bills for 90 days but found the doors of the banks closed. Luckily, Morel himself had some bills due that he could call in. He did so successfully, and so found himself once more able to meet his obligations at the end of July. No one, as it happened, had seen the representative of Thomson and French again in Marseille. The day after his visit to Morel, or the day after that, he had vanished. As he had not been in contact with anyone in Marseille except the mayor, the inspector of prisons and M. Morel, his stay had left no trace behind it other than the different memories that these three people had of him. As for the sailors of the Pharaon, it appeared that they had found another ship to sign on, because they too had vanished. Captain Gommard had recovered from the illness that kept him in Palma and returned to Marseille. He was reluctant to go to see M. Morel, but the shipowner heard of his arrival and went himself to find him. He already knew, from Penelon's story, how courageously the captain had behaved throughout the shipwreck, and it was he who tried to console the other man. He brought him his salary, which Captain Gommard had not dared to draw. As he was coming down the stairs, Morel met Penelon coming up. It appeared that the helmsman had made good use of his money, because he was kitted out in entirely new clothes. He seemed quite embarrassed on meeting his owner. He drew back into the further corner of the landing, shifted his quid of tobacco from left to right and right to left, rolling his eyes and only replying with a feeble handshake to the one that M. Morel, with his habitual warmth, had offered him. Morel attributed Penelon's embarrassment to the elegance of his dress. It was clear that the good man had not indulged in such luxury out of his last pay, so he must clearly have signed on with another ship, and his shame must be for not having, so to speak, gone into a longer period of mourning for the Pharaon. Perhaps he had even been to tell Captain Gommard of his good fortune and let him know what his new master was offering. "Fine men, brave men," Morel said as he walked away. "I hope your new master feels as much affection for you as I did, and enjoys more luck than I do." August passed with continued and repeated attempts by Morel to increase his old credit or open a new account. On August 20th it was learned in Marseille that he had reserved a place on the stagecoach, and as a result they said that it must be at the end of that current month that he would declare his bankruptcy. He had already left, so that he would not have to be present in these awful circumstances, leaving his head clerk, Emmanuel, and his cashier, Cockles, to take care of it on his behalf. But, against all expectations, when August 31st came, the office opened for payment as usual. Cockles appeared behind the grill, as calm as Horace's just man, examined the paper that was presented to him with the same attention as ever and, from first to last, settled the bills with his usual precision. There were even 2 reimbursements which had been foreseen by M. Morel, which Cockles paid as scrupulously as the bills which were personally drawn on the shipowner. No one could understand what was happening but, with the usual tenacity of prophets of doom, they postponed the bankruptcy until the end of September. Morel returned on the 1st of the month. His whole family had been waiting anxiously for him, because in this trip to Paris lay his last hope of salvation. Morel had thought of Danglars, now a millionaire but once indebted to him, because it was on Morel's recommendation that Danglars had entered the service of the Spanish banker in whose firm he had started to build his vast fortune. Today, it was said that Danglars had 6 or 8 million of his own, and limitless credit. Without taking a single ECU from his own pocket, Danglars could rescue Morel. He had only to guarantee a loan and Morel was safe. Morel had thought of Danglars a long time ago, but one has certain instinctive and uncontrollable aversions, so Morel had waited as long as possible before turning to this last resort. He had been right to do so, because he returned broken by the humiliation of a refusal. Despite that, Morel had not voiced the slightest complaint on his return or the least recrimination. He had wept as he embraced his wife and daughter, proffered a friendly hand to Emmanuel, shut himself up in his study on the 2nd floor and asked for Cockles. This time, the 2 women said to Emmanuel, "We are done for." Then they put their heads together and quickly agreed that Julie should write to her brother, who was with the army at Nîmes, to tell him to come immediately. Instinctively the poor women felt that they would need all their strength to bear the coming troubles. In any case, Maximilien Morel, though barely 22, already had a considerable influence over his father. He was a firm, upright young man. When the time came for him to take up a career, his father had not tried to impose upon him and asked young Maximilien how he felt. The lad replied that he wanted to follow a military career. He had consequently studied successfully, taken the competitive exam to enter the École Polytechnique and graduated from there as a sub-lieutenant in the 53rd Regiment of the Line. He had been at this rank for the past year, but was promised a promotion to lieutenant at the first opportunity. In the regiment, Maximilien Morel was often cited as strictly observing, not only all his obligations as a soldier but also all his duties as a man, and he was nicknamed the Stoic. Naturally, many of those who called him by this name repeated it because they had heard it, without knowing what it meant. This was the young man whose mother and sister were about to call him to their aid, to support them through what they guessed would be difficult times. They were not mistaken about the difficulty. A moment after M. Morel went into his study with Cockles, Julie saw the cashier come out, pale, trembling, his face expressing utter dismay. She wanted to question him as he went past, but the good man, plunging down the staircase at what was for him an unprecedented speed, only cried out, raising his arms to heaven, "Oh, mademoiselle! Mademoiselle! What a terrible disaster! I would never have believed it." Shortly afterwards Julie saw him return, carrying 2 or 3 thick registers, a pocketbook and a bag of money. Morel examined the registers, opened the pocketbook and counted the money. His entire fortune amounted to 6 or 8 thousand francs, and his expected revenue, up to the 5th, to 4 or 5 thousand, making, at the very most, total assets of 14,000 francs with which to pay outgoings of 287,500 francs. It was not possible even to consider an interim payment. However, when Emma Morrel came down to dinner, he seemed quite calm. The two women were more terrified by this calm exterior than they would have been by the most abject depression. After dinner, Morrel was accustomed to go out. He went to take coffee at the Cercle des Phocéens, where he read Le Semaphore. That day, he stayed in and went back to his office. As for Cockles, he appeared totally numb. For part of the day he remained in the courtyard, sitting on a stone, bareheaded, under the blazing sun. Emmanuel tried to reassure the women, but he could not find the right words. He knew too much about the affairs of the firm not to realize that a great catastrophe was about to descend on the Morrel family. Night came. The two women had stayed up, hoping that Morrel would come and see them on his way back from his study, but they heard him tiptoe past their door, no doubt fearing that they would call out to him. They listened as he went into his room and locked the door from inside. Madame Morrel sent her daughter to bed and, half an hour later, got up, took off her shoes and crept out into the corridor to look through the keyhole and see what her husband was doing. In the corridor she saw a shadow moving away. It was Julie who, also worried, had been there before her. "He's writing," she said, going up to her mother. The two women had read each other's thoughts. Madame Morrel bent over to the keyhole. M. Morrel was indeed writing, but Madame Morrel saw something that her daughter had not noticed, which was that her husband was writing on headed paper. The awful idea came to her that he was making his will. She shuddered uncontrollably, yet had the strength to say nothing. The next day, M. Morrel appeared altogether calm. He went to his office as usual and came down to lunch as usual, only, today, after dining, he made his daughter sit next to him, took her head in his arms and pressed it for a long time against his breast. In the evening Julie told her mother that, however calm he might seem on the outside, she had noticed that her father's heart was beating furiously. The following 2 days went by in almost the same way. On September 4th, in the evening, M. Morrel once more asked his daughter to give him back the key of his study. She shivered, the request seemed ominous to her. Why should her father ask her to return this key, which she had always held, and which, even when she was a child, he had taken away from her only as a punishment? She looked at him. "What have I done wrong, father," she said, "for you to take back the study key?" "Nothing, child," the unhappy Morrel replied, tears brimming in his eyes at this simple question. "It is only that I need it." Julie pretended to look for the key. "I must have left it in my room," she said. She went out but, instead of going to her room, she went down to look for Emmanuel. "On no account give your father back that key," he told her. "And tomorrow morning, as far as is possible, don't leave him alone." She tried to question him, but Emmanuel either knew nothing more or else wished to say nothing. Throughout the night of 4th to September 5th, Madame Morrel stayed with her ear pressed against the paneling. Until 3 o'clock in the morning she heard her husband pacing nervously around his room. It was only at 3 o'clock that he threw himself on his bed. The two women spent the night together. They had been waiting for Maximilian since the previous evening. At 8 o'clock, M. Morrel came into their room. He was calm, but the torments of the previous night could be read on his pale and haggard face. The women did not dare ask if he had slept well. Morrel was kinder to his wife and more paternal towards his daughter than he had ever been. He could not have his fill of looking at the poor child and embracing her. She recalled Emmanuel's injunction and tried to follow her father when he went out, but he gently pushed her aside. "Stay with your mother," he said. She tried to protest. "I insist," said Morrel. This was the first time that he had ever said "I insist" to his daughter, but he did so in a voice so full of paternal affection that Julie did not dare take a step forward. She remained standing where she was, motionless and speechless. A moment later the door opened again and she felt two arms enfold her and a mouth pressed against her brow. She looked up and gave a cry of joy. "Maximilian! Brother," she exclaimed. Hearing this, Madame Morel ran in and threw herself into her son's arms. "Mother," the young man said, looking from Madame Morel to her daughter. "What has happened? What is wrong? Your letter terrified me, I came straight away." "Julie," Madame Morel said, motioning to the young man. "Go and tell your father that Maximilian has just arrived." The girl ran out but, at the top of the stairs, found a man with a letter in his hand. "Are you Mademoiselle Julie Morel?" he asked, in a strong Italian accent. "Yes, monsieur," she stammered. "But what do you want of me? I don't know you." "Read this letter," the man said, handing a note to her. She hesitated. "Your father's life depends on it," said the messenger. She tore the letter from his hands, opened it hastily and read as follows. "Go immediately to the Alice de Mailhan, enter the house at number 15, ask the concierge for the key to the room on the 5th floor, go into this room, take the purse knitted in red silk that you will find on the corner of the mantelpiece and take this purse to your father. It is essential that he should have it before 11 o'clock. You promised to obey me unquestioningly, and I am holding you to that promise. Sinbad the Sailor." The girl cried out for joy and looked around for the man who had given her the letter, to ask him some questions, but he had disappeared. So she looked back again at the paper and noticed that there was a postscript. She read, "It is important that you should carry out this mission yourself, and alone. If you are accompanied, or if anyone except you comes in your place, the concierge will reply that he knows nothing about it." This postscript dampened the girl's happiness. Perhaps there was some risk, perhaps this was a trap? Because of her innocence, she was ignorant of exactly what might threaten a young girl of her age, but one does not need to identify a danger to fear it. Indeed, it is noticeable that it is precisely the danger that is unknown which one fears most. Julie hesitated and decided to ask for advice. But, for some reason, it was not either to her mother or to her brother that she turned, but to Emmanuel. She went down, told him what had happened on the day when the representative of Thomson and French had come to her father's, told him about the scene on the stairs, repeated the promise that she had made and showed him the letter. "You must go, mademoiselle," said Emmanuel. "Go?" Julie murmured. "Yes, I shall accompany you." "But can't you see where it says I must be alone?" "And so you shall be. I shall wait for you on a corner of the Rue du Musée. If you are away long enough to give me any anxiety, I shall follow you and, I promise you this, it will be the worse for anyone against whom you may have any complaint." "You mean, Emmanuel," said the girl, still undecided, "that you think I should do as it says here?" "Yes. Didn't the messenger tell you that your father's life was at stake?" "But, Emmanuel, what risk is there to his life then?" Emmanuel paused for a moment, but the wish to make up the girl's mind at once overcame his hesitation. "Listen," he said. "Today is the 5th of September, isn't it?" "Yes." "And today, at 11 o'clock, your father has nearly 300,000 francs to pay." "We know that." "Well," Emmanuel said, "he doesn't have even 15,000 in his cash box." "So what will happen?" "What will happen is that today, if your father has not found someone to help him before 11 o'clock, by midday he will have to declare himself bankrupt." Come quickly," the girl cried, pulling him along with her. Meanwhile Madame Morel had told everything to her son. He had known that there had been serious reforms in the economy of the household as a result of his father's misfortunes, but he did not realize that things had reached such a pass. He was completely overwhelmed. Then, suddenly, he rushed out of the apartment and ran up the stairs, thinking his father was in his study, but there was no answer to his knock. As he was at the door of the study, he heard that of the apartment open and turned around to see his father. Instead of going directly up to his study, Morel had gone into his room, from which he was only now emerging. He gave a cry of surprise on seeing Maximilian. He did not know that the young man had returned. He stayed motionless on the spot, clasping something hidden under his frockcoat with his left arm. Maximilian quickly came down the stairs and embraced his father, but suddenly started back, leaving only his right hand resting on his father's chest. "Father," he said, deathly pale, "why have you a pair of pistols under your coat?" "This is what I feared," said Morel. "Father, father!" "In heaven's name," the young man exclaimed. "What are these weapons for?" "Maximilian," Morel replied, looking directly at his son, "you are a man, and a man of honor. Come with me and I shall tell you." Morel walked with a firm step up to his study while Maximilian followed him, his knees trembling. Morel opened the door and closed it behind his son. Then he crossed the antechamber, went into the office, placed his pistols on a corner of the table and pointed to the open register. Here was a precise summary of the situation. In half an hour Morel would have to pay 287,500 francs. His total assets amounted to 15,257 francs. "Read it," he said. The young man read and for a moment appeared to be crushed. Morel said nothing. What was there to say that would add anything to the inexorable verdict of the figures? "Father, have you done everything," the young man said, after a moment's pause, "to stave off this misfortune?" "Yes," said Morel. "You are expecting no funds to be paid in?" "None." "You have exhausted every possible resource?" "Every one." "And in half an hour," Maximilian said in a dull voice, "your name will be dishonored." "Blood washes away dishonor," said Morel. "You are right, father. I take your meaning." Then, stretching his hand out towards the pistols, "There is one for you and one for me." "Thank you." Morel clasped his hand. "Your mother, your sister, who will feed them?" The young man's body shook from head to toe. "Father," he said, "are you asking me to live?" "Yes, I tell you to. It is your duty. Your mind is calm and strong, Maximilian. You are no ordinary man. I am not ordering you, I am not instructing you, I am just saying, consider your situation as if you were an outsider looking at it, and judge for yourself." The young man thought for a moment, then an expression of sublime resignation passed across his eyes. But, with a slow, sad gesture, he took off his epaulettes, the marks of his rank. "Very well," he said, offering Morel his hand. "Die in peace, father. I shall live." Morel made as if to throw himself at his son's feet. Maximilian drew his father to him, and for a moment these two noble hearts beat, one against the other. "You know it is not my fault," said Morel. Maximilian smiled. "I do know, father, that you are the most honest man I have ever met." "Very well, there is nothing more to say. Now go back to your mother and your sister." "Father, give me your blessing." The young man knelt. Morel grasped his son's head between both hands, drew him to him and, kissing him over and over, said, "Oh, yes, yes. I bless you in my name and in the name of 3 generations of men of impeccable reputation. Listen to what they are saying in my voice. The edifice which misfortune has destroyed, Providence can rebuild. When they see me dead in this manner, even the most inexorable will take pity on you. Perhaps you will be given the time that has been refused me. Try to ensure that the word infamy is not spoken. Go to work, young man, struggle eagerly and bravely, live, you, your mother and your sister, on the basic minimum so that, day by day, the wealth of those in whose debt I am should grow and bear fruit in your hands. Consider that a fine day is coming, a great day, the solemn day when the bankruptcy will be discharged, the day when, in this same office, you will say, my father died because he could not do what I am doing today, but he died with calm and peace of mind, because he knew as he died that I would do it. Oh, father, father, cried the young man. If only you could live. If I live, everything will change. Concern will change to doubt, pity to implacability. If I live, I shall be no more than a man who failed to keep his word, who could not live up to his promises, in short, a bankrupt. But think, if I die, Maximilian, my body will be that of an unfortunate but honest man. If I live, my best friends will shun my house. If I die, all Marseille will follow me, weeping, to my final rest. If I live, you will be ashamed of my name. If I die, you can hold up your head and say, I am the son of a man who killed himself because, for the first time, he was obliged to break his word. The young man groaned, but he appeared resigned. This was the second time that certainty had descended, not on his heart, but on his mind. And now, Morel said, leave me and try to keep the women away from here. Do you not wish to see my sister? Maximilian asked. The young man saw a vague last hope in this meeting, which is why he suggested it. Morel shook his head, saying, I saw her and said farewell this morning. Don't you have any particular requests for me, father? Maximilian asked in a strained voice. I do, my son, a sacred request. Tell me, father. The firm of Thomson and French is the only one which, out of humanity, perhaps out of self-interest, but it is not for me to read into the hearts of men, took pity on me. Its representative is the man who in 10 minutes will come here to cash a bill for 287,500 francs, and I won't say he granted me, but he offered me 3 months' grace. Let this firm be repaid first of all, my son, let this man be sacred to you. Yes, father, said Maximilian. And now, once more, adieu, said Morel. Go now, I need to be alone. You will find my will in the writing table in my bedroom. The young man stayed, not moving, feeling the wish to do so but not the power to carry out the wish. Listen, Maximilian, said his father. Suppose I were a soldier like you, and I had received an order to capture a redoubt and you knew that I would be killed in doing so, wouldn't you say to me what you said a short while ago, go on, father, because you will be dishonored if you stay, and death is better than shame? Yes, said the young man. Yes, yes. And, clasping his father in his arms with a convulsive movement, he said, farewell, father, and dashed out of the study. When his son had left, Morel remained for a moment standing, staring at the door. Then he reached out his hand, found the rope of a bell pull and rang. A moment later Cockles appeared. He was no longer the same man. These 3 days of certainty had broken him. This thought, the house of Morel could not meet its obligations, bent him closer to the ground than the weight of another 20 years on his back. My dear Cockles, said Morel, in an indescribable tone of voice. Please remain in the antechamber. When the gentleman who was here 3 months ago, you know, the representative of Thomson and French, when he arrives, you will announce him. Cockles said nothing. He nodded, went into the antechamber and waited. Morel fell back into his chair. His eyes turned to the clock. He had 7 minutes left, no more. The hand was turning at an incredible speed, he even thought he could see it move. It is impossible to say what was going on in these final moments in the mind of this man who, still young, perhaps as the result of misguided reasoning, however persuasive it might be, was about to separate himself from all that he loved in the world and leave this existence, which offered him all the joys of family life. In order to gain some idea of it, one would need to see his forehead bathed in sweat, but resigned, his eyes wet with tears, yet raised heavenwards. The hand moved on, the pistols were loaded. He reached out, took one of them and murmured his daughter's name. After that he put down the fatal weapon, took a pen and wrote a few words. He felt that he had still not said a sufficient farewell to his dear child. Then he turned back to the clock. The time could no longer be counted in minutes, but in seconds. He picked up the weapons again, his mouth half open and his eyes on the hands of the clock. Then he shuddered at the noise he himself made in cocking the gun. At that moment a colder sweat broke out on his brow and a more terrible agony gripped his heart. He heard the door to the stairway creak on its hinges. The door of his study opened. The clock was about to strike 11. Morel did not turn around. He was waiting for Cockles to say, "The representative of Thomson and French." He put the gun to his mouth. Suddenly he heard a cry, it was his daughter's voice. He turned around and saw Julie. The gun dropped from his hand. "Father," the girl cried, breathless and almost fainting with joy. "Saved! You are saved!" And she flung herself into his arms, brandishing in one hand a red silk purse. "Saved, child? What do you mean?" "Yes, saved. Look, look." Morel took the purse and shivered, because he vaguely recalled it as something that had once belonged to him. In one side was the bill for 287,500 francs. The bill was acquitted. In the other side was a diamond the size of a hazelnut, with these words written on a small piece of parchment, "Julie's dowry." Morel wiped his brow. He thought he was dreaming. At that moment the clock struck 11. It struck for him as if each blow of the hammer was striking on his very heart. "Come now, my child," he said. "Explain this, where did you find this purse?" "In a house in the Allées de Mailhan, at number 15, on the mantelpiece of a poor little room on the 5th floor." "But this purse does not belong to you," he cried. Julie handed her father the letter she had received that morning. "And you went to this house alone," he said, after reading it. "Emmanuel came with me, father. He agreed to wait for me on the corner of the Rue du Musée. But the strange thing is that, when I came back, he was no longer there." "Monsieur Morel," cried a voice on the stairs. "Monsieur Morel." "That's his voice," said Julie. At the same moment Emmanuel came in, his face contorted with joy and emotion. "The Pharaon," he shouted. "The Pharaon! What is this? The Pharaon? Are you mad, Emmanuel? You know very well that she is lost." "The Pharaon, monsieur. They have signaled the Pharaon. She is coming into port." Morel slumped backwards into his chair, drained of all strength, his mind refusing to accept this succession of incredible, unheard of, fabulous events. Then his son came in, exclaiming, "Father, why did you say the Pharaon was lost? The lookout has announced its arrival and it is sailing into port." "My friends," said Morel, "if this is so, we must believe in a divine miracle. It is impossible, impossible." But what was real, but no less incredible, was the purse that he held in his hands, the bill of exchange acquitted in this splendid diamond. "Oh, monsieur," said Cockles. "What does it mean? The Pharaon?" "Come on, children," said Morel, getting up, "let us go and see, and God have pity on us if this is a false rumor." They went down. Madame Morel was waiting on the stairs. The poor woman had not dared to come up. In a moment they were on the Cannebière. There was a large crowd in the port, and it parted to make way for Morel. Every voice was crying, "The Pharaon! The Pharaon!" And, indeed, something wonderful, unimaginable, off the Tour-Saint-Jean, a ship with these words in white letters inscribed on its prow, Pharaon, Moral and son of Marseille, exactly like the other Pharaon, laden like the other with cochineal and indigo, was lowering its anchor and furling its sails. On deck, Captain Gommard was giving orders and Master Penelon was waving to M. Moral. There could be no further doubt, the evidence of his senses was supported by 10,000 witnesses. As Moral and his son were embracing on the jetty, to the applause of the whole town which had come to see this extraordinary event, a man, his face half covered by a black beard, who had been hiding behind a sentry box and observing the scene with obvious emotion, muttered the following words: "Be happy, noble heart. Be blessed for all the good you have done and will yet do. Let my gratitude remain hidden in the shadows like your good deeds." With a smile in which joy and happiness mingled, he left his hiding place, without anyone paying any attention to him, so preoccupied were they with the events of the day, and went down one of those small flights of steps that serve as a landing stage, crying 3 times, "Jacopo! Jacopo! Jacopo!" At this, a boat rowed over to him, took him aboard and carried him out to a yacht, superbly fitted out, onto the deck of which he leapt with the agility of a sailor. From there, he looked once again towards Moral who, weeping with joy, was shaking the hands of everyone in the crowd and vaguely thanking his unknown benefactor whom he seemed to be searching for in the sky. "And now," said the stranger, "farewell, goodness, humanity, gratitude. Farewell all those feelings that nourish and illuminate the heart. I have taken the place of Providence to reward the good, now let the avenging God make way for me to punish the wrongdoer." At this, he gave a sign and, as if it had been waiting just for this to set sail, the yacht headed out to sea. XXXI. Italy, Sinbad the Sailor. Near the beginning of the year 1838, 2 young men belonging to fashionable Parisian society, Vicomte Albert de Morcerf and Baron Franz d'Épinay, found themselves in Florence. They had agreed that they would meet to spend that year's carnival together in Rome, where Franz, who had lived in Italy for nearly 4 years, would serve as Albert's guide. Since visiting Rome for the carnival is no small matter, especially when one does not intend to spend the night in the Piazza del Popolo or the Campo Vaccino, they wrote to Signor Pastrini, one proprietor of the Hotel de Londres in the Piazza di Spagna, to request him to reserve a comfortable suite for them. Pastrini replied that he could only offer them 2 rooms and a drawing room al secondo piano, for which he would accept the modest emolument of a louis a day. The 2 young men accepted, and then, wishing to make use of the intervening period, Albert left for Naples, while Franz remained in Florence. When he had spent some time enjoying life in the city of the Medici, when he had walked back and forth in that Eden which is known as the Casini, when he had been a guest in the houses of those splendid hosts who do the honors of Florence, he took a fancy, having already seen Corsica, the cradle of Bonaparte, to visit the island of Elba, that great staging post in the life of Napoleon. So one evening he untied a barchetta from the iron ring that was attaching it to the docks at Leghorn, settled himself in the stern, wrapped in his cloak, and spoke only these words to the sailors: "To Elba." The boat left the harbor like a seabird leaving its nest and the next day put Franz down in Porto Ferrajo. He crossed the imperial island, following every trace that the giant's footsteps had left there, and embarked at Marciana. 2 hours after leaving land, he touched it again, getting off at Pianosa, where he had been assured that he would find infinite numbers of red partridge. The hunting proved poor. Franz killed barely a handful of thin birds and, like any huntsman who has tired himself out to no purpose, got back into his boat in rather bad humor. "Now, if your excellency wishes," said the boatman, "you could have some good hunting." "Where?" "Do you see that island?" the boatman said, pointing southwards and indicating a conical mass which rose out of the sea, bathed in the loveliest indigo light. "What is it?" Franz asked him. "Monte Cristo," said the Livornan. "But I have no license to hunt on that island." "Your excellency does not need permission, the island is deserted." "Well, I never," said the young man. That's rare, a desert island in the middle of the Mediterranean. But natural, Excellency. The island is a mass of rock. There is perhaps not so much as an acre of cultivable land on all its surface. And to whom does it belong? To Tuscany. What game will I find there? Thousands of wild goats. Which live by licking the rocks, I suppose, Franz said, with an incredulous smile. No, by grazing on the heather, the myrtles and the gum trees that grow between them. Where could I sleep? On the ground, in the caves, or on board in your cloak. In any case, if Your Excellency wishes, we can leave immediately the hunt is over. As Your Excellency knows, we can sail as well by night as by day, and, if the wind fails, we can row. As Franz still had some time before he needed to meet his friend, and as he was assured of their lodgings in Rome, he accepted this proposal to compensate for the disappointment of his previous hunt. On his assent, the sailors exchanged a few words in a whisper. Well, he asked. What now? Is there some problem? No, said the master of the boat, but we must advise Your Excellency that the island has been designated contumacious. What does that mean? It means that, since Monte Cristo is uninhabited and is sometimes used as a staging post by smugglers and pirates from Corsica, Sardinia or Africa, if there is any evidence of our having stopped there, we shall be obliged when we return to Leghorn to spend 6 days in quarantine. The devil we will. That puts a different complexion on it. 6 days. The same time that it took God to create the world. It's a bit too long, my friends. But who is to say that His Excellency has been to Monte Cristo? I certainly shan't. Franz exclaimed. And nor will we, said the sailors. In that case, ahoy for Monte Cristo. The master ordered them to change course for the island and the boat began to sail in that direction. Franz waited for the maneuver to be completed and, when the new course was set, the wind was filling the sail and the 4 sailors had resumed their places, 3 at the bow, 1 at the rudder. He resumed his conversation with the captain. My dear Gaetano, he said, I think you just said that the island of Monte Cristo was a refuge for pirates. This is a rather different game from goats. Yes, Excellency, that's a fact. I knew that there were such people as smugglers, but I thought that since the capture of Algiers II and the destruction of the Regency, there were no pirates left outside the novels of Fenimore Cooper and Captain Marryat. Your Excellency is wrong. The same is true of pirates as of bandits, who were supposed to have been exterminated by Pope Leo XII, but who nonetheless stopped travelers every day right up to the gates of Rome. Did you not hear that barely 6 months ago the French charged affair to the Holy See was robbed, 500 yards from Velletri? Yes, I did. Now, if Your Excellency were to live in Leghorn, as we do, you would hear from time to time that a vessel laden with merchandise, or a pretty English yacht which was expected in Bastia, Porto Ferrajo, or Civita Vecchia, has not made port, and that no one knows what has become of it, except that it has doubtless been wrecked on some rock. Well, the rock that it hit was a low narrow boat, with 6 or 8 men on board, which surprised it and pillaged it, some dark and stormy night off a wild, uninhabited island, just as bandits stop and pillage a mail coach at the entrance to a wood. But in that case, said Franz, still lying back in the boat, why don't the victims of these accidents complain and bring down the vengeance of the French, Tuscan or Sardinian governments on the head of the pirates? Why not? Gaetano asked with a smile. Yes, why not? Because first of all they unload everything that is worth taking off the ship or the yacht and put it in their boat, then they tie the hands and feet of the crew, tie a cannonball round the neck of each man, make a hole as big as a barrel in the keel of the captured vessel, go back up on deck, batten down the hatches and return to their own boat. 10 minutes later, the ship starts to moan and groan, then bit by bit it founders. First one side, then the other goes under, then it rises up, then dips down again, slipping lower and lower each time. Suddenly, there is a noise like a cannon shot, that's the air bursting the deck. Then the vessel struggles like a drowning man, getting heavier with every movement that it makes. Soon the water, trapped under pressure inside, bursts out of every opening, like the spouting liquid from the air holes of a gigantic whale. Finally it gives its death cry, rolls over on itself and goes under, leaving a huge funnel in the deep which spins for an instant, then gradually fills and eventually disappears altogether. The result is that in 5 minutes only the eye of God himself could see a trace of the vanished ship beneath the calm surface of the sea. Now do you understand, he added, smiling again, why the ship does not return to port and the crew does not lodge a complaint? If Gaetano had told him this story before suggesting their expedition, Franz would quite probably have thought twice before agreeing to it, but they were on their way, and he felt it would be cowardly to go back. He was one of those who do not court danger but who, if it presents itself, retain all their composure in confronting it. He was one of those calm-willed men who consider a risk in life as they do an opponent in a duel, measuring his movements, studying his strength, and breaking off long enough to catch their breath, but not enough to appear cowardly. Such men, assessing all their advantages with a single glance, kill with a single blow. He continued. I have crossed Sicily and Calabria, I've sailed around the archipelago for 2 months, and never yet have I seen a trace of any bandit or pirate. But I did not say that to your Excellency in order to suggest that you should alter your plans. Your Excellency asked me a question and I replied, nothing more. Yes, my dear Gaetano, and your conversation is most interesting. So, as I want to enjoy it as long as possible, let's go to Monte Cristo. However, they were quickly nearing the end of the journey. They had a fresh wind in their sails and the boat was making 6 or 7 knots. At their approach, the island seemed to rise up out of the sea. Through the clear atmosphere of the dying rays of the sun they could see, like cannonballs in an arsenal, the massive rocks piled up, one above the other, with between them the dark red of the heather and the light green of the trees. Though the sailors appeared perfectly calm, it was clear that they were watchful, scanning the vast mirror across which the boat was slipping, its horizon interrupted only by the white sails of a few fishing boats which hovered like seagulls on the crests of the waves. They were scarcely more than 15 miles from Monte Cristo when the sun began to set behind Corsica, the mountains of which rose up to their right, darkly serrated against the sky. The massive stones rose threateningly in front of the boat, like the giant Adamastor, its crest gilded by the sun which was concealed behind it. Little by little the shadowy figure came up out of the sea and appeared to drive before it the last ray of the dying day, until at last the shaft of light was driven to the very tip of the cone, where it paused for a moment like the flaming plume of a volcano. Finally the darkness, still rising, progressively swept across the summit as it had previously swept across the base, and the island had only the appearance of a mountain, growing constantly a darker shade of gray. Half an hour later, everything was pitch black. Luckily the sailors were in familiar waters and knew every last rock in the Tuscan archipelago. Otherwise, in the midst of this blackness that had enfolded the boat, Franz might not have been altogether easy in his mind. Corsica had vanished entirely and even the island of Monte Cristo had become invisible, but the sailors seemed to have the lynx's faculty of seeing in the dark, and the pilot, sitting at the rudder, did not show the slightest hesitation. About an hour had passed since sunset when Franz thought he could see a dark shape, about a quarter of a mile to the left. It was so difficult to distinguish what it could be that, rather than risking the sailor's mockery by mistaking some passing clouds for land, he said nothing. But suddenly a great light appeared on the shore. The land might resemble a cloud, but this fire was not a meteor. "What's that light?" he asked. "Hush," said the boatman. "It's a fire." "But you said that the island was uninhabited." "I said that it had no permanent inhabitants, but I also mentioned that smugglers sometimes put in there." "And pirates?" "And pirates," said Gaetano, repeating Franz's words. "That's why I gave the order to sail past the island. As you can see, the fire is behind us." "But surely," Franz said, "it seems to me that this fire should reassure us rather than otherwise." People who were afraid of being seen would not have lit a fire like that. "Oh, that means nothing," said Gaetano. "If you could judge the position of the island in the darkness, you would see that the fire is sited in such a way that it cannot be seen from the coast, or from Pianosa, but only from the open sea." "So you suspect that this fire indicates unwelcome company?" "That's what we must find out," said Gaetano, keeping his eyes fixed on the terrestrial star. "How can we do that?" "You'll see." At this, Gaetano had a few words with his comrades and, after they had talked for 5 minutes, they carried out a maneuver which allowed them instantly to reverse their course. In this way they were sailing back in the direction from which they had come and, a few moments later, the fire disappeared, hidden behind some outcrop on the land. At this, the pilot altered course yet again with the rudder, and the little boat came visibly closer to the island, until it was only some 50 yards offshore. Gaetano lowered the sail and the boat remained stationary. All this had taken place in the most profound silence. Indeed, since the change of course not a word had been spoken on board. Gaetano, having suggested the expedition, had taken full responsibility for it on himself. The 4 sailors kept peering at him, preparing the oars and evidently getting ready to row to shore, which, thanks to the darkness, was not difficult. As for Franz, he was inspecting his weapons with the characteristic sang-froid we have mentioned. He had 2 double-barreled guns and a rifle, which he loaded. Then he cocked them and waited. Meanwhile the master had taken off his shirt and jacket, and secured his trousers around his waist. As he was barefoot, he had no shoes or stockings to remove. Once dressed, or, rather, undressed, like this, he put his finger to his lips to show that they should observe complete silence and, after slipping gently into the sea, swam towards the shore, but so cautiously that they could not hear the slightest sound. His path could be followed only by the phosphorescent trail he left in his wake. Soon even this disappeared, and it was clear that Gaetano had reached land. For half an hour everyone on the boat remained motionless. Then the same luminous furrow reappeared near the shore and came towards them. In a moment, with 2 strokes, Gaetano was alongside. "Well?" Franz and the 4 sailors asked simultaneously. "Well," said Gaetano, "they are Spanish smugglers, and they only have with them 2 Corsican bandits." "What are 2 Corsican bandits doing with Spanish smugglers?" "Bless my soul," said Gaetano, in tones of the most sincere Christian charity. "We are here to help one another, Excellency. Bandits are often hard-pressed on land by the gendarmes or the carabinieri, so they find a boat with good fellows like us in it. They come and request the hospitality of our floating house. How can one refuse to succor a poor devil with men on his tail? We take him in and, for greater safety, put out to sea. This costs us nothing and it saves the life, or, at least, the freedom, of one of our fellow men who, as it happens, acknowledges the service we have done him by showing us a good spot to put off our cargo where it is safe from prying eyes." "Oh, I see," said Franz. "And are you a bit of a smuggler yourself, then, my dear Gaetano?" "What do you expect, Excellency?" he replied with an indescribable smile. "One does a bit of everything. A man must live. So you know where you stand with the present inhabitants of Monte Cristo?" "More or less. We sailors are like Freemasons, we recognize one another by certain signs." "And you think we shall have nothing to fear if we disembark here in our turn?" "Nothing at all. Smugglers are not thieves." "But what about the 2 Corsican bandits?" Franz insisted, trying to allow for every possibility. "Good Lord," said Gaetano. "It's not their fault if they're bandits, it's the fault of the authorities." "How can that be?" "Of course. They are being hunted down because they made their bones, nothing more. As if revenge wasn't in a Corsican's nature." "What do you mean by making their bones? Having killed someone?" Franz asked, still curious. I mean killing an enemy, said the master. That's quite different. Well then, the young man said, let's go and ask for the hospitality of these smugglers and bandits. Will they welcome us? No doubt at all. How many of them are there? For Excellency, with the 2 bandits, that makes 6. Just the same as us, in fact. And if these gentlemen should prove unfriendly, then we are in a position to keep them at bay. So, one last time, let's land on Monte Cristo. Yes, Excellency. But will you allow me to take a few extra precautions? What, my good fellow? Be as wise as Nestor and as cautious as Ulysses. I not only allow it, I beg you. Silence, said Gaetano, and they all fell silent. For someone like Franz, who considered everything in its true light, the situation, while not dangerous, still gave pause for serious thought. He was here, in the most profound darkness, in the middle of the sea, with sailors who did not know him and who had no reason to be loyal to him, who, moreover, knew that he had a few thousand francs in his belt and who had 10 times examined his guns, at least with curiosity, if not envy. They were fine pieces. In addition to that, escorted by only these men, he was about to land on an island which certainly had a very religious name, but which appeared to offer Franz no greater hospitality than Calvary did to Christ, in view of the smugglers and the bandits. Then those stories of scuttled ships, which he had thought exaggerated by daylight, seemed more believable in the dark. So, caught between this, perhaps imaginary, double danger, he did not take his eyes off the men or his hand off the rifle. During this time, the sailors had once more raised their sails and resumed their previous course. Through the darkness, Franz, whose eyes were already becoming somewhat accustomed to it, could see the granite giant beside which the boat was sailing. Then finally, as they came round a rock for the second time, he saw the fire burning more brightly than ever, and around it 5 or 6 seated figures. The light extended some 100 yards across the sea. Gaetano sailed just outside its reach, keeping the boat in the unlit darkness beyond. Then, when he was directly across from the bonfire, he turned the bow towards it and sailed boldly into the circle of light, singing a fisherman's song and taking the main part himself, while the crew joined in with the chorus. At the first words of the song, the men sitting around the fire got up and walked across to the landing stage, keeping a close watch on the approaching boat so as to assess its size and intentions. They soon appeared to have satisfied themselves and went back to their places around the fire, where a kid was roasting, apart from one, who remained, standing on the shore. When the boat was about 20 yards from land, the man on the shore mechanically gestured with his carbine, like a sentry greeting a returning patrol, and shouted, "Who goes there?" in Sardinian patois. Franz cocked his repeating rifle unemotionally. At this, Gaetano exchanged a few words with the man, which Franz could not understand, though they clearly concerned him. "Does your Excellency wish to be named?" the master asked, "or would he prefer to go incognito?" "My name must be entirely unknown to these men," Franz said. "So just tell them that I am a Frenchman who is traveling for his own amusement." When Gaetano had communicated this to him, the sentry gave an order to one of the men sitting at the fire. He immediately got up and disappeared among the rocks. There was a silence. Everyone appeared preoccupied with his own affairs, Franz with the landing, the sailors with their sails, the smugglers with their kid, but, in the midst of this apparent lack of curiosity, they were observing one another. The man who had gone away suddenly came back, from the opposite direction to the one in which he had gone. He nodded to the sentry, who turned to them and said merely, "Saccomotti." This Italian esaccomotti is untranslatable. It means at once, come in, welcome, make yourself at home, you are the master. It's like the Turkish phrase in Molière's play which astonished the bourgeois. Gentilhomme for by all the meanings that it could contain. The sailors did not wait to be asked twice. With 4 strokes of the oars they brought the boat to shore. Gaetano jumped onto the beach, whispered a few more words to the sentry, and his crew then came down one after the other. Finally it was Franz's turn. He had one of his guns slung across his shoulder, Gaetano had the other, and one of the sailors was holding the rifle. His dress had something of both the artist and the dandy, which aroused no suspicion in his hosts, and consequently no unease. The boat was tied up on the shore and they started to walk around, looking for a suitable place to camp, but the direction in which they were walking was not to the liking of the smuggler who was acting as sentry, because he shouted to Gaetano, "No, not over there, please." Gaetano mumbled some excuse and, without argument, went over to the other side, while two sailors went to fetch lighted torches so that they could see their way. They went for about 30 yards, then stopped on a little esplanade entirely surrounded by rocks, in each of which a kind of seat had been hollowed, not unlike small sentry boxes where the guard can sit down. Around them, in patches of soil, grew some dwarf oaks and thick clumps of myrtle. Franz lowered a torch and recognized, from a pile of ashes, that he was not the first person to notice the comfort of this spot, which must be one of the usual stopping places of random visitors to Monte Cristo. He stopped worrying about any incident that might occur. Once on dry land, and having seen the mood of his hosts, which, if not friendly, was at least one of indifference, all his anxieties had vanished. With the smell of roast kid coming from the nearby camp, anxiety had changed to appetite. He mentioned this to Gaetano, who said that nothing was easier than to make supper when they had bread, wine and 6 partridge in the boat, and a fire to prepare them. "Moreover," he added, "if your excellency is so tempted by the smell of that kid, I can go and offer our neighbors 2 of our birds for a slice of their beast." "Do it, Gaetano, do it," said Franz. "You are a born negotiator." Meanwhile the sailors had pulled up handfuls of heather and made firewood from myrtle and green oak branches, then set fire to it, so that they had quite a fine blaze going. Franz was waiting impatiently, sniffing the smell of roasting kid, when the master came back with an anxious look about him. "What now?" asked Franz. "Have they refused our offer?" "On the contrary," Gaetano replied. "Their chief, on learning that you were a young Frenchman, has invited you to dine with him." "Well, well," said Franz, "this chief is a most civil man and I see no reason to refuse, all the more so as I'm bringing my own contribution to the meal." "It's not that, there is more than enough to eat. But he is imposing an unusual condition on your visiting his home." "His home? Does he have a house here, then?" "No, but I am assured that he has a very comfortable home, nonetheless." "Do you know this chief?" "I have heard speak of him." "Good things or bad?" "Both." "Well, damn it, what is this condition?" "That you should let your eyes be bandaged and not remove the blindfold until you are told you can do so." Franz read what he could into Gaetano's face to discover what was behind this suggestion. Gaetano read his thoughts. "The devil," he said. "I know, it needs thinking about." "What would you do in my place?" the young man asked. "I've got nothing to lose. I'd go." "You would agree?" "Yes, if only out of curiosity." "So this chief can show us something unusual?" "Listen," Gaetano said, lowering his voice, "I don't know if what they say is true." He paused and looked around to make sure they were not overheard. "What do they say?" "They say that the chief lives in a subterranean abode beside which the Pitti Palace is a mere trifle." "What a dream!" Franz said, sitting down again. "Oh, it's not a dream, it's a reality." Pilot of the St. Ferdinand, went in there one day and came out completely dazzled, saying that such treasures only exist in fairy stories. "You know," said Franz, "what you are telling me sounds as if you were trying to lure me into the caves of Ali Baba." "I am only saying what I was told, Excellency." "So you advise me to accept?" "That I'm not saying. Your Excellency will do as he pleases." I should not like to advise him in such circumstances. Franz thought for a few moments, realized that such a rich man could not feel any envy for him, as he had only a few thousand francs with him and, since he could see nothing coming of this but an excellent dinner, accepted. Gaetano went back with his answer. However, as we mentioned, Franz was prudent, so he wanted to know as much as he could about his strange and mysterious host. Consequently, he went back to the sailor who, while the above conversation was going on, had been plucking the partridges with the grave air of a man proud of his job, and asked him what kind of vessel the other men had landed in, since he could not see any Sparanara, tartan, or other boat. "I'm not concerned about that," the sailor said. "I know their vessel." "Is it a fine one?" "I wish your excellency such a one, should he sail round the world." "What is its displacement?" 100 tons, or thereabouts. "In any event, it is a pleasure boat, a yacht, as the English call it, but built, you understand, in such a way that it can go to sea in any weather." "Where was it built?" "That I don't know, but I believe in Genoa." "And how does the head of a gang of smugglers," Franz asked, "dare to have a yacht built for his trade in the port of Genoa?" "I didn't say that the owner of the yacht was a smuggler," the sailor replied. "No, but I believe Gaetano said so." Gaetano had seen the crew from a distance, but he had not yet spoken to anyone. "And if the man is not a smuggler, then what is he?" "A rich aristocrat who travels for his own pleasure." "Come now," Franz thought to himself. "This man is becoming more and more mysterious, since the stories differ." Then he said aloud, "What is his name?" When asked, he replies that he is called Sinbad the Sailor. "But I suspect this may not be his true name." "Sinbad the Sailor?" "Yes." "Where does this gentleman live?" "At sea." "What country does he come from?" "I don't know." "Have you seen him?" "A few times." "What is he like?" "Your Excellency can judge for himself." "And where will he entertain me?" "Doubtless in the underground palace that Gaetano mentioned." "But have you never been curious, when you landed on this island and found it deserted, to try and enter this enchanted palace?" "Oh, yes indeed, Excellency," the sailor replied. "More than once, in fact. But all our efforts have been fruitless. We have looked all round the grotto and not found the smallest passageway. In any case, it is said that the door does not open with a key, but with a magic word." "I have definitely stepped off into a tale from the 1001 Nights," Franz muttered. "His Excellency awaits you," said a voice behind him which he recognized as that of the sentry. He had with him 2 men from the crew of the yacht. In reply, Franz simply took out his handkerchief and offered it to the man who had spoken. Without a word, they blindfolded him, taking enough care to show that they were afraid he might commit some indiscretion, then made him swear that he would not try to remove the blindfold. He swore. At that, the 2 men each took one of his arms and they led him forward, preceded by the sentry. After some 30 paces, he guessed, from the increasingly appetizing smell of kid, that they were walking past the encampment. They carried on for about 50 paces more, clearly proceeding in the direction that had been forbidden to Gaetano, which explained why they had not wanted him to go there. Soon, from the change in the air, he realized that he was going underground and, after they had walked for a few more seconds, he heard a creaking sound and felt that the air had again changed, to become warm and scented. Finally he felt his feet walking on a thick, soft carpet, and his guides let go of his arms. There was a moment's silence and a voice said, in good French, though with a foreign accent, "Welcome to my home, monsieur. You may take off your handkerchief." As one may imagine, Franz did not wait to be asked again. He took off his handkerchief and found himself standing in front of a man of between 38 and 40, wearing Tunisian dress, that is to say a red skullcap with a long blue silk tassel, a jacket in black woolen cloth embroidered all over with gold thread, wide, loose, dark red trousers, with gaiters in the same color, embroidered in gold like the jacket, and yellow Turkish slippers. Around his waist was a splendid cashmere belt with a sharp little curved dagger hanging from it. Although his coloring was an almost livid white, the man had a remarkably handsome face. The eyes were bright and penetrating, the nose straight and almost on a level with the forehead, suggesting the purest Greek type, and the teeth, white as pearls, shone splendidly under a dark mustache. It was only the pallor that was strange. The man looked as if he had been shut up for a long time in a tomb and afterwards had been unable to recover the natural rosy complexion of the living. Though not very tall, he was well built and had the small hands and feet typical of Mediterranean men. However, what astonished Franz, who had treated Gaetano's story as a fantasy, was the sumptuousness of the furnishings. The whole room was hung with crimson Turkish hangings, brocaded with gold flowers. In a recess there was a sort of divan, and above it a display of Arab swords with vermeil sheaths and hilts shining with precious stones. From the ceiling dangled a lamp in Venetian glass, delightful in shape and color, and his feet sank up to the ankles in the Turkish rug underneath them. There were curtains hanging in front of the door by which Franz had entered and in front of another door which led into a second room which seemed to be splendidly lit. The man allowed his guest a moment to take all this in, while using the opportunity to examine him in turn and keeping his eyes fixed on him. "Monsieur," he said finally, "I beg you to forgive me 1,000 times for the precautions that we had to take before showing you into my home, but, since this island is deserted for most of the time, if the secret of where I live were to get out I should no doubt return to find my dwelling in a rather poor state. I should be much displeased at this, not because of any loss that it might occasion, but because I should no longer have the assurance that, whenever I wish, I can separate myself from the rest of the world. Now I shall try to make you forget any slight displeasure I may have caused you, by offering you something that you surely did not expect to find here, namely a decent supper and quite a good bed." "My dear host," said Franz, "you must not apologize. I know that people who visit enchanted palaces always do so blindfold. Look at Raoul in the Huguenots. .5 and I really have no cause for complaint, because what you are showing me is equal to the marvels of the Arabian Nights. Alas! I have to say, like Lucullus, if I had known I was going to have the honor of your visit, I should have made some preparation for it. But, in the event, I put my humble retreat at your disposal and invite you to share my supper, such as it is. Ali, are we served?" At almost that very moment the curtain in front of the door was raised and a Nubian, black as ebony and wearing a simple white tunic, indicated to his master that they could proceed to the dining room. "Now," the stranger told Franz, "I am not sure whether you agree with me, but I find nothing more irritating than to spend 2 or 3 hours with a person and not know by what name or title one should address him. Observe that I respect the laws of hospitality too much to ask you your name or title. I should just like to ask you to suggest some name or other which I might use when speaking to you. As for myself, to put you similarly at ease, I should tell you that people are accustomed to call me Sinbad the Sailor." "And I," said Franz, "I shall tell you that, as I have everything except the celebrated magic lamp, I see no objection for the moment to your calling me Aladdin. In this way we can stay in the Orient, or I suspect that I must have been transported with the help of some good genie." "Well, Aladdin, sir," said the strange host, "you heard that we are served, I think? So please be good enough to come into the dining room. Your humble servant will go first to show you the way." At these words, raising the curtain, Sinbad stepped through the doorway. Franz went from one wonder to another. The table was splendidly laid. Once he had assured himself of this important detail, he looked around. The dining room was no less magnificent than the boudoir that he had just left. It was entirely in marble, with the most precious antique bas-reliefs. The room was oblong, and at each end there were superb statues carrying baskets on their heads. The baskets contained 2 pyramids of wonderful fruit, Sicilian pineapples, pomegranates from Malaga, oranges from the Balearics, French peaches, and Tunisian dates. As for the supper, it consisted of a roast pheasant sitting on a bed of Corsican blackbirds, a wild boar's ham and jelly, a quarter of a kid à la tartare, a magnificent turbot and a huge lobster. Between the main dishes were smaller plates with the various side dishes. The serving dishes were silver and the plates of Japanese porcelain. Franz rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not dreaming. Only Ali was allowed to wait on them, acquitting himself very well. The guest complimented his host on the fact. Yes, yes, the other replied, continuing to do the honors of his table in the most easy manner. He's a poor devil who is most devoted to me and who does his best. He recalls that I saved his life and, as he was attached to his head, apparently, he owes me some gratitude for having preserved it for him. Ali went up to his master, took his hand and kissed it. It's very simple, the host replied. It appears that the fellow had wandered closer to the harem of the Bey of Tunis than is acceptable for a lad of his color. In consequence he was condemned by the Bey to have his tongue, his hand, and his head cut off, the tongue on the first day, the hand on the second and the head on the third. I had always wanted to have a dumb servant. I waited for him to have his tongue cut out, then I went to offer the Bey, in exchange for him, a splendid two-stroke repeating rifle which, on the previous day, had appeared to take His Highness's fancy. He hesitated a moment, so keen was he to make an end of this poor devil. But I added to the rifle an English hunting knife with which I had blunted His Highness's yataghan. 6 As a result the Bey decided to spare him his hand and his head, on condition that he never again set foot in Tunis. The stipulation was unnecessary. As soon as the miscreant catches sight of the African coast, he flees to the bottom of the hold and cannot be persuaded to come out until we have lost sight of the third quarter of the world. For a moment Franz said nothing, considering what he should think of the cruel good humor with which his host had told him this story. And, like the honorable sailor whose name you have taken, he asked, changing the subject, do you spend all your time traveling? Yes, this is the result of a vow that I made at a time when I did not expect I should be able to accomplish it, the stranger said with a smile. I have made a few vows of that sort, and I hope to be able to accomplish them all in due course. Though Sinbad had spoken these words with the greatest sang-froid, his eyes gave a glance of peculiar ferocity. Have you suffered a great deal, monsieur? Franz asked. Sinbad shuddered, and stared closely at him. How can you tell that? He asked. Everything speaks of it, said Franz. Your voice, your look, your pallor, even the sort of life that you lead. What? I lead the happiest life of any man I know, the life of a pasha. I am the lord of creation. If I am enjoying myself in a place, I stay there. If I am bored, I leave. I am as free as a bird and, like a bird, I have wings. I have only to make a sign for the people around me to obey me. From time to time I amuse myself in teasing justice by snatching a wanted bandit away from it, or a criminal with the police on his trail. Then I have my own justice, high and low, which suspends no sentences and hears no appeals, which merely condemns or pardons, and concerns nobody. Oh, if you could have tasted my life, you would want no other, you would never return to the world, unless you had some great project to carry out. Some act of revenge, for example, said Franz. The stranger held the young man in one of those looks that penetrate to the depths of the soul and the mind. Why revenge? He asked. Because, said Franz, you look to me like a man who has been persecuted by society and has a terrible account to settle with it. Well, Sinbad said, laughing his strange laugh and showing his sharp, white teeth, you're quite wrong. You might not think it, but I am a kind of philanthropist and perhaps one day I shall go to Paris to rival Monsieur Appert 7 and the man in the little blue cloak. Would that be your first visit? Certainly, it would. I don't appear very curious, do I? I assure you, however, that it is not my fault if I have not been before, and it will happen one day or another. Do you expect to go soon? I don't know yet, it depends on circumstances that are still uncertain. I should like to be there when you come, so that I could return, as far as I am able, a hospitality that you have been so generous as to offer me on Monte Cristo. I would be most happy to accept your offer, the host replied. But if I do go, unfortunately, it might well be incognito. Meanwhile the dinner continued and appeared to have been served purely for Franz, for the stranger had barely nibbled at one or two of the dishes in the splendid feast that he had offered him and on which his unexpected guest had dined handsomely. Finally Ali brought the dessert, or, rather, he took the baskets from the hands of the statues and placed them on the table. Between the two baskets he set down a little bowl in vermeil, with a lid of the same metal. Franz's curiosity was awakened by the respect with which the servant had brought this bowl. He lifted the lid and saw a sort of greenish paste that he did not recognize, though it resembled a sort of sweet made from angelica. He replaced the lid, as ignorant of the contents of the bowl after lifting the lid as he had been before and, turning back to his host, saw him smile at his disappointment. You cannot guess, he said, what kind of foodstuff is in that little container, and it intrigues you, I imagine? I admit it does. I'll tell you. That sort of green sweetmeat is nothing more nor less than the ambrosia that Hebe served at the table of Jupiter. Which ambrosia, said Franz, no doubt, on coming into the hand of man, lost its celestial name to take a human one. What is the name of this substance, to which, I must admit, I feel no great attraction, in ordinary speech? Ah, cried Sinbad. It is precisely in this that we reveal our base material origins. Often we pass beside happiness without seeing it, without looking at it, or, even if we have seen and looked at it, without recognizing it. If you are a practical man and gold is your god, then taste this, and the minds of Peru, Gujarat and Golconda will be open to you. If you are a man of imagination, a poet, then taste this too, and the boundaries of the possible will vanish, the fields of infinity will be open and you will walk through them, free in heart, free in mind, in the limitless pasture of reverie. If you are ambitious and seek earthly glory, then you too can taste this and in an hour you will be a king, not the king of some little kingdom buried away in a corner of Europe, like France, Spain or England, but king of the world, king of the universe, king of creation. Your throne will be raised up on the mountain where Satan took Jesus. And, without having to pay him homage, without having to kiss his claw, you will be the sovereign master of all the kingdoms on earth. Aren't you tempted by my offer? Tell me, is it not an easy thing to do, since there is nothing to do but that? Look. With this, he lifted the lid off the little vermeil bowl which contained the substance of which he had spoken so highly, took a coffee spoonful of the magic sweetmeat, raised it to his lips and slowly savored it, his eyes half closed and his head leaning back. Franz gave him as long as he needed to enjoy his favorite food, then, seeing that he had somewhat recovered his attention, said, But tell me, what is this precious sweetmeat? Have you heard speak of the old man of the mountain? His host asked. The one who tried to kill Philip Augustus? Of course. Well, you know that he ruled over a rich valley overlooked by the mountain from which he had taken his picturesque name. In that valley were splendid gardens planted by Hassan ben Sabah, and in those gardens were isolated pavilions. According to Marco Polo, he would bring his chosen friends into these pavilions and there make them eat a certain grass which would take them into paradise, in the midst of plants that were always in flower, fruits that were always ripe and women who were always virgins. What these fortunate young men imagined was reality was a dream, but a dream so sweet, so intoxicating, so voluptuous that they would sell themselves, body and soul, to the person who had procured it for them, obey his orders like those of God and strike whatever victim he directed at the furthest end of the earth, dying under torture without a murmur, simply because they believed that the death they would suffer was merely a transition to that life of delights of which the holy grass, which you see before you, had given them a foretaste. In that case, Franz exclaimed, it's hashish. Yes, I do know it, at least by name. Precisely, you have said the word, my lord Aladdin. It's hashish, the best and finest hashish of Alexandria, hashish from Abugur, the great maker, the only man, the man for whom they should build a palace with the following inscription, to the merchant of happiness, from a grateful world. Do you know, Franz said, I am quite eager to judge for myself as to the truth or otherwise of your commendation? Do so, my dear guest, do so. But do not be content with just one experiment. As with everything, the senses must become accustomed to a new impression, whether it is pleasant or not, happy or sad. Nature wrestles with this divine substance, because our nature is not made for joy but clings to pain. Nature must be defeated in this struggle, reality must follow dreams, and then the dream will rule, will become the master, the dream will become life and life become a dream. What a difference is made by this transfiguration! When you compare the sorrows of real life to the pleasures of the imaginary one, you will never want to live again, only to dream forever. When you leave your world for that of others, you will feel as if you have traveled from spring in Naples to winter in Lapland, from paradise to earth, from heaven to hell. Try some hashish, my friend. Try it. Instead of replying, Franz took a spoonful of the wonderful paste, about as much as his host had taken, and brought it to his mouth. Damn it, he exclaimed, swallowing this divine substance. I am not yet sure if the outcome will be as pleasant as you say. But the thing itself doesn't seem to me as delicious as you claim. That is because the nodes of your palate are not yet accustomed to the sublimity of the thing they are tasting. Tell me, the first time, did you like oysters, tea, porter, truffles, all these things that you were later to adore? Can you understand the Romans, who season pheasants with asafoetida, or the Chinese, who eat birds' nests? Of course you can't. Well, it's the same with hashish, just try taking it for a whole week, and no food in the world will seem to you comparable in fineness to this taste which today you find musty and repellent. Now let us go into the next room, which is your bedroom, and Ali will serve us coffee and give us some pipes. They both got up and, while the man who called himself Sinbad, the name which we, too, have used from time to time, so that we may be able to designate him in some way, was giving orders to his servant, Franz went through to the other room. The furnishings were simpler, though no less rich. The room was round and a large divan extended along the walls. But the divan, the walls, the ceiling, and the floor were hung with splendid animal skins, as sweet and soft as the deepest piled carpet. There were lion skins from the Atlas Mountains, with great manes, there were tigers' skins from Bengal, warmly striped, there were the skins of panthers from the Cape, as merrily spotted as the one that appeared to Dante. Finally, there were bears' skins from Siberia and Norwegian foxes. All these were heaped one upon the other, in such profusion that one would have imagined oneself to be walking on the thickest lawn and resting on the most silken couch. Both men lay down upon the divan. Chabooks with jasmine stems and amber mouthpieces were within easy reach, all prepared so that they never needed to smoke the same one twice. They each took one. Ali lit them and went out to fetch coffee. There was a moment's silence in which Sinbad was immersed in the thoughts that seemed continually to occupy him, even in the midst of conversation, and Franz abandoned himself to the silent reverie into which one almost invariably falls when smoking fine tobacco, which seems to carry away all the sufferings of the mind on its smoke and give the smoker in exchange all the dreams of the soul. Ali brought them coffee. How would you like it? The stranger said. A la Française or a la Turque, strong or weak, with sugar or without, filtered or boiled. You choose. We have it prepared in every manner. I should like Turkish, Franz replied. How right you are, cried his host. This proves that you have a natural disposition for Oriental life. Ah, the Orientals, you understand, are the only people who know how to live. As for me, he added, with one of those odd smiles that did not escape the young man's observant eye, when I have finished my business in Paris, I shall go and die in the East, and then if you want to find me, you will have to look in Cairo, Baghdad, or Isfahan. I do believe, said Franz, that it will be the easiest thing, because I think I am growing eagle's wings and with them I shall fly around the world in a day. Ah, ha! That's the hashish working. Well, then, open your wings and fly into regions beyond the reach of men. Fear nothing. You are being watched over, and if, like those of Icarus, your wings should melt in the sun, we are there to catch you. He said a few words in Arabic to Ali, who signified his obedience and retired, without going too far away. As for Franz, a strange transformation was taking place in him. All the physical tiredness of the day, all the concerns awakened in the mind by the events of the evening were disappearing as in that first moment of rest when one is still conscious enough to feel the arrival of sleep. His body seemed to acquire the lightness of some immaterial being, his mind became unimaginably clear and his senses seemed to double their faculties. The horizon was constantly receding. It was no longer the dark horizon which he had seen before falling asleep and over which a vague terror loomed, but a blue, transparent and vast horizon, containing all the blueness of the sea, all the sparkle of the sun and all the perfumes of the breezes. Then, in the midst of the songs of his sailors, songs that were so pure and so clear that they would have made the most divine harmonies if one could have noted them down, he saw the island of Monte Cristo appear, no longer like a threatening reef rising out of the waves but like an oasis lost in the desert, and, as the boat approached, the songs swelled in volume, because an enchanting and mysterious harmony rose towards heaven out of the island, as if some fairy, like Lorelei, or some enchanter, like Amphion, wanted to lure a soul towards it or to build a city there. Finally, the boat reached the shore, effortlessly, with no shock, but his lips touched lips, and he came into the cave, without a pause in the charming music. He went down a few steps, or seemed to do so, breathing a fresh and scented air such as must surround Circe's grotto, composed of perfumes that inspire the soul to dream and warmth such that the senses are inflamed by it, and he sought everything that he had seen before falling asleep, from Sinbad, his fantastic host, to Ali, the dumb servant. Then everything seemed to fade and become confused before his eyes, like the last rays of a magic lantern going out, and he found himself in the room with the statues, lit only by one of those dim antique lights that are kept burning at night to watch over sleep or voluptuous pleasures. The statues were indeed the same, rich in shape, in sensuality and in poetry, with their magnetic eyes, lustful smiles and opulently flowing hair. Here were those three great courtesans, Phryne, Cleopatra and Messalina. Then, like a pure ray in the midst of these immodest shades, like a Christian angel among the gods of Olympus, came one of those chaste countenances, one of those calm shadows, one of those sweet visions that appeared to veil its virginal brow beside all these marble impurities. At this, it seemed to him that the three statues had combined the love of all three, to offer to a single man, and that man was himself, that they were approaching the bed where he was dreaming a second sleep, their feet covered by their long white tunics, bare-breasted, their hair coursing like water across their shoulders, in those poses which can seduce gods, but not saints, and those burning looks, such as those the serpent turns on a bird, and that he was abandoning himself to these painful expressions as if to an embrace, as voluptuous as a kiss. Franz felt that he was closing his eyes and that in the last glance he cast around him he noticed the modest statue cover itself entirely with its veil. Then his eyes closed on reality and his senses opened to inconceivable feelings. After that, he felt unremitting sensuality and continual lovemaking, such as the prophet promised to the elect. Now all those stone mouths became living ones and those breasts became warm, to such an extent that for Franz, falling for the first time under the domain of hashish, this lust was almost pain and this voluptuousness almost torture, as he felt the lips of these statues, supple and cold as the coils of a viper, touching his parched mouth. But the more his arms tried to ward off this unknown embrace, the more his senses fell beneath the spell of this mysterious dream, so that, after a struggle in which he would have given his soul, he abandoned himself unreservedly and eventually fell back, panting, seared with exhaustion, worn out with lust, beneath the kisses of these marble mistresses and the enchantment of this unimaginable dream. XXXII. Awakening. When Franz regained consciousness, the outside world seemed like a continuation of his dream. He felt himself to be in a tomb where barely a single ray of sunshine, like a look of pity, could penetrate. He reached out and felt stone. He sat up and found that he was lying, wrapped in his burnous, on a bed of dry heather, soft and sweet-smelling. His visions had all ended, and the statues, as though they had been no more than mere figments risen from their tombs during his sleep, had fled when he awoke. He took a few steps towards the point from which daylight was coming. The calm of reality was succeeding to the feverishness of dreams. He saw that he was in a cave, walked towards the opening, and through the arched door observed blue sky and azure sea. The air and the water sparkled in the rays of the morning sun. On the shore, the sailors were chattering and laughing where they sat, and, 10 yards out to sea, the boat bobbed gracefully at anchor. For a short while he enjoyed the cool breeze on his forehead, listening to the muffled sound of the waves against the shore, where they left a lace pattern of silvery white foam on the rocks. He abandoned himself, without attempting to analyze it, to the divine charm of natural things, especially when one can enjoy them after a fantastic dream. Then, little by little, this outside life, with its calm, its purity and its grandeur, recalled the improbability of his dream, and memories began to flood back. He remembered arriving on the island, being introduced to the chief of the smugglers, then an underground palace full of marvels, an excellent dinner and a spoonful of hashish. But, confronted by the reality of daylight, it seemed to him that all this had happened at least a year ago, so large did his dream loom in mind and so immediate did it seem. Thus, from time to time, his imagination took one of the shadow figures who had lit up his night with their kisses, and made her sit amongst the sailors, or walk across a rock or stand in the rocking boat. In any case, his head was quite clear and his body perfectly rested. There was no heaviness in his brain but, on the contrary, a certain general feeling of well-being and an ability to absorb the air and the sun that was greater than ever. So it was with a light heart that he went down to join his sailors. As soon as they saw him, they rose and the master came across. "My Lord Sinbad," he said, "requested us to convey his compliments to your Excellency, and asked us to express his regret at not being able to bid your Excellency farewell. He hopes that you will excuse him when you know that he has urgent business in Malaga." "So, my dear Gaetano," Franz said, "all this is real then. There was a man who welcomed me to this island, treated me royally and left while I was asleep? So real is he that you can see his little yacht speeding off under full sail. If you want to take your spyglass, you will quite probably recognize your host himself in the midst of his crew." As he said this, Gaetano pointed towards a little boat steering a course for the southern tip of Corsica. Franz took out his glass, adjusted the focus and turned it towards the point indicated. Gaetano was quite right. The mysterious stranger was standing on the stern of the boat, facing in his direction and, like Franz, with a spyglass in his hand. His dress was the same as the one in which he had appeared to his guest on the previous evening, and he was waving goodbye with his handkerchief. Franz pulled out his own handkerchief and returned the greeting by waving it in the same manner. A moment later, a small puff of smoke appeared from the stern of the boat, detached itself from the vessel and rose in a graceful arc towards the sky, after which Franz heard the faint sound of a shot. "There! Did you hear that?" said Gaetano. "He is bidding you farewell." The young man took his rifle and fired it in the air, but without much expectation that the noise would reach the yacht at that distance from the shore. "What would your Excellency like us to do?" said Gaetano. "Firstly, to light me a torch." "Ah, yes. I understand. You want to look for the entrance to the enchanted dwelling. With great pleasure, Excellency, if it amuses you, I shall give you the torch you ask for. I, too, once had the same idea as you, and I gave in to it 3 or 4 times, but eventually I abandoned the attempt. Giovanni," he added, "light a torch and bring it to His Excellency." Giovanni obeyed. Franz took the torch and went into the underground cavern, followed by Gaetano. He recognized the place where he had woken up by his bed of heather, which was still crumpled. But, however much he ran the torch over the walls of the cavern, he could find nothing except traces of smoke, showing where others had investigated before him in vain. However, he did not leave a single foot of the granite wall unexamined, even though it was as impenetrable as futurity. He did not notice a single crack without putting the blade of his knife into it, or a lump jutting out of the surface without pressing it, in the hope that it would give way, but all was futile and he spent 2 hours on this fruitless search. After that, he gave up. Gaetano was triumphant. When Franz returned to the shore, the yacht was only a little white dot on the horizon. He tried his glass, but even with that it was impossible to make anything out. Gaetano reminded him that he had come here to hunt the goats, something that he had completely forgotten. He took his gun and began to scour the island like a man accomplishing a duty rather than one enjoying a pleasure. After a quarter of an hour, he had killed a goat and 2 kids. But, though the goats were as wild and shy as chamois, they bore too great a resemblance to the domestic variety and Franz did not consider them true game. And anyway, there were far more powerful ideas on his mind. Since the previous evening he had effectively been the hero of a tale from the 1001 Nights, and he was irresistibly drawn back to the cave. So, even though the first investigation had failed, he began a second one, after telling Gaetano to have the 2 kids roasted. This second visit must have lasted a fairly long time because, when he returned, the kid was cooked and the meal was ready. Franz sat down on the spot where, the evening before, they had come to invite him to supper with this mysterious host, and he could still see the little yacht, like a seagull rocking on the crest of a wave, continuing on its path to Corsica. "But, Gaetano," he said, "you informed me that Milord Sinbad was heading for Malaga, while it seems to me that he is going directly towards Porto Vecchio." "Don't you remember," the master said, "my telling you that, with his crew, there were for the time being 2 Corsican bandits?" "Of course. So is he going to put them off on the coast?" "Just as you say." "Ah," Gaetano exclaimed, "there's a man who doesn't fear either God or the devil, so they say, and who would go 50 leagues out of his way to help a poor soul. That sort of help could get him into trouble with the authorities of the country where he performs this kind of philanthropic deed," Franz said. "Ha! The authorities," said Gaetano. "What does he care about the authorities? He couldn't give a damn for them. Let them just try to catch him. To start with, his yacht is not a ship, it's a bird, and he could gain 3 knots on a frigate for every 12. Then he has only to put off at the coast himself. He would find plenty of friends of his own there." What was most clear in all this was that Milord Sinbad, Franz's host, had the honor to be associated with every smuggler and bandit on every coast around the Mediterranean, which could only make his position seem even more peculiar. As for Franz, there was nothing further to keep him on Monte Cristo, since he had lost all hope of finding the secret of the cavern, so he hastened to finish his lunch, while ordering the men to prepare the boat for when he was ready. Half an hour later, he was on board. He cast a final glance at the yacht. It was about to vanish into the Gulf of Porto Vecchio. He gave the signal to depart. At the moment when his boat set off, the yacht disappeared. With it vanished the last link with the reality of the previous night, the supper, Sinbad, the hashish and the statues, all were beginning for Franz to merge into a single dream. The boat sailed all day and all night. The next morning, at sunrise, it was the island of Monte Cristo itself that had disappeared. Once Franz had landed, he put aside all memory of recent events, at least temporarily, in order to complete his personal and social affairs in Florence and concentrate on joining his friend, who was waiting in Rome. So he left for there, and on the Saturday evening arrived by stagecoach on the Piazza della Dogana. As we mentioned earlier, the apartment was already reserved, so there was nothing to be done except to repair to Signor Pastrini's establishment. This was less easy than it sounds. The streets were jammed with people and Rome was already a prey to the dull, feverish hum that precedes great events. And in Rome there are 4 great events in the year: Carnival, Holy Week, Corpus Christi, and the Feast of St. Peter. The rest of the year, the city slumps back into its melancholic apathy, a limbo between life and death, which makes it comparable to a kind of stopping place between this life and the next, but a sublime stopping place, full of character and poetry, that Franz had experienced 5 or 6 times before, and which each time he had found more marvelous and more fantastic than the last. At length he managed to make his way through the swelling and increasingly expectant crowd, and reached the hotel. At his first request, he was told, with that impertinence which is peculiar to cab drivers when they have already been booked and innkeepers whose establishments are full, that there was no more room for him in the Hotel de Londres, whereupon he sent his card up to Signor Pastrini and asked to be announced to Albert de Morcerf. This tactic succeeded, and Signor Pastrini hurried down in person, begging pardon for having kept His Excellency waiting, scolding his staff, snatching the candlestick from the hand of the guide who had already taken charge of the traveler, and preparing to conduct him to Albert, when the latter himself came to meet them. The apartment they had rented consisted of 2 little rooms and a study. Both bedrooms overlooked the street, a feature that Signor Pastrini emphasized, as enormously enhancing their worth. The remainder of the floor was rented to a very rich gentleman, believed to be a Sicilian or a Maltese. The hotelier could not say precisely to which of the 2 nations the traveler belonged. He was called the Count of Monte Cristo. "Very well, Signor Pastrini," said Franz, "but we shall immediately need some kind of supper for this evening and a barouche for tomorrow and the following days." "As to the supper," said the innkeeper, "you shall have it at once, but regarding the barouche—" "What? What, regarding the barouche?" Albert exclaimed. "Hold on now, one moment. We are not joking, Signor Pastrini. We shall need a barouche." "Monsieur," said the innkeeper, "everything possible will be done to procure one for you." "I cannot say more than that." "And when shall we know?" asked Franz. "Tomorrow morning," answered the innkeeper. "Damnation," said Albert. "All this means is that we shall pay dearer for it. You know how it goes, from Drake or Aaron, 25 francs on ordinary days, and 30 or 35 on Sundays and holidays. Add 5 francs a day as your own fee, and we are in for around 40 francs. I very much fear that the gentleman would not be able to find such a vehicle for double that amount." "Well, then, find some horses and harness them to my own. It is a little the worse for wear after the journey, but no matter." "You won't find any horses." Albert looked at Franz like a man who has just been given an incomprehensible answer. "Do you understand this, Franz? No horses. But what about post horses, aren't there any of those?" "All hired a fortnight ago. All that is left are those which are absolutely essential for the mail." "What do you say to that?" asked Franz. "I say that, when something is beyond my comprehension, I am in the habit of not wasting any more time on it, but of turning to something else. Is the supper ready, Signor Pastrini?" "Yes, Excellency." "Well, then, let's dine first of all." "But what about the barouche and the horses?" asked Franz. "Don't worry about them, my dear friend, they will come of their own accord. It is simply a matter of finding a price." At which, Morcerf, with that admirable philosophy that believes nothing impossible so long as it feels its purse to be fat and its wallet full, supped, went to bed, fell instantly fast asleep and dreamt that he was prancing through the carnival with a carriage and 6 horses. 33. Roman bandits. The next morning Franz was the first to wake up and, as soon as he was awake, rang. The tinkling of the bell could still be heard when Signor Pastrini in person came in. "So? It is just as I thought yesterday," the innkeeper said triumphantly, without even waiting for Franz to put the question to him, "when I didn't want to promise you anything, Excellency. Your search has begun too late. There is not a single carriage to be had in Rome, for the final 3 days, of course." "Yes," Franz remarked. "You mean for the 3 when it is quite indispensable." "What is it?" asked Albert, coming in. "No barouche?" Exactly, my dear friend, Franz replied. You've got it in one. Well, a fine city it is, your eternal city. By which I mean, Excellency, Signor Pastrini continued, wishing the visitors to retain some modicum of respect for the capital of the Christian world, I mean that there will be no carriage from Sunday morning to Tuesday evening, but that between now and then you can find 50 if you so wish. Ah! That's something anyway, said Albert. Today is Thursday. Who knows what may happen between now and Sunday? 10 or 12,000 travelers are what will happen, Franz replied, aggravating the problem. My friend, Morser said, let's enjoy the present and not let it cloud the future. At least we shall be able to have a window, said Franz. A window, where? Lord love us! Overlooking the Corso. Ah, yes. A window, exclaimed Signor Pastrini. Impossible. Completely impossible. There was one remaining on the 5th floor of the Palazzo Doria, but it was rented to a Russian prince for 20 sequins a day. The two young men looked at one another in amazement. Damnation, my dear Albert, Franz said. Do you know what we should do? We should go and celebrate the carnival in Venice. At least there, if we don't find a carriage, we'll find a gondola. No, no, no! Albert cried. My mind is set on seeing the carnival in Rome, and here I shall see it, even if I have to use stilts. Ah, now! Franz said. That's a brilliant idea, especially for putting out Machiavelli. One will dress up as vampire Policanelli or else as peasants from the Landis. Will be a roaring success. Do your Excellencies still wish to have a carriage until Sunday? Yes, damn it, said Albert. Do you expect us to go running round the streets of Rome on foot, like bailiffs' clerks? I shall hasten to carry out your Excellency's orders, said Signor Pastrini. But I must warn you that the carriage will cost 6 piastres a day. And I, dear Signor Pastrini, said Franz, since I am not our neighbor the millionaire, I must warn you that this is my 4th visit to Rome, and consequently I know the price of a barouche on weekdays, Sundays, and holidays. We shall give you 12 piastres for today, tomorrow, and the day after, and you will still have a very handsome bonus. But, Excellency, said Signor Pastrini, trying to protest. Come, my dear fellow, come, said Franz, or else I'll go myself and bargain with your affeditor too, who also happens to be mine. We are old friends. He has already stolen quite a bit of money from me in his time and, in the hope of stealing some more, will accept an even lower price than the one I am offering you, so you will lose the difference and it will be your own fault. Do not put yourself to so much trouble, Excellency, said Signor Pastrini, with the smile of an Italian speculator admitting defeat. I shall do my best and I hope that it will be to your satisfaction. Completely. Now we're talking. When would you like the carriage? In an hour. In 1 hour it will be at the door. And, indeed, an hour later the carriage was waiting for the two young men. It was a simple cab which, in view of the solemnity of the occasion, had been elevated to the rank of barouche. But, despite its unassuming appearance, the two men would have been very pleased to have such a vehicle for the last 3 days of carnival. Excellency, the guide cried, seeing Franz looking out of the window. Should we bring the coach to the palace door? Even though Franz was accustomed to Italian exaggeration, his first impulse was to look around, but the words were indeed addressed to him. He who Franz was the Excellency, the hackney cab was the coach, and the palace was the Hotel de Londres. In that single phrase was contained the whole genius of a nation that knows how to turn a compliment better than any other. Franz and Albert went out, the coach drove up to the palace, their Excellencies arranged themselves across the seats and the guide jumped up behind. Where do their Excellencies wish to be driven? First of all to St. Peter's, of course, then to the Colosseum, said Albert, like a true Parisian. However, there was one thing that Albert did not know, which is that you need a day to see St. Peter's and a month to study it. The day was consequently spent solely in visiting St. Peter's. Suddenly the two friends noticed that the sun was starting to go down. Franz took out his watch. It was 4:30, so they immediately set off back to the hotel. At the door, Franz ordered the driver to be ready at 8. He wanted to show Albert the Colosseum by moonlight, as he had shown him St. Peter's in broad daylight. When one is showing a friend round a city that one already knows, one does so with the same coquetry as when showing off a woman who has been one's mistress. Franz consequently told the driver which route he should take. He was to go out through the Porta del Popolo, follow the outer wall, then come back into the city through the Porta San Giovanni. In this way, the Colosseum would appear before them with no prior rehearsal, that is to say, without the Capitol, the Forum, the Arch of Septimus Severus, the Temple of Antoninus and Faustina and the Via Sacra serving as so many steps on the road, to reduce its magnificence. They sat down at table. Signor Pastrini had promised his guests a splendid feast. He gave them a passable dinner, so they couldn't complain. At the end of it he came in himself. Franz at first imagined that it was to accept their compliments and he prepared to make them, but he was interrupted after the first few words. "Excellency," Signor Pastrini said, "I am flattered by your approval, but that is not the reason that I came up to see you." "Was it to tell us that you have found a carriage?" asked Albert, lighting a cigar. "Still less, and I suggest, Excellency, that you would do better not to think about this anymore, but to accept the inevitable. In Rome, either things can be done, or they cannot. When someone tells you that they cannot, there's an end to it. In Paris, it's much more convenient. When something can't be done, you pay double and immediately you get what you wanted." "I hear all Frenchmen say this," said Signor Pastrini, a trifle stung by it. "So I don't understand how they manage to travel." "But, then," said Albert, unhurriedly blowing his smoke towards the ceiling and leaning backwards, balancing on the two rear legs of his chair, "it is only fools and innocents like ourselves who travel. Sensible men stay in their apartments in the Rue du Helder, and don't stray beyond the Boulevard de Gand and the Café de Paris." It goes without saying that Albert lived in the aforementioned street, took his daily walk down the said fashionable thoroughfare and dined every day in the only café where one does dine, at least, assuming one is on good terms with the waiters. Signor Pastrini said nothing for a moment, obviously considering this reply and no doubt not finding it altogether clear. "The point is," said Franz, interrupting his host's geographical musings, "that you did come here for some reason, so perhaps you would be good enough to tell us why?" "Ah, that's right. Here it is. You ordered the barouche for 8 o'clock? "Just so." "You intend to visit the Colosseo?" "You mean the Colosseum?" "They are the same place." "As you say." "You told your coachman to leave by the Porta del Popolo, go round the walls and return through the Porta San Giovanni?" "My very words." "Well, this itinerary is impossible." "Impossible?" "Or, at least, very dangerous." "Dangerous? Why?" "Because of the famous Luigi Vampa." Come, my dear fellow, who is this famous Luigi Vampa?" Albert asked. "He may be very famous in Rome, but I must tell you that he is quite unknown in Paris." "What? You don't know about him?" "I don't have that honor." "You have never heard the name?" "Never." "He is a bandit, beside whom Decesarus and Gasparone were mere choir boys." "Careful, Albert," cried Franz. "Here we have a bandit at last." "Be warned, my good host, I shall not believe a word of what you are about to tell us. And, now that is clear, speak as long as you like, I am listening." "Once upon a time, off you go, then." Signor Pastrini turned towards Franz, who seemed to him the more reasonable of the two young men. We must be fair to the good man. He had put up a considerable number of Frenchmen in his life, but there was a side to their wit that he had never understood. "Excellency," he said, very gravely, turning, as we have said, towards Franz. "If you consider me a liar, there is no sense in my telling you what I intended to tell you. But I can assure your excellencies that it would be in your interest." "Albert did not say that you are a liar, my dearest Monsieur Pastrini," said Franz. "He merely said that he would not believe you. But have no fear, I shall believe you, so you may speak." "Nevertheless, Excellency, you must understand that if doubt is to be cast on my veracity—" "Dear man," said Franz, "you are more easily offended than Cassandra. Even though she was a prophetess and no one listened to her, you at least can be assured of one half of your audience. Come, sit down and tell us about this Monsieur Vampa." "As I told you, Excellency, he is a bandit, the like of which we have not seen since the famous Mastrilla." "And what does this bandit have to do with the order I gave my coachman to leave by the Porta del Popolo and to return through the Porta San Giovanni?" "He has the following to do with it," Signor Pastrini replied, "that, while you may well go out by one gate, I very much doubt whether you will return by the other." "Why?" "Because, after nightfall, no one is safe within 50 yards of the gates." "Truly?" Albert exclaimed. "Monsieur le Vicomte," said Signor Pastrini, still wounded to the very depth of his soul by the doubt Albert had expressed as to his veracity, "what I am saying is not for you. It is for your traveling companion, who is acquainted with Rome and knows that one does not mock when speaking of such matters." "Franz," said Albert, "we have here a splendid adventure ready-made for us. All we have to do is fill our carriage with pistols, blunderbusses, and repeating rifles. Luigi Vampa will try to seize us, and we will seize him. We'll bring him back to Rome, offer him as a token of our respect to His Holiness, who will ask what he can do to recompense us for such a great service. Then all we have to do is ask for a coach and 2 horses from his stables and we can see the carnival by coach. Apart from which, the people of Rome will probably be so grateful to us that we shall be crowned on the Capitol and proclaimed, like Curtius and Horatius Cockles, saviors of the fatherland." The expression on Signor Pastrini's face, while Albert was pursuing this train of thought, would be impossible to describe. "And where, for a start," Franz asked Albert, "would you find these pistols, these blunderbusses, and these rifles which you want to cram into our carriage?" "The fact is I have no such things in my arsenal," he said, "because even my dagger was confiscated at Terracina." "What about you?" "The same was done to me at Aquapendent." "Well, there now," Albert said, lighting his second cigar from the stub of the first. "My dear host, do you realize how convenient this regulation is for thieves, so much so that I suspect it was introduced in collusion with them?" Signor Pastrini no doubt found the joke compromising, because he answered only obliquely, still addressing himself to Franz as the one reasonable person with whom he might reach a proper understanding. "His Excellency knows that it is not usual to defend oneself when one is attacked by bandits." "What?" Albert cried, his courage rebelling at the idea of being robbed without saying a word. "What? It's not usual?" "No, because any resistance would be useless. What can you do against a dozen bandits leaping out of a ditch, from behind a hut or an aqueduct, all of whom have their sights trained on you at once?" "Well, by all the devils! I'd let myself be killed!" Albert exclaimed. The innkeeper turned to Franz with a look that meant, "Undoubtedly, Excellency, your companion is mad." "Albert," Franz continued, "that is a magnificent reply, almost as good as old Corneille's Chuael morit, 3. But when Horatius said that Rome itself was at stake and the sacrifice was justified. But in our case, it is just a matter of satisfying a whim, and it would be folly to risk our lives for the sake of a whim." "Ah! Perbaccio!" Signor Pastrini cried. At last. Someone is talking sense. Albert poured himself a glass of Lacrima Christi, which he drank in small sips, muttering unintelligibly. So, then, Signor Pastrini, Franz continued, my friend, as you see, has calmed down. Now that you have been able to judge of my peaceful temperament, tell us, who is this gentleman, Luigi Vampa? Is he a shepherd or a nobleman? Young or old? Short or tall? Describe him for us so that, if we should chance to meet him in society, like Jean Spogar or Lara, we shall at least recognize him. You could not have a better informant than I, Excellency, if you want to have the full story, because I knew Luigi Vampa as a young child. One day when I myself fell into his hands while traveling from Ferentino to Alatri, he remembered our earlier acquaintance, luckily for me. He let me go, not only without making me pay a ransom, but even making me a present of a very fine watch, and telling me his life story. Let us see the watch, said Albert. Signor Pastrini pulled out of his fob a magnificent brigette, signed by its maker and marked with the stamp of Paris and a count's coronet. Here it is, he said. Damn it, said Albert. I congratulate you. I have one almost the same. He took his watch out of his waistcoat, and it cost me 3,000 francs. Let us hear the story, said Franz, drawing up a chair and signaling to Signor Pastrini to sit down. Do your excellencies permit? Please, said Albert. You are not a preacher, my dear man, that you must speak on your feet. The hotelier sat down, after bowing respectfully to his future listeners, with the intention of letting them know that he was ready to give them any information about Luigi Vampa that they might require. Now, said Franz, interrupting Signor Pastrini just as he was about to open his mouth. You say that you knew Luigi Vampa as a young child. This means he must still be a young man? A young man. I should say he is. He's barely 22 years old. Oh, don't worry. He's a young man who will go far. What do you say to that, Albert? Said Franz. It's a fine thing, is it not, to be famous already at 22? Yes, indeed, and at his age, Alexander, Caesar and Napoleon, who later acquired a certain reputation, had not gone as far as he. So, Franz continued, turning to the innkeeper, the hero whose story we are about to hear is only 22. Barely, as I have just had the honor to inform you. Is he short or tall? Of medium height, much the same as His Excellency, Pastrini replied, indicating Albert. Thank you for the comparison, the latter said with a bow. Carry on, Signor Pastrini, Franz urged, smiling at his friend's sensitivity. And what class of society does he come from? He was a simple herdsman attached to the farm of the Count of San Felice, lying between Palestrina and the Lake of Gabri. He was born in Pampanara, and entered the Count's service at the age of 5. His father, himself a shepherd in Anagni, had a little flock of his own and lived on the product of the wool from his sheep and the milk of his ewes, which he brought to Rome to sell. While still a child, little Vampa had an unusual character. One day, at the age of 7, he came to see the cure of Palestrina and begged him to teach him to read. This was not easy, because the young herdsman could not leave his flock. But the good cure would go every day to say Mass in a poor little town that was too small to be able to afford a priest. It was too small even to have a name, just being known by that of Il Borgo. He invited Luigi to wait for him on his way at the time when he was returning, when he would give him his lesson, warning him that the lesson would be short and he would have to take full advantage of it. The boy gleefully accepted. Every day, Luigi would take his flock to graze on the road between Palestrina and Il Borgo. Every day, at 9 in the morning, the cure came past. The priest and the child would sit on the edge of a ditch and the little shepherd learned his lesson from the priest's breviary. In 3 months, he could read. This was not all, now he needed to learn to write. The priest had a teacher of writing in Rome make him 3 alphabets, one in large script, one in medium and the third in small, and he showed Luigi that by tracing the alphabet on a slate with a metal point he could learn to write. The same evening, when the flock had returned to the farm, little Vampa ran across to the locksmith's in Palestrina, took a large nail, heated it in the forge, hammered it, shaped it and made a kind of antique stylus. The next day he collected some slates and set to work. In 3 months, he could write. The curé, astonished by this intelligence and touched by his aptitude, made him a present of several notebooks, a sheaf of pens and a penknife. This required further study, but it was nothing compared to what he had already done. A week later, he could write with a pen as well as he could write with his stylus. The curé told the story to the Count of San Felice, who wanted to see the little shepherd, made him read and write in front of him, ordered his steward to have him eat with the servants and gave him 2 piastres a month. With the money Luigi bought books and pencils. In fact, he applied this faculty for imitation that he possessed to everything and, like the young Giotto, he would draw his yews, the trees, and the houses on his slates. Then, with the point of his knife, he began to carve wood, giving it all sorts of shapes. This is how Pinelli, the popular sculptor, began. A girl of 6 or 7, that is to say a little younger than Vampa, was keeping the ewes in a farm next door to Palestrina. She was an orphan called Teresa, born in Valmontone. The 2 children began to meet. They used to sit down together beside one another, let their flocks mingle and graze beside each other, while they would chatter, laugh and play. Then, in the evening, they separated the Count of San Felice's sheep from those of the Baron Cervetri, and the 2 children would take leave of each other and go back to their respective farms, promising to meet again the following morning. The next day, they would keep their promise, and so they grew up side by side. In due course, Vampa was approaching the age of 12 and little Teresa 11. Meanwhile, their natural instincts were developing. Beside the taste for the arts that Luigi had taken as far as it is possible to do in isolation, his nature was fitfully sad, intermittently passionate, capriciously angry, and always derisive. None of the young boys of Pampinara, Palestrina or Valmontone could gain any influence over him, or even become his companion. His willful temperament, always inclined to demand without ever wishing to make the slightest concession, repelled any friendly advance or demonstration of sympathy. Only Teresa could command this impetuous character with a word, a look or a gesture. He bent beneath the hand of a woman, yet would have stiffened to breaking point beneath that of any man. Teresa, in contrast, was vivacious, merry and lively, but excessively coquettish. The 2 piastres that Luigi was given by the Count of San Felice's steward and the price of all the little carvings that he would sell in the toy markets in Rome went on pearl earrings, glass necklaces, and gold pins. Thanks to her young friend's generosity, Teresa was the most beautiful and most elegantly dressed peasant girl in all the country around Rome. The 2 children continued to grow, spending all their days together and abandoning themselves freely to the primitive instincts of their natures. Thus, in their conversations, in their longings and in their dreams, Vampa would always imagine himself the captain of a ship, the general of an army or the governor of a province. Teresa imagined herself rich, wearing the loveliest dresses and attended by servants in livery. Then, when they had spent all day embroidering their futures with these brilliant and foolish patterns, they went their separate ways, each leading the sheep to the appropriate fold, and plummeting from the summits of their dreams to the humble reality of their situation. One day the young shepherd told the Count's steward that he had seen a wolf coming down from the mountains of La Sabina and prowling around the flock. The steward gave him a gun, which is what Vampa wanted. As it happened, this gun was a fine Brescia piece which fired as far as an English carbine, but one day the Count had broken the butt while bludgeoning a wounded fox, and they had thrown it on the scrap heap. This was no problem for a woodcarver like Vampa. He studied the original setting, adjusted the aim to suit himself and made a new but so splendidly carved that, if he had wanted to sell the wood by itself, he could certainly have got 15 or 20 piastres for it in town. But the young man had no interest in doing that. For a long time he had dreamed of having a gun. In every country where independence takes the place of liberty, the first need felt by any strong mind and powerful constitution is to possess a weapon which can serve both for attack and defense, and which, by making its bearer formidable, will mean that he often inspires dread. From this time on, Vampa devoted all his spare moments to practicing with his gun. He bought powder and shot, and took anything as his target: the trunk of the olive tree that grows sadly, gray and cringing on the slopes of La Sabina, the fox emerging from its earth at dusk to begin its nightly hunt, the eagle gliding through the air. He soon became so skilled that Teresa overcame the fear that she had originally felt on hearing the gunfire and was entertained at seeing her friend put the shot just where he wanted to, as precisely as if he had placed it with his hand. One evening, a wolf did indeed come out of a pine wood near which the young people were in the habit of staying. This wolf had not taken 10 steps in the open before it was dead. Vampa, proud of his prowess, slung the body over his shoulders and took it back to the farm. All this gave Luigi a certain reputation in the district. A superior being, wherever he may be, always acquires a following of admirers. People spoke of the young shepherd as the most skillful, the strongest and bravest contadino for 10 leagues around, and even though Teresa, for her part, was considered over an even greater distance as one of the loveliest girls of La Sabina, no one considered speaking a word to her about love, because everyone knew she was loved by Vampa. Despite this, the two young people had never declared their love to one another. They had grown up side by side like two trees, the roots of which mingle beneath the earth, as their branches above it and their scents in the air. Yet their desire to see one another was the same. This desire had become a need, and they could understand death better than a single day's separation. Teresa was 16 and Vampa 17. At about this time, people began to speak a great deal about a band of brigands that was gathering in the Lepini Mountains. Banditry has never been properly eradicated from the countryside around Rome. There may sometimes be a shortage of leaders, but, when one appears, seldom does he find any shortage of bandits to lead. The celebrated Cucumetto, hunted down in the Abruzzi, driven out of the kingdom of Naples, where he had been carrying on a veritable war, had crossed Garigliano like Manfred and come to take refuge on the banks of the Amasina between Sannino and Giperno. Here he set about reorganizing a band of outlaws, following in the footsteps of Decicerus and Gasparone, whom he hoped soon to surpass. Several young people from Palestrina, Frascati, and Pampinara vanished. At first people were concerned about them, but it was soon learned that they had gone to join Cucumetto's band. Cucumetto himself shortly became the focus of everybody's attention. Acts of astonishing daring were attributed to him, as well as disgusting brutality. One day, he carried off a young girl, the daughter of the land surveyor in Frosinone. The rule among bandits is clear: any girl belongs to the man who first abducts her, then the others draw lots for her, and the unfortunate creature serves to satisfy the lusts of the whole band until the brigands abandon her or she dies. When the parents are rich enough to buy her back, the bandits send a messenger to bargain over the ransom. The prisoner's life serves as a guarantee of the emissary's safety. If the ransom is refused, the prisoner is irretrievably condemned. This girl had a lover in Cucumetto's band. His name was Carlini. When she recognized the young man, she held out her arms to him and imagined that she was saved. But poor Carlini, when he in turn recognized her, felt his heart break, because he knew very well what fate had in store for her. However, as he was Cucumetto's favorite, had shared every danger with him for 3 years and had saved his life by shooting a carabinier whose saber was already poised above Cucumetto's head, he hoped that the chief would take pity on him. So he took him aside, while the young girl, seated against the trunk of a tall pine growing in the middle of a clearing in the forest, had made a veil from the picturesque headdress that these Roman peasant women wear, and was hiding her face from the lustful gaze of the bandits. He told Cucumetto everything, about his love for the prisoner, their promises of fidelity, and how, every night while they had been in the district, they had met in some ruins. That evening, as it happened, Cucumetto had sent Carlini to a neighboring village, so he had not been able to keep his appointment, but Cucumetto, or so he said, had chanced to go there, and this was how he came to abduct the girl. Carlini begged his leader to make an exception for him and to respect Rita, telling him that her father was rich and would pay a good ransom. Cucumetto appeared to give in to his friend's prayers and instructed him to find a shepherd whom they could send to Rita's father in Frosinone. At this, Carlini went joyfully to the girl, told her she was saved, and asked her to write a letter to her father, letting him know what had happened and telling him that her ransom had been fixed at 300 piastres. The father was given a mere 12 hours to comply, that is to say, by the next morning at 9 o'clock. Once the letter had been written, Carlini immediately took it and ran down into the valley to find a messenger. He found a young shepherd who was driving his flock to the pen. Shepherds are natural messengers for bandits, because they live between the town and the mountain, between civilized life and savagery. The young shepherd left at once, promising to be in Frosinone within the hour, while Carlini returned happily to find his mistress and tell her this good news. He found the rest of the band in the clearing, where they were merrily supping on the provisions which bandits would levy on the peasants as a simple tribute. Among the merrymakers he looked in vain for Cucumetto and Rita. He asked where they were, but the bandits replied with a huge burst of laughter. A cold sweat broke out on Carlini's brow and he felt his scalp creep with anxiety. He repeated the question. One of the diners filled a glass with Orvieto wine and handed it to him, saying, "To the health of brave Cucumetto and the beautiful Rita." At that moment, Carlini thought he heard a woman's cry. He guessed what had happened. He took the glass, broke it across the face of the man who was offering it to him, and ran towards the place from which the cry had come. 100 yards away, on the other side of some bushes, he found Rita, senseless in the arms of Cucumetto. When he saw Carlini, Cucumetto got up with a pistol in each hand. The two bandits stared at each other, one with a lustful smile on his lips, the other with the pallor of death on his brow. You would have thought that something terrible was about to happen between the two men, but, little by little, Carlini's features relaxed and the hand which he had brought up to one of the pistols in his belt lapsed back to his side. Rita was lying between the two of them and the scene was lit by moonlight. "Well," said Cucumetto, "did you carry out my orders?" "Yes, Captain," Carlini replied. "Tomorrow, before 9 o'clock, Rita's father will be here with the money." "Splendid. Meanwhile, we shall enjoy a pleasant night. This girl is charming and I must congratulate you on your taste, Signor Carlini. So, as I am not selfish, we shall return to our comrades and draw lots to see who will have her next." "So you have decided to abandon her to the common law? Why make an exception in her favor?" "I thought that my request." "And are you more important than the others?" "Correct." "Calm yourself," Cucumetto said, laughing. "Sooner or later, you will have your turn." Carlini's teeth were clenched to breaking point. "Come on," Cucumetto said, taking a step in the direction of the feast. "Will you join us?" "I will follow you." Cucumetto went off without letting Carlini out of his sight, no doubt fearing that he might strike him from behind. But nothing in the bandit's manner suggested any hostile intention. He was standing, with his arms folded, beside the body of Rita, who had still not regained consciousness. For a moment, Cucumetto thought that the young man might take her in his arms and escape with her. Not that it mattered to him very much now. He had had what he wanted of Rita and, as far as the money was concerned, 300 piastres divided among all of them amounted to so little that he hardly cared about it. So he carried on towards the clearing where, to his great astonishment, Carlini arrived almost at the same time as he did. "Cast lots! Cast lots!" the bandits cried when they saw their chief. And the eyes of all these men shone with drunkenness and lust, while the flames from the fire threw a red light on the figures around it that made them resemble demons. What they asked for was within the regulations, so the chief nodded to show that he agreed to their request. All the names were put into a hat, Carlini's with the rest, and the youngest member of the band drew one of them out. The slip of paper bore the name of Diavolaccio. Now, this was the same man who had proposed the chief's toast, and Carlini had replied to him by breaking a glass on his face. The blood was still flowing from a long cut, extending from his temple to his mouth. When he saw how fortune had favored him, Diavolaccio burst out laughing. "Captain," he said, "a short while ago, Carlini did not want to drink to your health, so suggest that he drinks to mine. Perhaps he will be more obliging to you than he was to me." Everyone expected some outburst from Carlini, but, to everyone's surprise, he took a glass in one hand and a flask in the other, and, filling the glass, he announced, in a perfectly calm voice, "To your health, Diavolaccio." He swallowed the contents of the glass without a tremor of the hand. Then, sitting by the fire, he said, "Where's my share of supper? The errand I have just run has given me an appetite." "Long live Carlini," the bandits cried. "Not before time. That's how to accept the matter like a good companion." They all returned to make a circle around the fire, while Diavolaccio went off. Carlini ate and drank as if nothing had happened. The bandits were looking at one another in astonishment, not understanding this impassivity, when they heard heavy footsteps on the ground behind them. They looked around and saw Diavolaccio carrying the girl in his arms. Her head was thrown back and her long hair hung down to the ground. As the two came closer to the light from the fire, the spectators noticed the pallor of the girl and the pallor of the bandit. There was something so strange and so solemn about this apparition that everyone got up, except Carlini, who remained seated and continued to eat and drink as if nothing was happening. Diavolaccio continued to walk forward, surrounded by the deepest silence, and set Rita down at the captain's feet. At this, everyone understood the reason for the girl's pallor and that of the bandit. Rita had a knife buried up to the hilt beneath her left breast. All eyes turned towards Carlini. The sheath at his belt was empty. "Ah," said the chief. "Now I understand why Carlini stayed behind." Any savage nature is capable of appreciating a determined action. Perhaps no other of the bandits would have done what Carlini had just done, but all of them understood him. "Well," said Carlini, getting up and walking over to the body, with his hand on the butt of one of his pistols. "Does anyone still want to argue with me over this woman?" "No," said the chief. "She is yours." Then Carlini himself took her in his arms and carried her out of the circle of light thrown by the flames of the fire. Cucumetto placed his sentries as usual and the bandits went to sleep, wrapped in their cloaks, around the fire. At midnight the sentry sounded the alarm, and immediately the chief and his companions were on their feet. It was Rita's father coming in person and bearing his daughter's ransom. "Here," he said to Cucumetto, handing him a bag of money. "Take it, this is 300 pistols. Now give me back my child." But the chief, without taking the money, motioned to him to follow. The old man obeyed and both went away under the trees, under the moonlight filtering through their branches. Eventually Cucumetto stopped and pointed out two people sitting together under a tree. "There," he said to the old man. "Ask Carlini for your daughter. He will tell you about it." And he went back to the group. The old man stood there, motionless, staring. He felt that some unknown misfortune, vast and unprecedented, was about to strike him. Finally he took a few steps towards the shapeless group which he could barely make out. At the sound of his approach, Carlini looked up and the shape of the two figures began to become clearer to the old man's eyes. A woman was lying on the ground with her head resting on the knees of a seated man who was bending over her. When he looked up, the man had revealed the face of the woman which he had been pressing against his chest. The old man recognized his daughter, and Carlini recognized the old man. "I was expecting you," the bandit said to Rita's father. "Miserable creature," said the old man. What have you done?" And he looked in horror at Rita, who was lying, pale, motionless, blood-stained, with a knife in her breast. A ray of moonlight struck her and lit the scene with its wan light. "Cucumetto violated your daughter," the bandit said. "And, since I loved her, I killed her, for after him she would have served for the pleasure of the whole band." The old man said nothing but went as pale as a ghost. "Now," Carlini said, "if I was wrong, avenge her." And he drew the knife from the young girl's breast, got up and offered it to the old man with one hand, while with the other opening his shirt and presenting him with his bared chest. "You did well," the old man said in a dull voice. "Embrace me, my son." Carlini flung himself, sobbing, into the arms of his mistress's father. These were the first tears that this man of blood had ever shed. "Now," the old man told him, "help me to bury my daughter." Carlini went to fetch 2 spades, then the father and lover began to dig under an oak tree whose dense foliage would cover the young girl's grave. When it was dug, the father kissed her, followed by the lover. Then, one taking her by the feet, the other beneath the shoulders, they lowered her into the grave. After that they knelt, one on each side, and recited the prayer for the dead. When that was done, they shoveled the earth back on the body until the grave was full. Then, holding out his hand, the old man said, "Thank you, my son. Now, leave me alone." "But," said Carlini, "I order you to leave me." Carlini obeyed and went back to his comrades, wrapped himself in his cloak and soon appeared to have fallen into as deep a sleep as the others. The previous day it had been decided that they would move camp. An hour before daybreak, Cucumetto woke up his men and gave the order to leave. But Carlini did not want to leave the forest without finding out what had happened to Rita's father. He went to the spot where he had left him and there found the old man hanging from one of the branches of the oak tree that overshadowed his daughter's grave. So Carlini swore on the body of one and the grave of the other that he would avenge them both. However, he was unable to keep his oath for, 2 days later, in an encounter with the Roman carabinieri, Carlini was killed. The only surprising thing was that, though he had been facing the enemy, he was shot by a bullet through the back. But no one any longer felt surprised when one of the bandits pointed out to his colleagues that Cucumetto had been standing 10 yards behind Carlini when the latter fell. On the morning of their departure from the forest of Frosinone, he had followed Carlini in the darkness, heard the oath he swore and, being a cautious man, had decided to strike first. There were 10 other tales no less extraordinary than that one told about this fearful bandit leader. So, from Fondi to Perugia, everyone trembled at the mere name of Cucumetto. These stories were often the subject of conversation between Luigi and Teresa. The girl would be very frightened by them, but Vampa reassured her with a smile and tapped his fine gun which shot so accurately. Then, if she was still not easy in her mind, he would point to some crow perched on a dead branch, take aim at it and fire. The creature would fall at the foot of the tree. Time went by. The 2 young people had agreed to marry when Vampa was 20 and Teresa 19. Both were orphans, so they did not need to ask permission except from their masters. They had done so and it was granted. One day, when they were discussing the future, they both heard 2 or 3 shots. Then, suddenly, a man came out of the wood near which the pair of them were accustomed to graze their sheep and ran towards them. As soon as he was in earshot, he cried, "I am being pursued. Can you hide me?" The young couple easily realized that this fugitive must be a bandit of some sort, but there exists an innate sympathy between the peasant and the Roman bandit which means that the former is always ready to help the latter. So, saying nothing, Vampa ran to the stone that covered the entrance to their cave, opened it by pushing back the stone, indicated to the fugitive that he should hide in this refuge which no one knew, returned the stone to its place and went back to sit beside Teresa. Almost immediately, 4 carabinieri appeared on horseback at the edge of the wood. 3 seemed to be hunting the fugitive, The fourth had a bandit as his prisoner and was leading him by a rope around the neck. The first three surveyed the scene, saw the two young people, galloped over and began to question them. They had seen nothing. "That's annoying," said the brigadier, "because the one we are looking for is the leader." Cucumetto? Luigi and Teresa could not refrain from crying out together. "Yes," the brigadier said. "And since there is a price of 1,000 Roman ekus on his head, there would have been 500 for you if you had helped us to capture him." The couple looked at one another. For a moment, the brigadier's hopes rose. 500 Roman ekus is equal to 3,000 francs, and 3,000 francs is a fortune for two poor orphans who want to marry. "Yes, it's very annoying," said Vampa, "but we haven't seen him." So the carabinieri scoured the countryside in different directions, but to no avail. Then, one by one, they left. At this, Vampa went to move the stone and Cucumetto came out. Through the cracks in his granite door, he had seen the two young people chatting with the carabinieri and guessed the tenor of the conversation, reading on the faces of Luigi and Teresa their unshakable determination not to hand him over, so he drew from his pocket a purse full of gold and offered it to them. But Vampa tossed his head proudly. As for Teresa, her eyes shone when she thought of all the rich jewels and fine clothes she could buy with that purse full of gold. Cucumetto was an extremely clever tempter. In him Satan had taken the shape of a bandit rather than a serpent. He intercepted the look and recognized in Teresa a worthy daughter of Eve. He went back into the forest, turning around several times, on the pretext of thanking his liberators. Several days passed without them seeing or hearing any more of Cucumetto. The time of the carnival was approaching. The Count of San Felice announced that he would be holding a great masked ball to which all the most elegant members of Roman society would be invited. Teresa was very anxious to see this ball. Luigi asked his protector the steward for permission for himself and Teresa to take part in it, concealed among the house servants. Permission was granted. The ball was being given by the Count chiefly to please his daughter Carmela, whom he adored. Carmela was just the same age and height as Teresa, and Teresa was at least as beautiful as Carmela. On the evening of the ball, Teresa put on her finest dress, her most expensive pins, her most brilliant glass beads. She was wearing the costume of the women of Frascati. Luigi had on the picturesque clothes worn by a Roman peasant on feast days. Both mingled, as had been agreed, with the waiters and peasants. The feast was splendid. Not only was the villa itself brightly lit, but thousands of colored lanterns were hanging from the trees in the garden. The guests soon overflowed onto the terraces and then to the alleys in the garden. At each crossroads there was an orchestra, a buffet, and refreshments. The strollers paused, a quadrille was formed and they danced wherever the fancy took them. Carmela was dressed as a woman from Sannino. She had a bonnet embroidered with pearls, her hairpins were of gold and diamonds, her belt was of Turkish silk embroidered with large flowers, her coat and her skirt were of cashmere, her apron was of Indian muslin and the buttons on her bodice were precious stones. Two of her companions were dressed in the costumes of women from Nettuno and La Riccia. 4 young men from the richest and noblest families in Rome were accompanying them, with that Italian freedom of manner which has no equivalent in any other country in the world. They were dressed as peasants from Albano, Velletri, Civita Castellana, and Sora. It goes without saying that their peasant costumes, like those of the women, glittered with gold and precious stones. Carmela had the idea of making them into a uniform quadrille, but they were short of a woman. She looked around, but not one of the other guests had a costume similar to hers and those of her companions. Then the Count de San Felice showed her Teresa, leaning on Luigi's arm among the peasant women. "May I, father?" said Carmela. "Of course you may," the Count replied. "After all, it's carnival." Carmela leant over to a young man who was walking beside her and talking, and said a few words to him, pointing at the girl. He followed the direction indicated by the pretty hand, made a sign of obedience and went across to invite Teresa to join the quadrille led by the Count's daughter. Teresa felt as if a flame had passed across her face. She looked questioningly at Luigi. There was no way to refuse. Luigi slowly let slip Teresa's arm which he was holding beneath his own, and Teresa went off, trembling, led by her elegant squire, to take her place in the aristocratic quadrille. Admittedly, to an artist, there was a great difference between the austere, restrained costume worn by Teresa and those worn by Carmela and her companions, but Teresa was a frivolous and coquettish young girl. She was dazzled by the embroidered muslin, the buckles on the belts, the sheen on the cashmere. She was driven wild by the sparkling of the sapphires and diamonds. Luigi, on the other hand, was gripped by a previously unknown emotion. It was like a dull pain, gnawing first at his heart, then quivering as it spread through his veins and took possession of his whole body. His eyes followed every movement made by Teresa and her squire. When their hands touched, he felt a sort of dizziness, his heart thumped and it was as though a bell were chiming in his ears. When they spoke, though Teresa was listening shyly and with lowered gaze to the young nobleman's words, Luigi could read in the man's eyes that they were compliments, and it seemed to him that the earth was spinning beneath his feet, while all the voices of hell whispered ideas of murder and violence. Then, fearing that he might be carried away by his folly, with one hand he clasped the arbor beneath which he was standing, and with the other he grasped convulsively the dagger with the sculpted hilt which he kept in his belt and which, unconsciously, he was drawing from time to time almost entirely out of its sheath. Luigi was jealous. He realized that Teresa, carried away by her proud and capricious nature, might one day be lost to him. Meanwhile, the young peasant girl, at first shy and almost terrified, had quickly recovered. I said that Teresa was beautiful, but that is not all. She had charm, that savage grace that is so much more powerful than any simpering or affected elegance. She almost had the honors of the quadrille and, though she was certainly envious of the Count's daughter, it is not altogether impossible that Carmela was jealous of her. Her handsome squire led her back, accompanied by many compliments, to the place from which he had taken her, where Luigi was waiting. 2 or 3 times, during the contredanse, the girl had cast an eye in his direction and each time had seen him looking pale and drawn. Once, even, the blade of his knife, half drawn out of the sheath, had cast a sinister shaft of light towards her. So she was almost afraid when she returned to her lover's arm. The quadrille had been a tremendous success and there was clearly a call for the experiment to be repeated. Only Carmela objected, but the Count of San Felice begged his daughter so tenderly that she eventually consented. One of the young noblemen went across to invite Teresa, without whom the dance could not take place, but she was gone. What had happened was that Luigi, not feeling strong enough to be tested any further, had led Teresa partly by force and partly by persuasion into another part of the garden. She had gone very unwillingly, but from the young man's distraught appearance and his silence, broken by nervous twitching, she guessed that something unusual was going on in his mind. She herself was not altogether easy inside and, even though she had not done anything wrong, she understood that Luigi had the right to reproach her. For what? She did not know. Nonetheless she felt that such reproaches would be deserved. Yet, to Teresa's great astonishment, Luigi remained silent and not a word passed his lips throughout the rest of the evening. But when the chill of the night had driven the guests from the gardens and the doors of the villa had been closed against them while the ball continued indoors, he took Teresa back home and, as she was about to go in, asked, "Teresa, what were you thinking of while you were dancing opposite the young Countess of San Felice?" "I was thinking," the girl answered in all frankness, "that I should give half my life to have a costume like the one she was wearing." "And what did your partner say?" "He told me that it was up to me if I should have such a dress, I had only to say one word." "He was right," Luigi replied. "Do you want it as desperately as you say?" "Yes." "Then you shall have it." The young girl looked up in astonishment to ask for an explanation, but his face was so somber and fearful that the question froze on her lips. In any case, while he was speaking, Luigi had started to walk away. Teresa looked after him until he disappeared into the darkness and, when she could no longer see him, she sighed and went into her house. That same night a great accident occurred, no doubt because of the neglectfulness of some servant who had forgotten to put out the lights. The Villa San Felice caught fire, in the very wing where the beautiful Carmela had her apartments. Woken up in the middle of the night by the glow of the flames, she had leapt out of bed, pulled on her nightgown and tried to escape through the door, but the corridor outside was already enveloped in flames. So she returned to her room, crying loudly for help, when suddenly her window, which was 20 feet off the ground, flew open and a young peasant lad burst into the apartment, took her in his arms and, with superhuman strength and agility, carried her out and down to the lawn, where she fainted. When she regained her senses, her father was standing in front of her, surrounded by all the servants who were trying to help her. A whole wing of the villa had burned down, but what did it matter, since Carmela was safe and sound? They looked everywhere for her savior, but he did not appear. Everyone was questioned, no one had seen him. As for Carmela, she was so overwhelmed by events that she did not recognize him. In any event, as the Count was immensely rich, apart from the danger that had threatened Carmela, and which appeared to him, thanks to her miraculous escape from it, more like a new sign that fate was smiling on him, rather than a real disaster, the loss caused by the flames mattered very little to him. The next day, at the usual time, the two young peasants met on the edge of the forest. Luigi was the first to arrive. He came joyfully to meet the girl, apparently having entirely forgotten what had passed between them the previous evening. Teresa was pensive but, when she saw Luigi's good humor, she adopted the attitude of merry insouciance which was her natural temperament when no greater passion happened to disturb it. Luigi took Teresa's arm in his and led her to the door of the cave. There he stopped. The girl, realizing that something extraordinary was up, stared closely at him. "Teresa," he said, "yesterday evening you told me that you would give everything to have a costume like that of the Count's daughter?" "Yes," she replied with amazement, "but I was mad to make such a wish." "And I told you, very well, you shall have it?" "Yes," the girl said, her astonishment growing with every word that Luigi spoke. "But I suppose you only said that to please me." "I have never promised you anything which I have not given you, Teresa," Luigi said proudly. "Go into the grotto, and dress yourself." At this, he rolled back the stone and showed Teresa the inside of the cave, lit by two candles burning on each side of a splendid mirror. On a rustic table which Luigi had made were the pearl necklace and diamond pins, on a chair beside them, the rest of the costume. Teresa gave a cry of joy and, without asking where the dress had come from or taking the time to thank Luigi, she dashed into the cave which had been transformed into her dressing room. Luigi pulled the stone back behind her, because he had just noticed a traveler on horseback on the crest of a little hill that blocked the view between where he was and the town of Palestrina. The rider had paused as if uncertain of his way and was outlined against the blue sky with the peculiar sharpness given to distant objects by the atmosphere in southern lands. When he saw Luigi, the traveler galloped down towards him. Luigi had been right, the man was going from Palestrina to Tivoli and had lost his way. The young man put him on the right track, however, since the road divided again into three paths. When the traveler reached them he might lose his way once more, so he begged Luigi to act as his guide. Luigi took off his cloak and put it on the ground, slung his carbine over his shoulder and, free of his heavy shepherd's mantle, walked ahead of the traveler with the rapid pace of a mountain dweller with which even a walking horse has difficulty in keeping up. In 10 minutes the two of them had reached the sort of crossroads that the young shepherd had mentioned. Here, with a majestic gesture like that of an emperor, Luigi pointed to the one of the three roads that the traveler should follow. "There is your way, Excellency," he said. "You cannot make a mistake from here on." "And here is your reward," the traveler said, offering the young shepherd a few small coins. "Thank you," said Luigi, withdrawing his hand. "I give services, I don't sell them." The traveler seemed used to this difference between the servility of the townsman and the pride of the countryman. "Very well," he said. "If you refuse payment, at least accept a gift." "Ah, that is another matter." "Fine. Take these 2 Venetian sequins and give them to your fiancée to make a pair of earrings." "And you, then, take this dagger," said the young shepherd. "You will not find one with a better carved handle between Albano and Civita Castellana." "I accept," said the traveler. "But in that case, it is I who shall be in your debt, because this dagger is worth more than 2 sequins. To a shopkeeper, perhaps, but to me, who carved it myself, it is hardly worth 1 piastre." "What is your name?" asked the traveler. "Luigi Vampa," the shepherd replied, in the same accents in which he might have said, "Alexander, King of Macedonia." "And yours?" "I," said the traveler, "am called Sinbad the Sailor." Franz d'Epinay gave a cry of astonishment. "Sinbad the Sailor," he exclaimed. "Yes," the storyteller answered. That was the name that the traveler told Vampa. "What do you have against the name?" Albert interrupted. "It's a very fine one, and the adventures of the gentleman's patron, I must admit, entertained me greatly when I was young." Franz did not insist. As one may understand, the name of Sinbad the Sailor had brought back a flood of memories to him, as had the name of the Count of Monte Cristo the previous evening. "Continue," he told his host. Vampa disdainfully put the sequins into his pocket and slowly returned the way he had come. When he had arrived within 200 or 300 yards of the cave, he thought he heard a cry. He stopped, listening to make out where it came from. A moment later, he clearly heard someone calling his name. The sound was coming from the grotto. He leapt like a chamois, cocking his gun as he ran, and in less than a minute he had reached the top of the hill opposite the one on which he had seen the traveler. From there, he could hear the cry of "Help, help," more clearly than ever. He looked down into the hollow below him and saw that a man was carrying Teresa off, just as the centaur Nessus carried off Deianira. The man was making his way towards the woods and had already reached the halfway point between there and the cave. Vampa measured the distance. They were at least 200 yards ahead of him. He had no hope of catching them up before they reached the woods. The young shepherd stopped as if his feet had grown roots. He put the gun to his cheek, slowly raised the barrel towards the ravisher, followed this moving target for a second and fired. The man stopped in his tracks. His knees buckled and he fell, taking Teresa down with him. However, she got up immediately. As for the man, he stayed on the ground, thrashing in agony. Vampa at once ran towards Teresa because she had not got 10 paces away from the dying man when her own legs failed her and she fell to her knees. The young peasant was terrified that the shot which had just brought down his enemy might have wounded her at the same time. Fortunately, this was not the case. Sheer terror had deprived Teresa of strength. When Luigi was quite sure that she was safe and sound, he turned to the wounded man. He had just expired, with his fists clenched, his mouth twisted in pain and his hair rigid with the sweat of his final agony. His eyes had remained open and threatening. Vampa went across to the corpse and recognized Cucumetto. On the day when the bandit had been saved by the 2 young people, he had fallen in love with Teresa and had sworn that the girl would be his. Since that time he had spied on her and, taking advantage of the moment when her lover left her alone to show the traveler his way, he had abducted her and already considered her his own when Vampa's bullet, guided by his unerring aim, went straight through Cucumetto's heart. Vampa looked at him for a moment without showing the slightest sign of emotion, while Teresa, on the contrary, was still trembling and only dared to creep towards the dead bandit and cautiously take a look at him over her lover's shoulder. After a short time, Vampa turned to his mistress and said, "Ah, good. You are dressed. Now it's my turn to get ready." Teresa was indeed dressed from head to foot in the costume belonging to the daughter of the Count of San Felice. Vampa took Cucumeto's body in his arms and carried it into the grotto while Teresa remained outside. If at this time a second traveler had ridden past, he would have seen something odd: a shepherdess watching her sheep in a cashmere dress, with pearl earrings and necklace, diamond pins and buttons of sapphires, emeralds and rubies. He would no doubt have thought he had been transported back into the age of Florian IV, and on his return to Paris would have sworn that he had seen the shepherdess of the Alps seated at the foot of the Sabine mountains. After a quarter of an hour Vampa came out of the cave. His costume was no less elegant in its way than Teresa's. He had on a jacket of garnet-colored velvet with wrought gold buttons, a waistcoat covered in embroidery, a Roman scarf knotted around his neck and a cartridge belt picked out in gold leaf and ornamented with red and green silk. He had sky-blue velvet trousers, fastened above the knee with diamond buckles, richly tooled buckskin gaiters and a hat decorated with ribbons in every color. 2 watches hung at his waist and there was a splendid dagger set in his cartridge belt. Teresa cried out in admiration. Dressed in this way, Vampa looked like a painting by Leopold Robert or Schnetz.5. He had decked himself out in Cucumeto's entire costume. He observed the effect of this on his fiancée and a smile of pride crossed his lips. "Now," he said, "are you ready to share my fortune, whatever it may be?" "Oh, yes," the girl exclaimed eagerly. "To follow me wherever I lead?" "To the ends of the earth." "Then take my arm and let's go, for we have no time to lose." The girl took her lover's arm without even asking where they were going, for, at that moment, he seemed to her as handsome, as proud, and as powerful as a god. In a few moments the couple had crossed into the forest and began to proceed through it. It goes without saying that Vampa knew all the mountain tracks, so he went forward into the forest without hesitation, even though there was no path before them, finding his way merely by looking at the trees and bushes. They walked for about an hour and a half. After that, they reached the thickest part of the wood. A dry riverbed led into a deep gorge. Vampa took this strange path which, enclosed between 2 banks and darkened by the thick shade of the pines, resembled in everything but the ease of descent the path of the Avernus 6 of which Virgil speaks. Teresa's fears had returned at the sight of this wild and desolate place. She pressed close to her guide, saying nothing, but, seeing that he continued to walk ahead at an even pace with a profound look of tranquility on his face, she herself found the strength to hide her feelings. Suddenly, 10 yards ahead of them, a man seemed to appear from the very trunk of the tree behind which he had been concealed, and leveled his gun at Vampa, crying, "Not another step, or you are a dead man." "Come now," said Vampa, raising his hand in a contemptuous gesture, while Teresa clung to him, no longer able to conceal her terror. "Do wolves fight among themselves?" "Who are you?" asked the sentry. "I am Luigi Vampa, shepherd from the farm of San Felice." "And what do you want?" "I wish to speak to your companions who are in the clearing of Rocca Bianca." "Then follow me," said the sentry. "Or, rather, as you know where it is, lead the way." Vampa smiled contemptuously at this precaution, stepped ahead with Teresa and continued on his way with the same calm, firm step that had brought him this far. In 5 minutes the bandits signaled to them to stop. They did so. The bandit gave the cry of a crow 3 times, and it was answered by a single cawing. "Very well," said the bandit. "Now you can carry on." Luigi and Teresa did so, but as they advanced, Teresa trembled and pressed even closer to her lover. Through the trees they could see weapons appearing and the sunlight glittering on the barrels of guns. The clearing at Rocca Bianca was on the summit of a little mountain which had no doubt previously been a volcano, but one that had become extinct before Romulus and Remus left Alba to come and build Rome. Teresa and Luigi reached the summit and were immediately confronted with about 20 bandits. "Here is a young man who has been looking for you and wants to talk to you," said the sentry. "And what does he want to say?" asked the man who was acting as captain in their leader's absence. "I want to say that I am tired of being a shepherd," said Vampa. "Ah, I understand," replied the lieutenant. "You have come to ask to be admitted to our ranks?" "Let him be welcome," several bandits from Farasino, Pampanara, and Anagni cried, having recognized Luigi Vampa. "Yes, except that I am requesting something else, apart from being your companion." "What is your request?" the bandits said in astonishment. "I want to ask to be your captain," the young man said. The bandits burst out laughing. "So what have you done to aspire to such an honor?" the lieutenant demanded. "I have killed your leader, Cucumetto, whose clothes these are," said Luigi. "And I set light to the villa of San Felice to give my fiancée a wedding dress." An hour later, Luigi Vampa had been elected captain to replace Cucumetto. "Well, my dear Albert," said Franz, turning to his friend. "What do you think now of citizen Luigi Vampa?" "I think he's a myth," Albert replied. "He never existed." "What is a myth?" Pastrini asked. "It would take too long to explain, my good friend," Franz replied. "So you are telling us that Signor Vampa is currently exercising his profession in the environs of Rome?" "With a boldness that no previous bandit has ever displayed." "So the police have tried in vain to capture him?" "What do you expect? He is in league with the shepherds of the plain, the Tiber fishermen and the coastal smugglers. If they go looking for him in the mountains, he is on the river; if they hunt him down the river, he is out at sea. Then suddenly, when they think he has taken refuge on the islands of Giglio, Guanudi or Monte Cristo, he reappears in Albano, Tivoli or La Riccia." "And how does he treat travelers?" "Very simply. According to the distance from the city, he allows them 8 hours, 12 hours, or a day to pay their ransom. Then, when the time has elapsed, he gives them an hour's grace. On the 60th minute of that hour, if he does not have the money, he blows out the prisoner's brains with his pistol or buries his dagger in his heart, and there's an end to it." "Well, Albert," Franz asked his companion, "do you still feel like going to the Colosseum via the boulevards outside the walls?" "Naturally," said Albert, "if the route is more picturesque." At that moment the clock struck 9, the door opened and the coachman appeared. "Excellencies," he said, "your carriage awaits you." "Very well," said Franz, "in that case, to the Colosseum." "Via the Porta del Popolo, Excellencies, or through the streets?" "Through the streets, confound it." "Through the streets," said Franz. "Oh, my dear fellow," said Albert, getting up and lighting his third cigar. "I must confess I thought you braver than that." Upon which the two young men went down the stairs and got into their carriage. Exiv. An apparition. Franz had found a compromise that would allow Albert to reach the Colosseum without passing by any antique ruin, avoiding a gradual approach that might deprive the Colossus of a single cubit of its massive proportions. This compromise was to go down the Via Sistina, turn due right at Santa Maria Maggiore and take the Via Urbana, past San Pietro and Vincoli, to the Via del Colosseo. There was an additional advantage in this route, which was that it would not at all distract Franz from the effects of the story which Signor Pastrini had told them, and in which his mysterious host from the island of Monte Cristo had made an appearance. So he was able to sit, resting, in a corner of the carriage and to consider the endless succession of questions that had arisen in his mind, though without finding a satisfactory reply to any of them. Something else, as it happens, had brought his friend Sinbad the sailor to mind. This was the mysterious relationship between bandits and seamen. What Signor Pastrini said about Vampa taking refuge on the fishing boats and smugglers' craft reminded Franz of the 2 Corsican bandits whom he had found dining with the crew of the little yacht, which had gone out of its way and made land at Porto Vecchio, solely in order to put them ashore. The name which his host on Monte Cristo had given himself, spoken by the proprietor of the Hotel de Londres, proved that he played the same philanthropic role on the coasts of Piombino, Civita Vecchia, Ostia, and Gaeta as on those of Corsica, Tuscany or Spain, and, as far as Franz could remember, he had himself spoken of Tunis and Palermo, proving that he operated over a wide area. However powerfully all these ideas occupied the young man's mind, they vanished the instant he found himself confronted with the dark and massive specter of the Colosseum, through the openings of which the moon was casting those long pale rays of light that shine from the eyes of ghosts. The carriage halted a few yards from the Mesa Sudans. The coachman came and opened the door. The two young men jumped out and found themselves confronted by a guide who seemed to have sprung up out of the earth. Since the one from the hotel had followed them, they now had two. In any case, it is impossible in Rome to avoid this over-provision of guides, apart from the general one who takes charge of you as soon as you step over the threshold of the hotel and who does not release you from his clutches until you step outside the city. There is a special guide attached to every monument, one might almost say, to every fragment of every monument. So you can well imagine that there was no shortage of them at the Colosseum, that is to say at the Monument of Monuments, the one of which Martial once said, "Let Memphis cease to boast of the barbarous marvels of its pyramids and let them sing no more of the wonders of Babylon. Everything must give precedence to the vast labor of the amphitheater of the Caesars, and all the trumpets of praise unite in admiration of this monument." Franz and Albert did not try to evade this tyranny of the guides, something that would in any case have been all the more difficult, since only guides have the right to visit the Colosseum by torchlight. So they offered no resistance and yielded to their controllers, as it were bound hand and foot. Franz knew the walk, he had done it 10 times already. But since his less experienced companion was stepping for the first time into the monument of Flavius Vespasian, I must say to his credit that he was highly impressed, in spite of the ignorant chatter of his guides. Anyone who has not seen it can have no idea of the majesty of this ruin, its proportions doubled by the mysterious clarity of the southern moon, the rays of which give a light resembling that of a western sunset. So, hardly had the thoughtful Franz taken 100 paces beneath the inner arches than he abandoned Albert to the guides, who were unwilling to give up their inalienable right to show him every inch of the lion's pit, the gladiator's box and the imperial podium, and slipped away by a partly dilapidated staircase. Then, allowing the others to continue the usual course round the ruins, he simply went and sat at the base of a column, facing a hollow depression which allowed him to take in the full extensive majesty of the granite giant. He had been there for about a quarter of an hour, seated, as I said, in the shadow of a column and lost in the contemplation of Albert, who, accompanied by his two torchbearers, had just emerged from a vomitorium at the far end of the Colosseum and with them, like shadows pursuing a will-o'-the-wisp, was descending step by step towards the seats reserved for the Vestal Virgins, when Franz thought he heard a loose stone tumbling into the depths of the building from the staircase opposite the one that he had just taken to reach the place where he was sitting. No doubt there is nothing exceptional here in a stone coming away beneath the foot of time and rolling into the depths, but it seemed to him that on this occasion a man's foot was the cause and that steps were approaching him, even though the person responsible for them was doing his very best to muffle them. And, in effect, a moment later a man appeared, gradually emerging from the shadows as he came up the staircase, the opening of which was in front of Franz and lit by the moon, though its steps receded into the darkness as they went down. It might be a traveler like himself who preferred solitary meditation to the meaningless chatter of the guides, so there should be nothing surprising in the apparition, but from the hesitant manner in which he came up the last few steps and the way that, once he had reached the landing, he stopped, seeming to be listening for something, it was clear that he had come there for some particular purpose and was expecting someone. Franz instinctively did his utmost to melt into the shadow behind the column. 10 feet above the level on which both of them were now standing, there was a round hole in the vaulted roof, like the opening of a well, through which could be seen the sky, bestrewn with stars. This opening had quite probably been letting in the moonlight for 100 years, and around it grew bushes whose delicate green foliage stood out sharply against the soft blue of the sky, while great creepers and huge bunches of ivy dangled down from this upper terrace and hung below the arched roof, like trailing ropes. The person whose mysterious arrival had attracted Franz's attention was standing in the half-light, so that it was impossible to distinguish his features, but not so much as to prevent one seeing his dress. He was wrapped in a vast brown cloak, one fold of which, thrown over his left shoulder, hid the bottom part of his face, while the upper part was concealed beneath his broad-brimmed hat. Only the outer part of his clothing was lit by the glancing ray of moonlight through the opening in the roof, and it showed a pair of black trousers elegantly framing a polished shoe. Clearly the man belonged either to the aristocracy or, at least, to the upper realms of society. He had been there for some minutes and was starting to give visible signs of impatience, when a slight noise was heard on the terrace above. At the same moment a shadow passed in front of the light and a man appeared, framed in the hole, staring intently into the darkness beneath him. Seeing the man in the cloak, he immediately grasped a handful of the dangling creepers and hanging ivy, let himself slide down them and, at about 3 or 4 feet above the ground, leapt lightly down. He was dressed in the pure costume of Trastevere. "Forgive me, Excellency," he said, in Roman dialect. "I've kept you waiting." "Even so, I am only a few minutes late. 10 o'clock has just sounded at St. John Lateran." "You are not late, I was early," the stranger replied, in pure Tuscan. "So, no apologies. In any event, if you had kept me waiting, I should have guessed that it was for some unavoidable reason." "You would have been right, Excellency. I have just returned from the Castel Sant'Angelo, and I found it very hard getting to speak to Beppo." "Who is Beppo?" "Beppo is an employee at the prison, to whom I pay a small sum in exchange for information about what goes on inside His Holiness's castle." "Ah, I can see you are a man of foresight. What do you expect, Excellency? One never knows what may happen. I too might one day be caught in the same net as poor Peppino and need a rat to gnaw away the meshes of my prison." "So, briefly, what did you learn?" "There will be 2 executions on Tuesday at 2 o'clock, as usual in Rome at the start of an important holiday. One of the condemned will be mazzillato. This is some wretch who killed a priest who had brought him up. He deserves no pity. The other will be decapitato, that is poor Peppino." "What do you expect, my dear fellow? You inspire such terror, not only in the papal government, but even in the neighboring kingdoms. They are absolutely determined to set an example." "But Peppino does not even belong to my band. He is a poor shepherd who has committed no other crime than to supply us with food." "Which undeniably makes him your accomplice. But they are showing him some consideration. Instead of being beaten to death, as you would be if they ever caught you, he will merely be guillotined. In any event, this will vary the entertainment and they will have something for everyone to watch. Quite apart from the entertainment which I am planning and which no one expects." "My dear friend," said the man in the cloak, "forgive me for saying this, but I suspect you may be preparing to commit some act of folly. I shall do everything to prevent the execution of a poor devil who finds himself in this pass because he helped me. By the Madonna! I should consider myself a coward if I were not to do something for the poor boy." "And what do you intend to do?" "I shall deploy 20 men or so around the scaffold and, as soon as they bring him, give a signal, then we shall leap on the escort with daggers drawn and carry him off. This plan seems very risky to me and I honestly believe that mine may be better." "And what is your plan, Excellency?" "I shall give 1,000 piastres to someone I know and shall succeed in having Peppino's execution delayed until next year. At that time I shall give another 1,000 piastres to another person, whom I also know, and have him escape from prison." "Are you sure this will work?" "Pardieu," said the man in the cloak, in French. "I beg your pardon," said the Trasteveran. "What I mean, my dear fellow, is that I shall do more by myself with my gold than you and all your people with their daggers, their pistols, their carbines, and their blunderbusses. So let me do it." "Willingly, but if you should fail, we shall still be ready and waiting." "Be ready, that's up to you, but you may be sure I shall have him pardoned." Tuesday is the day after tomorrow, so beware. You only have tomorrow. Yes, agreed. But there are 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour and 60 seconds in a minute. A lot can be done in 86,400 seconds. How will we know if you have succeeded, Excellency? Simple. I have rented the last 3 windows in the Café Rospoli. If I have obtained a stay of execution, the 2 corner windows will be hung with yellow damask, but the middle one with a red cross on white damask. Perfect. And how will you deliver the pardon? Send me one of your men, disguised as a penitent, and I shall give it to him. Dressed in that way, he will easily get to the foot of the scaffold and pass the decree to the head of the order of penitents, who will give it to the executioner. Meanwhile, have the news given to Peppino. We don't want him to die of fear or go mad, because in that case we would have been to a lot of needless trouble and expense on his behalf. Listen, Excellency, said the peasant. I am deeply devoted to you, you know that, I suppose? I hope so, at least. Well, if you can save Peppino, it will be more than devotion from now on, it will be obedience. Careful what you are saying, my good friend. I may perhaps remind you of this one day, because the day may come when I shall need you in my turn. Well, then, Excellency, you will find me in your hour of need as I found you at this moment. Even if you should be in the other end of the earth, you have only to write to me. Do this, and I shall do it, by my. Hush, the other man said. I can hear something. It's some travelers visiting the Colosseum by torchlight. There would be no sense in letting them find us together. The guides are all informers and they might recognize you, honorable though your friendship is, my dear friend. If people knew that we were as close as we are, I fear that my reputation might suffer from it. So, if you do obtain the stay of execution, the middle window will have a damask hanging with a red cross. And if you fail to obtain it, the yellow hangings. And in that case? In that case, my good fellow, feel free to exercise your dagger. I give you my permission and I shall be there to see it. Farewell, Excellency. I am counting on you. Count on me. With these words, the Trasteverin disappeared down the stairway, while the stranger, wrapping his face still more tightly in his cloak, passed within a couple of yards of Franz and went down into the arena by the outside steps. A second later Franz heard his name echoing beneath the vaults. Albert was calling him. He waited until the 2 men had got well away before replying, not wishing to let them know that there had been a witness who, even though he had not seen their faces, had not missed a word of their conversation. 10 minutes later, Franz was driving back towards the Hotel d'Espagne, listening with quite unmannerly lack of attention to the learned discourse that Albert was making, based on Pliny and Calpurnius, about the nets furnished with iron spikes which used to prevent the wild animals from pouncing on the spectators. He let him chatter on without arguing. He was anxious to be left alone so that he could give his whole mind to what had just taken place in front of him. One of the 2 men had certainly been a stranger to him, and this had been the first time he had seen or heard him, but the same was not true of the other. And, though Franz had not been able to make out the man's face, which was constantly wrapped either in darkness or in his cloak, the sound of that voice had struck him too forcibly the first time he heard it for him ever to hear it again without recognizing it. There was, above all, something strident and metallic in those mocking tones which had made him tremble in the ruins of the Colosseum as before in the caves of Monte Cristo. He was utterly convinced that the man was none other than Sinbad the sailor. The curiosity that the man had inspired in him was so great that in any other circumstances he would have made himself known to him, but on this occasion the conversation he had just heard was too personal for him not to be constrained by the very reasonable fear that his appearance would not be welcome. So he had let him depart, as we saw, though promising himself that, if they met again, he would not let another opportunity escape as he had this one. Franz was too preoccupied to sleep well. He spent the night going over and over in his mind everything he knew about the man in the caves and the stranger in the Colosseum, and which would support the idea that they were one and the same. And the more he thought about it, the more convinced he was. He did not fall asleep until daybreak, which meant that he woke up very late. Albert, like a true Parisian, had already made his plans for the evening. He had sent someone to book a box at the Teatro Argentina. As Franz had several letters to write home, he abandoned the carriage to Albert for the whole day. At 5 o'clock, Albert returned. He had taken round his letters of introduction, had received invitations for every evening of his stay, and had seen Rome. A day had been enough for him to do all this, and he had still had time to find out what opera was being performed and with which actors. The piece was called Parisina II and the actors were named Coselli, Moriani and Laspech. As you can see, our two young men were not especially hard done by. They were going to attend a performance of one of the best operas by the author of Lucia di Lammermoor, performed by three of the most renowned artists in Italy. Albert had never been able to get used to these Italian theaters, to the orchestra pit where you could not walk around, and to the absence of balconies or open boxes. All this was hard for a man who had his own stall in the opera booth and a share in the omnibus box at the opera, but it did not prevent Albert from dressing up outrageously every time he went to the opera with Franz, a wasted effort, for, it must be admitted to the shame of one of the most deserving representatives of French fashion, in the 4 months during which he had traveled the length and breadth of Italy, Albert had not had a single romantic adventure. He sometimes tried to joke about this, but underneath he was deeply mortified. He, Albert de Morcerf, one of the most eligible of young men, was still idly kicking his heels. It was all the more painful since, with the usual modesty of our dear compatriots, Albert had left Paris convinced that he would score the most astonishing triumphs in Italy and, on his return, delight the whole Boulevard de Gand with the story of his successes. Alas, it had not been so. The charming Genovese, Florentine and Neapolitan countesses had chosen to stick, not with their husbands, but with their lovers, and Albert had come to the painful conclusion that Italian women at least have this over their French sisters, that they are faithful in their infidelity. By which I do not mean that in Italy, as everywhere, there may not be exceptions. Yet Albert was not only a most elegant young bachelor, but also a man of considerable wit. Moreover, he was a viscount, of the new nobility, admittedly, but nowadays, when one no longer has to prove one's title, what does it matter if it dates from 1399 or from 1815? Added to all this, he had an income of 50,000 livres. This is more than one needs, as we can see, to be fashionable in Paris. So, all in all, it was slightly humiliating not to have been seriously noticed by anyone in the towns through which they had passed. However, he fully intended to make up for lost time in Rome, Carnival being, in every country on earth where that admirable institution is celebrated, a time of liberty when even the sternest may be led into some act of folly. So, since the Carnival was due to start the following day, it was most important for Albert to present his credentials before it began. With this in mind, he had rented one of the most prominent boxes in the theater and was impeccably fitted out for the occasion. They were on the first level, corresponding to our balcony. In any event, in Italy the first 3 floors are all as aristocratic as each other, which is why they are known as the noble parts of the auditorium. And the box, which could comfortably hold a dozen spectators, had cost the two friends a little more than a box for 4 people at the Ambigu. Albert had an additional hope, which was that if he managed to find a place in the heart of some beautiful Roman woman, this would automatically lead to the award of a posto in her carriage, and consequently he would see the carnival from the top of some aristocratic vehicle or from a princely balcony. All these considerations made Albert more lively than ever before. He turned his back on the actors, leant half out of the box and eyed all the pretty women through a pair of opera glasses 6 inches long. All of this did not induce one single woman to reward all Albert's agitation with a solitary glance, even of curiosity. Instead, the audience was thoroughly absorbed with its own affairs, loves, pleasures, or talking about the carnival which was to begin on the day after the end of Holy Week, without paying a moment's attention either to the actors or to the play, except at certain specific points when everyone would turn back towards the stage, either to listen to a section of Coselli's recitative or to applaud some virtuoso effect by Moriani, or else to cry bravo to La Specie, after which the private conversations would be resumed as before. Towards the end of the first act, Franz looked across to a box that had until then remained empty, and saw the door open to admit a young woman to whom he had had the honor of being introduced in Paris, but who he assumed was still in France. Albert noticed his friend started seeing this person and turned to ask him, "Do you know that woman?" "Yes," Franz replied. "What do you think of her?" "Charming, my dear fellow, and blonde." "Oh, what delightful hair!" "Is she French?" "Venetian." "And her name?" "Countess G. 3. "I know the name," Albert exclaimed. "Her wit is said to be equal to her beauty." "Good heavens! Just think! I could have been introduced to her at Madame de Villefort's last ball, which she attended, but I neglected to do so. What an idiot I am! Would you like me to make up for the omission?" "Why, do you know her well enough to take me to her box?" "I have had the honor to speak to her 3 or 4 times in my life, but, that's quite enough for us not to be committing any faux pas." At this moment the Countess noticed Franz and gave him a graceful wave with her hand, to which he replied by bowing respectfully. "Well, I never. But it looks to me as if you could be on very close terms with her," said Albert. "That's just where you're wrong, and the very thing that is constantly leading us Frenchmen into one blunder or other when we are abroad. We judge everything from a Parisian point of view. In Spain, above all in Italy, you can never tell how intimate people are by the informality of their behavior together. The Countess and I happen to find common ground, nothing more." "In the heart?" Albert asked, laughing. "No, simply in the mind," Franz replied seriously. "On what occasion?" "On the occasion of a walk in the Colosseum very much like the one we took together." "By moonlight?" "Yes." "Alone?" "Almost." "And you spoke of the dead." "Ha!" Albert exclaimed. "That is highly diverting. Well, I promise you that if I should ever have the good fortune to accompany the beautiful Countess on such a walk, I should only talk to her about the living." "You might perhaps be wrong. But until that happens, will you introduce me to her as you promised?" "As soon as the curtain falls." "How devilish long this first act is." "Listen to the finale, it's splendid, and Coselli sings it exceptionally well." "Yes, but look how he carries himself. No one could act better than La Specie." When you've seen La Sontag and La Malibran, don't you find Moriani's technique excellent?" "I don't like brunettes who sing blonde." "My dear chap," said Franz, turning around while Albert continued to peer through his opera glasses, "you really are too fussy." At last the curtain fell, much to the satisfaction of the Vicomte de Morcerf, who took his hat, rapidly adjusted his hair, his cravat and his cuffs, and told Franz that he was waiting. Franz had exchanged a look with the Countess, who indicated that he would be welcome, so he wasted no time in satisfying his friend's eagerness and set off round the semicircle, followed by Albert, who took advantage of this journey to smooth out some creases that might have appeared in his shirt collar and the lapels of his coat, so that they eventually arrived at box number 4, which was the one occupied by the Countess. Immediately the young man sitting beside her at the front of the box got up according to the custom in Italy and gave his seat to the newcomer, who must relinquish it in his turn when a new visitor arrives. Franz introduced Albert to the Countess as one of our most distinguished young people, both for his social standing and for his wit, all of which was true, for, in Paris, and in the society in which Albert moved, he was a model of a young gentleman. Franz added that, desperate at not having been able to take advantage of the Countess's stay in Paris to obtain an introduction to her, he had asked him to repair this omission, and he was doing precisely that, while begging the Countess to forgive his presumption, since he himself might have been thought to need someone formally to introduce him to the Countess. She replied by greeting Albert in the most charming way and offering Franz her hand. At her invitation, Albert took the empty seat at the front while Franz sat in the second row behind them. Albert had found an excellent subject of conversation: Paris. He talked to the Countess of their mutual acquaintances. Franz realized that things were going well and decided to let them continue in that way. Asking for the loan of Albert's gigantic opera glasses, he began to study the audience for himself. Sitting alone at the front of a box, at the third level facing them, was a superbly beautiful woman, dressed in Greek costume which she wore with such ease that it was clear that this style of dress was natural to her. Behind her, in the shadows, could be seen the outline of a man, though it was impossible to make out his face. Franz interrupted the conversation between Albert and the Countess to ask the latter if she knew the lovely Albanian woman who so much deserved to attract the attention not only of men but also of women. "No," she answered. "All I do know is that she has been in Rome throughout the season, because when the theater opened at its start I saw her where you see her now, and in the past month she has not missed a single performance, sometimes in company with the man who was with her at present, sometimes simply attended by a black servant." "What do you think of her, Countess?" "Extremely beautiful. Medora must have looked like her." Franz and the Countess exchanged a smile. She went back to her conversation with Albert, and Franz to examining his Albanian. The curtain rose for the ballet. It was one of those fine Italian ballets directed by the celebrated Henri, who had acquired an enormous reputation as a choreographer in Italy before losing it in the nautical theater, one of those ballets where everyone, from the principals to the chorus line, is so actively involved that 150 dancers make the same movement at the same time, lifting the same arm or leg in perfect unison. This ballet was called Poliska. Franz was too preoccupied with his beautiful Greek to take any notice of the ballet, interesting though it was. As for her, she was clearly enjoying the performance, and her pleasure was in the most marked contrast to the profound indifference of the man who accompanied her. Throughout the entire length of this choreographic masterpiece he remained utterly motionless and, despite the infernal racket emanating from the trumpets, bells and cymbals, appeared to be enjoying the celestial delights of a luxurious and untroubled sleep. At last the ballet ended and the curtain fell, amid frenzied applause from the delighted audience in the stalls. Because of this custom of dividing up the opera with a ballet, intervals are very short in Italian theaters, as the singers have an opportunity to rest and change their costumes while the dancers are executing their pirouettes and concocting their entrechats. So the overture of the second act began and, at the first touch of the strings, Franz saw the sleeper slowly rise up and come over to the Greek woman, who turned around to speak to him, then returned to her position, leaning against the front of the box. The man's face was still in shadow and Franz could see none of his features. The curtain rose and Franz's attention was inevitably drawn to the actors, so for a moment his eyes left the box, with the beautiful Greek, and turned to the stage. As we know, the act opens with the dream duet. In her sleep, Parisina lets slip the secret of her love for Hugo in front of Azo. The betrayed husband goes through all the rages of jealousy until, convinced that his wife is being unfaithful to him, he wakes her up to announce his forthcoming revenge. This duo is one of the most lovely, most expressive, and most powerful to have come from Donizetti's fertile pen. This was the third time that Franz had heard it and, though he had no pretensions to being a fanatical opera lover, it had a profound effect on him. So he was about to join in with the applause coming from the rest of the theater when his hands, on the point of meeting, remained frozen opposite one another and the bravo, that was on the point of emerging from his lips died before reaching them. The man in the box had stood up entirely and, now that his head was in the light, Franz had just once more recognized the mysterious inhabitant of Monte Cristo, the very same whose figure and voice he had so clearly recognized the evening before in the ruins of the Colosseum. There could no longer be any doubt. The strange traveler lived in Rome. The expression on Franz's face must have reflected the turmoil that this apparition created in his mind, because the Countess looked at him, burst out laughing and asked what was wrong. Madame la Comtesse, Franz replied, a moment ago I asked you if you knew that Albanian woman, now I am wondering if you know her husband. No more than I do her. You have never noticed him before? There's a very French question. You must know that for an Italian woman there is no man in the world except the one that she loves. Of course, said Franz. In any case, she remarked, putting Albert's opera glasses to her eyes and turning them towards the box, someone must have recently dug him out. He looks like a corpse which has just emerged from the tomb with the gravedigger's permission, because he is atrociously pale. He's always like that, said Franz. Do you know him then? Asked the Countess. In that case I should be asking you who he is. I believe I have seen him before, I think I recognize him. I can certainly understand, she said, with a movement of her lovely shoulders as if she had felt a chill in her veins, that when one had seen such a man once, one would never forget him. So the feeling that Franz had experienced was not peculiar to him, since someone else also felt it. Well, then, Franz asked the Countess, who had decided to take another look at him, what do you think of that man? He looks to me like Lord Ruthven IV in flesh and blood. Franz was struck by this new association with Byron. If any man could make one believe in vampires, this was he. I must find out who he is, Franz said, getting up. No, no, cried the Countess. Don't leave me. I must keep you to myself because I'm counting on you to take me home. What? Are you serious? Franz asked, leaning over to whisper in her ear. Are you really afraid? Listen, she said. Lord Byron swore to me that he believed in vampires. He even told me that he had seen them and described how they look, and that was it, exactly. The black hair, the large eyes glowing with some strange light, that deathly pallor. Then, observe that he is not with a woman like other women, but with a foreigner, a Greek, a schismatic, and no doubt a magician like himself. I beg you, stay with me. Go and look for him tomorrow if you must, but today I declare that I am keeping you here. Franz insisted. Listen, she said, getting up, I am going, I cannot stay until the end of the opera because I have guests at home. Will you be so unmannerly as to refuse me your company? There was no reply to this, except to take his hat, open the door and offer the Countess his arm, which he accordingly did. The Countess was genuinely quite deeply troubled, and Franz himself could not avoid feeling some superstitious terror, all the more natural in that what, with the Countess, was the outcome of instinct, with him derived from memory. He felt her tremble as she got into her carriage. He drove her back home. There were no guests there and no one was expecting her. He reproved her. In truth, she said, I am not feeling well and I need to be alone. The sight of that man has quite upset me. Franz tried to laugh. Don't laugh, she said. I know that you don't really want to. But do promise me one thing. What? Promise. Anything you wish, except to give up my search to discover who that man is. I have reasons, which I cannot tell you, for discovering the answer, and where he comes from, and where he is going. I don't know where he comes from, but I can tell you where he is going, to hell, for certain. So what is the promise that you want to demand of me, Countess? It is to go directly back to your hotel and not to try to see that man this evening. There are certain affinities between the people that one meets and those one has just left, don't serve as a conductor between that man and me. Go after him tomorrow if you wish, but never introduce him to me, unless you want me to die of fright. And now, good night, try to sleep. I for my part know one person who will not." With these words, she took her farewell of Franz, leaving him uncertain whether she had been enjoying a joke at his expense or if she had really felt as afraid as she claimed. On returning to the hotel, he found Albert wearing his dressing gown and pantaloons, contentedly lounging in an armchair and smoking a cigar. "Oh, it's you," he said. "I swear, I didn't expect to see you until tomorrow." "My dear Albert," Franz replied, "I am pleased to have this opportunity to tell you once and for all that you have the most erroneous notions about Italian women, though I should have thought that your disappointments in love would have made you relinquish them by now. What do you expect? It's impossible to understand the confounded creatures. They give you their hand, they press yours, they whisper to you, they allow you to accompany them home. With only a quarter of all this, a Parisian woman's reputation would be in tatters." "Precisely. It's because they have nothing to hide and because they live their lives under the midday sun that women are so easygoing in the lovely land that rings to the sound of sigh, as Dante put it." In any case, you could see that the Countess was really afraid. Afraid of what? Of that respectable gentleman sitting opposite us with the pretty Greek woman? I wanted to put my mind at rest when they left, so I crossed them in the corridor. He's a handsome young man, well turned out, who looks as if he dresses in France at Blintz or Humans, a little pale, admittedly, but of course pallor is a mark of distinction. Franz smiled. Albert had pretensions to looking pale. "I am convinced," Franz said, "that there is no sense in the Countess's ideas about him. Did he say anything in your hearing?" "He did speak, but in Romaic. I recognized the language from some corrupted words of Greek. I must tell you, my dear fellow, that I was very good at Greek when I was at school." "So he spoke Romaic?" "Probably. There's no doubt, it's him." "What?" "Nothing. So what were you doing here?" "Preparing a surprise for you." "What surprise?" "You know it's impossible to get a carriage?" "Good Lord! We've done everything humanly possible, but in vain." "Well, I've had a wonderful idea." Franz gave Albert the look of someone who did not have much confidence in his ideas. "My good fellow," said Albert, "you have just favored me with a look which will oblige me to demand satisfaction. I am ready to give it to you, my dear friend, if your idea is as ingenious as you claim." "Listen." "I am listening." "There is no means of obtaining a carriage, is there?" "None." "Or horses?" "Or horses." "But we could get a cart?" "Perhaps." "And a pair of oxen?" "Probably." "Well, then. That's what we need." "I will have the cart decorated, we can dress up as Neapolitan farm workers and we will be a living representation of the splendid painting by Leopold Robert. If, for the sake of still greater authenticity, the Countess wishes to put on the costume of a woman of Pizzoli or Sorrento, this will complete the tableau, and she is beautiful enough to represent the original of the woman with child." "Why?" Franz exclaimed. "This time you're right, Monsieur Albert, this is a really inspired idea. And altogether French, coming direct from the do-nothing kings, 5 precisely that. Ah, you Romans! Did you think we would run around your streets on foot like Lazzaroni, just because you have a shortage of horses and carriages? Not a bit of it. We'll think something up. Have you told anyone of this brilliant scheme yet?" "Our host. When I got back I called him up and told him what we would need. He assured me that nothing could be simpler. I wanted to have gold leaf put on the horns of the oxen, but he said it would take 3 days, so we'll have to do without that detail." "Where is he?" "Who?" Our host. Looking for the cart. Tomorrow may be too late. So you are expecting his reply this evening? At any moment. On this, the door opened and Signor Pastrini put his head round. Permesso, he said. Most certainly it's permitted, said Franz. Tell me then, said Albert. Have you found us the oxen we asked for and the cart that we need? I have found better than that, came the self-satisfied reply. Beware, my dear Signor Pastrini, said Albert. The better is the enemy of the good. Let your excellencies trust in me, said Signor Pastrini, speaking with the voice of competence. So what do you have? Asked Franz. You know that the Count of Monte Cristo is staying on the same floor as you? We most certainly do know it, said Albert. It's thanks to him that we are housed like two students in the Rue Saint-Nicolas du Chardonnay. Very well. But he knows of your difficulty and has required me to offer you 2 places in his carriage and 2 places at his windows in the Palazzo Rospoli. Albert and Franz looked at one another. Albert said, Should we accept this offer from a stranger, someone we don't know? What kind of man is this Count of Monte Cristo? Franz asked the innkeeper. A very important Sicilian or Maltese gentleman, I am not quite sure which, but as aristocratic as a Borghese and as rich as a gold mine. It strikes me, Franz said, that if this man was as well-mannered as our host says, he would have found some other way to deliver his invitation, in writing, or... At that moment there was a knock on the door. Come in, said Franz. A servant, dressed in perfectly elegant livery, appeared at the door of the room. From the Count of Monte Cristo, to Monsieur Franz d'Epinay and Monsieur le Vicomte Albert de Morcerf, he said, and handed 2 cards to the innkeeper which the latter passed on to the 2 men. As their neighbor, Monsieur le Comte de Monte Cristo, the servant continued, asks permission of these gentlemen to visit them tomorrow morning. He begs the gentlemen to be so good as to tell him at what hour they will be able to receive him. The deuce! Albert exclaimed to Franz. There's nothing more to be said. Please inform the Count, Franz replied, that it is we who shall have the honor to visit him. The servant went out. This is what you might call overwhelming us with courtesies, said Albert. You are quite clearly right, Signor Pastrini, this Count of Monte Cristo of yours is a perfect gentleman. So you will accept his offer? Good heavens, yes, said Albert. Though I must admit that I rather regret our peasants on the cart. And if there was not the window in the Palazzo Rospoli to make up for what we shall be losing, I should keep to my original idea. What do you say, Franz? I too say that the windows in the Palazzo Rospoli have made up my mind for me, he replied. This offer of 2 places at a window in the Palazzo Rospoli had reminded Franz of the conversation which he had heard in the ruins of the Colosseum between the stranger and the man from Trastevere, in the course of which the man with the cloak had promised to win a pardon for the condemned prisoner. If, as everything led Franz to believe, the man in the cloak was the same whose appearance in the Sala Argentina had so greatly preoccupied him, he would no doubt recognize the man and nothing would then prevent him from satisfying his curiosity. He spent part of the night dreaming about his 2 apparitions and looking forward to the next day. Then everything should become clear, this time, unless his host possessed the ring of Gyges and the power that it confers of making oneself invisible, it was clear that he would not escape. In consequence he was awake before 8 o'clock. As for Albert, who had not the same reasons as Franz to wake up early, he was still fast asleep. Franz called for the innkeeper, who arrived, behaving with his accustomed obsequiousness. Signor Pastrini, he asked, is there not to be an execution today? Yes, Excellency, but if you are asking me to have a window, it is a bit late to start thinking about it. No. In any case, if I was really anxious to see this spectacle, I suppose I could find a place on the Monte Pincio. Oh, I assumed that Your Excellency would not wish to mingle with the common herd, which finds that a kind of natural amphitheater. I shall probably not go, said Franz. But I should like to have a few details. What? I should like to know how many condemned men there are, their names and the nature of the penalty they are to suffer. Perfectly timed, Excellency. I have just been brought the tablette. What are the tablette? Tablette are the wooden tablets which are hung at every street corner on the day of an execution, with a notice stuck to them giving the names of the condemned, the charge and the method of execution. These notices are intended to invite the faithful to pray that God will make the guilty men truly repentant. And these tablette are brought to you so that you can add your prayers to those of the faithful? Franz asked dubiously. No, Excellency. I have an understanding with the billposter and he brings these to me as he does the advertisements for entertainments, so that if any of my guests wish to watch the execution, they can be fully informed. How very thoughtful! Franz exclaimed. Yes, said Signor Pastrini with a smile, I flatter myself that I do all in my power to satisfy the noble foreigners who honor me with their confidence. As I see, Signor Pastrini. I shall mention the fact to whoever wishes to hear it, of that you may be sure. Meanwhile, perhaps I could read one of these tablet? With no trouble at all, said the innkeeper, opening the door. I have had one put on the landing. He went out, took down the tabletta and handed it to Franz. Here is a literal translation of the notice. Let all be informed that on Tuesday, February 22nd, the first day of Carnival, by order of the Court of La Rota, the sentence of death will be carried out in the Piazza del Popolo on Andrea Rondolo, guilty of murder against the most respectable and venerated person of Don Cesare Terlini, canon of the Church of St. John Lateran, and on Peppino, alias Rocca Priori, found guilty of complicity with the abominable bandit Luigi Vampa and his followers. The first will be mazzollato, the second decapitato. All charitable souls are requested to pray God for the sincere repentance of these two miserable creatures. This was precisely what Franz had heard 2 days earlier in the ruins of the Colosseum, and nothing had changed. The names of the condemned men, the crimes for which they were to suffer and the methods of execution were exactly the same. This meant that, in all probability, the Trasteverin was none other than the bandit Luigi Vampa and the man in the cloak. Sinbad the sailor who, in Rome as in Porto Vecchio and in Tunis, was engaged in yet another philanthropic mission. However, time was passing and it was 9 o'clock. Franz was on his way to wake up Albert when, to his great astonishment, he saw him emerging from his room, fully dressed. The idea of carnival had passed through his head and woken him earlier than his friend could have hoped. Very well, Franz said to the innkeeper. Now that we are both ready, do you think, dear Monsieur Pastrini, that we might introduce ourselves to the Count of Monte Cristo? Yes, indeed. The Count of Monte Cristo was in the habit of rising very early and I'm sure that he must have been up for 2 hours. And you don't think it would be at all indiscreet to go and see him at this hour? Not at all. In that case, Albert, if you are ready, quite ready. Let us go and thank our neighbor for his courtesy. Let's go. Franz and Albert had only to cross the landing. The innkeeper preceded them and rang on their behalf. A servant opened. I Signori Francisi, said the innkeeper. The servant bowed and ushered them in. They crossed 2 rooms, furnished with a degree of luxury that they had not expected to find in Signor Pastrini's establishment, and finally arrived in a supremely elegant drawing room. A Turkish carpet covered the floor, and there were the most comfortable seats with ample cushions and tilted backs. Fine old master paintings hung from the walls, with splendid displays of weapons arranged between them, and tapestry hangings covered the doors. "If their excellencies would like to sit down," said the servant, "I shall inform Monsieur le Comte." He went out of one of the doors. For a moment, when the door opened, the two friends had caught the sound of a guzla, but it was immediately extinguished. The door, almost no sooner opened than closed, had as it were allowed this brief gust of music to waft into the drawing-room. Franz and Albert looked at one another and then round the furniture, the pictures, and the armaments. At second glance it all looked even more impressive to them than at first. "Well?" Franz asked his friend. "What do you make of this?" "My dear fellow, what I make of it is that either our neighbor is some stockbroker who gambled successfully on Spanish stock, or else he is a prince who is traveling incognito." "Hush!" Franz said. "We'll soon know. Here he comes." The sound of a door opening on its hinges had just reached the two visitors, and almost at once the tapestry parted to make way for the owner of all this wealth. Albert stepped forward, but Franz remained rooted to the spot. The man who had just entered was none other than the cloaked figure in the Colosseum, the stranger in the box at the theater, and his mysterious host on the island of Monte Cristo. XXXV. La Mazzolata. "Gentlemen," said the Count of Monte Cristo as he came in, "I apologize for allowing you to anticipate my call, but I was afraid that it might have been indiscreet of me to visit you any earlier than this. In any case, you informed me that you would come, so I have kept myself at your disposal." "Franz and I must thank you 1,000 times, Count," said Albert. "You have truly spared us a great deal of irritation. We were inventing the most fantastic sorts of conveyance when we received your most kind invitation." "Upon my soul, gentlemen," the Count said, motioning the two young men to sit down on a divan, "it is only because of that idiot Pastrini that I did not come to your rescue earlier. He told me nothing of your difficulty, even though he must have known that I, alone as I am here, wanted nothing better than to make the acquaintance of my neighbors. As soon as I knew that I could be of service to you, you can see how eagerly I grasped the opportunity to present my compliments." The two young men bowed. Franz had not yet said a word. He had not been able to make up his mind, and, since nothing indicated that the Count either wished to recognize him or to be recognized by him, he did not know whether he should make any allusion to the past or leave time in the future for something new to arise. Moreover, while he was sure that it was the Count who had been in the theater on the previous evening, he could not be so sure that it was also the same person who had been in the Colosseum on the evening before, so he decided to let events take their course without himself making any direct reference to what had occurred. In addition, this gave him an advantage over the Count, being the master of his secret, while he could have no hold over Franz, who had nothing to hide. However, he decided to lead the conversation towards a point which might, meanwhile, confirm a few of his suspicions. "Monsieur le Comte," he said, "you have offered us places in your carriage and at your windows in the Palazzo Rospoli. Now can you tell us how we might obtain some posto, as they say here in Italy, overlooking the Piazza del Popolo?" "Yes, you are quite right," the Count said in an offhand manner, not taking his eyes off Morcerf. "Is there not to be something like an execution in the Piazza del Popolo?" "There is," Franz said, seeing that the conversation was turning of itself towards the point where he wished to bring it. "Please wait one moment. I believe that I told my steward yesterday to take care of that. Perhaps I can do you this further small service." He reached out for the bell pull, which he rang 3 times. "Have you ever paused to consider," he asked Franz, "how to save time and simplify the comings and goings of servants? I have studied the matter. When I ring once, it's for my valet, twice, for my butler, 3 times, for my steward. In this way, I do not waste time or words. Ah, here he is now." A man of between 45 and 50 years of age came in. To Franz he was the spitting image of the smuggler who had shown him into the cave, but he gave not the slightest sign of recognition. He understood that the man was under orders. "Monsieur Bertuccio," the Count said, I asked you yesterday to obtain a window for me overlooking the Piazza del Popolo. Did you take care of it? Yes, Excellency, the steward answered. But we left it very late. What? The Count said, raising an eyebrow. Didn't I tell you that I wished to have one? And your Excellency does have one, the same that was rented to Prince Lubanev, but I was obliged to pay 100. Very good, Monsieur Bertuccio, you may spare these gentlemen all the housekeeping details. You managed to obtain the window, which is all that matters. Give the address of the house to the coachman and be ready on the stairs to conduct us there. That's all, you may go. The steward bowed and took a step towards the door. One moment, the Count said. Be so good as to ask Pastrini if he has received the tavoletta and if he could send me the program of the execution. No need, said Franz, taking his notebook out of his pocket. I have seen the tablet myself and copied it down. Here it is. Splendid. In that case, Bertuccio, you may go, I shan't need you anymore. Just get them to tell us when luncheon is served. Will these gentlemen, he asked, turning to the two friends, do me the honor of taking lunch with me? But, Monsieur le Comte, said Albert, that would really be imposing on you. Not at all, on the contrary, you would oblige me greatly, and one or other, or perhaps both of you, can return the favor one day in Paris. Monsieur Bertuccio, ask them to lay 3 places. He took the notebook from Franz's hand. So, we were saying, he continued in the same tone of voice as though he were reading the personal column, that on Tuesday the 22nd of February, the first day of Carnival, by order of the Court of La Rota, the sentence of death will be carried out in the Piazza del Popolo on Andrea Rondolo, guilty of murder against the most respectable and venerated person of Don Cesare Terlini, canon of the Church of St. John Lateran, and Peppino, alias Rocca Priori, found guilty of complicity with the abominable bandit Luigi Vampa and his followers, hum. The first will be mazzillato, the second decapitato. Yes, this is what was originally intended, but I think that since yesterday there has been a change in the order and conduct of the ceremony. Ha, said Franz. Yes, I spent the evening yesterday with Cardinal Rospigliosi and they were speaking of some kind of stay of execution having been granted to one of the 2 condemned men. To Andrea Rondolo? Asked Franz. No, the Count replied casually. To the other, he looked at the notebook as if to remind himself of the name, to Peppino, alias Rocca Priori. That means you will be denied a guillotining, but you still have the mazzolata, which is a very curious form of torture when you see it for the first time, or even the second, while the other, which in any case you must know, is too simple, too unvaried. There is nothing unexpected in it. The mandaya makes no mistakes, its hand doesn't shake, it doesn't miss and it doesn't make 30 attempts before succeeding, like the soldier who beheaded the Comte de Chalais I and who had perhaps been particularly chosen for this victim by Richelieu. Ah, come now, said the Count in a scornful tone, don't talk to me about Europeans where torture is concerned. They understand nothing about it. With them, cruelty is in its infancy, or perhaps its old age. Truly, Monsieur le Comte, said Franz, anyone would think you had made a comparative study of executions in different parts of the world. There are very few types at least that I have not seen, the Count replied coldly. Did it please you to witness these horrible spectacles? My first feeling was repulsion, my second, indifference, and my third, curiosity. Curiosity. The idea is terrible, isn't it? Why? There is only one serious matter to be considered in life, and that is death. So, isn't it worth one's curiosity to study the different ways that the soul may leave the body and how, according to the character, the temperament, or even the local customs of a country, individuals face up to that supreme journey from being to nothingness? As for me, I can assure you of one thing, the more you have seen others die, the easier it becomes to die oneself. So, in my opinion, death may be a torment, but it is not an expiation. I am not sure that I understand, said Franz. Please explain. I can't tell you how interested I am in what you say. Listen, said the Count, his face flushing with the gall of hatred as another face might be colored with blood. If a man had murdered your father, your mother, your mistress, or any of those beings who, when they are torn from your heart, leave an eternal void and a wound that can never be staunched, and if he had subjected them to unspeakable torture and endless torment, would you consider that society had accorded you sufficient reparation just because the blade of the guillotine had traveled between the base of the murderer's occipital and his trapezius muscles, and because the person who had caused you to feel years of moral suffering had experienced a few seconds of physical pain? I know, Franz said. Human justice is inadequate as a consolation, it can spill blood for blood, that's all. But one must only ask it for what is possible, not for anything more. Moreover, the example that I give you is a material one, the Count went on, one where society, attacked by the death of an individual among the mass of individuals which composes it, avenges that death by another. But are there not millions of sufferings which can rend the entrails of a man without society taking the slightest heed of them or providing even the inadequate means of reparation that we spoke of just now? Are there not crimes for which impalement a la Turk, or Persian burial alive, or the whips of the Iraqis would be too mild a torment, but which society in its indifference leaves unpunished? Answer me, are there no such crimes? Yes, Franz replied. It is precisely to punish them that we tolerate dueling. Ah, dueling, exclaimed the Count. There's a fine way, I must say, to achieve one's end, when the end is vengeance. A man has stolen your mistress, a man has seduced your wife, a man has dishonored your daughter. He has taken an entire life, a life that had the right to expect from God the share of happiness that He promises to every human being in creating us, and turned it into a mere existence of pain, misery, and infamy, and you consider yourself revenged because you have run this man through with your sword or put a bullet in his head, after he has turned your mind to delirium and your heart to despair? Come, come. Even without considering that he is often the one who comes out of this contest on top, purged in the eyes of the world and in some respect pardoned by God. No, no, the Count went on, if I ever had to take my revenge, that is not how I should do it. You mean, you disapprove of dueling? You mean, you wouldn't fight a duel? Albert asked, joining the conversation and astonished at hearing anyone express such an odd point of view. Oh, certainly, said the Count. Make no mistake, I should fight a duel for a trifle, an insult, a contradiction, a slap, and all the more merrily for knowing that, thanks to the skill I have acquired in all physical exercises and long experience of danger, I should be more or less certain of killing my opponent. Oh, yes, indeed. I should fight a duel for any of these things, but in return for a slow, deep, infinite, eternal pain, I should return as nearly as possible a pain equivalent to the one inflicted on me. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, as they say in the East, those men who are the elect of creation, and who have learned to make a life of dreams and a paradise of reality. But, with such an outlook, Franz told the Count, which makes you judge and executioner in your own case, it would be hard for you to confine yourself to actions that would leave you forever immune to the power of the law. Hatred is blind and anger deaf. The one who pours himself a cup of vengeance is likely to drink a bitter draught. Yes, if he is poor and clumsy, no, if he is a millionaire and adroit. In any case, if the worst comes to the worst, he can only suffer the ultimate penalty which we mentioned just now, the one that the philanthropic French Revolution put in place of quartering in the wheel. Well, then, what does the penalty matter if he is avenged? In truth, I am almost irritated at the fact that, quite probably, this miserable Peppino will not be decapitato, as they say. You'd see how long it takes, and whether it's really worth bothering about. But, gentlemen, this is indeed an odd topic of discussion for carnival time. How did we get round to it? Ah, yes, I remember. You asked for a seat at my window. Very well, yes, you shall have one. But first, let's eat, I see that they have come to tell us we are served." A servant had opened one of the 4 doors of the drawing room and at this pronounced the sacramental words, "Al suo comando." The 2 young men got up and went through to the dining room. During lunch, which was excellent and served with the greatest refinement, Franz tried to read in Albert's eyes the impression that he was sure their host's words would have left on him. But, whether it was that, with his habitual insouciance, he had not paid great attention to them, or that the Count of Monte Cristo's concession on the matter of dueling had reconciled him to the man, or finally that prior events which we have related, and which were known only to Franz, had doubled the effect that the Count's theories had on him, he did not perceive that his friend was in the slightest concerned. On the contrary, he was paying the meal the compliment one would expect from a man who has been condemned for 4 or 5 months to suffer Italian cooking, which is among the worst in the world. As for the Count, he barely touched each dish. One would think that courtesy alone had induced him to sit down with his guests and that he was waiting for them to leave, to have himself brought some rare or special delicacy. Franz was involuntarily reminded of the terror that the Count had inspired in the Contessa G, and her unshakable conviction that the man whom he had shown her in the opposite box at the theater was a vampire. When lunch was finished, Franz took out his watch. "What are you doing?" the Count asked. "You must excuse us, Monsieur le Comte," Franz replied, "but we still have 1,000 matters to attend to." "What matters?" "We have no disguises, and today a disguise is obligatory." "Don't worry about that. I believe that we have a private room at the Piazza del Popolo. I shall have any costumes that you require brought there and we shall put on our masks as we go." "After the execution?" Franz cried. "Of course, after, during, before, as you wish." "In front of the scaffold?" "The scaffold is part of the entertainment." "Excuse me, Count," said Franz, "I've been thinking. I am most grateful to you for your generosity to us, and I shall be happy to accept a place in your carriage and a seat at the window of the Palazzo Rospoli, and you can feel free to give my place at the window in the Piazza del Popolo to someone else. But I must warn you, you will be missing something well worth seeing," the Count replied. "You will tell me about it afterwards," Franz went on. "I am certain that the story will impress me almost as much from your mouth as it would if I were to see the events myself. In any case, I have more than once thought about watching an execution, but I have never been able to make up my mind to it. What about you, Albert?" "I did once," said the Vicomte. "I saw them execute Casting, too, but I think I was a little drunk that day. It was on my last day at school, and we spent the night in some cabaret or other." "Come now, just because you have not done something in Paris, that is no reason for not doing it abroad. When one travels, one does so to learn. A change of place should mean a change of scenery. Imagine how you will look when people ask you, how do they execute criminals in Rome, and you have to answer, I don't know. Then, they say that the condemned man is an infamous rogue, a maniac who took a gridiron and beat to death a good priest who had brought him up as his own son. Just think. When you kill a man of the cloth, you should at least use a more appropriate implement than a gridiron, especially when this priest could be your father. If you were traveling through Spain, you would go and see a bullfight, wouldn't you? Well, imagine that we are going to see a fight. Imagine the ancient Romans and their circus, those wild beast hunts in which they killed 300 lions and 100 men. Remember the 80,000 spectators clapping their hands, the virtuous matrons who would take their unmarried daughters, and those delightful Vestal virgins whose pure white hands would give a charming little sign with the thumb that meant, come on, don't be lazy. Finish him off, that man who is already 3/4 dead. Are you going, Albert? Franz asked. Certainly, my dear fellow. I was like you, but the Count's eloquence has convinced me. Well, then, let's go, if that's what you want, Franz said. But on my way to the Piazza del Popolo, I want to go by the Corso. Can we do that, Count? On foot we can, but not in the carriage. In that case, I'll go on foot. Do you have to go via the Corso? Yes, there is something there I need to see. Then let's go by the Corso and send the carriage by the Strada del Babuino, to wait for us in the Piazza del Popolo. As it happens, I shall not be sorry to go down the Corso, to see if some orders I gave have been carried out. Excellency, the servant said, opening the door, a man dressed as a penitent has come to see you. Ah, yes, said the Count. I know who that is. Gentlemen, pray go back into the drawing room, where you will find some excellent Havana cigars on the table. I shall join you shortly. The two young men got up and went out through one door while the Count, after excusing himself again, went out of the other. Albert, who was a keen smoker and considered it no small sacrifice, since he had come to Italy, to have been deprived of the cigars that he smoked in Paris, went over to the table and exclaimed with joy on discovering some genuine puros. So, Franz asked him, "What do you think of the Count of Monte Cristo?" "What do I think?" Albert said, clearly astonished that his friend should even ask such a question. "I think he is a charming man, a wonderful host, someone who has seen a lot, studied a lot and thought a lot, who belongs like Brutus to the Stoic school, and," he added, allowing a voluptuous puff of smoke to escape from his lips and spiral up towards the ceiling, "someone who, in addition to all that, has the most excellent cigars." This was Albert's opinion, and, since Franz knew that Albert claimed not to form any opinion on either men or things except after giving it deep thought, he did not try to change this one. "But," he said, "have you noticed something unusual?" "What's that?" "How closely he looks at you." "At me?" "Yes, at you." Albert thought for a moment. "Ah," he said, with a sigh. "There's nothing surprising about that. I have been away from Paris for nearly a year and I must be dressed in the most outlandish fashion. I expect the Count mistook me for a provincial. Please take the first opportunity, I beg you, to tell him that this is not so." Franz smiled. A moment later the Count came back. "Here I am, gentlemen," he said, "entirely at your disposal. I've given the orders, the carriage will go to the Piazza del Popolo by its route and we by ours, along the Corso, if you wish. Please help yourself to some of those cigars, Monsieur de Morcerf." "By gad, yes, with great pleasure," said Albert. "Because those Italian cigars of yours are even worse than the ones sold by the state monopoly at home. When you come to Paris, I shall have the opportunity to repay you for all this. I shall not refuse your invitation. I hope to go to Paris one day and, since you give me leave to do so, I shall knock on your door. Now, messrs, come, we have no time to lose. It is 12:30. Let's be going." All three went downstairs. There the coachman took his master's latest orders and set off down the Via del Babuino, while the pedestrians went up through the Piazza di Spagna and along the Via Frattina, which led them directly between the Palazzo Fiano and the Palazzo Rospoli. Franz kept looking at the windows of the latter. He had not forgotten the signal agreed in the Colosseum between the man in the cloak and the Trasteverin. "Which windows are yours?" he asked the Count in the most natural manner he could. "The last three," he replied, with an entirely unaffected lack of concern, for he could not have guessed the reason for the question. Franz immediately looked at the windows. Those on each side were hung with yellow damask and the one in the middle in white damask with a red cross. The man in the cloak had kept his word to the other, and there was no longer any doubt, the man in the cloak was the Count. The three windows were still empty. Meanwhile on all sides preparations were being made, chairs were being set out, scaffolding put up and windows decorated. The masks could appear and the carriages start to drive around only at the sound of a bell, but you could sense the masks behind every window and the carriages behind every door. Franz, Albert and the Count continued on their way down the Corso. As they approached the Piazza del Popolo, the crowd became more dense and, above the heads of the people, they could see two things: the obelisk, surmounted by a cross, that stands in the center of the square, and, in front of the obelisk, precisely at the point where the lines of sight of the three streets, Babuino, Corso, and Ripetta, meet, the two highest beams of the scaffold with, burning between them, the rounded blade of the mandaia. They met the Count's steward at the corner of the street, waiting for his master. The window that had been hired at what was doubtless an exorbitant price, which the Count had not wished to communicate to his guests, was on the second floor of the great palazzo, between the Via del Babuino and the Monte Pincio. It was a sort of dressing room opening on to a bedroom. By closing the bedroom door, the inhabitants of the dressing room could be on their own. Clowns' costumes in white and blue satin, most elegantly cut, had been laid across the chairs. "As you left the choice of costumes to me," the Count told the two friends, "I had these made for you. Firstly, they are the best that will be worn this year, and then they are the most convenient design for confetti, because flour doesn't show up on them." Franz took in what the Count was saying only very partially and may not have appreciated this new mark of courtesy at its true value, for all his attention was drawn by the spectacle of the Piazza del Popolo and the awful implement that on this occasion was its chief ornament. It was the first time that Franz had seen a guillotine. We say guillotine, because the Roman mandaia is constructed on more or less the same pattern as our instrument of death, the only difference being that the knife is shaped like a crescent, cutting with the convex part of the blade, and falls from less of a height. Two men, seated on the tipping plank on which the condemned person lies, were waiting and eating a lunch that, as far as Franz could make out, consisted of bread and sausage. One of them lifted the plank and brought out a flagon of wine from under it, took a drink and passed it to his companion. These two men were the executioner's assistants. Just looking at them, Franz felt the sweat burst out at the roots of his hair. The condemned prisoners had been brought, the previous evening, from the Carcere Nuove to the little church of Santa Maria del Popolo and had spent the night, each attended by two priests, in a chapel of rest, secured with an iron grating and in front of which sentries marched, being relieved every hour. A double row of carabinieri extended from each side of the church door to the scaffold, widening out on reaching it to leave a path some 10 feet across and, around the guillotine, a clear space of some 100 yards in circumference. The whole of the rest of the square was carpeted with the heads of men and women. Many of the women had children seated on their shoulders. These children, who were a good head and shoulders above the rest of the crowd, would have an excellent view. The Monte Pincio seemed like a huge amphitheater with all of its terraces crowded with spectators. The balconies of the two churches at the corners of the Via del Babuino and the Via di Ripetta were overflowing with privileged onlookers. The steps of the peristyles had the appearance of swelling, many-colored waves, driven towards the portico by the flow of an unceasing tide. Every protuberance on the wall capable of supporting a man had a living statue attached to it. So what the Count said was true: there is no more interesting spectacle in life than the spectacle of death. And yet, instead of the silence that the solemnity of the occasion would seem to demand, a great noise rose from the crowd, a noise made up of laughter, booing and joyful cries. It was clear, as the Count had also said, that the execution was nothing more for the people than the start of carnival. Suddenly the noise ceased as if by enchantment. The church door had just opened. First to appear was a company of penitents, each of them dressed in a grey sack which covered him entirely except for the holes for the eyes, and each holding a lighted candle in his hand. At the front marched the head of the order. Behind the penitents came a tall man. He was naked except for linen trunks, on the left side of which was attached a huge knife concealed in its scabbard. Over his shoulder he carried a heavy iron mace. This man was the executioner. He also had sandals fastened around the lower part of the leg with thongs. Behind the executioner, in the order in which they were to be executed, came Peppino, then Andrea. Each of them was accompanied by two priests. Neither of them was blindfolded. Peppino was walking with quite a firm step. No doubt he had been told what to expect. Andrea was supported under each arm by a priest. From time to time each of them would kiss the crucifix that a confessor held out to him. At the mere sight of this, Franz felt his legs ready to fold under him. He looked at Albert. The latter had gone as white as his shirt and mechanically tossed away his cigar, even though it was only half smoked. Only the Count appeared impassive. More than that, a faint blush of red seemed to be appearing beneath the livid pallor of his cheeks. His nose was dilating like that of a wild beast at the smell of blood, and his lips, slightly parted, showed his white teeth, as small and sharp as a jackal's. Yet, despite that, his face had an expression of smiling tenderness that Franz had never before seen on it. His black eyes, above all, were compellingly soft and lenient. Meanwhile, the two condemned men continued to proceed towards the scaffold and, as they approached, one could make out their faces. Peppino was a handsome young man of between 24 and 26, with a wild and free look on his sunburnt face. He carried his head high and seemed to be sniffing the wind to see from which direction his liberator would come. Andrea was short and fat. His face was mean and cruel, of no definite age, though he was probably about 30. He had let his beard grow in prison. His head was falling over on one shoulder and his legs were giving way beneath him. His whole being appeared to be driven by some mechanical force in which his own will no longer played any part. "I thought you told me," Franz said to the Count, "that there would be only one execution." "That was the truth," he replied coldly. "But there are two condemned men here." "Yes, but, of those two, one is at the point of death, while the other has many years yet to live. It would seem to me that, if a pardon is to come, there is not much time to be lost." "And it is coming." "Look," said the Count. Just as Peppino reached the foot of the mandaya, a penitent, who seemed like a late arrival, broke through the wall of soldiers without them attempting to stop him and, going up to the head of the order, gave him a sheet of paper folded in four. Peppino's sharp eyes had missed none of this. The head of the order unfolded the paper, read it and raised his hand. "The Lord be blessed and His holiness be praised," he said loudly and clearly. "There is a pardon for the life of one of the condemned prisoners." "A pardon," the crowd cried in unison. "There is a pardon." At this word, pardon, Andrea seemed to stiffen and raise his head. "A pardon for whom?" he cried. Peppino remained silent, motionless, panting. "There is a pardon from the death penalty for Peppino, alias Rocca Priori," said the head of the order. And he passed the sheet of paper to the captain in charge of the Carabinieri, who read it and handed it back. "A pardon for Peppino," yelled Andrea, entirely roused from the state of torpor into which he had seemed to be plunged. "Why a pardon for him and not for me? We were to die together. I was promised that he would die before me. You have no right to make me die alone. I don't want to die alone." And he broke away from the two priests, twisting, shouting, bellowing and making insane efforts to break the ropes binding his hands. The executioner made a sign to his two assistants, who jumped off the scaffold and seized the prisoner. "What's wrong?" Franz asked the Count. "What is wrong?" the Count repeated. "Don't you understand? What's wrong is that this human being who is about to die is furious because his fellow creature is not dying with him and, if he were allowed to do so, he would tear him apart with his nails and his teeth rather than leave him to enjoy the life of which he himself is about to be deprived. Oh men! Men! Race of crocodiles, as Karl Moore says," the Count exclaimed, brandishing his two clenched fists towards the heads of the crowd. "How well I know you by your deeds and how invariably you succeed in living down to what one expects of you." Andrea and the two assistant executioners were rolling around in the dust, the prisoner still crying out, "He must die, I want him to die. You do not have the right to kill me alone." Look, the Count continued, grasping each of the two young men by the hand. "Look, because I swear to you, this is worthy of your curiosity. Here is a man who was resigned to his fate, who was walking to the scaffold and about to die like a coward, that's true, but at least he was about to die without resisting and without recriminations. Do you know what gave him that much strength? Do you know what consoled him? Do you know what resigned him to his fate? It was the fact that another man would share his anguish, that another man was to die like him, that another man was to die before him. Put 2 sheep in the slaughterhouse or 2 oxen in the abattoir and let one of them realize that his companion will not die, and the sheep will bleat with joy, the ox low with pleasure. But man whom God made in his image, man to whom God gave this first, this soul, this supreme law, that he should love his neighbor, man to whom God gave a voice to express his thoughts, what is man's first cry when he learns that his neighbor is saved? A curse. All honor to man, the masterpiece of nature, the Lord of creation. He burst out laughing, but such a terrible laugh that one realized he must have suffered horribly to be able to laugh in such a way. Meanwhile the struggle continued, and it was awful to watch. The 2 assistants were carrying Andrea onto the scaffold, but the crowd had taken against him and 20,000 voices were crying, "Death! Death!" Franz stepped back, but the Count seized his arm and kept him in front of the window. "What are you doing?" he said. "Is this pity? In faith, it is well placed. If you heard someone cry, 'Mad dog,' you would take your gun, rush out into the street and kill the poor beast by shooting it point blank, without mercy, yet the animal would, after all said and done, be guilty of nothing more than having been bitten by another dog and doing the same as was done to it. And yet now you are taking pity on a man who was bitten by no other man, but who killed his benefactor and who now, unable to kill anyone else because his hands are tied, wants more than anything to see his companion in captivity, his comrade in misfortune, die with him. No, no. Watch." The injunction was almost unnecessary. Franz was, as it were, mesmerized by the horrible scene. The 2 assistants had carried the condemned man onto the scaffold and there, despite his efforts, his bites and his cries, they had forced him to his knees. Meanwhile the executioner had taken up his position on one side and raised the mace. Then, on a sign, the 2 assistants stepped aside. The prisoner wanted to get to his feet but, before he had time to do so, the club struck him on the left temple. There was a dull, muffled sound, the victim fell like a stricken bull, face downwards, then on the rebound turned over on his back. At this the executioner dropped his mace, pulled the knife out of his belt, cut open his throat with a single stroke and, immediately stepping on his belly, began as it were to knead the body with his feet. At each stamping of the foot, a jet of blood spurted from the condemned man's neck. This time, Franz could bear it no longer. He flung himself backwards into the room and collapsed on a chair, half senseless. Albert, with his eyes closed, remained standing, but only because he was clasping the curtains. The Count stood upright and triumphant like an avenging angel. XXXVI. The Carnival in Rome. When Franz recovered his senses, he found Albert drinking a glass of water, which his pale color showed he needed urgently, and the Count already putting on his clown's costume. He automatically looked into the square. Everything had vanished, scaffold, executioners, victims. Only the people remained, noisy, busy, jovial. The bell on the Monte Cristo, which was rung only for the death of the Pope and the beginning of the masquerada, was pouring forth its sound. "What happened?" he asked the Count. "Nothing," he replied, "nothing at all, as you see. But the carnival has begun, so let's quickly get dressed." So, nothing is left of that awful scene but the vestige of a dream. Because it was nothing more than a dream or a nightmare that you had. Yes, that's as may be, but what about the condemned man? Also a dream, except that he remained asleep, while you woke up. Who can tell which of you is the more fortunate? And Peppino, Franz asked, what became of him? Peppino is a sensible lad, not at all vain and, unlike most men who are furious when no one is paying attention to them, he was delighted to see that all eyes were turned on his fellow prisoner. As a result, he took advantage of the distraction to slip away into the crowd and disappear, without even thanking the worthy priests who had accompanied him. Man is undoubtedly a most ungrateful and selfish creature. But you must dress. Look, Monsieur de Morcerf is setting you a good example. Albert was mechanically drawing on his taffeta trousers over his black trousers and polished boots. Well, Albert, Franz asked, are you enjoying these departures from custom? Tell me honestly. No, he said, but I am truly pleased now to have seen such a thing, and I understand what Monsieur Leconte said, namely that once one has managed to become accustomed to such a spectacle, it is the only one that is still able to arouse any emotion in you. Besides which, said the Count, it is only at that moment that one can make a study of character. On the first step of the scaffold, death tears away the mask that one has worn all one's life and the true face appears. It must be admitted that Andreas was not a pretty sight. What a horrible scoundrel! Come, gentlemen, let's get dressed. It would have been ridiculous for Franz to start putting on airs and not follow the example given by his two companions, so he in turn put on his costume and his mask, which was certainly no whiter than his face. When they were dressed, they went down. The carriage was waiting at the door, full of confetti and bouquets of flowers. They joined the queue of traffic. It is hard to imagine a more complete contrast with what had just taken place. Instead of the gloomy and silent spectacle of death, the Piazza del Popolo was the scene of unbridled and garish merrymaking. A crowd of masked figures cascaded forth, bursting out on all sides, pouring through the doors and clambering through the windows. Carriages were emerging from every side street, laden with pierrots, harlequins and dominoes, marquises and plebeians, grotesques, knights and peasants, all yelling, waving their hands, throwing flower-filled eggs, confetti or bunches of flowers, assaulting friend and foe, stranger and acquaintance with words and missiles, without anyone having the right to object, with not a single reaction permitted except laughter. Franz and Albert were like men who had been conducted to an orgy to help them forget some awful grief, and who, the more they drank and the more they became intoxicated, felt a curtain descend between the past and the present. They could still see, or, rather, they continued to feel inside them, the shadow of what they had witnessed. But little by little they were possessed by the intoxication of the crowd, their minds began to feel unsteady and the power of reason seemed to be slipping away. They experienced a strange need to take part in this noise, this movement, this dizziness. A handful of confetti which struck Morcerf, thrown from a nearby carriage, covered him in dust, as it did his two companions, while stinging his neck and wherever on his face was not covered by the mask, as if a gross of pins had been thrown at him, but it had the effect of driving him into the fray in which all the masks they encountered were already engaged. He rose in turn in the carriage, filled his hands from the sacks and hurled eggs and dragées at his neighbors with all the strength and skill he could muster. Now, battle was joined. The recollection of what they had witnessed half an hour earlier entirely vanished from the minds of the two young men, so much were they distracted by the many-colored, ever-moving, demented spectacle before their eyes. As for the Count of Monte Cristo, he had not once, as we have already observed, appeared to be impressed for a moment. If you were to imagine that lovely and magnificent thoroughfare, the Corso, lined from one end to the other on either side with 4 or 5-story mansions, each with its balconies spread with hangings and every window decked with draperies, and at the balconies and the windows, 300,000 spectators, Romans, Italians or foreigners from the 4 corners of the earth, every form of aristocracy brought together, aristocracy of birth, aristocracy of money, aristocracy of talent. Charming women who, themselves carried away by the spectacle, are bending over the balconies and leaning out of the windows to shower the carriages passing beneath with a hail of confetti, which is repaid in bunches of flowers, the air thick with falling confetti and rising flowers, and then on the road. Itself a joyful, unceasing, demented crowd, with crazy costumes, huge cabbages walking along, buffalo heads roaring on men's bodies, dogs apparently walking on their hind legs, And in the midst of all this, in the midst of this temptation of St. Anthony as it might have been dreamed by Callot, won a mask raised for some Astarte to reveal her delicious features, which you want to follow but from which you were kept back by demons such as might haunt a nightmare, then you would have a rough idea of what the carnival is like in Rome. On the second circuit the Count had the carriage stopped and asked his companions permission to leave them, with the carriage at their disposal. Franz looked up. They were opposite the Palazzo Rospoli, and at the middle window, outside which there was a sheet of white damask with a red cross, he saw a blue domino costume under which he had no difficulty imagining the lovely Greek from the Teatro Argentina. "Gentlemen," said the Count, "when you are tired of being actors and would like to become spectators again, you know that there are places for you in my windows. Meanwhile, please make use of my carriage, my coachman, and my servants." We forgot to mention that the Count's coachman was dressed soberly in a black bear's skin exactly like the one worn by Audrey in The Bear and the Pasha, too, and that the two lackeys standing behind the barouche had green monkey costumes, which fitted them perfectly, and masks on springs with which they were making faces at the passers-by. Franz thanked the Count for his kind offer. As for Albert, he was engaged in flirting with a whole carriage full of Roman peasants which, like the Count's, had stopped to take a rest, as vehicles are accustomed to do in traffic. He was showering it with bouquets. Unfortunately for him, the traffic started to move again and he found himself turning back towards the Piazza del Popolo, while the carriage which had attracted his attention was going up towards the Palazzo di Venezia. "Oh, I say," he said to Franz. "Didn't you see?" "What?" Franz asked. "There, that barouche which is going off, full of Roman peasants." "No." "Well, I'm sure they are charming ladies." "What a pity you are masked, my dear Albert," said Franz. "This was an opportunity to make up for your disappointment in love." "Oh, I hope that the carnival will not end without bringing me some kind of consolation," he replied, half laughing and half serious. Despite these hopes, the whole day passed without any other adventure except 2 or 3 further meetings with the carriage bearing the Roman peasant women. On one of these occasions, either by accident or by design, Albert's mask fell off. At this, he took the rest of the bouquet of flowers and threw it into the other barouche. One of the charming women whom Albert perceived under the fetching costume of a peasant from the Romagna must have been touched by this gallantry because, when the 2 friends' carriage next passed by, she in turn threw them a bouquet of violets. Albert seized the flowers. As Franz had no reason to think that they were intended for him, he let Albert take them. Albert victoriously fixed the sprig of violets in his buttonhole and the carriage continued its triumphal progress. "There you are," said Franz. "That could be the start of an adventure." "Laugh as loud as you wish," he replied, "but I really think so. I am not going to let go of this bouquet." "Don't dream of it," said Franz, laughing. "It will serve as a mark of recognition." The joke was soon close to reality because, when Franz and Albert, still carried along by the line of traffic, next passed the carriage with the contadine, the one who had thrown the sprig of violets to Albert clapped her hands when she saw it in his buttonhole. "Bravo, my dear friend." "Bravo," said Franz. "This is developing splendidly. Shall I go? Would you rather be alone?" No, let's not rush things. I don't want to be fooled by what is just a first step, a meeting under the clock as we say at the Bal dell'Opera. If the lovely peasant has any wish to go further, then we'll meet up with her again tomorrow, or, rather, she will meet up with us. Then she can give me some sign of life and I'll see what is to be done. "There's no denying it, my dear Albert," said Franz, "you are as wise as Nestor and as prudent as Ulysses. And if your Circe is to change you into some beast or other, she will have to be either very clever or very powerful." Albert was right. The beautiful stranger had no doubt decided not to carry the intrigue any further that day because, although the 2 young men made several more circuits, they did not find the carriage they were looking for, it had no doubt disappeared down one of the neighboring side streets. So they went back to the Palazzo Rospoli, but the Count too had vanished, with the blue domino. The two windows hung with yellow damask continued to be occupied by people who were no doubt his guests. At that moment the same bell that had announced the opening of the masquerada sounded its end. At once the procession of traffic up and down the Corso dissolved and all the carriages quickly vanished into the adjoining streets. Franz and Albert were next to the Via del Marat. The coachman turned into it without a word and, traveling past the Palazzo Pali to the Piazza di Spagna, he pulled up next to the hotel. Signor Pastrini came to the door to welcome his guests. Franz's first consideration was to find out about the Count and express his regret at not having returned to pick him up in time, but Signor Pastrini reassured him by letting him know that the Count of Monte Cristo had ordered a second carriage for himself, which had gone to the Palazzo Rospoli for him at 4 o'clock. Moreover, he had been requested on the Count's behalf to offer the two friends the key to his box in the theater. Franz asked Albert what he intended to do, but Albert had some important plans to carry out before he could think about going to the theater, so, instead of replying, he asked if Signor Pastrini could find him a tailor. "A tailor," said the hotelier. "For what?" "To make us some Roman peasant costumes by tomorrow, as elegant as possible." Signor Pastrini shook his head. "2 costumes by tomorrow," he said. "I beg your Excellency's pardon, but that is a very French request. 2 costumes. You will certainly not find a tailor in Rome during the next week who will agree to sew 6 buttons on a waistcoat for you, even if you were to pay him an ECU apiece for them. So we must give up our idea of getting these costumes?" "Not at all, because we have them ready-made. Let me look after it, and tomorrow when you wake up you will find a collection of hats, jackets, and breeches which will meet your requirements." "Leave it up to our host," Franz said. "He has already shown us that he is a man of resource. So why don't we have a quiet dinner, then go and see L'Italiana in Algerie, 3. "Very well, let it be L'Italiana in Algerie," said Albert. "But consider, Signor Pastrini, that this gentleman and I," indicating Franz, "attach the highest importance to having the costumes that we asked for tomorrow morning." The innkeeper once more reassured his guests that they had nothing to worry about and that their needs would be fully met, so Franz and Albert went upstairs to take off their clown's costumes. As he was getting out of his, Albert was very careful to put away his sprig of violets, which would serve as a sign of recognition for the next day. The two friends sat down to dinner, but as they were eating, Albert could not refrain from pointing out the marked difference between the respective merits of Signor Pastrini's cook and the one employed by the Count of Monte Cristo, and indeed, honesty obliged Franz to confess, despite the reservations he still seemed to have on the subject of the Count, that the comparison was not to the advantage of Signor Pastrini's chef. Over dessert, the servant inquired to know the time when the two young men would like their carriage. Albert and Franz exchanged glances, because they were really afraid that they might be taking too many liberties. The servant understood. "His Excellency the Count of Monte Cristo," he said, "has given definite orders that the carriage should remain at the disposal of their lordships for the whole day. Their lordships can therefore make use of it without any compunction." They determined to enjoy the Count's courtesy to the full and asked for the horses to be harnessed while they went to change out of their daytime clothes into evening ones, the others having been slightly rumpled by the events of the day. After that, they repaired to the Teatro Argentina and took their places in the Count's box. During the first act, Countess G came into her box. The first place she looked was towards the place where, the previous evening, she had seen the Count, so that she saw Franz and Albert in the box of the man about whom she had expressed such a strange opinion to Franz a day earlier. Her opera glasses interrogated him with such emphasis that Franz realized it would be cruel to leave her curiosity unsatisfied any longer. So, taking advantage of the privilege of spectators in Italian theaters, which allows them to use the playhouses as their reception rooms, the two friends left their box to present their regards to the Countess. No sooner had they come into her box than she motioned to Franz to take the place of honor. Albert sat behind them. "Well, then," she said, hardly giving Franz time to sit down. "It appears that you cannot wait to make the acquaintance of this new Lord Ruthven, and that you are now the very best of friends?" "Although we are not quite as intimate as you imply, I cannot deny, Madame la Comtesse, that we have taken advantage of his hospitality all day." "How, all day?" "That's precisely it. This morning we took lunch from him, we went up and down the Corso in his carriage throughout the masquerada, and finally, this evening, we are in his box at the theater." "Does this mean that you are now acquaintances?" "Yes and no." "What do you mean?" "It's a long story." "Tell it to me." "You would be too frightened by it." "All the more reason." "At least wait until the story has an ending." "Agreed. I do like stories to be complete." "Meanwhile, how did you make contact? Who introduced you to him?" "No one. On the contrary, he had himself introduced." "When?" "Yesterday, after we left you." "By what means?" "Oh, the most banal imaginable, through the intermediary of our landlord." "Is he staying at the Hotel de Londres then, like you?" "Not only in the same hotel, but on the same floor." "What's his name?" "You must at least know his name?" "Of course. The Count of Monte Cristo." "What kind of a name is that?" "It's not the name of any family." "No, it's the name of an island he has purchased." "Is he a count?" "Yes, a Tuscan count." "Ha! We must learn to swallow that," said the Countess, who came from one of the oldest families in the Venezia. "What kind of a man is he, otherwise?" "Ask the Vicomte de Morcerf." "Do you hear that, monsieur? I am being referred to you." "We would be very hard to please if we were not to find him pleasing, madam," said Albert. "A friend of 10 years could not have done more for us than he did, and with the grace, delicacy of feeling and courtesy that betray a genuine man of the world." "Come, come," said the Countess, laughing. "You will find that my vampire is quite simply some nouveau riche who wants to be excused for his wealth and who has adopted the mask of Lara so as not to be mistaken for Rothschild." "Did you see her?" "Her?" Franz asked, with a smile. "The beautiful Greek from yesterday?" "No. I do believe that we heard the sound of her guzla, but she herself remained completely invisible." "My dear Franz," said Albert, "when you say invisible, you are quite simply trying to be mysterious. Who do you think was that blue domino we saw in the window hung with white damask?" "And where was this window with the white damask?" asked the Countess. "At the Palazzo Rospoli." "So the Count had 3 windows in the Palazzo Rospoli?" "Yes." "Did you drive down the Corso?" "Naturally." "And did you notice 2 windows with yellow damask and one with white damask, marked with a red cross?" "Those were the Count's." "Well, I never. Is the man a nabob? Do you know what it costs to have 3 windows like those for Carnival Week in the Palazzo Rospoli, that is to say the best place on the Corso?" 200 or 300 Roman ecus. 2 or 3,000, you should say. The devil it does. Does his island bring in such an income? His island? Not a baiocco. So why did he buy it? On a whim. He's an eccentric? The fact is, said Albert, that he did seem quite eccentric to me. My dear man, if he were to live in Paris and go to our theaters, I would say that he was either a hoaxer, or else some poor devil destroyed by literature. There's no denying he made 2 or 3 quips this morning worthy of Didier or Antony, 4. At this moment a visitor came in and Franz gave up his seat to the newcomer, according to custom. This move and the disturbance changed the subject of conversation. An hour later the two friends returned to the hotel. Signor Pastrini had already taken care of their disguises for the next day and promised them that they would be pleased with the results of his ingenious efforts. The next morning at 9 he came into Franz's room, accompanied by a tailor carrying 8 or 10 Roman peasant costumes. The two friends chose two alike, more or less of their size, and requested their host to have about 20 ribbons sewn to each of their hats, and to obtain for them 2 of those charming striped silk scarves in bright colors that the men of the people are accustomed to tie round their waists on holidays. Albert was anxious to see how he looked in his new costume. It was a jacket and trousers of blue velvet, embroidered stockings, buckled shoes, and a silk waistcoat. Indeed, Albert could not do otherwise than look elegant in this picturesque costume, and when the belt was fastened round his slender waist, and his hat, tilted a little to one side, let a shower of ribbons fall over his shoulder, Franz was obliged to admit that dress often has a lot to do with the superior physique that we attribute to some nations. The Turks, so picturesque in the old days with their long, brightly colored robes, are now hideous in their blue-buttoned frock coats and those Greek hats which make them look like wine bottles with red tops. Don't you agree? Franz complimented Albert, who, moreover, was standing in front of the mirror and smiling at himself with a quite unmistakable air of self-satisfaction. It was at this point that the Count of Monte Cristo came in. "Gentlemen," he said, "since, agreeable though it is to have a companion in pleasure, freedom is more agreeable still, I have come to tell you that I am leaving the carriage that you used yesterday at your disposal today and for the following days. Our host must have told you that I have 3 or 4 at livery with him, so you are not depriving me in any way. Feel free to enjoy it, either for pleasure or for business. Our meeting place, should we have anything to say to one another, is the Palazzo Rospoli." The two young friends tried to make some objection, but there was really no good reason to refuse an offer which suited them very well, so eventually they accepted. The Count stayed with them for about a quarter of an hour, conversing fluently on every subject. As we have already been able to observe, he was well acquainted with the literature of every country. A glance at the walls of his drawing room had shown Franz and Albert that he was a connoisseur of fine art. A few unpretentious words which he let slip in passing proved that he was not without some understanding in science. It appeared that he had particularly concerned himself with chemistry. The two friends did not presume to repay the Count for the luncheon he had given them. It would have been a poor jest to offer him, in exchange for his excellent table, the very mediocre fare that made up Signor Pastrini's table d'hôte. They said as much openly, and he accepted their excuses with evident appreciation of their thoughtfulness. Albert was charmed by the Count's manners and was only prevented from recognizing him as a true aristocrat because of his learning. Most of all, he was delighted at being able to have full use of the carriage. He had some ideas concerning his graceful peasant girls and, since they had appeared to him in a very elegant carriage, he was not sorry at being able to continue to seem to be on an equal footing with them in this respect. At 1:30 the two friends went downstairs. The coachman and the footman had had the notion of putting their livery on over their wild animal skins, which made them look even more grotesque than the day before, and were complimented warmly by Albert and Franz. Albert had sentimentally attached his sprig of fading violets to his buttonhole. At the first sound of the bell, they set off and hurried into the Corso down the Via Vittoria. On their second circuit, a bouquet of fresh violets, thrown from a carriage full of young lady clowns into the Count's barouche, told Albert that, like himself and his friend, the peasant girls from the previous day had changed costume and, whether by accident or by reason of the same feeling that had inspired him, gallantly, to adopt their costume, they had chosen the one that he and Franz had been wearing. Albert put the fresh flowers in place of the old ones, but kept the faded bouquet in his hand, and, when he once more passed by the barouche, lifted it tenderly to his lips. Not only the person who had thrown it to him but also her companions seemed to find this highly amusing. The day was no less lively than the one before. A careful observer might even have noticed more noise and more merriment. The Count was seen for a moment at the window, but when the carriage came round again, he had already gone. It goes without saying that the flirtatious exchange between Albert and the lady clown with the bunch of violets lasted the whole day. That evening, when he returned, Franz found a letter from the embassy telling him that he would have the honor of an audience with His Holiness the following day. On every previous occasion when he had visited Rome, he had asked for and obtained the same favor, and, for religious reasons and out of gratitude, he did not want to stop off in the capital of the Christian world without paying a respectful homage to one of the successors of St. Peter who stands as a rare example of all the Christian virtues. So he did not intend to go to the carnival the next day, for, despite the benevolence with which he tempers his grandeur, it is always with respect full of deep emotion that one prepares to bow before that noble and saintly old man, Gregory 16.5. Coming out of the Vatican, Franz went straight back to the hotel, deliberately avoiding the Corso. He was carrying with him a treasure of pious thoughts which would have been profaned by the wild merriment of the masquerada. At 5:10, Albert returned. He was overjoyed. The clown had resumed her peasant costume and, while passing by Albert's barouche, lifted her mask. She was enchanting. Franz sincerely congratulated his friend, who took the compliments as no more than his due. By certain signs of authentic elegance, he claimed to have recognized that the beautiful stranger must belong to the highest ranks of Roman society. He was determined to write to her the next day. While Albert was confiding in him, Franz noticed that he seemed to have a question he wanted to put but hesitated to ask. He pressed him, declaring that he would promise in advance to make any sacrifice he could for his friend's happiness. Albert allowed himself to be entreated for just as long as good manners required between friends and finally confessed to Franz that he would do him a great service if he were to leave him in sole charge of the carriage on the following day. He attributed the lovely peasant's exceptional kindness in lifting her mask to the absence of his friend. Naturally, Franz was not so selfish that he would hinder Albert in the midst of an adventure that promised to be so satisfactory both for his curiosity and for his self-esteem. He was well enough acquainted with his friend's exceptional lack of discretion to realize that he would be kept informed of the smallest details of his success. And since, in 2 or 3 years of traveling the length and breadth of Italy, he had never had the good fortune even to begin such an intrigue on his own account, Franz was not displeased to discover how matters proceeded in such cases. So he promised Albert that on the following day he would be content to watch the scene from the windows of the Palazzo Rospoli. The next day he saw Albert going past again and again, with a huge bouquet, no doubt acting as the bearer of a love letter. This probability became certainty when Franz saw the same bouquet, immediately identifiable by a circle of white camellias, in the hands of a delightful clown dressed in pink satin. That evening there was not merely joy, but delirium. Albert had no doubt that the beautiful stranger would answer him by the same means. Franz anticipated his wishes by saying that he found all that noise tiring and had decided to spend the following day looking through his album and making notes. Albert was not mistaken. The following evening he came leaping in a single bound into Franz's room, holding a sheet of paper by one of its corners and brandishing it in the air. "Well, was I mistaken?" "Did she reply?" Franz exclaimed. "Read it." The tone of Albert's voice as he said this would be impossible to convey. Franz took the letter and read. "On Tuesday evening at 7 o'clock get out of your carriage at the entrance to Via dei Pontefici and follow the Roman peasant woman who will take hold of your macchiato. When you reach the first step of the Church of San Giacomo, make sure to tie a pink ribbon on the shoulder of your clown's costume, so that you can be recognized. Between now and then you will not see me again. Constancy and discretion." "Well, now," he asked Franz, when the latter had finished reading, "what do you think of that, dear friend?" "I think," said Franz, "that the business is taking on the character of a most agreeable adventure." "I think the same, and I am very afraid that you may be going alone to the Duke of Bracciano's ball." The very same morning, Franz and Albert had received invitations from the celebrated Roman banker. "Take care, my dear Albert," said Franz. "All of high society will be at the Duke's, and if your beautiful stranger is really an aristocrat, she will not be able to escape putting in an appearance. Whether she does or not, I shall not alter my opinion of her. Have you read the letter?" "Yes." "Don't you know how poorly educated the women of the Mezzo-Ceto are in Italy?" This was a term designating the bourgeoisie. "Yes," Franz replied again. "So, reread the note, examine the writing, and tell me if there is a single mistake in grammar or spelling?" The writing was certainly charming, the spelling faultless. "You are predestined," Franz said, once more returning the letter. "Laugh if you wish, joke as much as you like," Albert went on. "I am in love." "Good Lord! You scare me," said Franz. "I can see that not only will I be going alone to the Duke of Bracciano's ball, but I may well also find myself returning on my own to Florence. The fact is that, if my stranger is as agreeable as she is beautiful, then I do declare I shall be settling in Rome for at least 6 weeks. I adore the city, and in any case I have always had this marked predilection for archaeology." "Decidedly. A few more meetings like this one and I feel sure that we shall see you elected to the Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres." Albert looked as though he were about to argue seriously his claims to the academic chair, but at that moment a servant came to tell the young friends that dinner was served. Love, for Albert, was not incompatible with a healthy appetite, so he hurried to sit down at the table beside his friend, though quite ready to resume the discussion after dinner. After dinner, however, the Count of Monte Cristo was announced. They had not seen him for 2 days. Business, according to Signor Pastrini, had taken him to Civita Vecchia. He had left the evening before and got back only an hour ago. He was charming. Whether because he was watching, or because the circumstances did not strike those acrimonious chords that on other occasions had charged his utterances with bitterness, he was more or less like other men. Franz found him truly enigmatic. The Count could not doubt that the young traveler had recognized him, yet not a single word had fallen from his lips since their acquaintance was renewed to suggest that they had met before. For his part, much though Franz would like to have referred to their previous interview, he was restrained by the fear of displeasing a man who had shown such consideration towards him and his friend, so he went on copying the other man's reserve. The Count had learned that the two friends wanted a box in the Teatro Argentina and had been told that all places were reserved, so he was once more bringing them the key to his box. At least, this was the avowed purpose of his visit. Franz and Albert objected, on the grounds that they did not want to deprive the Count, but he replied that he was going to the Teatro Palli that evening, so his box at the Argentina would be wasted if they did not take advantage of it. This made up their minds. Franz was becoming accustomed to the Count's pallor, which had struck him so forcibly on first meeting. He could not deny the beauty of the man's stern face, of which the pale color was either the only defect or perhaps the chief quality. Franz, a true Byronic hero, could not see, or even think of, him without imagining those somber features on the shoulders of Manfred or under Lara's headdress. 6 He had the furrowed brow that spoke of bitter, inescapable thoughts. He had those burning eyes that penetrate to the depths of a soul. He had those haughty, contemptuous lips which give the words that issue from them a particular bent, so that they become deeply engraved in the memory of whoever hears them. The Count was no longer young, 40 at least, 7, yet one could easily understand that he would prevail over any young men among whom he might find himself. The truth is that he also had this in common with the fantastic heroes of the English poet, that he appeared to possess the gift of spellbinding others. Albert was constantly remarking how lucky they had been to meet such a man. Franz was less enthusiastic, though he too was susceptible to the influence exercised by any superior being over those around him. He thought about the plan the Count had mentioned once or twice of going to Paris and had no doubt that, with his unusual personality, his striking features and his huge wealth, he would make a considerable mark there. Yet he himself would prefer not to be in Paris when the Count was there. The evening passed as most evenings do at the theater in Italy, not in listening to the singers, but in renewing acquaintances and conversation. Countess G wanted to discuss the Count, but Franz told her that he had something much more novel to tell her and, despite Albert's exhibitions of false modesty, he described the major event that had taken up most of the two friends' thoughts over the previous 3 days. Intrigues of this kind are not rare in Italy, at least, if travelers are to be believed, and the Countess, far from expressing incredulity, congratulated Albert on the start of an adventure that promised to end in such a satisfactory manner. They parted, agreeing to meet at the Duke of Bracciano's ball, to which all Rome had been invited. The lady with the bouquet kept her promise to Albert. Neither the next day nor the one after did she give him any sign of life. At last Tuesday came, the last and most rowdy day of the carnival. On Tuesday the theaters are open at 10 in the morning because, after 8 in the evening, Lent starts. On the Tuesday, everyone who, through shortage of time, money or inclination, has not yet taken part in the festival joins the bacchanalian orgy, is carried away by the revels and contributes a share of noise and movement to the sum of movement and noise. From 2 until 5 Franz and Albert followed the line of carriages, exchanging handfuls of confetti with those in the line opposite and with the pedestrians walking between the feet of the horses and the wheels of the carriages, without a single accident occurring, a single argument erupting or a single fight breaking out in all this appalling chaos. The Italians are supreme in this respect. A festivity for them is a genuine festivity. The author of this story, who lived for 5 or 6 years in Italy, can never once remember having seen a celebration interrupted by any of those disturbances that inevitably accompany our own. Albert was a huge success in his clown's costume. On his shoulder he had a knotted pink ribbon, the ends of which fell down to his knees. To avoid any confusion between them, Franz had kept his Roman peasant's costume. As the day wore on, so the noise grew greater. On all those pavements, in all those carriages, at all those windows, not a single mouth remained silent, not a single arm remained still. It was a veritable human storm made up of a thunder of voices and a hail of dragées, bouquets, eggs, oranges and flowers. At 3 o'clock, the sound of cannon being fired across the Piazza del Popolo and the Palazzo di Venezia, though it could only just be heard through this awful tumult, announced that the races were about to begin. The races, like the Maccoli, are a particular feature of the last days of Carnival. At the sound of these cannon, the carriages instantly broke ranks and each headed for the side street nearest wherever they happened to be. All these maneuvers take place with unbelievable skill and wonderful speed, without the police bothering in the slightest to assign anyone to a post or to show anyone where he should go. Those on foot pressed themselves against the palazzi. Then a great sound of horses' hoofs and rattling of sabers was heard. A squadron of carabinieri, 15 abreast, galloped the whole length of the Corso, clearing it in readiness for the Barberi. When the squadron reached the Palazzo di Venezia, the sound of another roll of cannon gave the signal that the road was clear. Almost at once, in the midst of a vast, universal, inconceivable clamor, they saw 7 or 8 horses go past like wraiths, driven on by the cheering of 300,000 voices and the metal castanets clattering on their backs. Then the cannon in the Castel Sant'Angelo fired 3 times. This meant that number 3 was the winner. Needing no other signal but that, the carriages moved off again, cascading back towards the Corso, flowing out from every street like tributaries that had been dammed for a moment, before simultaneously pouring back into the bed of the river that they fed, and the huge torrent resumed its course, swifter than ever, between the 2 granite banks. Now, however, a new element had added still further to the noise and movement of the crowd. The sellers of Maccoli had come on to the scene. Maccoli or Maccoletti are candles of varying thickness, from an Easter candle to a taper, which excite 2 contradictory ambitions in the actors of the great finale of the Roman Carnival: first, to keep one's own Maccoletto alight; second, to extinguish everyone else's. The same is true of the Maccoletto as of life. mankind has so far found only one way of transmitting it, which he owes to God. But he has found 1,000 ways to extinguish it, and here the devil has surely given him some little help. A Macaletto is lit by bringing it up to another source of light. But who can describe the 1,000 ways that have been invented to put out a Macaletto? Great puffs of breath, monstrous bellows, superhuman fans? Everyone hastened to buy Macaletti, Franz and Albert with the rest. Night was falling fast. Already, at the cry Macali, repeated by the strident voices of 1,000 manufacturers, 2 or 3 stars began to shine above the crowd. This was the signal. In 10 minutes, 50,000 lights glittered all the way from the Palazzo di Venezia to the Piazza del Popolo, and back up from the Piazza del Popolo to the Palazzo di Venezia. It was like a vast congregation of will-o'-the-wisps, impossible to envisage if you have never seen it. Imagine that all the stars in the sky were to come down and dance wildly about the earth, to the accompaniment of cries such as no human ear has ever heard elsewhere on its surface. This is the time, above all, when class distinctions are abolished. The Ficino takes hold of the prince of the Trastevere of the bourgeois, each one blowing out, extinguishing and relighting. If old Elisate were to appear at this moment, he would be proclaimed king of the Macali, and Aquilo the heir presumptive to the throne. This wild, blazing dash lasted some 2 hours. The Corso was lit as if in broad daylight, and the features of the spectators' faces could be distinguished up to the 3rd or 4th story. Every 5 minutes Albert took out his watch. At last, it showed 7 o'clock. The 2 friends had reached exactly the corner of the Via dei Pontefici. Albert leapt out of the carriage, his Macaletto in his hand. 2 or 3 masked figures tried to come up to him either to put it out or take it away, but Albert was a skilled boxer. He sent them reeling a good 10 yards, one after the other, and continued running towards the church of San Giacomo. The steps were crowded with bystanders and masked figures struggling to take the candles from each other's hands. Franz watched Albert as he went, and he saw him put his foot on the first step. Almost at once a masked figure, wearing the familiar costume of the peasant girl with the bouquet, reached out and took his Macaletto, without Albert this time offering any resistance. Franz was too far away to hear what they said, but her words were doubtless reassuring, for he saw Albert and the girl walk off, arm in arm. For a time he followed them through the crowd, but he lost sight of them at the Via Macello. Suddenly the bell which signals the end of the carnival rang out, and at the same moment all the Macali went out simultaneously, as if by enchantment. You would have thought that one single, enormous breath of wind had extinguished them all. Franz found himself in total darkness. At the same moment, all the cries ceased, as if the breath of wind that had put out the lights had carried off the noise at the same time. All that could be heard was the rumbling of the carriages as they took the masked figures home. All that could still be seen were the few lights burning behind the windows. The carnival was over. XVI. The Catacombs of Saint Sebastian. Never in his life, perhaps, had Franz ever felt such a sharply defined and rapid transformation from merriment to sadness as he did at that moment. You would have thought that Rome, under the magic wand of some demon of the night, had changed into one vast tomb. By an eventuality which added to the blackness of the night, the moon was waning and not due to rise until 11 o'clock, so the streets through which the young man walked were plunged in utter darkness. But the journey was short. In 10 minutes his carriage, that is to say, the Count's, stopped at the Hotel de Londres. Dinner was waiting for him, but, since Albert had warned him that he might not return immediately, Franz sat down to eat without waiting for him. Signor Pastrini, who was used to seeing them dine together, asked why Albert was not there, but Franz said no more than that his friend had received an invitation 2 days earlier and had accepted it. The sudden extinction of the Macaletti, the darkness that had replaced the light and the silence that had followed the din had left Franz feeling melancholy, and even a little tense, so he dined in total silence, even though Signor Pastrini was as attentive as ever and came in 2 or 3 times to ask if he had everything he needed. Franz was determined to wait up as late as possible for Albert, so he ordered the carriage only for 11 o'clock, asking Signor Pastrini to inform him immediately if Albert reappeared at the hotel for any reason. At 11 Albert had not returned, so Franz dressed and left, telling his host that he would be spending the night at the Duke of Bracciano's. The Duke of Bracciano's house is one of the most delightful in Rome. His wife, one of the last heirs of the Colonna family, is a perfect hostess. Consequently, the Duke's entertainments are famous throughout Europe. Franz and Albert had arrived in Rome with letters of introduction to him, so his first question was to ask Franz what had become of his traveling companion. Franz replied that he had left him at the moment just as the Moccoli were about to be extinguished and that he had lost sight of him in the Via Macello. "And he has not come home," said the Duke. "I waited for him until now," Franz replied. "Do you know where he was going?" "Not precisely, but I believe that there was some kind of assignation." "Damnation," said the Duke. "This is a bad day, or, rather, a bad night, to be out late, don't you think, Madame la Comtesse?" The last words were addressed to Countess G., who had just arrived, on the arm of M. Torlonia, the Duke's brother. "On the contrary, I think the night is charming," said the Countess. "Those who are here will only have one thing to complain of, which is that it will go too quickly." The Duke smiled. "I am not talking of those who are here, who run no risk except, if they are men, that of falling in love with you and, if they are women, falling ill with jealousy at seeing you so beautiful. I am thinking of those who are in the streets of Rome." "Good heavens," said the Countess. "Whoever would be in the streets at this time of night, unless coming to your ball?" "Our friend Albert de Morcerf, Countess, whom I left in pursuit of his beautiful stranger at 7 o'clock this evening," said Franz. "I haven't seen him since." "What? And you don't know where he is?" "I have not the slightest idea." "Is he armed?" "He's wearing clown's dress." "You should not have let him go," the Duke said. "You know Rome better than he does." "Perhaps, but it was not so easy. One might as well have tried to stop the number 3 horse which won today's race," Franz replied. "In any case, what could happen to him?" "Who knows? The night is very black and the Tiber is quite close to the Via Macello." Franz felt his blood run cold at seeing the Duke and the Countess's thoughts running along similar lines to the ones suggested by his own anxieties. "I informed the hotel that I should have the honor of spending the night at your house, Duke," he said. "They are to come and tell me when he returns." "There," said the Duke. "I think this is one of my servants looking for you now." He was right. Seeing Franz, the servant came over. "Excellency," he said, "the owner of the Hotel de Londres wishes to inform you that a man is waiting there with a letter from the Vicomte de Morcerf." "A letter from the Vicomte?" Franz exclaimed. "Yes." "Who is this man?" "I cannot tell you." "Why did he not bring it to me here?" "He gave me no explanation." "Where is this messenger?" "He left as soon as he saw me come into the ballroom to speak to you." "Oh, my goodness," the Countess exclaimed. "Go quickly." "Poor young man, perhaps he has had an accident." "I'm going this moment," said Franz. "Will you come back and tell us any news?" asked the Countess. "Yes, if the matter is not serious, otherwise I cannot say where I will be myself." "In any case, be prudent," said the Countess. "Don't worry, I shall." Franz took his hat and left hurriedly. He had sent away his carriage, ordering it for 2 o'clock, but fortunately the Palazzo Bracciano, which faces onto the Corso on one side and the Piazza dei Santi Apostoli on the other, is hardly 10 minutes on foot from the Hotel de Londres. As he approached the hotel, Franz saw a man standing in the middle of the street, and did not for an instant doubt that this was the messenger from Albert. The man was wearing a large cloak. He went over, but, much to Franz's surprise, it was the man who spoke first. "What do you want of me, Excellency?" he said, stepping backwards like a man wanting to keep up his defenses. "Aren't you the person who was bringing me a letter from the Vicomte de Morcerf?" Franz asked. "Is your Excellency staying at Pastrini's hotel?" "I am." "And is your Excellency the Viscount's traveling companion?" "Yes." "What is your Excellency's name?" "Baron Franz d'Épinay." "Then this letter is indeed addressed to your Excellency." "Is there to be any reply?" Franz asked, taking the letter from the man's hand. "Yes, at least your friend hopes so." "Come up, then, and I'll give it to you." "I should prefer to wait here," the messenger said, laughing. "Why?" "Your Excellency will understand everything when you have read the letter." "So, am I to meet you again here?" "Certainly." Franz went into the hotel and met Signor Pastrini on the stairs. "Well?" the innkeeper asked. "Well, what?" said Franz. "Did you see the man who wanted to speak with you on behalf of your friend?" he asked Franz. "Yes, I saw him," he replied. "And he gave me this letter. Please bring lights to my room." The hotelier gave the order to a servant to go ahead of Franz with a candle. The young man had sensed that Signor Pastrini was afraid, and this made him even more anxious to read Albert's letter. He went close to the candle as soon as it was lit and spread out the sheet of paper. The letter was in Albert's hand and was signed by him. Franz read it twice, so unexpected were its contents. This is precisely what it said. "Dear friend, as soon as you receive this, be so good as to take the letter of credit from my portfolio, which you will find in the square drawer of the writing table. If the amount is not enough, add your own. Go immediately to Torlonia's, draw 4,000 piastres and give them to the bearer. It is urgent that this amount should reach me without delay. I shall not insist further, I count on you as you could count on me. P.S. I believe now the Italian banditti, * your friend, Albert de Morcerf." Beneath these lines was written in a strange hand these few words in Italian.
Se alle 6 della mattina le 4 mile piastre non sono nelle mie mani, alla 7 il conte Alberto abbia cessato di vivere. Punto.
Luigi Vampa. The second signature explained everything to Franz, who understood the messenger's reluctance to come up to his room. The street would seem safer to him. Albert had fallen into the clutches of the famous bandit chief in whose existence he had so long refused to believe. There was no time to be lost. He ran to the writing table and opened it. In the drawer mentioned, he found the portfolio and, in the portfolio, the letter of credit. In all it was for 6,000 piastres, but Albert had already spent 3,000 of them. As for Franz, he had no letter of credit. Since he was living in Florence and had come to Rome for only 7 or 8 days, he had taken about 100 louis with him and, of these, at the most 50 were left. This meant that the two of them, Franz and Albert together, were 700 or 800 piastres short of the amount asked for. It is true that in such a case Franz could count on the understanding of Messrs. Torlonia. He was consequently preparing to return to the Palazzo Bracciano immediately, when suddenly he had a brilliant idea. He thought of the Count of Monte Cristo. He was just about to give the order to send for Signor Pastrini when the man appeared in person at the door. "My dear Signor Pastrini," he said eagerly, "do you know if the Count is in?" "Yes, Excellency. He has just returned." "Will he have had time to go to bed yet?" "I doubt it." "Then kindly ring at his door and ask his permission for me to pay him a visit." Signor Pastrini hurried off to carry out these instructions and returned in 5 minutes. "The Count is expecting your Excellency," he said. Franz crossed the landing and a servant showed him into the Count, who was in a little study that Franz had not yet seen, with divans around the walls. He came forward to meet him. "What fair wind brings you here at this hour?" he asked. "Are you inviting me to take supper with you? That would be very obliging, I must say." "No, I have come to speak with you on serious business." "Business," said the Count, giving Franz his usual penetrating look. "What business? Are we alone?" The Count went across to the door, then returned. "Completely alone," he said. Franz gave him Albert's letter. "Read this," he said. The Count read it and said only, "Ah." "Did you see the postscript?"
Yes, certainly I did. Se alle 6 della mattina le 4 mai il piastre non sono nelle mie mani, alla 7 il conte Alberto abbia cessato di vivere.
What do you say about that? Do you have the amount required? Yes, except for 800 piastres. The Count went over to his writing table, opened it and pulled out a drawer full of gold. "I hope," he said, "that you will not insult me by going to anyone else?" "On the contrary, you see that I came straight to you," said Franz. "Thank you. Please take what you need." And he motioned towards the drawer. "Is it really necessary to send this money to Luigi Vampa?" the young man asked, staring fixedly at the Count in his turn. "By God! Ask yourself, the postscript is clear enough. It seems to me that, if you were to look for it, you would find a means to simplify the negotiation considerably," said Franz. "What means?" asked the Count in astonishment. "For example, if we were to go together to meet Luigi Vampa, I am sure that he would not refuse to grant you Albert's freedom." "Me? What influence could I have over this bandit? Have you not just rendered him the sort of service that is not easily forgotten?" "What service? Didn't you just save Peppino's life?" "Aha! Now who told you that? What does that matter? I know." The Count stayed silent for a moment, frowning. "If I went to meet Vampa, would you come with me? If my company was not too displeasing to you." "Very well. The night is fair and a walk in the Roman Campagna can only do us good. Should we arm ourselves?" "What for? Should we take any money?" "There is no need. Where is the man who brought this note?" "Outside, in the street." "Is he waiting for an answer?" "Yes." "We must have some idea of where we are going. I'll call him." "It is pointless, he does not want to come up." "To your apartments, perhaps, but he will not mind coming to mine." The Count went to the window of the study, which overlooked the street, and whistled in a particular way. The man in the cloak stepped out of the shadows and into the middle of the street. "Salite," the Count said, as if giving orders to a servant. The messenger obeyed at once without hesitation, even eagerly, and, leaping across the 4 steps at the entrance to the hotel, came in. 5 seconds later, he was at the study door. "Ah, it's you, Peppino," said the Count. Peppino, instead of answering, fell to his knees, grasped the Count's hand and pressed his lips to it repeatedly. "Well, I never," said the Count. "You have not yet forgotten how I saved your life." "Odd. It was already a week ago." "No, Excellency, and I shall never forget," said Peppino, in a tone of voice that expressed the depth of his gratitude. "Never is a very long time, but it counts for a lot that you should believe it. Stand up and answer me." Peppino looked anxiously at Franz. "Oh. You can speak in front of His Excellency," the Count said. "He is a friend of mine." Then he added, in French, turning to Franz, I hope you will allow me to call you that. It is necessary to gain this man's confidence. You may speak in front of me, Franz said. I am a friend of the Count's. Fine, said Peppino, turning back to the Count. Your Excellency can ask the questions and I shall reply. How did Vicomte Albert fall into Luigi's hands? Excellency, the Frenchman's carriage drove several times past the one with Teresa in it. The chief's mistress? Yes. The Frenchman flirted with her and it amused Teresa to reply. The Frenchman threw her bouquets, she threw some back. All this, of course, was with the chief's consent. He was in the carriage himself. What? Franz exclaimed. Luigi Vampa was in the carriage with the peasant women. He was driving it, disguised as the coachman. And then, asked the Count. Well, then the Frenchman took off his mask. Teresa, still with the chief's agreement, did the same. The Frenchman asked for a rendezvous, and Teresa agreed. However, in place of Teresa, it was Beppo who was waiting on the steps of San Giacomo. What? Franz exclaimed, interrupting him again. The peasant girl who took his Macchialetto from him was a 15-year-old boy, Peppino answered. But there is no shame for your friend in the mistake. Beppo has fooled lots of others, take my word for it. And Beppo took him outside the walls, asked the Count. Just so. A carriage was waiting at the end of the Via Macello. Beppo got in and told the Frenchman to follow, he did not need asking twice. He graciously offered the right-hand seat to Beppo and sat beside him. Thereupon Beppo told him he would be driven to a villa a league outside Rome. The Frenchman assured Beppo that he was prepared to follow him to the end of the earth. At this, the coachman went up the Via Ripetta, through the Porta San Paolo and, 200 yards into the countryside. As the Frenchman was starting to get a little too forward, Beppo stuck a pair of pistols in his throat, upon which the coachman stopped the horses, turned around in his seat and did the same. At the same time 4 of our men who had been hiding on the banks of the Olmo rushed across to the doors. The Frenchman tried his best to defend himself and even, so I heard, half-strangled Beppo, but there was not much to be done against 5 armed men. He had to give up. He was taken out of the coach, along the banks of the stream and eventually to Teresa and Luigi, who were waiting for him in the catacombs of San Sebastian. Well, what do you say to that, said the Count, turning towards Franz. That's not a bad story, I think. You are a connoisseur in such matters, what do you think? I think I would find it most amusing, Franz replied, if it had happened to anyone except poor Albert. The fact is, said the Count, that if you had not found me there, your friend's good fortune would have cost him dear. But don't worry, in the event he will get away with a fright. We're still going to find him? Certainly. All the more so since he is in a very picturesque spot. Do you know the catacombs of Saint Sebastian? No, I have never been into them, but I had promised myself that I would visit them one day. Well, now you have a ready-made opportunity, and it would be hard to find a better one. Do you have your carriage? No. No matter. They invariably keep one ready harnessed for me, day and night. Ready harnessed? Yes, I must tell you, I am a very capricious person. Sometimes I get up from the table at the end of my dinner, in the middle of the night, and have a sudden desire to set off for some part of the world, so I leave. The Count rang and his valet appeared. Bring the carriage out of the coachhouse, he said, and take the pistols which you will find in the pockets. There is no sense in waking the coachman, Ali will drive. A moment later the carriage could be heard drawing up outside the door. The Count took out his watch. midnight, he said. We could have left at 5 o'clock in the morning and still arrived in time, but that delay might have meant your friend spending an unpleasant night, so we had better set off at once to rescue him from the clutches of the infidel. Are you still set on accompanying me? More than ever. Well then, come. Franz and the Count left, followed by Peppino. They found the carriage waiting at the door, with Ollie on the box. Franz recognized the dumb slave from the grotto on Monte Cristo. Franz and the Count got into the carriage, a coupe. Peppino sat beside Ollie and they set off at a gallop. Ollie had had his orders in advance, for he followed the Corso, crossed the Campo Vaccino and drove up the Strada San Gregorio until they reached the Porto San Sebastiano. Here the gatekeeper tried to detain them, but the Count of Monte Cristo showed him an authorization from the governor of Rome allowing him to go in or out of the city at any time of the day or night, so the gateway was raised, the keeper had a louis for his trouble and they passed through. The road that the carriage followed was the old Appian way, lined with tombs. From time to time, in the light of the newly risen moon, Franz saw what he thought was a sentry gliding out of a ruin, but as soon as a sign had been exchanged between Peppino and this wraith, it vanished back into the shadows. A little way before the amphitheater of Caracalla, the carriage halted, Peppino opened the door, and Franz and the Count got down. In 10 minutes, the Count told his companion, "We shall be there." He took Peppino aside, whispered some order to him, and Peppino left after taking a torch which they found in the trunk of the coupe. 5 more minutes elapsed, during which Franz saw the shepherd follow a little path through the hillocks, which litter the uneven surface of the Roman plain, and disappear into a clump of that tall, reddish grass which resembles the bristling mane of some gigantic lion. "Now," said the Count, "let's follow him." They went along the same path and found that, after 100 paces, it went down a slope to the bottom of a little valley. Soon they saw 2 men talking together in the darkness. "Should we go on?" Franz asked the Count, "or should we wait?" "Carry on. Peppino must have warned the sentry of our arrival." One of the men, as it turned out, was Peppino, and the other a bandit acting as a guard. Franz and the Count approached and the bandit greeted them. "Excellency," Peppino told the Count, "please be so good as to follow me. The entrance to the catacombs is a short distance from here." "Very well," said the Count. "Lead the way." Behind a clump of bushes and hidden among some rocks was an opening through which a man could barely pass. Peppino went through this slit first, but he had hardly advanced more than a step or 2 before the passage widened, so he stopped, lit his torch and turned around to see that the others were following. The Count had been the next to venture into this sort of funnel and Franz came after. The ground sloped gently downwards and the path widened as they went on, but Franz and the Count were obliged to walk bent double and would still have had difficulty in going 2 abreast. They continued for a further 50 yards like this and were then stopped by the cry of, "Who goes there?" At the same time they saw the light from their own torch shining on the barrel of a rifle in the midst of the darkness. "A friend," said Peppino. And he went on alone to say a few words in a low voice to this second sentry who, like the first, greeted the nocturnal visitors with a sign showing that they could continue on their way. Behind the sentry was a staircase of about 20 steps. Franz and the Count went down them and found themselves in a sort of crossroads of tombs. 5 paths led off it like the rays of a star and the walls were carved out with niches, one above the other, in the form of coffins, indicating that they had at last reached the catacombs. In one of the cavities, the depth of which it was impossible to assess, one could see by day a few chinks of light. The Count put his hand on Franz's shoulder. "Would you like to see an encampment of bandits at rest?" he asked. "Yes, indeed," said Franz. "Then come with me." Peppino, put out the light. Peppino obeyed, and they found themselves plunged into the most profound darkness. However, about 50 yards ahead of them, a few reddish lights continued to play across the walls, made more visible since Peppino had put out his torch. They went on in silence, the Count guiding Franz as if he had the unusual ability of being able to see in the dark, and Franz himself could make out the way more easily, the closer they approached to the glow that showed them their way. Eventually, they passed through 3 arches, the middle one serving as a door. On one side, these arches opened on the corridor down which the Count and Franz had walked, and, on the other, on a large square room completely surrounded by niches like the ones we have already mentioned. In the middle of the room stood 4 stones which had once served as an altar, as the cross on them still showed. A single lamp, placed on the shaft of a column, threw a faint and flickering light on the strange scene that met the eyes of the 2 visitors as they watched from the shadows. A man was sitting, his elbow resting on the column, and reading with his back turned towards the arches through which the new arrivals could watch him. It was the chief of the band, Luigi Vampa. Around him could be seen some 20 bandits, lying as they chose, wrapped in their cloaks or propped against a sort of stone bench that ran all round the walls of the chamber. Each had his gun within reach. At the far end, hardly visible, like a ghost, a sentry was walking backwards and forwards in front of a sort of opening that could only be made out because the darkness seemed thicker at this point. When the Count decided that Franz had had time to take in this picturesque scene, he put a finger to his lips to ensure his silence, then climbed the 3 steps leading from the passage to the chamber, went through the middle archway and walked across to Vampa, who was so deeply engrossed in what he was reading that he did not hear the sound of footsteps. "Who goes there?" cried the sentry, more alert, seeing a sort of shadow growing in the light of the lamp behind his chief. At this, Vampa leapt to his feet, at the same time drawing a pistol from his belt. Immediately all the bandits were on their feet, and 20 gun barrels were pointing towards the Count. "Well, well," he said quietly, in a perfectly calm voice, with a muscle twitching in his face. "My dear Vampa, there is no need to go to such trouble just to greet a friend." "Put down your weapons," the bandit chief said, with an imperious gesture of one hand, while with the other he respectfully removed his hat. Then, turning to the remarkable figure who dominated the whole of the scene, he added, "I beg your pardon, Monsieur le Comte. I was not expecting you to honor me with a visit and consequently did not recognize you." "It seems that your memory is short in everything, Vampa," the Count said. "Not only do you forget a man's face, but also the agreement you have made with him." "What agreement have I forgotten, Monsieur le Comte?" the bandit asked in a voice that implied that, if he had made a mistake, he asked nothing better than to make amends for it. "Was it not understood," said the Count, "that not only my own person but also that of my friends would be sacred to you? How have I failed in this respect, Excellency? This evening you have abducted and brought here Vicomte Albert de Morcerf. Now," the Count continued in a voice that made Franz shudder, "this young man is one of my friends, staying at the same hotel as I am. He rode along the Corso for a week in my own carriage, yet, I repeat, you abducted him, brought him here and," here the Count took the letter out of his pocket, "you have set a price on his head, like any Tom, Dick or Harry." "Why was I not told of this?" the chief asked, turning towards his men, who shrank away from his look. "Why did you put me in a situation where I might fail in my promise to the Count, who holds all our lives in his hands? By the blood of Christ! If I thought that any one of you knew that this young man was a friend of His Excellency, I should blow out his brains with my own hand." "You see," the Count said, turning towards Franz. "I told you that there must be some mistake." "You are not alone?" Vampa asked anxiously. "I am with the person to whom this letter is addressed, and I wanted to prove to him that Luigi Vampa is a man of his word." "Come, Excellency," he said to Franz, "Luigi Vampa will tell you himself that he is in despair at the mistake he has made." Franz came into the chamber. The chief stepped towards him. "Welcome among us, Excellency," he said. "You have heard what the Count just said, and my reply. I might add that I would not wish such a thing to have happened for the 4,000 piastres at which I set your friend's ransom." "But where is the prisoner?" Franz asked, looking all around him anxiously. "I can't see him." "I hope no harm has come to him," the Count said, frowning. The prisoner is there, Vampa said, pointing to the recess in front of which the sentry was marching. I shall go myself and tell him that he is free. The chief went over to the place which he had indicated as Albert's prison, followed by the Count and Franz. What is the prisoner doing? Vampa asked the sentry. My word, I don't know, Captain, he replied. I haven't heard him stir for more than an hour. Come, Excellency, Vampa said. The Count and Franz went up 7 or 8 steps, still following the chief, who slipped a bolt and pushed open a door. By the light of a lamp like the one burning in the adjoining chamber, they could see Albert, wrapped in a cloak that he had been lent by one of the bandits, lying in a corner and sleeping profoundly. Look at that, the Count said, smiling his peculiar smile. Not bad for a man who was to be shot at 7 tomorrow morning. Vampa looked at the sleeping figure with a certain degree of admiration. It was clear that he was not unimpressed by this proof of courage. You are right, Monsieur le Comte, he said. This must be one of your friends. Then, crossing over to Albert and touching him on the shoulder, he said, Excellency, would you wake up? Albert stretched his arms, rubbed his eyes and opened them. Ah, it's you, Captain, he said. Egad, you might have let me sleep. I was having a delightful dream. I dreamed that I was dancing the gallopade at Torlonius with Countess G. He took out his watch, which he had kept so that he could himself keep track of the time. But it's only 1:30 in the morning, he exclaimed. Why the devil are you waking me up at this time? To tell you that you are free, Excellency. My dear friend, Albert said, with perfect equanimity, in future be so good as to remember this maxim of our great emperor, Napoleon, only wake me up when it's bad news. If you had let me sleep, I should have finished my gallopade and been grateful to you for the rest of my life. So, have they paid my ransom? No, Excellency. Then how does it come about that I am free? Someone to whom I can refuse nothing has come to ask for your freedom. Come here? Here. Then, by heaven, he's a most generous someone. Albert looked around and saw Franz. What? My dear Franz, are you so devoted a friend? No, Franz replied, it is not I, but our neighbor, the Count of Monte Cristo. Well, bless me, said Albert merrily, adjusting his cravat and his cuffs. Monsieur le Comte, you're a precious friend indeed, and I hope that you will consider me eternally obliged to you, firstly for the matter of the carriage, and then for this. He held his hand out to the Count, who shuddered as he took it in his own but did return the handshake even so. The bandit was watching the whole of this scene with stupefaction. Obviously, he was used to his prisoners trembling before him, but here was one whose derisive and quizzical mood had not faltered for a moment. As for Franz, he was delighted that Albert had upheld the honor of their nation, even when dealing with a bandit. My dear Albert, he said, if you would hurry, we may yet have time to end the night in Torlonia's. You can resume your gallopade where you left it off, and in that way you will harbor no grudge against Signor Luigi, who has truly acted as a man of honor in all this business. Certainly, he said. You are right, we could be there at 2 o'clock. Signor Luigi, Albert continued, are there any other formalities to be completed before we may take leave of your Excellency? None at all, monsieur, the bandit said. You are as free as the air. In that case, I wish you a long life and good fortune. Come, gentlemen, come. And Albert, followed by Franz and the Count, went down the stairs and across the square chamber. All the bandits were standing with their hats in their hands. Peppino, said their leader, give me the torch. What are you doing? Asked the Count. I shall show you the way, the captain said. It's the least I can do for your Excellency. Taking the lighted torch from the hands of the shepherd, he went ahead of his guests, not like a valet who does some servant's work, but like a king leading a group of ambassadors. Arriving at the entrance, he bowed. "And now, Monsieur le Comte, I apologize again and hope that you will bear me no ill will for what has happened." "None, my dear Vampa," said the Count. "In any event, you make up for your mistakes with such gallantry that one is almost grateful to you for having committed them." "Gentlemen," the chief said, turning towards the two young men, "the offer may perhaps not appear very attractive to you, but should you ever wish to pay me a second visit, you will be welcome wherever I am." Franz and Albert bowed. The Count went out first, followed by Albert, Franz staying until last. "Does your Excellency have something to ask me?" said Vampa, smiling. "Yes, I admit," Franz replied. "I should very much like to know what book you were reading so attentively when we arrived." "Caesar's Commentaries," the bandit said. "It is my favorite reading." "Aren't you coming?" Albert called. "Yes," Franz replied. "Yes, here I am." And he followed the others through the narrow opening. They started off across the plain. "Oh, one moment," said Albert, turning back. "May I, Captain?" And he lit his cigar on Vampa's torch. "Now, Monsieur le Comte," he said, as quickly as possible. "I am very keen to finish the night at the Duke of Bracciano's." The carriage was still where they had left it. The Count said a single word in Arabic to Ali, and the horses set off at full speed. It was exactly 2 o'clock by Albert's watch when the two friends came into the ballroom. Their return caused a sensation, but, as they were coming in together, all anxieties that people may have had about Albert immediately ceased. "Madame," the Vicomte de Morcerf said, stepping over to the Countess, "yesterday you had the goodness to promise me a galopade. I am a little late in asking you to fulfill this kind promise, but my friend here, whose trustworthiness you know, will confirm that it is not my fault." As at this moment the musicians were striking up a waltz, Albert put his arm round the Countess's waist and disappeared with her into the whirlwind of dancers. Franz, meanwhile, was thinking about the extraordinary shudder that had passed through the whole of the Count of Monte Cristo's body at the moment when he was more or less obliged to give Albert his hand. XXXVIII. The Rendezvous. The first thing that Albert said on getting up the next day was to suggest that he and Franz went to visit the Count. He had already thanked him on the previous evening, but he realized that he deserved to be thanked twice for a service such as the one he had performed for him. Franz, who was drawn towards the Count by an attraction mingled with terror, accompanied Albert because he did not want to let him go to see the man alone. Both of them were introduced into the drawing room. 5 minutes later, the Count appeared. "Monsieur le Comte," Albert said, advancing towards him, "allow me to repeat this morning what I could only imperfectly tell you yesterday, which is that I shall never forget the nature of the assistance you gave me and that I shall always remember that I owe you my life, or nearly so." "My dear neighbor," the Count replied, laughing, "you are exaggerating your debt to me. All I did was to save you the sum of 20,000 francs on the expenses of your trip, nothing more. As you see, it is hardly worth mentioning. For your part," he added, "may I congratulate you on your remarkable nerve and coolness." "How else could I behave, Count?" said Albert. "I pretended to myself that I had got into an argument and a duel had resulted. I wanted to demonstrate something to those bandits, namely that while people fight one another in every country in the world, only a Frenchman jests as he fights. However, since my obligation to you is no less great for all that, I have come to ask you if, either myself, or through my friends, or my own acquaintances, I might not be of some service to you. My father, the Comte de Morcerf, who is a Spaniard by origin, holds high positions in both France and Spain, so I have come to put myself, and all those who are fond of me, at your disposal." "Well," said the Count, "I must confess, Monsieur de Morcerf, that I was expecting your offer and that I accept it gratefully. I had already set my heart on the idea of asking a great service of you. What service? I have never been to Paris. I do not know the city. Really? Albert exclaimed. Have you managed to live so long without seeing Paris? That is incredible. It is so, nonetheless. But, like you, I feel that it is not possible for me to remain any longer in ignorance of the capital of the intelligent world. There is something more. I might even have made this essential journey a long time ago if I had known someone who could have introduced me into Parisian society, but I have no connections there. What? A man like you, said Albert. You are very kind. But since I would not claim any greater merit for myself than that of being able to compete in wealth with Monsieur Aguado or Monsieur Rothschild I, and since I am not going to Paris to invest on the stock exchange, this little consideration prevented me. Now, thanks to your offer, I have made up my mind. So, do you promise, dear Monsieur de Morcerf? The Count smiled in a singular manner as he said these words. Do you promise, when I go to France, to open for me the doors of that society where I shall be as much a foreigner as a Huron or a Cochin Chinese? Oh, so far as that is concerned, Monsieur le Comte, entirely and most willingly. Albert replied. And all the more so, my dear Franz, do not make too much fun of me. Since I have been recalled to Paris by a letter which I received this morning, which speaks of my alliance with a very fine house, and one that has excellent connections in Parisian society. An alliance by marriage? Franz asked, laughing. Heavens above, yes. So, when you return to Paris you will find me firmly settled down and perhaps even a father. This should suit my natural gravity, don't you think? In any case, Count, I repeat, I and my family are entirely at your disposal. I accept, said the Count. I assure you that I was only waiting for this opportunity to carry out some plans that I have been considering for a long while. Franz did not doubt for a moment that these plans were the same that the Count had mentioned in passing in the caves of Monte Cristo, and he watched him as he was speaking in an attempt to glimpse something in his expression which would indicate what it was that would bring him to Paris, but it was very difficult to probe the man's soul, especially when he veiled it with a smile. Come now, Count, Albert went on, delighted at the idea of being able to exhibit a man like Monte Cristo. Isn't this one of those vague plans, like thousands that one makes when traveling, which are founded on sand and which blow away in the first breeze? No, I guarantee that, said the Count. I want to go to Paris. I must go there. When? When will you be there yourself? Me, said Albert. My goodness! In a fortnight or 3 weeks, as long as it takes me to get there. In that case, said the Count, I give you 3 months. You see that I am leaving you considerable latitude. And in 3 months, Albert exclaimed joyfully, you will knock on my door? Do you want us to make an appointment, day for day and hour for hour, said the Count. I warn you, I am fearfully punctual. Day for day, hour for hour, said Albert. That will suit me down to the ground. Agreed, then. He reached over to a calendar hanging beside the mirror. Today is the 21st of February, he took out his watch, and it is 10:30 in the morning. May I call at 10:30 on May the 21st next? Perfect, said Albert. Breakfast will be ready. Where do you live? Number 27, Rue du Helder. Is that a bachelor apartment? I won't be disturbing you? I live in my father's house, but in entirely separate lodgings at the back of the courtyard. Very well. The Count took his notebook and wrote, Rue du Helder, number 27, on May 21st, at 10:30 in the morning. Now, he said, returning the notebook to his pocket, have no fear, the hand of your clock will not be more punctual than I. Shall I see you before my departure? Asked Albert. That depends. When do you leave? Tomorrow, at 5 in the evening. In that case, I must bid you farewell. I have business in Naples and I shall not return until Saturday evening or Sunday morning. And you, Monsieur le Baron, the Count asked, turning to Franz, are you also leaving? Yes. For France? No, for Venice. I shall be staying another year or two in Italy. So we shall not see you in Paris? I fear I shall not have that honor. Very well, gentlemen. Bon voyage, the Count said to the two friends, offering each of them a hand. This was the first time that Franz had touched the man's hand, and he shuddered. It was as icy as the hand of a corpse. One last time, said Albert. It's agreed, isn't it, on your word? Number 27, Rue du Helder, on May the 21st at 10:30 in the morning? May the 21st, at 10:30 in the morning, at number 27, Rue du Helder, the Count repeated. At this, the two young men took their leave of the Count and left. What's wrong? Albert asked Franz when they got back to his rooms. You seem quite preoccupied with something. Yes, said Franz. I must confess that the Count is an odd man and I am worried about the rendezvous that he made with you in Paris. Worried? About the rendezvous? I never. Are you mad, my dear Franz? Albert exclaimed. Mad or not, I can't help it. Listen, Albert said, I am happy to have an opportunity to say this to you. I have always thought you behaved rather coldly towards the Count, while I think he, on his side, has always been most agreeable towards us. Do you have anything in particular against him? Perhaps. Did you come across him somewhere before meeting him here? Precisely. Where? Do you promise me that you will not say a word of what I am about to tell you? I promise. On your honor? On my honor. Very well. Then I'll tell you. Franz described his voyage to the island of Monte Cristo, how he had found a crew of smugglers there and 2 Corsican bandits among them. He told at great length about the fairy tale hospitality that the Count had offered him in his grotto out of the 1001 Nights, the supper, the hashish, the statues, reality and dream, and how when he woke up there was nothing left as evidence to recall any of these events except the little yacht sailing over the horizon towards Porto Vecchio. Then he went on to Rome, to the night in the Colosseum and the conversation that he had heard between the Count and Vampa concerning Peppino, in which the Count promised to secure a pardon for the bandit, a promise which he had fully kept, as the readers can judge. Finally he got to the adventure of the previous night, the difficulty he found himself in when he discovered that he was 600 or 700 piastres short of the necessary amount, and the idea that he had eventually had of going to the Count, an idea that had had such an exotic and, at the same time, satisfactory outcome. Albert listened attentively. Well, now, he said, when the story was over. What do you have to reproach him with in all this? The Count is a traveler and he had his own boat, because he is rich. Go to Portsmouth or Southampton and you will see the ports crowded with yachts belonging to rich Englishmen who are indulging the same whim. So that he has somewhere to stop in his travels and so that he does not have to eat this frightful cooking that has been poisoning me for the past 4 months, and you for the past 4 years, and so that he does not have to lie in those abominable beds where you can't sleep, he had a pied terre fitted out on Monte Cristo. When it was furnished, he was afraid that the Tuscan government would expel him and that he would lose his money, so he bought the island and took its name. My dear friend, just think, how many people can you remember who have taken the names of properties that they never had? But what about the Corsican bandits in his crew? Franz asked. What about them? What is surprising about that? You know as well as anyone that Corsican bandits are not thieves, but purely and simply outlaws who have been exiled from their town or their village because of some vendetta. Anyone can mix with them without being compromised. Why, I do declare that if ever I go to Corsica, before I am introduced to the governor and the prefect, I shall have myself introduced to the bandits of Colomba too, if they are anywhere to be found. I think they're delightful. But Vampa and his band, Franz went on, are bandits who abduct people to steal from them. You won't deny that, at least, I hope. What do you say about the Count's influence over such men? What I say, my dear man, is that since I probably owe my life to it, it's not my place to criticize him. So, instead of treating this influence as a capital offense, as you do, I wonder if you would mind if I excuse him, if not for having saved my life, which might be going a little too far, at least for saving me 4,000 piastres, which is a good 24,000 livres in our money. I should certainly not have had such a high price in France, which only goes to prove, Albert added, laughing, that no man is a prophet in his own country. Precisely, there you have it. What country does the Count come from? What is his language? What are his means of support? Where does his huge fortune come from? What was the first half of this mysterious and unknown life, that it has cast over the second half such a dark and misanthropic shadow? That, if I were you, is what I should want to know. My dear Franz, Albert said, when you received my letter and you saw that we needed the Count's influence, you went to tell him, my friend, Albert de Morcerf, is in danger, help me to rescue him from it. Is that not so? Yes. And did he ask you, who is that Albert de Morcerf? Where does he get his name? Where does his fortune come from? What are his means of support? What is his country? Where was he born? Tell me, did he ask you all that? No, he didn't, I admit. He came, quite simply. He helped me to escape from the clutches of Monsieur Vampa, in which, despite what you call my air of entire unconcern, I must confess I was in a pretty sorry pass. Well, my dear fellow, when in exchange for such a service he asks me to do what one does every day for the first Russian or Italian prince who passes through Paris, that is to say, to introduce him to society, how could I refuse? You are mad to suggest it. It must be admitted that this time, contrary to what was usually the case, Albert had all the arguments on his side. Very well, Franz said, sighing, do as you wish, my dear Vicomte, because I have to agree that everything you have just said is very persuasive. But the fact remains that the Count of Monte Cristo was a very strange man. The Count of Monte Cristo was a philanthropist. He didn't tell you his purpose in coming to Paris, but he is coming to take part in the Prix Mondial 3, and if he only needs my vote and that of the very ugly gentleman who distributes them to succeed, then I shall give him the first and make sure he has the second. With that, my dear Franz, let's say no more about it, but have lunch and go on a final visit to St. Peter's. It was as Albert said, and the following day, at 5 in the afternoon, the two young men took their leave of one another, Albert de Morcerf to return to Paris and Franz d'Épinay to go and spend a fortnight in Venice. But before he got into his carriage, Albert gave the waiter at the hotel a card for the Count of Monte Cristo, so determined was he that his guest should not fail to attend their meeting. On it were the words, Vicomte Albert de Morcerf, and, under them, in pencil, May 21st, at 10:30 in the morning, at 27, Rue du Helder. Act 6. The Guests. On the morning of May 21st, in the house in the Rue du Helder where Albert de Morcerf, while in Rome, had agreed to meet the Count of Monte Cristo, everything was being prepared to honor the young man's word. Albert de Morcerf lived in a pavilion, or lodge, in the corner of a large courtyard, opposite another building containing the outhouses. Only 2 windows of the lodge overlooked the street, 3 of the others being in the wall looking across the courtyard and 2 at right angles overlooking the garden. Between the court and the garden, built with the bad taste of the Empire style in architecture, was the vast and fashionable residence of the Count and Countess de Morcerf. The whole extent of the property was surrounded by a wall, abutting on the street, crowned at intervals with vases of flowers and broken in the middle by a large wrought iron gateway with gilded lances, which was used for formal comings and goings. A little door almost next to the concierge's lodge was intended for the servants or for the masters, if they should be coming in or going out on foot. One could guess that there was the delicate forethought of a mother behind this choice of the pavilion for Albert. While not wanting to be separated from her son, she nevertheless realized that a young man of the Viscount's age needed all his freedom. On the other hand, it must be said that one could also recognize in this the intelligent egoism of the young man, the son of wealthy parents, who enjoyed the benefits of a free and idle life, which was gilded for him like a birdcage. Through the windows that overlooked the street, Albert de Morcerf could explore the outside world. Life outdoors is so essential to young men, who always want to see the world pass over their horizon, even if that horizon is bounded by the street. Then, once his preliminary exploration was finished, if it should reveal anything that deserved closer examination, Albert de Morcerf could pursue his investigation by going out through a little door corresponding to the one, already noted, near the porter's lodge, which deserves particular mention. It was a little door that you would have thought forgotten by everyone on the very day that the house was built, and which you would imagine was condemned to eternal neglect, so dusty and well concealed did it seem, except that, on close examination, the lock and the hinges, assiduously oiled, showed it to be in continual and mysterious use. This sly little door competed with its two fellows and cocked a snook at the concierge, escaping both his vigilance and his jurisdiction, to open like the famous cavern door in the 1001 Nights, like Ali Baba's enchanted sesame, only by means of some occult phrase or some prearranged tapping, spoken in the softest of voices or performed by the slenderest fingers in the world. At the end of a wide, peaceful corridor, entered through this little door and serving as an antechamber to the apartments, were two rooms. On the right, Albert's dining room, overlooking the court, and on the left his little drawing room, overlooking the garden. Banks of climbing plants, fanned out in front of the windows, hid the interior of these two rooms from the court and the garden. Since they were the only ones on the ground floor, they were also the only ones which might be spied on by prying eyes. On the first floor, the two rooms were repeated with the addition of a third, above the antechamber. The three first floor rooms were a drawing room, a bedroom and a boudoir. The downstairs drawing room was only a smoking room, like an Algerian diwan. The first floor boudoir led into the bedroom and, by a secret door, to the staircase. One can see that every precaution had been taken. Above the first floor was a vast studio which had been enlarged by taking down the inner walls and partitions to make a domain of chaos in which the artist battled for supremacy over the dandy. Here was the resting place in which were amassed all Albert's excessive whims, hunting horns, basses and flutes, a full orchestra, because Albert had once conceived, not a taste for music, but a fancy, easels, palettes, and pastels, because the fancy for music had been followed by a fad for painting, and, last of all, foils, boxing gloves, swords and sticks of every variety, because finally, in the way of fashionable young men at the time when our story is set, Albert de Morcerf gave infinitely greater application than he had done to music and painting to the three arts that go to make up the education of a member of the dominant class in society, namely fencing, boxing, and exercising with the quarterstaff. In this room, designed for all kinds of physical exertion, he would receive successively Grisier, Cooks and Charles Leboucher. 1. The remaining furniture in this special room consisted of chests dating from the time of François I, full of Chinese porcelain, Japanese vases, faience by Luca della Robbia and plates by Bernard de Palissy, and antique chairs on which Henri IV or Sully, Louis XIII or Richelieu might have sat, for two of them, bearing carved blue shields on which shone the French fleur-de-lis surmounted by a royal crown, clearly came from the collection at the Louvre, or at least from some other royal palace. Across the chairs with their dark upholstery were casually draped rich materials in bright colors, dyed in the Persian sun or brought to light beneath the fingers of women in Calcutta or Chandannagar. It was impossible to say what these fabrics were doing there. They were awaiting some destiny unknown even to their owner, providing sustenance for the eyes and meanwhile setting the room ablaze with their silken and golden lights. In the place of honor was a piano, made of rosewood by Roller and Blanchett, and designed to fit into a modern drawing room, yet containing a whole orchestra within its compact and sonorous frame and groaning under the weight of masterpieces by Beethoven, Weber, Mozart, Haydn, Gretry, and Porpora. Then, everywhere, along the walls, above the doors, on the ceiling, were swords, daggers, kris, maces, axes, complete suits of gilded, damascened or encrusted armor, as well as herbaria, blocks of mineral samples and stuffed birds spreading their brilliant, fiery wings in immobile flight and opening beaks that were never closed. It goes without saying that this room was Albert's favorite. However, on the day fixed for the meeting, the young man, dressed, but wearing casual indoor clothes, had set up his headquarters in the little ground-floor drawing room. Here, on a table set some way from the divan that surrounded it and magnificently displayed in the crackled faience pots that the Dutch appreciate so much, were all the known varieties of tobacco, from yellow Petersburg to black Sinai, through Maryland, Puerto Rico, and Latakia. Beside them, in boxes of aromatic wood and in order of size and quality, were laid out puros, regalias, Havanas, and Manillas. And finally, on an open rack, a collection of German pipes, chabuks with amber bowls, decorated with coral, and nargilés encrusted with gold, their long Morocco stems twisted like serpents, awaited the smoker's preference or whim. Albert himself had supervised the arrangement, or, rather, the systematic disorder that guests at a modern luncheon like to contemplate through the smoke as it escapes from their lips and rises, in long, fantastic spirals, towards the ceiling. At 9:45, a valet de chambre came in. This was a little 15-year-old groom, who spoke nothing but English and answered to the name of John. He was Morcerf's only servant. Of course, on ordinary days the cook from the main house was at his disposal, as was also, on grand occasions, his father the Count's lackey. The valet de chambre, who was called Germain and who enjoyed his young master's entire confidence, was holding a bundle of newspapers, which he put down on a table, and a packet of letters, which he gave to Albert. Albert glanced casually at the various missives and chose two, with perfumed envelopes addressed in fine hands. These he unsealed and read with a certain amount of attention. "How did these letters come?" he asked. "One came by the post, the other was brought by Madame Danglars' valet. Let Madame Danglars know that I accept the place she is offering me in her box. Wait. Then, during the day, go to Rosa's and tell her that, in accordance with her invitation, I shall sup with her on leaving the opera, and take her 6 bottles of different wines, Cyprus, sherry, Malaga, and a barrel of Ostend oysters. Buy the oysters from Burrell and make sure that he knows they are for me. At what time would Monsieur like to be served? What time is it now? 9:45. Well, serve breakfast at exactly 10:30. Debray may be obliged to go into his ministry, and in any case, Albert looked at his notebook. That was the time that I agreed with the Count, May the 21st at 10:30 in the morning. Even though I don't set much store by his promise, I want to be punctual. Do you know if the Countess is up? If Monsieur le Vicomte wishes, I can find out. Do. Ask her for one of her liqueur cabinets, mine is not fully replenished. And tell her that I shall have the honor to visit her at about 3 o'clock and should like her permission to introduce her to someone. When the valet had left, Albert slumped onto the divan, tore the wrappings off 2 or 3 newspapers, looked at the theater programs, winced on seeing that they were performing an opera and not a ballet, hunted in vain through the advertisements for cosmetics for an electuary for the teeth that he had heard mentioned, and successively tossed aside 2 or 3 of the most read prints in Paris, muttering in the midst of a prolonged yawn, "Really, these papers do get more and more frightfully dull." At that moment a light carriage pulled up in front of the door, and a moment later the valet returned to announce M. Lucien Debray. A tall young man, fair-haired, pale, with a confident gray eye and cold, thin lips, wearing a blue coat with engraved gold buttons, a white cravat and a monocle and a tortoiseshell rim dangling from a silk cord, which, by a coordinated effort of the superciliary and zygomatic arches, he managed from time to time to secure in the cavity of his right eye, came in without smiling or speaking, and with a semi-official bearing. Good morning, Lucien. Good morning, Albert said. Ah, but you terrify me, my dear fellow, with your punctuality. What am I saying, punctuality? I was expecting you last of all, and you arrive at 5 to 10, when the invitation was definitely fixed only at 1/2 past. It's a miracle. Can this mean that the government is overthrown, by any chance? No, my dearest fellow, the young man said, planting himself on the divan. Rest assured, we are always unsteady, but we never fall. I am beginning to think that we are becoming utterly unmovable, even without the affairs of the peninsula, which are going to fix us in place once and for all. Yes, that's right. You are getting rid of Don Carlos of Spain, too. Not at all, dearest fellow, we must put this straight. We are taking him across the French frontier and entertaining him most royally in Bourges. In Bourges? Yes, and he has no grounds for complaint, damn it. Bourges is King Charles VII's capital. What? You hadn't heard? All Paris has known about it since yesterday, and it had already reached the stock exchange the day before that. Because Monsieur Danglars, I haven't the slightest idea how that man manages to learn everything as soon as we do. Danglars bet on a bull market and won $1 million. And you, a new ribbon, apparently. Isn't that a blue band I can see with the rest of your decorations? Ha! They sent me the Charles III medal, you know, Debray answered in an offhand manner. Come now, don't pretend you're not pleased. Admit that you're glad to have it. Well, yes, so I am. As a fashion accessory, a medal looks quite fine on a high-buttoned black frock coat. Very elegant. And, Morcerf said, smiling, it makes one look like the Prince of Wales or the Duke of Reichstadt. Which is why you are seeing me at this time in the morning, my dearest fellow. Because you wanted to let me know they had given you the Charles III medal? No, because I spent the night sending out letters, 25 diplomatic dispatches. When I arrived home this morning at dawn, I tried to sleep but I was overcome with a headache, so I got up to go out for an hour's ride. In the Bois de Boulogne I was overcome with hunger and boredom, two enemies that rarely attack together but, despite that, were leagued against me in a sort of Carlist, Republican alliance. It was then that I remembered we are feasting with you this morning. So here I am hungry, feed me, I am bored, entertain me. It is my duty as your host to do both, dear friend, said Albert, ringing for his valet, while Lucien turned over the folded newspapers with the tip of a switch which he held by its gold knob inlaid with turquoise. Germain, a glass of sherry and a biscuit. And, while you are waiting for those, dear Lucien, take a cigar, contraband, naturally. I insist that you try one and suggest to your ministry that they sell us the same, instead of those dried walnut leaves that they condemn conscientious citizens to smoke. Pooh! Certainly not. As soon as you knew they came from the government, you would find them abominable and refuse to touch them. In any case, it's nothing to do with the Home Office, it's a matter for the Inland Revenue. Apply to Monsieur Human, Department of Indirect Taxes, Corridor A, Room 26. Well, I never, said Albert. I am amazed at how much you know. But, go on, take a cigar. Ah, my dear Viscount, Lucien said, lighting a manila at a pink candle burning in a silver-gilt candlestick before slumping back onto the divan. My dear Viscount, how lucky you are to have nothing to do. You really can't tell how lucky. And what would you do, my jolly old pacifier of kingdoms, Morcerf asked, with a hint of irony, if you had nothing to occupy you? What? The minister's private secretary, engaged simultaneously in the great European cabal and in the petty intrigues of Parisian society, with kings, and, better still, queens, to protect, parties to unite, elections to manage, doing more from your study with your pen and your telegraph than Napoleon did from his battlefields with his sword and his victories, enjoying an income of 25,000 livres apart from your salary, and a horse that Châteaurenaud offered to buy from you for 400. 100 Louis, which you refuse to sell, and a tailor who never fails to make you a perfect pair of trousers, being able to go to the opera, the jockey club and the theatre de variétés, you have all this, and you are bored? Well, I have got something to entertain you. What's that? I'm going to introduce you to someone. Man or woman? A man. Ha! I already know plenty of those. Not like the one I am speaking about. Where does he come from? The end of the world? Perhaps from even further than that. No. Then I hope he's not bringing our breakfast. Don't worry. Breakfast is being cooked in the kitchens of the maternal home. Are you hungry, then? I am ashamed to confess it, but I am. I had dinner yesterday at the home of Baron Danglars. I don't know if you have noticed, my friend, but one always dines very poorly with these stock exchange types. It's as though they had a guilty conscience. Ha! You can afford to disparage other people's dinners, seeing the kind of spread one gets from your ministers. Yes, but at least we don't invite respectable people. If we were not obliged to do the honors for some right-thinking and, above all, right-voting bumpkins, we would shun our own tables like the plague, believe me. In that case, my good fellow, have another glass of sherry and a biscuit. With pleasure. Your Spanish wine is excellent, you see, we were quite right to pacify that country. Yes, but what about Don Carlos? Let Don Carlos drink claret, and in 10 years we'll marry his son to the little queen. Which should get you the golden fleece if you're still in the ministry. I do believe, Albert, that you are quite set this morning on feeding me with illusions. Ah, you must admit that's the diet that best satisfies the stomach. But wait, I can hear Beauchamp's voice in the antechamber. You can have an argument, that will pass the time. Argument about what? About the newspapers. Oh, my dear man, Lucien said, with sovereign contempt, do you think I read the papers? All the better, then you can argue even more about them. Monsieur Beauchamp, the valet announced. Come in, acid pen. Albert said, getting up and going to meet the young man. I have Debray here, as you see. He hates you without even reading you, apparently. He's quite right, said Beauchamp. I'm just the same. I criticize him without knowing what he does. Good morning, Commandeur. So? You already know about that, do you? The private secretary replied, smiling and shaking hands with the journalist. As you see, said Beauchamp. And what are they saying about it out there? Out where? There are a lot of constellations out there in this year of grace 1838. In the critical political one where you shine so brightly. They say that it is well deserved and that you have sown enough red for a little blue to spring from it. Now then, that's not bad at all, said Lucien. Why aren't you with us, my dear Beauchamp? With your wit you would make your fortune in 3 or 4 years. I am quite ready to follow your advice, as soon as I see a government that is guaranteed to last at least 6 months. Now, one word, dear Albert, because I must give poor Lucien a chance to draw breath. Are we to have breakfast, or lunch? I'm expected in the house. As you see, all is not roses in our profession. Just breakfast. We are waiting for 2 more guests, and we shall start as soon as they arrive. And what sort of people are these whom you are expecting for breakfast? A nobleman and a diplomat. Then we can expect to be kept waiting barely 2 hours for the nobleman and fully 2 hours for the diplomat. I'll come back for the last course. Keep me some strawberries, coffee, and cigars. I can take a lamb cutlet at the house. Please, don't do that, Beauchamp, because even if the nobleman were a Montmorency and the diplomat a Metternich, we should still take breakfast at exactly 10:30. Meanwhile, do what Debray is doing, taste my sherry and biscuits. Very well then, I'll stay. I really must have something to take my mind off things this morning. Well, you are just like Debray. I would have thought that when the government is sad, the opposition would be merry. Ah, you don't realize, old man, what is in store for me. This morning I shall have to sit through a speech by Monsieur Danglars in the lower house, and this evening, at his wife's, a tragedy by a peer of the realm. The devil take this constitutional government. They do say that we had a choice, so what did we choose this one for? I understand, you need to store up some merriment. Don't say anything against Monsieur Danglars' speeches, said Debray. He votes for your side, he's in the opposition. Damnation, that's the worst thing about it. That's why I'm waiting for you to boot him into the upper house, or I can laugh at him as much as I like. My dear, Albert said to Beauchamp, it's plain to see that the Spanish business is settled. You're in a foul temper this morning. So I shall have to remind you that the gossip columns are talking about a marriage between myself and Mademoiselle Eugénie Danglars. For that reason I cannot, in all conscience, allow you to speak ill of the eloquence of a man who one day could well be saying to me, Monsieur le Vicomte, you know that I am giving my daughter a dowry of 2 millions. Be serious, said Beauchamp. The marriage will never take place. The king may have made him a baron, he could make him a peer of the realm, but he can never make him a gentleman, and the Count de Morcerf comes of too aristocratic a line ever to agree to such a misalliance for a mere 2 million francs. The Vicomte de Morcerf must marry a marchioness at least. 2 million. It's a pretty sum, even so, said Morcerf. It's the working capital you would invest in a music hall or a railway line from the Jardin des Plantes to the Rapide. Take no notice, Morcerf, Debray said offhandedly. Get married. You will be marrying the label on a money bag, won't you? So what does it matter? Better that the label should have one more knot and one less shield on it. There are 7 blackbirds on your own coat of arms. Well, you can give 3 to your wife and still have 4 left for yourself. That is one more than Monsieur de Guise, who was nearly King of France and whose first cousin was Emperor of Germany. Lucien, by gad, I do believe you're right, Albert replied absent-mindedly. Of course I am. In any case, every millionaire is as noble as a bastard, or can be. Hush, don't say that, Debray, Beauchamp replied, laughing. Here is Châteaurenaud who might well run you through with the sword of his ancestor, Renaud de Montauban, to cure you of the habit of making such quips. Then he would surely be lowering himself, Lucien retorted, for I am low-born and very mean, but... Ha! Beauchamp exclaimed. Listen to this. The government sings Béranger.3. What are we coming to, for heaven's sake? Monsieur de Châteaurenaud. Monsieur Maximilien Morel, cried the valet de chambre, announcing the 2 new arrivals. All present and correct, said Beauchamp. Now we can eat. If I'm not mistaken, you were only expecting 2 more guests, Albert? Morel. Albert muttered in surprise. Morel? Who's that? Before he could finish, M. de Châteaurenaud, a handsome young man of 30 and an aristocrat from head to foot, that is to say, with the face of a Guiche and the wit of a Mortemart, had seized Albert by the hand. My dearest, allow me to present Captain Maximilien Morel, my friend and, moreover, my savior. In any event, the man presents himself well enough. Vicomte, salute my hero. At this, he stood aside to reveal the tall, noble young man with the broad brow, piercing eye, and dark mustache whom our readers will remember seeing in Marseille, in such dramatic circumstances that they cannot so soon have forgotten about them. His broad chest, decorated with the Cross of the Legion of Honor, was shown off by a rich uniform, part French and part Oriental, worn magnificently, which also brought out his military bearing. The young officer bowed with elegant good manners. Every one of Morrel's movements was graceful, because he was strong. Monsieur, said Albert, with courteous warmth, Monsieur le Baron de Châteaurenaud already knew how much it would delight me to meet you. You are one of his friends, monsieur, please be ours. Very well, said Châteaurenaud, and hope, my dear Vicomte, that if the situation should arise, he will do the same for you as he did for me. What was that? Asked Albert. Please. Morrel protested. It is not worth mentioning. The Baron exaggerates. What do you mean, said Châteaurenaud, not worth mentioning? Life is not worth mentioning? I must tell you that you are sounding a little bit too philosophical about it, my dear Morrel. It is all very well for you, when you risk your life every day, but for me, who does so only once, and by accident. If I understand you correctly, Baron, you are saying that Captain Morrel saved your life. By God he did, and that's the long and short of it, said Châteaurenaud. On what occasion? Beecham asked. Beecham, old chap, you must know I'm dying of hunger, said Debray. Let's not start on any long stories. Very well, then, said Beecham. I certainly have no objection to sitting down at table. Châteaurenaud can tell us about it over breakfast. Gentlemen, said Morcerf, please note that it is still only 10:15, and we are waiting for one last guest. Of course, that's right, said Debray. A diplomat. A diplomat or something else, I don't know what. All I do know is that I entrusted him with a mission on my behalf which he carried out so much to my satisfaction that if I had been king I should have instantly made him a knight of all orders, including the Garter and the Golden Fleece, if I had both to give. So, as we are not yet going in to breakfast, said Debray, pour yourself a glass of sherry, as we have done, Baron, and tell us about it. You know that I got this notion of going to Africa. Your ancestors had already shown you the way, my dear Châteaurenaud, Morcerf remarked elegantly. Yes, but I doubt if your purpose was, like theirs, to liberate the tomb of our Savior. You are quite right, Beecham, said the young aristocrat. It was quite simply to get some amateur pistol shooting. As you know, I hate duels, since the time when two witnesses, whom I had chosen to settle some dispute, obliged me to break an arm of one of my best friends. Yes, I haven't. It was poor Franz d'Épinay, whom you all know. Of course. That's right, said Debray. You did have a duel once. What was it about? The devil only knows, I can't remember, said Châteaurenaud. What I clearly recall is that I felt ashamed at letting a talent like mine go to waste, and, as I had been given some new pistols, I thought I'd try them out on the Arabs. So I set sail for Oran, and from Oran I went on to Constantinople, where I arrived in time to witness the end of the siege. Like the rest, I joined the retreat. For the first 48 hours I was able to put up with the rain by day and the snow by night well enough. Then, at last, on the third morning, my horse froze to death. Poor animal. It was used to a blanket and the stove in its stables, an Arab horse, which just happened to find itself a little out of place in Arabia when the temperature dropped to -10. That's why you wanted to buy my English horse, said Debray. You thought he would stand the cold better than your Arab. No, you're wrong there. Because I have sworn never to go back to Africa again. So you had a really bad fright? Asked Beecham. Yes, I confess I did, Châteaurenaud replied, and I was right to be scared. As I said, my horse died, so I was continuing my retreat on foot when 6 Arabs bore down on me at a gallop, intending to cut off my head. I shot 2 with the 2 barrels of my gun, and another 2 with my 2 pistols, all right on target. But there were still 2 left and I had no other weapons. One of them seized me by the hair, which is why I have it cut short nowadays, because you never know what might happen, and the other put his yataghan 5 against my throat so that I could already feel the cold steel, when this gentleman here charged at them, shot dead with his pistol the one who was holding my hair and used his saber to crack open the skull of the one who was about to cut my throat. He had taken it upon himself to save a man that day and, as luck would have it, I was the one. When I am rich, I shall have a statue of Luck made by Clagman or Marichetti. 6. Yes, Morrel said, smiling. It was the 5th of September, which is the anniversary of a day on which my father's life was miraculously saved. So, whenever possible, I celebrate that day with some action. Some heroic deed, you mean, Chateaurenaud interrupted. In short, I was the lucky man. But that is not all. After having saved me from the cold steel, he saved me from the cold itself, not by giving me half of his cloak, as Saint Martin did, but by giving me the whole of it. And then he saved me from hunger, by sharing, guess what? A pâté from Chez Felix, suggested Beecham. Not so. His horse, we each ate a piece of it with great relish. It was tough. The horse? Morcerf asked, laughing. No, sacrificing it, Chateaurenaud replied. Ask Debray if he would sacrifice his English horse for a stranger. Not for a stranger, said Debray. For a friend, perhaps. I guessed that you would become mine, Baron, said Morrel. In any case, as I already told you, heroism or not, sacrifice or not, on that particular day I owed an offering to ill fortune as a reward for the favor that good fortune once did for us. The story that Monsieur Morrel refers to, Chateaurenaud continued, is a quite admirable one which he will tell you one day, when you know him better. For the present, let's line our stomachs instead of plundering our memories. When do we breakfast, Albert? At 10:30. On the dot? Debray asked, taking out his watch. Oh, you must allow me the usual 5 minutes' grace, said Morcerf, for I too am awaiting a savior. Whose? Why, my own. Morcerf replied. Do you think me incapable of being saved like anyone else? It is not only Arabs who cut off heads, you know. Ours is to be a philanthropic breakfast, and I sincerely hope that we shall have 2 benefactors of mankind at our table. How shall we manage? Asked Debray. There is only one Prix Montyon, 7. Well, we shall just have to give it to someone who has done nothing to deserve it, said Beecham. That's how the Academy usually solves the dilemma. Where will he be coming from? Debray asked. Forgive my insisting, I know that you have already answered the question, but so vaguely that I feel entitled to ask it again. To tell the truth, Albert said, I don't know. When I invited him, 3 months ago, he was in Rome, but, since then, who can tell where he may have been? Do you think he is capable of being punctual? Asked Debray. I think he is capable of anything, Morcerf replied. Note that, with the 5 minutes grace, we have now only 10 minutes left. Then I'll take advantage of it to tell you something about my guest. I beg your pardon, said Beecham, but is there the material for an article in what you are going to tell us? Certainly there is, and a very unusual one. Then carry on. I can see that I won't get to the house, so I must make up for it in some way. I was in Rome for the last carnival. We know that much, said Beecham. But what you don't know is that I was kidnapped by bandits. There's no such thing as bandits, said Debray. Yes, there are, and some very ugly ones, which means they were good bandits, because I found them pretty terrifying. Come now, my dear Albert, said Debray. Admit it, your cook is late, the oysters have not arrived from Marennes or Ostend, and, like Madame de Maintenon, you want to make up for one course with a story. Carry on with it, old man, we are good enough guests to indulge you and listen to your tale, however incredible it may be. I tell you, incredible though it may be, it is true from beginning to end. The bandits captured me and took me to a very melancholy spot called the Catacombs of Saint Sebastian. I know them, said Chateau Renaud. I nearly caught a fever there. I did better than that, said Morcerf. I really caught something. They told me that I was a hostage for a ransom of the trifling amount of 4,000 Roman écus or 26,000 livres. Unfortunately, I had only 1,500 left. I was at the end of my journey and my credit was exhausted. I wrote to Franz. But of course. Listen, Franz was there, you can ask him if I am not telling the absolute truth. I wrote to Franz that if he did not come before 6 in the morning with the 4,000 écus, by 6:10 I should have joined the blessed saints and glorious martyrs in whose company I had the honor to find myself. And I can assure you that Monsieur Luigi Vampa, that was the name of my chief bandit, would have kept his word to the letter. So Franz arrived with the 4,000 écus? Chateau Renaud said. Of course he did. You are not short of 4,000 écus when your name is Franz d'Épinay or Albert de Morcerf. No, he arrived, but accompanied purely and simply by the guest I have promised you and to whom I hope to introduce you. He must be a Hercules killing Cacus, this gentleman, or a Perseus delivering Andromeda? No. He's a man of about my height. Armed to the teeth? He did not have so much as a knitting needle. But he did pay your ransom? He whispered 2 words to the chief bandit and I was free. They even apologized to him for arresting you, said Beauchamp. Exactly. Well, I never. Was he Ariosto, this man? No, just the Count of Monte Cristo. No one is called Count of Monte Cristo, said Debray. I think not, Chateau Renaud added, in the unruffled tones of a man who has the entire nobility of Europe at his fingertips. Does anyone know of a Count of Monte Cristo anywhere? Perhaps he comes from the Holy Land, said Beauchamp. One of his ancestors might have owned Calvary, just as the Mortemarts did the Dead Sea. Excuse me, gentlemen, said Maximilian, but I think I can solve the problem for you. Monte Cristo is a tiny island about which I often heard speak from the sailors who were employed by my father. It is a grain of sand in the midst of the Mediterranean, an atom in infinity. Just so, monsieur, said Albert. And the person I am telling you about is the lord and king of this grain of sand, of this atom. He must have bought his deeds to the title of count somewhere in Tuscany. Is your count rich, then? By gad, I think he is. But it must show, surely? There's where you are wrong, Debray. I don't understand. Have you read the 1001 Nights? Heavens! What an extraordinary question. Well then, can you tell if the people in it are rich or poor? If their grains of wheat are not rubies and diamonds? They look like penniless fishermen, don't they? That's how you treat them, and suddenly they open up before you a mysterious cavern in which you find a treasure vast enough to purchase the Indies. So my Count of Monte Cristo is one of those fishermen. He even has an appropriate name, he calls himself Sinbad the Sailor and he owns a cavern full of gold. Have you seen this cavern, Morcerf? Asked Beauchamp. No, I haven't, it was Franz who saw it. But, hush. Don't say a word about this in front of him. Franz was taken there blindfolded and served by dumb men and women beside whom, it appears, Cleopatra was nothing but a strumpet. However, he is not quite sure about the women, since they only appeared after he had consumed some hashish, so that it could well be that what he took for women were in fact quite simply a group of statues. The young men looked at Morcerf as if to say, my good fellow, have you lost your wits, or are you teasing us? It's true, Morel said pensively, that I did hear something similar to what Monsieur de Morcerf is telling us from an old sailor called Penelon. Ah! Albert exclaimed. It's a good thing that Monsieur Morel has come to my support. You're not pleased, are you, that he has trailed this ball of thread through my labyrinth? Forgive us, dear fellow, said Debray, but what you are saying just seems too improbable. Damnation! Just because your ambassadors and your consuls don't tell you anything about it. They don't have time, they're too busy molesting their compatriots whenever they go abroad. Now. You're getting angry and taking it out on our poor emissaries. Heavens above, how do you expect them to protect us? Every day the house nibbles away at their salaries, to the point where it is getting impossible to find anyone. Would you like to be an ambassador, Albert? I'll have you appointed to Constantinople. No, thank you. Just so the Sultan, the first time I put in a good word for Mehmet Ali, can send round a rope for my secretaries to strangle me. You see, said Debray. But that does not mean that my Count of Monte Cristo does not exist. Everybody exists. What a miracle! No doubt everybody does exist, but not as he does. Not everybody has black slaves, princely galleries, weapons like those in the Kasabat, 9 horses worth 6,000 francs apiece, and Greek mistresses. Did you see this Greek mistress? Certainly, saw and heard. I saw her at the Teatro Valle and heard her one day when I dined with the Count. So he does eat then, your extraordinary man? If he does eat, it is too little to be worth mentioning. You see, he's a vampire. Laugh if you wish. That was precisely the opinion of Countess G, who, as you know, was acquainted with Lord Ruthven. Oh, that's fine, said Beauchamp. For a man who is not a journalist, this is the answer to the Constitutional's famous sea serpent, a vampire. The very thing. A savage eye, with a pupil that is dilated or contracted at will, said Debray. Highly developed facial angle, splendid forehead, livid coloring, black beard, teeth white and pointed, manners the same. That's it precisely, Lucien, said Morcerf. You have described him to a T. Yes, sharp and pointed manners. The man often made me shudder. For example, one day when we were together watching an execution, I thought I would faint, much more from seeing him and hearing him discourse coldly about all the sufferings imaginable than from seeing the executioner carry out his task and hearing the cries of the condemned man. Didn't he take you for a stroll through the ruins of the Colosseum to suck your blood, Morcerf? Asked Beauchamp. And after setting you free, didn't he make you sign some fiery-colored parchment, by which you ceded him your soul, like Esau his birthright? Mock as much as you wish, gentlemen, said Morcerf, a trifle irritated. When I look at you fine Parisians, regulars on the Boulevard de Gand, strollers through the Bois de Boulogne, and then remember that man, well, it strikes me that we are not of the same race. Flattered, said Beauchamp. The fact remains, Châteaurenaud added, that your Count of Monte Cristo was a gentleman in his spare time, except for his little understandings with Italian bandits. Ha! There are no Italian bandits, said Debray. No vampires. Beauchamp added. And no Count of Monte Cristo, concluded Debray. Listen, my dear Albert, 10:30 is striking. Admit that you had a nightmare, and let's start breakfast, said Beauchamp. But the echo of the striking clock had not yet died away when the door opened and Germain announced, His Excellency, the Count of Monte Cristo. All those present started despite themselves, in a way indicating that Morcerf's story had touched something deep inside them. Even Albert could not avoid feeling faintly shocked. They had heard no sound of a vehicle in the street or a step in the antechamber, and even the door had opened silently. The Count was framed in it, dressed with the greatest simplicity, but the most demanding of dandies would not have found anything to criticize in his appearance. Everything, clothes, hat, linen, was in perfect taste and came from the finest suppliers. He seemed to be barely 35 years of age, and what struck everybody was how closely he resembled the portrait that Debray had sketched of him. He came forward, smiling, into the middle of the drawing room, going directly towards Albert, who was advancing to meet him and affably holding out his hand. "Punctuality," said Monte Cristo, "is the politeness of kings, or so I believe one of your sovereigns claimed. Point 10. However, it is not always that of travelers, despite their good intentions. I hope, dear Vicomte, that you will take my good intentions into consideration and forgive me if, as I think, I am 2 or 3 seconds late for our rendezvous. It is impossible to cover 500 leagues without some small accidents, especially in France, where it appears that it is forbidden to whip a postilion." "Monsieur le Comte," Albert replied, "I was just announcing your imminent arrival to a few of my friends, whom I invited to join us, in view of the promise that you were kind enough to make me, and whom I should like to introduce to you. They are Monsieur le Comte de Châteaurenaud, who traces his noble lineage back to the paladins of Charlemagne and whose ancestors sat at the Round Table; Monsieur Lucien Debray, private secretary to the Minister of the Interior; Monsieur Pigeon, a fearful journalist and the scourge of the French government, of whom, despite his celebrity here, you may never have heard tell in Italy, since his newspaper is not distributed there; and finally Monsieur Maximilien Morel, a captain in the regiment of spies." Up to this point the Count had bowed courteously, but with a certain English coldness and impassivity, but at the last name he involuntarily stepped forward and a faint touch of red passed like a flash across his pale cheeks. "Monsieur wears the uniform of the recent French victors," he said, "and it is a fine one." It was impossible to tell what emotion gave the Count's voice such a profoundly vibrant tone and made his eye shine, as if against his will, that eye which was so fine, so calm, and so clear when he had no reason to shade it. "You have never seen our African soldiers, monsieur," said Albert. "Never," the Count replied, entirely regaining control of himself. "Well, monsieur, under this uniform beats one of the bravest and noblest hearts in the army." "Oh, Monsieur le Comte," said Morel, interrupting. "Let me continue, Captain," Albert said. "We have just been hearing of such a heroic deed by this gentleman that, even though I met him today for the first time, I would ask him the favor of introducing him to you as my friend." Again, at these words, one could detect in Monte Cristo that strangely intense look, that slight blush and barely perceptible trembling of the eyelid that signaled some deep feeling in him. "Ah, monsieur has a noble heart," he said. "So much the better." This sort of exclamation, which responded to the Count's own thoughts rather than to what Albert had just said, surprised everyone, most of all Morel, who looked at Monte Cristo with astonishment. But at the same time the tone was so soft and, for want of a better word, so soothing that, strange though the exclamation was, it would be impossible to be annoyed by it. Why should he doubt it? Beecham asked Châteaurenaud. "In truth," said the latter, who, being accustomed to society and with the sharpness of his aristocratic eye, had seen everything that it was possible to see in Monte Cristo, "in truth, Albert did not deceive us, this Count is an unusual person. What do you think, Morel?" "Frankly," he said, "he has an honest eye and a pleasing voice, so I like him, despite the odd reflection he has just made regarding me." "Gentlemen," said Albert, "Germain tells me that you are served." "My dear Count, allow me to show you the way." They walked silently through into the dining room, where each took his place. "Gentlemen," the Count said as he sat down, "allow me to confess something that will serve as my excuse for any impropriety on my part. I am a foreigner, and so much one that this is the first time I have been in Paris. Consequently, I know absolutely nothing of French manners, having virtually up to now practiced only an Oriental style of life, which is the one most opposed to the fine traditions of Paris. I beg you therefore to excuse me if you find anything in my behavior which is too Turkish, too Neapolitan, or too Arabian. Having said that, gentlemen, let us dine." "How well he says all that," Beecham muttered. "He is undoubtedly some noble lord." "A noble lord," Debray repeated. "A noble lord of all countries, Monsieur Debray," said Châteaurenaud. XL. Breakfast. It will be remembered that the Count was an abstemious guest. Albert made the observation, while expressing a fear that, from the start, Parisian life might not displease the traveler with respect to its least spiritual yet, at the same time, most necessary side. "My dear Count," he said, "you see me prey to an anxiety, which is that the cuisine of the Rue du Helder may not please you as much as that of the Piazza di Spagna. I should have inquired about your taste and had some dishes prepared to suit your fancies." "If you knew me better, monsieur," the Count replied with a smile, "you would not concern yourself with an attention which is almost humiliating for a traveler who has lived in turn with macaroni in Naples, polenta in Milan, olla podrida in Valencia, pilaf in Constantinople, curry in India and birds' nests in China. There is no such thing as a cuisine for a cosmopolitan like myself. I eat everything, everywhere, but little. And today, when you reproach me with my abstinence, I am in fact indulging my appetite, for I have not eaten since yesterday morning." "What? Not since yesterday morning?" the guests exclaimed. "You have not eaten for 24 hours? "No," Monte Cristo replied. "I was obliged to make a detour and ask for some information near Naples. This delayed me slightly and I did not want to stop." "Did you not eat in your carriage?" asked Morcerf. "No, I slept, as I am accustomed to do when I am bored but do not have the strength to amuse myself, or when I am hungry without having the desire to eat." "Can you control sleep then, monsieur?" asked Morrel. "More or less." "Do you have a recipe for that?" "An infallible one." "It would be invaluable to us Africans, who do not always have anything to eat and seldom have anything to drink," said Morrel. "Yes," said Monte Cristo. "Unfortunately my preparation, while excellent for a man like myself who leads a quite exceptional life, would be very dangerous if given to an army, which would not wake up when it was needed." "Can we know the recipe?" asked Debray. "Indeed, yes," said Monte Cristo. "There's no secret. It is a mixture of excellent opium which I brought myself from Canton so that I could be certain it was pure, and the best hashish harvested in the East, namely that which comes from between the Tigris and the Euphrates. These two ingredients are mixed in equal proportions and shaped into pills which can be taken when needed. The result follows within 10 minutes. Ask Baron Franz d'Epinay, I think he tried it once." "Yes," Morcerf replied. "He mentioned it to me and has a very pleasant memory of the occasion." "And do you always carry this drug with you?" asked Beauchamp, who, as a journalist, was very incredulous. "Always," said Monte Cristo. "Would it be indiscreet to ask you to show us these precious pills?" Beauchamp continued, hoping to catch the stranger out. "Not at all, monsieur," said the Count, and he took out of his pocket a wonderful pillbox formed out of a single emerald enclosed by a gold screw which, when it was loosened, allowed to emerge a small, greenish ball, about the size of a pea. The ball had a pervasive, acrid smell. There were 4 or 5 others like it inside the emerald, which might have been able to contain a dozen of them. This pillbox was passed around the table, but this was much more so that the splendid emerald itself could be examined than to see or sniff the pills that the guests passed from one to another. "Is it your cook who prepares this delicacy?" asked Beauchamp. "No, monsieur. I do not entrust my real pleasures to unworthy hands. I am a good enough chemist to prepare the pills myself. This is a splendid emerald and the largest I have ever seen, even though my mother has some quite remarkable family jewels," said Château "I had 3 like that," Monte Cristo went on. "I gave one to the Sultan, who had it mounted on his sword. I gave the second to our Holy Father the Pope, who had it encrusted into his tiara opposite an emerald that was more or less similar, though not so beautiful, which had been given to his predecessor, Pius VII, by the Emperor Napoleon. I kept the third for myself and had it hollowed out, thus diminishing its value by half, but fitting it better for the use I wished to make of it." Everyone looked at Monte Cristo with astonishment. He spoke so unaffectedly that it was clear either that he was speaking the truth or that he was mad, but the emerald which had remained in his hands naturally inclined one to the first supposition. "And what did those 2 sovereigns give you in exchange for this marvelous present?" asked Debray. "The Sultan gave me a woman's freedom," the Count replied. "His Holiness, the life of a man. In this way, once in my existence, I was as powerful as if God had allowed me to be born on the steps of a throne." "It was Peppino that you freed, wasn't it?" Morcerf cried. "He was the one who benefited from your pardon?" "Perhaps," said Monte Cristo, smiling. "Monsieur le Comte, you have no idea how much pleasure I feel in hearing you say that," said Morcerf. "I had already let my friends know in advance that you were a fabulous being, like an enchanter from the 1001 Nights, or a sorcerer of the Middle Ages, but Parisians are people whose wits are so used to paradoxes that they mistake the most undeniable truths for mere figments of the imagination if these truths do not conform in every respect to the conditions of their daily lives. For example, Debray here reads in Beauchamp Prince day by day that a late returning member of the Jockey Club has been stopped and robbed on the boulevards, that 4 people have been murdered in the Rue Saint-Denis or the Faubourg Saint-Germain, and that 10, 15, or 20 thieves have been arrested in a café on the Boulevard du Temple, or in the Thermes de Julien, yet they still deny the existence of bandits in the Maremma, the Roman Campagna or the Pontine Marshes. So tell them yourself, I beg you, Monsieur le Comte, how I was captured by those bandits and that, in all probability, without your generous intervention I should today be awaiting my eternal resurrection in the catacombs of Saint Sebastian, instead of giving them dinner in my unworthy little house in the Rue du Helder." "Pooh," said Monte Cristo. "You promised me never to speak of that trifle." "Not I, Monsieur le Comte," cried Morcerf. "That was someone else to whom you must have rendered the same service and whom you are confusing with me. Let us, on the contrary, speak of it, I beg you, for if you decide to talk about the circumstances of this affair, perhaps you will not only tell me again a little of what I know, but also a good deal that I do not." The Count smiled. "It seems to me that you played a large enough part in the business to know as well as I do what happened." "Will you promise me," said Morcerf, "that if I tell you all that I know, you will tell me, in turn, everything that I do not know?" "More than fair," Monte Cristo replied. "Well, then, even at the expense of my vanity," Morcerf proceeded, "for 3 days I thought myself to be the object of the coquetry of a masked lady whom I took for some descendant of Tullia or Poppea, when in fact I was purely and simply the victim of the provocative maneuvers of a contadina, and note that I say contadina, to avoid calling her a peasant. All that I do know is that, naive as I was, still more naive than the person I just mentioned, I mistook for this same peasant girl a young bandit of 15 or 16, beardless, narrow-waisted, who at the very moment when I wanted to take the liberty of planting a kiss on his chaste shoulder put a pistol to my throat and, with the help of 7 or 8 of his companions, led me, or dragged me, into the depths of the catacombs of Saint Sebastian, where I met a very cultured chief bandit, who, damn it, was reading Caesar's commentaries, but deigned to interrupt his reading to tell me that if, on the following morning at 6 o'clock, I had not put 4,000 écus into his coffers, then on the same day at 6:15 I should quite simply have ceased to exist. There is a letter to prove it, in the possession of Franz, signed by me with a postscript by Luigi Vampa. If you doubt my word, I can write to Franz, who will verify the signatures. That is all I know. Now, what I do not know is how you, Monsieur le Comte, managed to inspire so much respect in these Roman bandits who respect so little else. I must admit to you that Franz and I were totally overcome with admiration." "Nothing could be simpler, monsieur," the Count replied. "I had known the celebrated Vampa for more than 10 years. One day, when he was quite young and still a shepherd, I gave him some gold coin or other because he had shown me the way and, so that he would not be indebted to me, he gave me in return a dagger which he had carved and which you must have seen in my collection of weapons. Later, either because he had forgotten this small exchange of presents between us or because he did not recognize me, he tried to arrest me, but I turned the tables on him and captured him myself with a dozen of his men. I might have delivered him to the justice of Rome, which is swift and would have been even more expeditious in his case, but I did not. Instead, I let him and his followers go. On condition that they sinned no more, said the journalist, laughing. I am pleased to see that they scrupulously kept their word. No, Monsieur, Monte Cristo replied. On the simple condition that they would always respect me and mine. Perhaps what I am about to say will appear strange to you gentlemen, socialists, progressives, humanitarians as you are, but I never worry about my neighbor. I never try to protect society which does not protect me, indeed, I might add, which generally takes no heed of me except to do me harm, and, since I hold them low in my esteem and remain neutral towards them, I believe that society and my neighbor are in my debt. At last, Châteaurenaud exclaimed. Here is the first brave man whom I have heard frankly and unashamedly preaching egoism. This is excellent. Bravo, Monsieur le Comte. At least it is honest, said Morrel. But I am sure that Monsieur le Comte does not regret once at least having acted contrary to the principles that he has just described to us in such a positive manner. How did I act contrary to those principles, monsieur? Asked Monte Cristo, who had been unable to prevent himself looking from time to time at Maximilian so attentively that the bold young man had already had to lower his eyes before the clear and penetrating gaze of the Count. It seems to me, said Morrel, that by delivering Monsieur de Morcerf, who is unknown to you, you served both your neighbor and society. Of which he is the finest ornament, Beauchamp said gravely, emptying a glass of champagne in a single gulp. Monsieur le Comte! Morcerf exclaimed. Here you are, caught in a logical argument, you, possessor of one of the most rigidly logical minds I have ever encountered, and you will see what is about to be clearly demonstrated to you, namely that, far from being an egoist, you are on the contrary a philanthropist. Oh, Count! You call yourself an Oriental, a Levantine, a Malay, an Indian, a Chinese, a savage, you use Monte Cristo as your family name and Sinbad the Sailor as your Christian name, and yet, look what happens on the very day you set foot in Paris, instinctively you possess the finest and the worst quality of us eccentric Parisians, which is to lay claim to the vices that you do not have and to hide the virtues that you do. My dear Vicomte, said Monte Cristo, I can see not a single word in all that I have said or done to merit the supposed praise that I have just received from you and from these gentlemen. You were not a stranger to me, I knew you, for I had relinquished 2 rooms to you, I had given you lunch, I had lent you one of my carriages, we had watched the masks go past together in the Corso and we watched out of a window in the Piazza del Popolo that execution which had such a strong effect on you that you were almost taken ill by it. I appeal to all these gentlemen, could I leave my guest in the hands of those frightful bandits, as you call them? In any case, I had, as you know, a personal interest in saving you, which was to use you to introduce me into polite society in Paris when I came to France. At one time you may have considered that intention as merely a vague and fleeting project, but today, as you see, it is entirely real and you must submit, or else fail to keep your word. I shall keep it, said Morcerf. But I am afraid that you will be very disappointed, my dear Count, accustomed as you are to mountainous terrain, picturesque events and fabulous horizons. Here, you will encounter not the slightest excitement of the kind to which your adventurous life has accustomed you. Our Chimborazo is Montmartre, our Himalayas, the Mont Valérien, and our great desert, the Plain de Grenelle, indeed, they are digging an artesian well there, for the caravans to have water. We do have thieves, quite a few as it happens, though not as many as people say, but these thieves fear the meanest Kappa's narc infinitely more than they do the greatest peer of the realm. Finally, France is such a prosaic country and Paris such a highly civilized city that in all our 85 departments I say 85, because of course I do not count Corsica as a part of France, in all our 85 departments you will not find the smallest mountain without its telegraph or a single cave with the least blackness inside it, in which some police commissioner has not put a gaslight. So, my dear Count, there is only one service that I can perform for you, and I am entirely at your disposal. It goes without saying that I shall introduce you everywhere, or have you introduced by my friends. In any case, you have no need of that. Your name, your fortune, and your wit, Monte Cristo bowed with a faintly ironic smile, will mean that you can present yourself anywhere with no further introduction, and be well received. In reality, there is only one way in which I can serve you. If my experience of Parisian life and its comforts, or my acquaintance with the market, may recommend me to you, then I am at your disposal to find you a suitable house. I would not dare to offer to let you share my lodgings as I shared yours in Rome, I who do not profess egoism but am a perfect egoist, for here there is no room to house even a shadow apart from myself, unless it were the shadow of a woman. Ah! That is a very conjugal exception, said the Count. And indeed, monsieur, I believe you said something to me in Rome about a projected marriage. Should I congratulate you on your future happiness? The matter is under consideration, Monsieur le Comte. Which means perhaps, said Debray. Not at all, Morcerf replied. My father is anxious for it to take place and I shortly expect to introduce you, if not to my wife, at least to my fiancée, Mademoiselle Eugénie Danglars. Eugénie Danglars, the Count exclaimed. One moment, isn't her father Baron Danglars? Yes, said Morcerf, but recently created Baron. What does that matter, Monte Cristo replied, if he has rendered the state some service that deserved the distinction? He did, indeed, said Beauchamp. Although a liberal by instinct, he arranged a loan of 6 million francs in 1829 for King Charles X, who made him a baron, no less, and Knight of the Legion of Honor, which means that he wears the ribbon, not, as you might think, in the buttonhole of his waistcoat, but quite plainly on his coat itself. Morcerf laughed. Come now, Beauchamp, my good fellow, keep that for Le Corsaire, and Le Chivalry, but, in my presence at least, spare my future father-in-law. Then he turned back to Monte Cristo. But you mentioned him a moment ago as if you knew him? I don't, Monte Cristo said in an offhand manner, but it seems likely that I shall shortly make his acquaintance, since I have a credit opened on him by the firms of Richard and Blunt of London, Arnstein and Escels in Vienna and Thomson and French in Rome. As he spoke the last two names, Monte Cristo looked out of the corner of his eye at Maximilian Morrel. Perhaps he expected to produce some effect on the young man and, if so, he was not disappointed. Maximilian shuddered as though he had received an electric shock. Thomson and French, he asked. Do you know that firm, monsieur? They are my bankers in the Eternal City, the Count replied calmly. Can I be of service to you regarding them? Monsieur le Comte. Perhaps you might help us to solve a problem that has so far proved insoluble. That firm once did our own a great service and yet, I don't know why, always denies having done so. I shall look into it, monsieur, said the Count, bowing. But the subject of Monsieur Danglars has taken us a long way, Morcerf said, from the matter in hand, which was to find suitable accommodation for the Count of Monte Cristo. Come, now, gentlemen, let's put our heads together. Where shall we house this newly arrived guest of our great city? In the Faubourg Saint-Germain, said Château There the Count will find a charming, secluded little private house. Puff! Château said Debray, you know nothing beyond that gloomy and melancholy Faubourg Saint-Germain of yours. Don't listen to him, Monsieur le Comte, find somewhere in the Chaussée d'Antin, that's the true center of Paris. The Boulevard de l'Opéra, said Beauchamp. On the first floor, an apartment with a balcony. There, the Count can have them bring his cushions embroidered in silver thread and, while he smokes his chibouque or swallows his pills, he can watch the whole city pass before his eyes. Morrel, don't you have any suggestions? Asked Château. Have you no ideas? Yes, certainly I do, the young man said, smiling. But I was waiting to see if monsieur was tempted by any of the fine offers that he has just been made. Now, since he has not replied, I think I might venture to offer him an apartment in a charming little house, in Pompadour style, which my sister has been renting for the past year in the Rue Meslay. Do you have a sister? Monte Cristo asked. Yes, Count. The most excellent sister. Married? For the past 9 years. Is she happy? The Count continued. As happy as any human creature may be, Maximilian replied. She married the man whom she loved, the man who had remained loyal to us in our times of misfortune, Emmanuel Herbold. Monte Cristo gave a faint smile. I am staying there while I am on leave, Maximilian continued, and, with that same brother-in-law Emmanuel, I shall be at the Count's disposal for any information he might require. One moment, Albert exclaimed, before Monte Cristo had time to reply. Be careful, Monsieur Morel, you are trying to cage a traveler, Sinbad the sailor, in the prison of family life. Here is a man who came to see Paris, and you want to make him a patriarch. Not at all, Morel replied with a smile. My sister is 25 and my brother-in-law 30, they are young, merry and contented. In any case, the Count will be free to do as he wishes, he will only meet his hosts when he chooses to come down and do so. Thank you, monsieur, thank you, said Monte Cristo. It will be enough for me to be introduced to your sister and your brother-in-law, if you wish to do me that honor. But the reason I did not accept the offers of any of these gentlemen is that I have already arranged for somewhere to live. What? Morcerf exclaimed. You are going to stay in a hotel? That would be very gloomy indeed for you. Was I so ill-housed in Rome? Monte Cristo asked. Ha! In Rome, Morcerf said, you spent 50,000 piastres in furnishing an apartment for yourself, but I don't suppose you are prepared to spend that every day. It was not the expense that deterred me, Monte Cristo replied. But I was resolved to have a house in Paris, a house of my own, you understand. I sent my valet on ahead of me and he must have bought me this house and had it furnished. Are you telling us that you have a valet who knows Paris? Pigeon exclaimed. Like me, he is visiting France for the first time. He is black, and cannot speak, Monte Cristo replied. At this, there was general surprise. So, it must be Ali? Albert ventured. Yes, monsieur, Ali himself, my Nubian, my dumb fellow, whom I believe you saw in Rome. Certainly, I recall him very well, Morcerf replied. But why did you make a Nubian responsible for buying you a house in Paris and a dumb man for furnishing it? He will have got everything back to front, the poor fellow. Not at all, monsieur. I am certain, on the contrary, that he will have chosen everything in accordance with my tastes, because, you know, my tastes are not shared by everyone. He got here a week ago, and he will have crisscrossed the town with the instincts of a good hunting dog, hunting alone. He knows my whims, my caprices, my needs. He will have arranged everything as I want it. He knew that I would be arriving today at 10 o'clock, and since 9 he has been waiting for me at the Fontainebleau gate. He handed me this paper, with my new address on it. Here, read it. Monte Cristo passed the paper across to Albert, who read, number 30, Champs-Élysées. That's really novel. Pigeon exclaimed involuntarily. And very princely, Chateau Renaud added. What? You truly don't know your house? Debray asked. No, said Monte Cristo. As I told you, I did not want to miss our appointment. I shaved and dressed in the carriage and got out at the Viscount's door. The young men exchanged glances. They did not know whether Monte Cristo was play-acting, but everything that this man said, despite his eccentricity, was delivered in such a simple tone that it was impossible to suspect him of lying. And, for that matter, why should he lie? So we must make do, Pigeon said, with ensuring that the Count has all the other little things that we are able to give him. For my part, as a journalist, I offer him all the theaters of Paris. I thank you, monsieur, said Monte Cristo, with a smile, but my butler has already been ordered to rent me a box in each of them. Is your butler also a dumb Nubian? Debray asked. No, sir, merely one of your compatriots, if a Corsican can be said to be anyone's compatriot, but you know him, Monsieur de Morcerf. Not by any chance the good Signor Bertuccio who is so expert at hiring windows? The very same. You met him at my house on the day when I had the honor to invite you to luncheon. He is an excellent fellow who is something of a soldier, something of a smuggler and, in short, a little of all that one can be. I would not swear to it that he has not been in trouble with the police over some trifle, like a knifing, say. And you chose this honest citizen of the world as your butler, Count? Debray said. How much does he steal from you every year? You have my word on it, no more than any other, I am sure. He is just what I need, he never takes no for an answer and I am keeping him. Well, then, said Châteaurenaud, you have a household already, a mansion on the Champs-Élysées, servants, a butler, the only thing lacking is a mistress. Albert smiled, thinking of the beautiful Greek woman whom he had seen in the Count's box at the Teatro Valle and the Argentina. I have something better than that, Monte Cristo replied. I have a slave. You hire your mistresses at the Theatre de l'Opera, at the Vaudeville, at the Varietés. I bought mine in Constantinople. She was more expensive, but I have no further worries on that score. Debray laughed. You are forgetting that here, as King Charles said, we are Franks by name and Frank by nature. As soon as she set foot in France, your slave became free. Who will tell her? Asked Monte Cristo. Heavens, anybody who comes along. She only speaks Romaic. Ah, that's another matter. Shall we see her, at least? Asked Beauchamp. Or, having already one dumb servant, do you also have eunuchs? No, certainly not, said Monte Cristo. I do not take my Orientalism that far. All those around me are free to leave, and will have no further need of me or of anyone else. Perhaps that is why they do not leave me. They had long since moved on to the dessert and the cigars. My dear fellow, Debray said, getting up, it is 2:30 and your guest is charming, but there is no company so good as that one leaves, even sometimes for worse. I must go back to my ministry. I shall speak of the Count to the minister and we must find out who he is. Take care, said Morcerf. Cleverer men have given up the search. Ha! We have a budget of 3 million for intelligence. Admittedly it is almost always spent in advance, but, no matter, there will still be 50,000 for this. And when you know who he is, you will tell me? I promise. Au revoir, Albert. Gentlemen, your most humble servant. As he left, Debray cried out loudly in the antechamber, Bring my carriage. Very well, Beauchamp told Albert. I shall not go to the house, but offer my readers something better than a speech by Monsieur Danglars. I beg you, Beauchamp, Morcerf said. Not a word, I pray. Don't deprive me of the credit for introducing him and explaining him. Isn't he an odd fellow? Better than that, replied Châteaurenaud. One of the most extraordinary men I have ever seen. Moral, are you coming? I must just give my card to Monsieur le Comte, who has kindly promised to visit us at 14, Rue Meslay. You may be sure that I shall not fail to do so, monsieur, the Count said with a bow. And Maximilien Morrel went out with the Baron de Château-Renaud, leaving Monte Cristo alone with Morcerf. XLI. The Introduction. When Albert was alone with Monte Cristo, he said, Monsieur le Comte, let me embark on my duties as your guide by showing you this example of a bachelor apartment. Accustomed as you are to Italian palaces, it will be interesting for you to estimate in how few square feet a young man can live in Paris without being counted among those who are the most poorly housed. As we pass from one room to the next, we shall open the windows to allow you to breathe. Monte Cristo already knew the dining room and the downstairs drawing room. Firstly, Albert conducted him to his attic. This, you will remember, was his favorite room. Monte Cristo was well able to appreciate all the things that Albert had amassed in the room: old chests, Japanese porcelain, oriental cloths, jewels of Venetian glass and weapons from every country in the world. He was familiar with all these things and needed only a glance to recognize century, country, and provenance. Morcerf imagined that he would do the explaining, but on the contrary, under the Count's guidance, he found himself taking lessons in archaeology, mineralogy, and natural history. They came back down to the first floor and Albert showed his guest into the drawing room. The walls here were hung with modern paintings. There were landscapes by Dupré, with long reeds, slender trees, lowing cows, and wonderful skies. There were Arab riders by Delacroix, dressed in flowing white burnous, with shining belts and damascened weapons, whose horses were biting their own flanks in fury while the riders rent one another with iron maces. There were watercolors by Boulanger illustrating the whole of Notre Dame de Paris with the energy that makes the painter the equal of the poet. There were canvases by Diaz, who makes flowers more lovely than flowers and a sun brighter than the sun, drawings by Decamps, as highly colored as those of Salvator Rosa, but more poetic, pastels by Giroux and Muller depicting children with angel faces and women with virginal features, pages torn from Dosat's sketchbook of his journeys to the East, drawn in a few seconds on the saddle of a camel or beneath the dome of a mosque. In short, everything that modern art can offer in exchange and compensation for the art lost and vanished with earlier centuries. 1. Here, at least, Albert expected to show the stranger something new, but, to his great astonishment, the Count, without even having to look for the signature, some of those in any case only took the form of initials, instantly put the name of each artist on his work, so that it was easy to see that not only was each of these names already known to him, but that he had also studied and judged each of these talented artists. From the drawing room they went into the bedroom. This was at the same time a model of elegance and austere in its taste. Only one portrait here, but by Leopold Robert, too magnificent in its burnished gold frame. The portrait at once attracted the Count of Monte Cristo's attention, because he took 3 rapid paces across the room and stopped in front of it. It showed a young woman of 25 or 26, dark in coloring, her burning eyes veiled beneath languorous lids. She was wearing the picturesque costume of a Catalan fisherwoman, with a red and black bodice and her hair held back with gold pins. She was looking at the sea, so that her elegant figure was outlined against the 2 blues of the sky and the waves. Had it not been dark in the room, Albert would have observed the livid pallor that spread across the Count's cheeks and noticed the nervous tremor that shook his shoulders and his chest. There was a moment's silence, in which Monte Cristo remained with his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the painting. "You have a beautiful mistress there, Vicomte," he said, in a perfectly calm voice. "And this costume, no doubt intended for the ball, suits her astonishingly well." "Ah, monsieur," Albert said, "I should not forgive you this mistake, if you had seen any other portrait beside this one. You do not know my mother, monsieur. She is the person in that picture, which she had done 6 or 8 years ago, dressed like this in some imaginary costume. Apparently, the resemblance is so good that I feel I can still see my mother as she was in 1830. The Countess had the portrait done for herself while the Count was away. No doubt she intended to give him a pleasant surprise when he returned, but, oddly enough, the portrait displeased my father, and the value of the canvas, which, as you can see, is one of Leopold Robert's excellent works, could not overcome the dislike he had conceived for it. Between ourselves, my dear Count, it is true to say that Monsieur de Morcerf is one of the most conscientious peers in the upper chamber and a general renowned for his theories, but a very poor connoisseur of art. The same is not true of my mother, who paints remarkably well and has too much respect for such a work to relinquish it altogether, and who gave it to me so that in my house it would be less liable to upset Monsieur de Morcerf. I shall shortly show you his portrait, painted by Gros. 3. Forgive me if I seem to chatter on about domestic matters and my family, but as I shall later have the honor of introducing you to the Count, I am telling you this so that you will know not to praise this portrait in front of him. In any case, it has an unhappy aura. My mother very seldom comes to my house without looking at it, and still less often does she look at it without weeping. The cloud that entered our household with the appearance in it of this painting is the only one that has ever fallen across the Count and Countess who, though they have been married for more than 20 years, are still as closely united as on the very first day. Monte Cristo glanced rapidly at Albert as if to discover some hidden meaning behind his words, but it was clear that the young man had spoken with all the candor of his simple heart. Now that you have seen all my riches, Monsieur le Comte, he continued, allow me to offer them to you, unworthy though they are. Consider this your home here, and, to put you still more at your ease, pray accompany me to Monsieur de Morcerf's. I wrote from Rome to tell him of the service you had done me and to announce that you had promised to visit me. I may tell you that the Count and Countess are impatient to thank you. I know, Monsieur le Comte, that you are a little blasé about everything, and that Sinbad the sailor is little touched by scenes of family life. You have witnessed other so much more exciting ones. However, as your initiation to Parisian life, allow me to offer you the round of daily etiquette, visits, and introductions. Monte Cristo bowed in reply. He accepted the proposal without enthusiasm or reluctance, as one of those social conventions with which every well-bred man must comply. Albert called his valet and told him to go and advise M. and Madame de Morcerf that the Count of Monte Cristo would shortly wait on them. Albert and the Count followed him. On reaching the Count's antechamber, the visitor could see a shield above the door leading to the reception room which, being extravagantly mounted and made to harmonize with the decor of the room, indicated the importance that the owner of the mansion attached to this coat of arms. Monte Cristo paused in front of it and examined it carefully. Aza, 7 merlets, or, placed bender. No doubt this is your family's coat of arms, monsieur? Apart from the knowledge of the elements of the shield that permits me to decipher it, I am very ignorant in matters of heraldry, being myself an accidental count, fabricated by Tuscany with the help of a commandership of St. Stephen. I should never have passed myself off as a great nobleman were it not that I was repeatedly told this was absolutely necessary for anyone who travels a lot. When it comes down to it, one must have something on the doors of one's coach to dissuade the customs from searching it. So forgive me for asking. The question is not at all indiscreet, Monsieur. Morcerf replied in the frank tones of someone who believed what he said. You are right, this is our coat of arms, that is to say it bears my father's crest, but attached to a shield that is gules with a silver tower, bearing my mother's crest. On her side I am Spanish, but the Morcerfs are French and, so I am told, one of the oldest families in the south of France. Yes, said Monte Cristo, that is shown by the merlets or blackbirds. Almost all the crusaders who conquered, or tried to conquer, the Holy Land took either crosses as their emblems, as a sign of the mission to which they had dedicated themselves, or else migratory birds, as a symbol of the long journey that they intended to undertake and which they hoped to accomplish on the wings of faith. One of your paternal ancestors must have taken part in the Crusades, and, if it was only the crusade led by St. Louis, that already takes us back to the 13th century, which is already a very fine thing. That may be so, said Morcerf. Somewhere in my father's study there is a family tree which will answer these questions for us. I used to have a commentary on it that would have meant a lot to de Hosier in Jaucourt.4. Nowadays I don't bother about it, but I should tell you, Monsieur le Comte. And this falls within my scope as your guide, that people are starting to worry a great deal about such things under this popular government of ours. Well then, your government should have chosen something better from French history than those 2 placards I have noticed on your public monuments, which are meaningless in heraldic terms. As for you, Viscount, Monte Cristo continued, turning back towards Morcerf, you are luckier than your government, because your coat of arms is truly beautiful and inspiring. Yes, that is it, you come both from Provence and from Spain, and, if the portrait you showed me is a good likeness, that explains the fine tan that I so greatly admired on the face of the Catalan. One would have needed to be Oedipus or the Sphinx itself to detect the irony that the Count put into these words, which were apparently delivered with the finest good manners. Morcerf consequently thanked him with a smile and, going ahead to show him the way, opened the door beneath his coat of arms, which, as we mentioned, led into the reception room. In the most prominent place on the walls of the room there was another portrait. It depicted a man of between 35 and 38 years old, wearing a general's uniform with the twisted double epaulette that indicates the higher ranks and the ribbon of the Legion of Honor around his neck, showing that he was a commander of the order. On his chest, to the right, he wore the medal of a Grand Officer of the Order of the Saviour and, to the left, that of the Great Cross of Charles III, demonstrating that the person represented in the portrait must have fought in the Spanish and Greek wars, or else, this being identical as far as medals were concerned, have carried out some diplomatic mission in those two countries. Monte Cristo was examining this portrait with no less attention than he had given to the other when a side door opened and he was confronted with the Comte de Morcerf himself. The Count was aged between 40 and 45 but had the appearance of a man of at least 50. His dark mustache and eyebrows contrasted oddly with almost white hair, cut short in the military manner. He was dressed in the everyday clothes of a man of his class. The different strands of the ribbon that he wore in his buttonhole recalled the various orders with which he had been decorated. He came in with quite an aristocratic step and, at the same time, a sort of condescending alacrity. Monte Cristo watched him approach without taking a step to meet him. It was as though his feet were fixed to the floor and his eyes on the Comte de Morcerf's face. "Father," the young man said, "I have the honor to introduce the Count of Monte Cristo, the generous friend whom I was fortunate enough to meet in the awkward circumstances about which I told you." "Monsieur is welcome to my house," the Comte de Morcerf said, smiling and bowing to Monte Cristo. "He has done our family such a favor, in preserving its only heir, that it will elicit our eternal gratitude." As he spoke, the Comte de Morcerf motioned to a chair and, at the same time, took one himself facing the window. As for Monte Cristo, while he took the chair that the Comte de Morcerf had indicated, he repositioned it in such a way as to remain hidden in the shadow of the great velvet curtains. From there he could read in the Count's tired and careworn features a whole history of secret sorrows which lay imprinted there in each of the lines that the years had marked on it. "Madame la Comtesse was at her toilet," Morcerf said, when the Vicomte asked her to be informed that she had the good fortune to receive our guest. "She will come down shortly and join us in 10 minutes' time." "It is a great honor for me," Monte Cristo said, "on the very day of my arrival in Paris, to meet a man whose merits are equal to his reputation and whom fortune, just once, has not been mistaken in favoring." "But did she not have a marshal's baton to offer you?"